Introduction. As the apocalypse descends, zombies roam freely, order crumbles, and morality decays. Amidst the struggle for survival on the brink of death, the refugee Xiao Ke, in the grips of hunger and cold, dons a suit of battle armor stripped from a corpse, leading to the mistaken belief that he is an imperial warrior. Thus, the empire loses a lowly refugee, only to gain a god of war rising from the depths of despair. Chapter 001. The Zombie Virus. Refugee camp of Haya town. At this moment, flames soared into the sky, and the air was intermittently filled with the sounds of gunfire mingled with the cries of women and children. Xiao Ke stumbled along with the throngs of other refugees within Haya town, being driven out of the camp by armed off-road vehicles and a large contingent of fully armed imperial soldiers. Stop! A centurion clad in a black imperial uniform, his expression as cold as ice, stood atop an armed vehicle, commanding everyone to halt. This order encompassed not only his subordinate soldiers but also the hundreds of refugees, scavengers, and vagrants who had been expelled from the camp. Stop! Everyone! Remain where you are. Those who disobey will be executed. Under the bellowing of several centurions, the hundreds of refugees, trembling with fear, came to a standstill in the wilderness. As one of the refugees, Xiao Ke glanced around at the imperial soldiers who had them completely surrounded, and then at the distant refugee camp, now ablaze with flames. A sense of foreboding weighed heavily on his heart. A month prior, the refugee camp in Haya town had been struck by a zombie virus, resulting in the infection of dozens, who subsequently transformed into the undead. The imperial soldiers belonging to the Black Shark Legion had been dispatched to eradicate the zombie virus. Xiao Ke was acutely aware that the Empire's approach to refugee camps afflicted by the virus was invariably brutal total annihilation to prevent any further spread. As anticipated, the centurion atop the vehicle issued a new command for the refugees to dig pits with their bare hands. The hundreds of refugees were baffled by this peculiar command. What purpose could digging pits serve? Were they to assist in burying the corpses of the zombies? Despite their confusion, the authority of the centurion and the menacing weapons held by the imperial soldiers compelled them to comply, and they began to squat down and dig. Fortunately, the ground was composed of soft black soil, making the task manageable. With collective effort, they managed to excavate a massive pit, approximately half a person deep, in just half an hour, though exhaustion soon set in. "Commander, we have completed the pit as you instructed." The centurion, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth, replied, "Excellent. Everyone stand in the pit and do not move. It will be over soon." The refugees were left dumbfounded by his words. Many remained bewildered, while a significant number finally comprehended the grim reality. They were to be buried alive, not the zombies. Indeed, the centurion coldly commanded his soldiers, "All troops, prepare for free fire. Eliminate every single refugee here. I repeat, kill them all regardless of age or gender." Instantly, the air was filled with the cries of the refugees. The imperial soldiers, equally shocked by the order, were momentarily paralyzed. One centurion hesitantly stammered, "Commander, they all appear to be normal, none show signs of infection." The centurion retorted icily, "How do you know whether they are infected or not? We are merely 500 kilometers from the provincial capital, Xiao Ke City, which houses a population of 50 million. If the zombie virus spreads to Xiao Ke City, who will bear the consequences? The optimal solution is to escort them to the mines to work until death. However, we have other combat missions to attend to, and neutralizing the virus here is merely a minor task. We lack the time to deal with these potential carriers. The best course of action is to eliminate them all and incinerate this place. Do you understand?" "Yes, Commander, we understand." Though the centurions and soldiers grasped the essence of the command, having heard of such exterminations before, this was their first experience in executing such orders, and they were still somewhat conflicted. The notion of slaughtering those who might merely be potential carriers of the virus was a weighty moral burden. The centurion's voice grew stern. "It is good that you understand. This is my final explanation to you. If anyone dares to question my orders again, they will face immediate punishment. Now raise your weapons and fire." The centurions commanded their subordinates, "Prepare to fire." The soldiers raised their weapons, aiming at the hundreds of refugees before them, but their expressions and movements were laden with hesitation, clearly struggling to muster the resolve to kill. Meanwhile, the refugees were already wailing in despair. Among those awaiting execution, Xiao Ke realized that death was imminent, and the only chance for survival lay in a desperate gamble. He shouted fervently, "We are not zombies. We are not infected. They intend to kill us all. We must fight back, rush out, and we may have a chance to live." No one wished to stand idly by awaiting execution. Many refugees had already contemplated a desperate bid for escape, but lacked the courage to act. Xiao Ke's impassioned cry ignited the collective will to survive, and soon everyone was shouting in fury, some frantically charging towards the imperial soldiers, while others recklessly attempted to break free, scattering in all directions. Fire! The order was immediately given, and gunfire erupted, claiming the lives of over 100 refugees on the spot. However, a few managed to reach the imperial soldiers, engaging them in hand-to-hand combat. Yet, how could ordinary people stand a chance against the imperial soldiers? They were swiftly cut down. In the chaos, the soldiers hesitated to fire indiscriminately for fear of hitting their comrades, allowing a handful to seize the opportunity to escape, with dozens sprinting across the wilderness. "Damn it!" The centurion atop the armed vehicle cursed upon seeing Xiao Ke and several other refugees break free. He grabbed the machine gun mounted on the vehicle and unleashed a barrage towards the fleeing figures. In an instant, those who had already covered 500 to 600 meters were gunned down. The centurion's weapon finally fell silent, a triumphant expression gracing his face. However, just then, one of the fallen refugees suddenly sprang back to his feet and continued fleeing into the distance. That individual was Xiao Ke. Upon hearing the gunfire behind him, he had instinctively thrown himself to the ground, and once the shooting ceased, he rose again to escape, now having covered 800 meters. At such a distance, it was difficult for the machine gun to accurately target him. "You cunning rabbit," the centurion scoffed, extending his hand to a subordinate nearby, who promptly handed him a sniper rifle. Standing tall and straight, the centurion aimed the rifle toward Xiao Ke, who was zigzagging away in the distance. Within 1,000 meters was the optimal shooting range for this imperial sniper rifle. The centurion tracked Xiao Ke's movement, his reticle locking onto him as he murmured, "The moment to test my skills has arrived. Lie down." As those words left his lips, the centurion pulled the trigger, and with a resounding crack, the bullet whistled forth, hurtling toward Xiao Ke. Chapter 002. Valkyrie. As the gunfire echoed, Xiao Ke, who had sprinted nearly a kilometer away, fell to the ground in response. The subordinates of the centurion, witnessing this, could not contain their excitement and erupted into cheers, showering the centurion with adoring glances as they praised, "Commander, your marksmanship is divine." The centurion chuckled, his eyes betraying a sense of pride, as he casually returned the sniper rifle to his subordinate. However, at that moment, he suddenly noticed in the distance that Xiao Ke, who had collapsed, was struggling to rise again, staggering forward in a frantic escape. The triumphant smile on the centurion's face froze instantly as it turned out that the shot he had deemed certain had merely grazed Xiao Ke's right shoulder. Though bloodied, it was not fatal. Enraged and humiliated, the centurion commanded, "Get the vehicle ready. Pursue him. I shall kill him." Xiao Ke had already plunged into the thicket, desperately clutching his shoulder as he fled, not daring to pause for even a moment, continuing his flight from the afternoon into the depths of the night. His clothes were tattered, snagged by branches, and his bare feet were stained with blood. Exhaustion overtook him, and he collapsed beneath a massive tree, gasping for breath, utterly motionless. Since the outbreak of the zombie virus a century ago, the global climate had undergone significant changes. Aside from the acid rain affecting soil quality, rendering it barren and unfit for cultivation, the most profound alteration was the disappearance of the 4 seasons. Days became sweltering, while nights turned bitterly cold. Fatigued, Xiao Ke dozed off briefly in the dead of night, only to be roused by the penetrating chill. As he awoke, he heard faint, peculiar sounds nearby. The sound of small branches snapping underfoot, though subtle, resonated with startling clarity in the stillness of the night, instantly dispelling his drowsiness and tensing his entire being. Remaining inconspicuous, he grasped a stone from the ground and slowly rose, concealing himself behind the trees. Crack! Another dry twig snapped underfoot, clearly indicating that someone was approaching. With utmost caution, Xiao Ke peered from behind the tree, his pupils dilating in shock as he gasped. Contrary to his expectation of being pursued by imperial soldiers, it was not them who approached, but a zombie. Zombies were undoubtedly the most feared entities among humanity, even considered their arch-nemesis. Just a century had elapsed since the outbreak of the zombie virus, and the Earth's population, once 10 billion, had dwindled to around 1 billion, with 90% perishing in this apocalyptic catastrophe. Zombies had not only swept across the globe, but had also evolved over the century. The advanced zombies now possessed not only immense destructive power, but also intelligence rivaling that of human intellect. Among humans, there were pessimistic scholars who believed that humanity was on the brink of extinction, destined to be supplanted by zombies as the new rulers of Earth. Xiao Ke never anticipated encountering a zombie in this place. He stealthily observed the creature not far away, which was sniffing the air and slowly advancing towards him. The decayed head of the zombie was grotesquely misshapen, with bulging eyes and a gaping mouth oozing a viscous, toxic fluid, its entire body cloaked in a sickly green hue. Despite its diminutive, stubby arms, the creature possessed an exceptionally muscular lower body. Bent at the waist, the zombie continuously sniffed the air, reminiscent of a velociraptor stalking its prey. Xiao Ke's countenance grew increasingly grim as he discerned the truth. This was a level 3 assault zombie. The creature hunched over, its arms, no larger than those of an infant, outstretched before it, instinctively grasping at the air. Its decomposed visage, with a nose that incessantly sniffed, propelled its disproportionately sturdy legs forward, lumbering towards the massive tree ahead, having detected the scent of blood wafting from behind it. With a guttural cry, the assault zombie surged forward, akin to a predator in pursuit of its quarry, leaping towards the tree's rear. Yet, upon reaching its destination, it halted in confusion, for no human was in sight. Scattered upon the ground, however, lay a blood-soaked human shirt. Though the blood had long since dried, it still emanated a potent metallic odor. The assault zombie, akin to a starving beast encountering a sumptuous feast, displayed a gluttonous expression before pouncing upon the bloodied garment, crouching to ravenously tear at it. However, after a couple of bites, it suddenly sensed something amiss and lifted its head in bewilderment. At that precise moment, Xiao Ke, clutching a stone, leaped down from the tree, bringing the rock down forcefully upon the zombie's skull. With a resounding thud, the creature's head was cleaved open. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Ke executed a roll to the side. Rising unsteadily to his feet, his heart racing with disbelief, he had successfully slain the assault zombie. He understood that any misstep in the process could have resulted in a fatal bite or scratch, leading to infection with the zombie virus. Xiao Ke felt fortunate to have triumphed over the creature. Typically, the presence of one zombie heralded the existence of more, as those slain by zombies would themselves rise again. Thus, this place was no longer safe. Fearful of lingering, he ventured forth, bare-chested and barefoot, braving the biting cold as he shivered. As dawn broke, Xiao Ke emerged from the vast expanse of the forest, yet he was exhausted, famished and chilled to the bone, teetering on the brink of collapse, destined either to perish from hunger or succumb to the cold. At that moment, he suddenly spotted a figure lying not far away, specifically, a person clad in imperial soldier attire. Cautiously, he approached, only to discover that the individual was deceased. The circumstances of their demise remained a mystery. In this apocalyptic era, death was an all-too common sight, and Xiao Ke felt no inclination to ponder how the imperial soldier had met their end. Overcome by the biting cold, he resolutely stripped the soldier of their garments and donned them himself. To his astonishment, both the military boots and attire fit him remarkably well. Once a mere refugee, Xiao Ke transformed into a figure of dignified presence, now clad in the garb of an imperial soldier. In addition to clothing and military boots, Xiao Ke received 3 other items: a half-piece of moldy bread, a sharp standard-issue military knife, and a fragment of an ancient jade pendant. Regrettably, he did not acquire the firearm he desired. Xiao Ke devoured the moldy bread ravenously, even licking his fingers clean of crumbs, revealing a look of contentment. Although the half-piece of bread could not satiate his hunger entirely, it would suffice for a while. He continued on his journey, seeking a populated area, for being alone in the wilderness was exceedingly perilous. Not only was there the threat of encountering zombies, but he could also fall prey to the cannibalistic tribes who might resort to consuming him out of desperation. After walking for half an hour, he suddenly spotted a road ahead where a group of people was making their way. His face lit up with joy. They must be a band of displaced refugees. Following them would ensure a safer journey and might lead him to the next human settlement to begin anew. Hello, everyone. Where are you headed? Would you mind if I joined you? The group came to an abrupt halt, turning in unison to gaze at Xiao Ke, who approached with a light jog. However, as he drew nearer, an unsettling realization dawned upon him. The individuals before him were clad in the garb of imperial soldiers, yet they appeared disheveled, their hands bound with ropes, and each was tethered to the one preceding them, resembling a chain of prisoners. It became evident that these were deserters, terrified of confronting the zombies on the battlefield. Captured and bound together, they were being escorted back for questioning and punishment. Before him stood dozens of these deserters, and the sole figure responsible for their transport was a female officer, adorned in a black uniform. In addition to her sidearm, she bore a slender military knife at her waist, exuding an aura of valiant authority, reminiscent of a valkyrie. Upon spotting Xiao Ke, this valkyrie-like officer revealed a cold smirk. Another useless deserter. Xiao Ke's eyes widened in disbelief. Deserter? Is she referring to me? The valkyrie replied icily, I am Qin Bing, a centurion of the Black Shark Legion, tasked with apprehending you deserters. You should be aware of my methods. Do not waste my time. Proceed to the back of the line and bind yourself. You will return with them to face judgment. Xiao Ke glanced around, ultimately concluding two things. First, that this officer named Qin Bing regarded him as a deserter. Second, he was astonished to discover that despite being outnumbered by dozens of deserters, not a single one dared to resist or even flee under her command. Was Qin Bing truly that formidable? Should he make a run for it, or attempt to explain that he was not a deserter, that he had merely donned these clothes he found? But would she be inclined to listen to his explanation? At that moment, among the bound deserters, someone impatiently remarked, What are you hesitating for? Hurry over and bind yourself. We must return to face judgment. Do you expect the centurion to handle you personally? Are you seeking death? Chapter 003. The fury of Qin Bing were it an ordinary day, Xiao Ke would undoubtedly have turned on his heel and fled upon encountering such a situation. However, as he beheld the striking figure of Qin Bing not far away, her eyes radiating confidence and the bizarre sight of her single-handedly escorting dozens of deserters, none daring to resist or flee, an intense aura of danger enveloped him. This centurion, known as Qin Bing, had her pistol sheathed and her saber secured, sitting tall upon a magnificent steed. Yet, to Xiao Ke, she appeared 100 times more perilous than the centurion he had observed the day before. Poised with a sniper rifle atop an armored vehicle, a powerful instinct gripped Xiao Ke. He sensed that should he attempt to escape now, he would not cover 100 meters before meeting his demise at the hands of this female centurion. Ultimately, he chose not to flee, but neither did he approach the group of bound deserters. Instead, he walked directly toward the centurion, Qin Bing. This action elicited expressions of astonishment from both Qin Bing and the deserters. What could this man possibly intend? Qin Bing noticed the standard military saber at Xiao Ke's waist, a hint of amusement curling at the corners of her mouth. If Xiao Ke intended to engage her in combat, she had 100 ways to sever his head before he could even draw his blade. Yet, to her surprise, Xiao Ke did not seek confrontation. Instead, he approached her and, with a sincere tone, declared, Commander, I am not a deserter. This uniform is merely something I found and put on. Qin Bing replied with a smirk, Go tell that to the judge. Dismayed and furious, Xiao Ke felt a sense of helplessness. Regardless of the circumstances, both the female centurion and the deserters had branded him as a deserter clad in uniform. It was akin to stepping in yellow mud. Whether it be feces or not, it was still a mess to tea that moment. Qin Bing gestured toward the satchel hanging at her horse's side, which contained several military sabers, clearly indicating that Xiao Ke should place his weapon within it and then bind himself alongside the deserters, proceeding with their ranks. Stealing a closer glance at Qin Bing, Xiao Ke noted that she appeared even more striking up close. Moreover, he observed a layer of calluses on her right palm, a testament to a hand accustomed to wielding a blade. Indeed, a hand skilled in the art of killing. Under the pressure of Qin Bing's unreasonable demands and her formidable presence, Xiao Ke reluctantly unclasped his saber and obediently placed it in her satchel with great reluctance. He then made his way to the rear of the deserter line, binding his own hands. Initially, the deserters assumed Xiao Ke dared to defy the Valkyrie's orders or attempt to flee, but to their astonishment, he ultimately complied and bound himself as well. They could not help but emit a chorus of jeers, with a few murmuring, We thought this fellow would make a run for it. Yet he too has obediently bound himself like the rest of us, to flee. Perhaps one would not escape 100 meters before meeting the Valkyrie's blade. Would they? 100 meters? Surely, You hold this young man in too high regard. Had he chosen to flee just now, I dare say he would not have managed to escape even 30 meters before meeting his demise. One glance at his attire reveals that he is indeed a soldier of our Black Shark Legion. Who among us is unaware of the formidable prowess of Valkyrie Qinbing? She has previously vanquished a zombie lord. I ask, who dares to believe themselves superior to a level 10 zombie lord? Let them attempt to flee beneath her blade. As Xiao Ke listened to the hushed murmurs of the deserters, he finally comprehended the truth. The centurion in charge of escorting them, Qinbing, was indeed a remarkably powerful officer, capable of dispatching them all in an instant. It is no wonder that even when escorting dozens of deserters alone, not a single one dared to resist or flee. The procession of deserters continued at a steady pace, with the valiant Qinbing riding her steed behind them. Along the way, Xiao Ke overheard the deserters discussing that Qinbing intended to escort them to a Black Shark Legion base over 100 kilometers away, where they would face retribution. They spoke of the current critical period, during which penalties for deserters were particularly severe. If fortune favored them, they might receive a prison sentence, sent to the mines to toil until death. If misfortune befell them, they would be conscripted into a cannon fodder unit, immediately dispatched to the battlefield to battle the undead, ultimately to perish in combat. Hearing of these grim fates, Xiao Ke felt increasingly despondent. He had thought to don the garb of an imperial soldier, only to face such dire consequences. Why this time? The group had traversed several hours, advancing 20 kilometers. Qinbing commanded the team to halt, allowing for a half-hour respite to partake in basic provisions before resuming their journey. During this interlude, the deserters were permitted to temporarily loosen the ropes binding their hands. However, Qinbing stipulated that should any one of them attempt to escape, all remaining would face execution, guilty by association. Instantly, the deserters began to monitor one another closely. No one dared to attempt an escape. Anyone who sought to jeopardize the group would find themselves met with swift retribution. Xiao Ke, who had initially harbored thoughts of fleeing, found his resolve waning. This female centurion was not only formidable in combat, but also astute. At this moment, the deserters had settled upon the grass, beginning their meager meal, consisting mainly of leftover rations. Those without provisions could only sip at their water. Xiao Ke had neither food nor water, and was unwilling to be unwittingly escorted to the Black Shark Legion base for punishment. He glanced toward Qinbing, who had dismounted and spread a cloth upon the ground, producing a water pouch and a few slices of dry bread in preparation for her meal. Yet, as she held the dry bread, she seemed unenthused, furrowing her brow and murmuring, "Ah, if only there were cream. At least that would make this more palatable." Xiao Ke caught the faintest hint of her words, and his eyes brightened. Rising swiftly, he approached Qinbing once more, eliciting astonished looks from the surrounding deserters. "Beautiful officer, pray, might I inquire if you find these dry bread slices somewhat unappetizing? I would be delighted to assist. Assist you in consuming food? No, no, no. I have noticed bees diligently gathering nectar here, and over by the brook, there are also bees collecting water. Bees typically forage for nectar within a radius of 3 kilometers and seek water within 500 meters. Based on my experience, there is undoubtedly a beehive within a few hundred meters. If you permit me, sir, I would be willing to locate the beehive and bring back honey to accompany your meal." Qinbing gazed at Xiao Ke with a smile that was both enigmatic and teasing. "That sounds delightful, but your eagerness makes me wonder what you seek in return." Xiao Ke replied, "Sir, you see, I am truly not a deserter, and with so many deserters around, you wouldn't mind if one less was taken back." Before Xiao Ke could finish his thought, Qinbing interjected, "I understand. You wish for me to turn a blind eye and let you go." Xiao Ke scratched his head. "Though not entirely accurate, that is quite close to my intent." Qinbing's lips curled into a slight smile. "The bees collecting water here indicate that there is a beehive within 500 meters. With your confidence, I presume you will find it momentarily. Once you locate the hive, how do you intend to harvest the honey?" Xiao Ke wondered why the female commander was so curious about this. "Nevertheless," he replied honestly, "I would set a fire to drive the bees away with smoke and then retrieve the honey. Using fire to drive the bees away is rather cruel. You must not ignite a fire. Simply use your hands to gather it." Xiao Ke's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "But wouldn't that result in me being stung to death by the bees?" Upon hearing this, he noticed Qinbing looking at him with a cold smile. He suddenly realized that she was doing this deliberately, likely because she despised his attempt to bribe her, and was intentionally setting him up for a fall. Observing the cold smile on Qin Bing's face, along with the subtle threat in her gaze, Xiao Ke dejectedly conceded, "All right, you are right, sir. It is indeed too cruel to smoke the bees. I shall simply gather the honey directly." "Go on," Qin Bing said, watching Xiao Ke leave with his head drooping, a slight smile gracing her lips as she thought to herself, "Ah, another beautiful commander and yet another attempt at bribery. Does this fellow not realize that I detest slick-tongued men who resort to opportunism? If I do not show him a bit of my temperament, he might never learn." Moments later, a cry of despair emerged from the bushes, followed by the sight of Xiao Ke, in a most pitiful state, clutching a sizable chunk of the torn beehive while being pursued by a swarm of angry bees. The other deserters, who had witnessed Xiao Ke's earlier attempts to curry favor with Qin Bing, erupted in laughter at his misfortune. "Ha ha! This fellow tried to curry favor with the Valkyrie but ended up stepping on the horse's leg instead." With his right hand swollen from bee stings and numerous welts across his head and body, Xiao Ke returned, looking utterly disheveled, holding a large piece of the beehive filled to the brim with honey. He placed the honey-laden half of the hive onto the dining cloth that Qin Bing had spread on the ground, then muttered in a gruff tone, "Report, sir, the honey has been retrieved." Qin Bing glanced at Xiao Ke, who was clearly brimming with suppressed frustration, and found it rather amusing. She had anticipated that this cunning soldier would concoct an excuse about not finding the hive and would try to brush the matter aside. However, she had not anticipated that Xiao Ke would indeed earnestly seek out the beehive, foolishly attempting to extract honey with his bare hands, only to be stung nearly to death by the bees. Now, she found herself at a loss as to whether to deem this lad clever or a fool. If there were no further matters to attend to, she would take her leave. Xiao Ke's attempt to curry favor with Qin Bing had backfired, and he now felt a twinge of trepidation towards her, resolving henceforth to keep his distance whenever possible. Yet, just as he turned to depart, Qin Bing called out to him, "Wait a moment. I noticed you have no food. In light of your assistance in retrieving the honey, there are bread slices and honey here. Please help yourself to some to take back." Laid out on the grass was a picnic cloth adorned with 6 slices of bread, 2 of which bore the imprints of Qin Bing's bite, along with a bag of water and the honey Xiao Ke had just fetched. Upon hearing her words, Xiao Ke, in silence, bent down and picked up the 2 slices of bread that Qin Bing had tasted. Under her astonished gaze, he spread a bit of honey on them, took a hearty bite, and turned to leave while munching. "He dared to eat the very bread I had just nibbled." Amongst the abundance of bread, he chose only the ones I had touched. Qin Bing finally regained her composure, her delicate face flushing with rare embarrassment, her eyes ablaze with fury, her right hand instinctively resting on the hilt of her military knife. However, as she gazed at Xiao Ke's retreating figure, she ultimately refrained from drawing her weapon. After all, she had invited him to procure some food for himself and had not explicitly barred him from consuming her leftovers, leaving her in the wrong. Nevertheless, she seethed inwardly, thinking, "You clever rascal, you had better hope I do not find an excuse to deal with you, or you shall be done for." Chapter 004. The 10,000 captain. Upon returning to the ranks of the deserters, Xiao Ke was met with a chorus of laughter and jests from those around him, mocking his audacity to bribe the Valkyrie, surely a fool's bargain. Xiao Ke felt a wave of frustration. He did not wish to jeopardize his life merely for having stumbled upon a set of clothing. The fate of deserters was grim, whether they were sent to the mines to toil ceaselessly or dispatched to the front lines to face the undead. None would survive a month. Yet, confronted with the formidable female Captain Qin Bing, who was not only strong but also possessed high intelligence and a steadfast integrity, refusing to accept flattery or bribes, Xiao Ke found himself utterly at a loss. He could only resign himself to this treacherous fate and continue on the road with the other deserters towards the Black Shark Legion base, where judgment awaited. However, unexpected fortune soon graced Xiao Ke as they approached within 50 kilometers of the Black Shark Legion base. Suddenly, several dust-covered, armed off-road vehicles appeared on the road ahead, proudly displaying the flag of the Black Shark Legion. Upon spotting the approaching vehicles kicking up clouds of dust, Qin Bing immediately reined in her steed, raising her right fist to signal the group of deserters, including Xiao Ke, to halt. The vehicles, clearly in haste, showed no sign of slowing down as they roared past Qin Bing and the line of deserters. Frowning, Qin Bing noted that, according to protocol, imperial forces encountering one another were obliged to exchange greetings and salute. The several armed off-road vehicles appeared to be in a state of unusual haste, as if something monumental had transpired. Could it be that the zombie apocalypse had already encroached upon the Enma plain, threatening to besiege the southern provincial capital of Xiao Ke City? Xiao Ke City, one of the 5 super-cities of the empire, is the largest metropolis in the southern province, home to a staggering population of 50 million. Should the zombie horde penetrate Xiao Ke City and lead to its downfall, the consequences would be beyond imagination. Just as Qin Bing was consumed by concern for the frontline situation, the previously roaring armed vehicles suddenly came to a halt and began to reverse slowly. Qin Bing urged his steed forward and soon converged with the armed off-road vehicles. From these vehicles emerged a dozen high-ranking warriors of the empire, at the forefront of whom was none other than the vice-commander of the Black Shark Legion, Wanfacheng Bai Lunjian.at, merely 30 years of age. Bai Longyin hailed from an esteemed noble lineage of the empire and had achieved military accolades from a young age. He was now a Wanfacheng and one of the 2 vice-commanders of the Black Shark Legion, a rising star within the empire. Upon encountering Bai Longyin, Qin Bing was taken aback, quickly dismounting and standing tall, executing an exceptionally precise military salute. Subordinate Qin Bing of the Black Shark Legion. Reporting to the vice-commander, Bai Longyin returned a standard military salute, then scrutinized Qin Bing and the several dozen deserters nearby, inquiring, "Qin Bing, what are you doing?" Qin Bing replied, "Report, Commander. Recently, the number of deserters from the Black Shark Legion has surged. The commander has ordered me to apprehend these deserters and impose severe punishment on them as a deterrent." Bai Longyin responded, "The commander, leading 50,000 warriors of the Black Shark Legion, faced defeat on the front line against the zombie horde. The commander has perished, and many warriors have either died or scattered. This wave of zombies, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, has already invaded the Enma plain and is advancing directly towards Xiao Ke City. The situation is exceedingly critical." Qin Bing gasped in disbelief. "What? The commander is dead, and the Black Shark Legion has collapsed?" Bai Longyin nodded. "I have now taken command of the Black Shark Legion, integrating the scattered remnants and coordinating with nearby outposts to regroup and intercept the impending zombie horde." "Qin Bing, what of your soldiers?" Qin Bing replied, "My soldiers have suffered over half casualties in recent battles a few days ago. My unit was disbanded, and the remaining personnel were reassigned to other units. It is precisely because I am now a lone Wanfacheng that the commander did not take me along to intercept the zombie horde, instead assigning me this task of pursuing deserters." Bai Longyin remarked, "Your combat prowess ranks among the finest in the Black Shark Legion. Pursuing deserters is a misallocation of your talents. Moreover, with the commander deceased, the responsibility of regrouping and continuing to intercept the zombie horde falls to me. Now is a time of urgency. Cease your pursuit of deserters. I have another task for you." Qin Bing inquired, "Commander, what is the task?" Bai Longyin replied, "Approximately 90 kilometers to the south lies a place called Ginkgo Town, which is also one of the routes through which the zombie horde might advance towards Xiao Ke City. Currently, it lacks any defensive forces. I want you to lead your troops there to guard it. Under no circumstances should any zombies be allowed to pass unless absolutely necessary." Qin Bing hurriedly exclaimed, "Commander, I currently find myself as a solitary centurion, lacking any soldiers under my command. How can I possibly defend Ginkgo Town?" Bai Longyin turned to observe the group of fleeing soldiers not far away, led by Xiao Ke. "Are they not soldiers?" Qin Bing retorted, "They are deserters." "Deserters are still soldiers," Bai Longyin asserted. "Moreover, commanding a band of deserters in battle will reveal your leadership capabilities even more distinctly." After a pause, Bai Longyin added, "Qin Bing, the army leader has fallen on the front lines, and the main force of tens of thousands of the Black Shark Legion has been utterly decimated. It is impossible to replenish you with so many capable soldiers. We must utilize every available resource to have any chance of slowing the onslaught of the zombie horde before the imperial reinforcements arrive. Ensuring that Xiao Ke City does not succumb to their assault. Do you understand?" Realizing the gravity of the situation, Qin Bing nodded. "I comprehend. My subordinate accepts the order and will lead them to guard Ginkgo Town. As long as I draw breath, I will not permit a single zombie to pass through Ginkgo Town." Bai Longyin nodded approvingly. "Excellent. Given your current circumstances, I am granting you a significant privilege. You are authorized to conscript any villagers, refugees, scavengers, deserters, or mercenaries within the Ginkgo Town region to fight for you. Furthermore, within your established unit, you possess the authority to appoint and dismiss personnel. As he spoke, Bai Longyin had his subordinates present a stack of appointment letters, each bearing his signature and seal, ranging from centurions to decurions, with the names of the soldiers left blank for filling in. This meant that among the 1,000 soldiers Qin Bing was entitled to command, she had the power to directly appoint and dismiss their ranks, a privilege recognized by the empire. "This is the extent of my support for you," Bai Longyin declared. "Now, rally your warriors." After assigning this formidable task to Qin Bing, he hastily departed with his subordinates. The front lines had already suffered defeat, and the zombie horde was swiftly advancing from the Enma plain towards Xiao Ke city. Bai Longyin needed to act quickly to regroup and organize combat strength, slowing the zombies' advance while awaiting the arrival of imperial reinforcements. As soon as Bai Longyin's group departed, the dozen or so deserters surrounding Xiao Ke erupted in panic, each voicing their terror. "Heavens, they expect us to march to the front lines and meet our doom. The army leader has perished, and tens of thousands of Black Shark warriors have been annihilated. What can we, mere deserters, possibly accomplish? It is simply a death sentence. I do not want to die. I refuse to go. I would rather return to face judgment, even be cast into the mines until death, then confront those terrifying zombies. Me too. I will not go. No, none of us will go." These deserters had originally fled from fear of death, and now, when asked to march to the front lines, they were resolute in their refusal. Only Xiao Ke appeared conflicted. He had just noticed the stack of appointment letters Bai Longyin had given to Qin Bing. These were genuine letters of appointment, including those for centurions. If he could obtain one, he could transform from a mere refugee in this apocalyptic era into a centurion of the empire, not only rising from the status of a refugee to that of a soldier, but also becoming a vital pillar within the military. Since the dawn of the apocalyptic era, the empire has placed immense value on military merit, whether among the aristocratic families of high society, the noble clans, the offspring of humble origins, or the lower echelons of society comprising the destitute, scavengers, and refugees. The most promising path to ascendancy lies in military service and achievement. However, it is common for recruitment into the Empire's forces to be exceedingly stringent, leaving many who wish to enlist unable to do so. Even those fortunate enough to join face considerable challenges in climbing the ranks. Yet, once one attains the esteemed position of a centurion, their status and identity undergo a profound transformation. At this moment, Qin Bing had restored her expression to one of icy detachment. She surveyed the gathering of deserters around her and coldly declared, "In these extraordinary times, I have been tasked with the defense of Ginkgo town, and you shall accompany me. Is there anyone who dares to dissent?" A burly man with a scruffy beard stepped forward, boldly proclaiming, "I, for one, do not wish to accompany you to certain death. I desire to return to the Black Shark Legion's base for judgment. I prefer to be sent to the mines rather than face those terrifying zombies." Before he could finish his sentence, a flash of steel glinted, and his head was severed by Qin Bing's blade. A fountain of blood erupting as his headless body fell to the ground in a daze. Witnessing this, the remaining individuals fell silent, gripped by fear. With a stack of appointment letters in her left hand and a sharp military knife in her right, Qin Bing's frosty demeanor intensified. "Accompany me to defend Ginkgo town, and not only will you be spared punishment for desertion, but you shall also have the opportunity for promotion. Refusal to comply with my summons, and defiance against the commanding officer during wartime, will result in immediate execution. Now, each of you, tell me your decision." The deserters exchanged glances, each remaining mute. They were reluctant to confront the zombies but feared the consequences of voicing their dissent, lest they meet the same fate as the bearded man. Qin Bing felt a pang of anxiety. Despite her dual approach of reward and punishment, if this group of deserters remained obstinate, would she truly have to execute them all? Such actions would bear no fruit. As Qin Bing anxiously awaited someone to step forward and agree to accompany her in the defense of Ginkgo town, a tall, imposing soldier emerged from the throng. Speaking in a deep voice, "I wish to become a centurion. I am willing to follow you, Commander." This individual was none other than Xiao Ke. Upon seeing someone finally take the lead, Qin Bing's heart soared with joy. Without hesitation, she produced a letter of appointment for a sergeant and promptly inquired about Xiao Ke's name. She solemnly inscribed it in the designated space on the document and handed it to him. "Excellent. In recognition of your courageous decision, I hereby appoint you as a sergeant." Xiao Ke was elated. He knew that typically, only veterans with over 2 years of service could aspire to the rank of sergeant, with wartime exceptions. He had not anticipated attaining such a coveted position so effortlessly. Overwhelmed with delight, he mimicked the military salute he had just witnessed between Qin Bing and Bai Longyin, exclaiming, Yes, Commander, with Xiao Ke leading the charge. And witnessing his immediate promotion to the rank of captain, the other deserters were filled with envy, having just observed the consequence of refusing to fight. Consequently, one after another, the remaining deserters clamored, "Captain, we are all willing to follow you into battle, to confront those wretched zombies." Chapter 005, Defending Dignity. Seeing her blend of soft and hard tactics, Qin Bing noted that under Xiao Ke's leadership, the other deserters expressed their willingness to obey her commands and accompany her to Ginkgo Town for defense, which brought her a slight sense of relief. She promptly appointed Xiao Ke along with 4 other seasoned veterans as captains, dividing the remaining 45 warriors into 5 teams, each led by one of the 5 captains. Xiao Ke felt an increasing thrill within. He was essentially a refugee struggling to survive in this apocalyptic era. Unexpectedly, having survived this calamity, he donned the garb of an imperial soldier and, by some twist of fate, transformed into a genuine captain of the empire. In this dystopian age, society was stratified into various classes. The pinnacle were the noble families governing the imperial army, followed by numerous aristocratic clans. Below them were the humble families, known as the commoners, who occupied a lower tier. Further down the hierarchy were the vast masses of peasants, who possessed some wealth, qualifying them to reside in the 5 super cities: Qinglong, Baihu, Xiao Ke, Xuanwu, and Qilin. Beneath the commoners lay the marginalized, ragpickers, vagrants, and refugees. This demographic was the most numerous, lacking the privilege to enter the empire's 5 great super cities, forced to scrape a meager existence on the barren wastelands. In this apocalyptic world, the lives of the impoverished were akin to those of ants. Regardless of their class, the sole path to ascendancy was through military service and valorous deeds. The empire was martial in nature, requiring brave warriors to defend their homeland against the undead. Thus, imperial soldiers held a unique status, especially those who attained certain ranks, revered as the most esteemed individuals in the empire. Xiao Ke could hardly believe that he had risen to the rank of captain. Stealing a glance at the gallant Qin Bing, he mused, "A true man born in chaotic times must wield a blade of valor and achieve extraordinary feats. One day, I, Xiao Ke, shall carve a path through the mountains of bones with my battle knife. I shall use this modest rank of captain as a stepping stone to ascend to the highest echelons of the empire, to become a grand general." Though Xiao Ke's aspirations were grand, he soon found the harshness of reality. He quickly encountered his first challenge as captain. The 9 subordinates under his command disregarded him, showing little enthusiasm to heed his orders. The reason was straightforward. Aside from Xiao Ke, the other 4 captains were seasoned veterans, capable of commanding respect from their enemy. In stark contrast, Xiao Ke appeared youthful and lacked the imposing presence and martial aura expected of a soldier, devoid of any hint of bloodlust. The others perceived him as merely a fortunate opportunist who had stumbled into the role of captain, lacking any real strength in military hierarchy where strength prevails. None of the 9 subordinates regarded Xiao Ke with any respect, and naturally, they were disinclined to heed his commands. Led by Qin Bing, the 5 squads advanced towards Ginkgo Town, their ranks orderly and disciplined. In stark contrast, Xiao Ke's 9 subordinates trailed behind in a deliberately lackadaisical manner, their laughter and banter filling the air. This blatant disrespect was a source of embarrassment for Xiao Ke, particularly as he noticed Qin Bing, mounted on a magnificent steed, casting glances back at him and his men. Though Qin Bing remained silent, Xiao Ke could sense the judgment in her gaze, undoubtedly questioning his leadership capabilities. At that moment, Xiao Ke observed one of his subordinates, Duan Songlong, had inexplicably halted by the roadside. At the outset, Qin Bing had explicitly stated that each squad leader must maintain control over their troops, warning that any soldier who strayed would reflect poorly on their commanding officer. Realizing that Duan Songlong had stopped, Xiao Ke approached him with caution, exclaiming, "Duan Songlong, why have you stopped? What trickery are you up to?" Duan Songlong, a towering figure standing nearly 2 meters tall, looked down at Xiao Ke with a grin. "Captain, I'm merely taking a leak. Why the urgency? Are you afraid I might run off, or do you intend to assist me in my endeavors?" His flippant remark elicited lewd laughter from the other subordinates. Xiao Ke's face flushed with anger, but as he regarded Duan Songlong's imposing physique, he recognized the futility of confrontation. Duan Songlong was a legitimate soldier of the empire, whereas he himself was merely a pretender, lacking the prowess to match his formidable subordinate. If he attempted to discipline Duan Songlong, he risked being overpowered. Thus, he turned his gaze toward the distant Qin Bing, who had ordered a 10-minute halt and seemed to have noticed Xiao Ke's silent plea for assistance. However, whether she was intentionally testing him or merely indifferent, she offered no aid. Resigned, Xiao Ke spoke firmly to Duan Songlong. You would do well to refrain from any nonsense. Otherwise, you shall have no grounds for complaint when I take action. Duan Songlong, however, disregarded Xiao Ke's warning, grinning as he replied, Whether you assist me or not, I shall relieve myself regardless. The laughter of Xiao Ke's remaining 8 subordinates echoed around them, while the other squads looked on with mocking expressions, convinced that Xiao Ke was a remarkably ineffectual leader. Even Qin Bing seemed to shake her head with a sigh of disappointment. Before long, Duan Songlong returned from his brief respite. As he passed by Xiao Ke, he flashed a mischievous smile. You're quite amusing, you know? You follow me around as if you were my child. Ha ha ha. At this juncture, Qin Bing's voice cut through the air with an icy command. Rest period is over. All units, resume your march. Yes, Commander. The soldiers responded in unison, promptly gathering their gear and continuing forward. Qin Bing deliberately reined in her steed, falling back to the rear of the formation. She sat astride her magnificent steed, gazing down with a composed demeanor at the visibly displeased Xiao Ke, and calmly remarked, Do you find the role of a squad leader burdensome? If you believe you cannot manage them, you may consider stepping down to the position of deputy leader, and I shall appoint another squad leader to lead you. Xiao Ke lifted his gaze to meet Qin Bing's eyes and coldly replied, Report, Commander, it is unnecessary, I can handle it. Qin Bing was taken aback by Xiao Ke's defiance, raising an eyebrow in response. Very well, I shall await your performance with keen interest. As dusk descended, the group arrived at the site of a deserted mountain temple. Qin Bing instructed everyone to set up for cooking, declaring that they would spend the night there. The following day, after a half-day's journey, they would reach Ginkgo town. After a modest dinner, Qin Bing assigned a few individuals to keep watch, and the rest began to rest. Except for the sentinels, all others took refuge within the forsaken temple. Sleeping on the ground, it was evident that Qin Bing preferred not to share quarters with the male soldiers. She chose to stay outside. This not only allowed her to guard against potential nocturnal zombie attacks, but also enabled her to supervise Xiao Ke and the others, ensuring none attempted to escape under the cover of night. In the stillness of the night, Xiao Ke, curled up and just drifting into slumber, was suddenly stirred by the sound of someone clumsily rising. His eyes flew open, bathed in the soft moonlight filtering through the window. Xiao Ke noticed a tall figure approaching him, who then playfully kicked him twice, grinning as he said, Hey, son of a squad leader, your old man needs to relieve himself in the middle of the night. Care to join me and lend a hand? Many of the soldiers around them were still awake and, upon witnessing Duan Songlong teasing their ineffectual leader, erupted into laughter. However, what no one anticipated was Xiao Ke slowly rising to his feet. Holding his head high to meet Duan Songlong's gaze, their eyes locking in a fierce confrontation, Xiao Ke coldly stated, Do you find this amusing? Then let us go with that. Xiao Ke kicked open the door, striding outside with a stern countenance. Duan Songlong sneered, showing no sign of fear, and followed suit. The two emerged from the derelict temple into the open space before it, which was relatively level, leading towards a steep cliff. The bright moon illuminated the surroundings as if it were day. Several soldiers stealthily trailed behind, curious to discover the intentions of Xiao Ke and Duan Songlong. Even Qin Bing, unbeknownst to them, had quietly appeared from the shadows, narrowing her eyes as she observed the two from a distance. Xiao Ke regarded Duan Songlong and said, I have noticed your disdain towards me as the squad leader from the very beginning. Duan Songlong spat contemptuously at the ground near Xiao Ke's feet. What do you think you are? A useless piece of trash, unworthy of leading me. Duan Songlong? Xiao Ke narrowed his eyes. I am offering you a chance. Duan Songlong retorted. What? Xiao Ke raised his chin defiantly. Let us settle this with a fight. We shall see who stands victorious and who lies defeated, and determine who the true waste is if I win. You will bow your head and speak to me respectfully, obeying my commands. Duan Songlong scoffed, and if I win? Xiao Ke replied, Should you prevail, I will voluntarily approach the commander and relinquish my position as squad leader to you. Upon hearing this, Duan Songlong chuckled, saying, So, it turns out you are not only deserving of a beating but also wish to offer me a favor. Tonight, I shall surely teach you a lesson, and I have also resolved to claim the position of the 10 captains. Chapter 006. The Madman that ineffectual captain, daring to engage in a brawl with his subordinates. Furthermore, he has set forth a wager, promising that if he loses, he shall relinquish his title of captain to Duan Songlong. Duan Songlong is indeed formidable, ranking among the elite in terms of combat prowess within our group, though his arrogance is somewhat excessive. This very attitude likely explains why Commander Qin Bing has not promoted him to the rank of captain. Xiao Ke, on the other hand, appears to lack substantial training and does not possess the robust physique of Duan Songlong. His impulsive challenge, fueled by momentary rage, is utterly irrational. One can foresee the severe beating he is destined to receive from Duan Songlong. At this moment, dozens of imperial warriors had emerged from the abandoned mountain temple, observing the impending duel between Xiao Ke and Duan Songlong from a distance, offering their opinions. Captain Qin Bing stood in the shadows, her form concealed, intently watching the confrontation. She too found the analyses of the surrounding warriors to be quite astute. Xiao Ke could never hope to match Duan Songlong, and his inability to control his fury had led him to foolishly provoke a powerful adversary. At this juncture, Duan Songlong beckoned Xiao Ke with a casual gesture. "Come forth, pretty boy. Let me witness the extent of your capabilities." Xiao Ke, undeterred, lunged at Duan Songlong with the ferocity of a wild wolf. His right fist striking with the speed of lightning, aimed squarely at Duan Songlong's face. To his astonishment, Duan Songlong did not evade. Xiao Ke's fist connected with a resounding thud against his visage. Remarkably, Duan Songlong remained unfazed, save for a slight reddening on the left side of his face, as he grinned menacingly. "Is that all the strength you possess? Even a woman would surpass you." Xiao Ke, taken aback and infuriated by the taunt, readied himself to deliver another fierce blow. However, this time, Duan Songlong was not content to remain a passive target. Before Xiao Ke's fist could descend again, Duan Songlong propelled himself into the air, delivering a powerful kick directly to Xiao Ke's chest, sending him hurtling 3 to 4 meters away, crashing heavily to the ground. Duan Songlong, having toppled Xiao Ke, refrained from pursuing his fallen opponent. Instead, he raised his arms triumphantly, letting out a provocative roar towards the defeated Xiao Ke. The surrounding warriors gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "Wow, Duan Songlong's strength is truly astonishing, far beyond our expectations." Qin Bing, observing the fallen Xiao Ke, shook her head slightly, preparing to turn away. This was a duel marked by a stark disparity in strength, devoid of suspense. Xiao Ke stood no chance against Duan Songlong. Yet, at that moment, Xiao Ke, like an injured wolf, struggled to rise, letting out a low growl before charging once more at Duan Songlong. In an instant, the two were engaged in a fierce grapple once again. It is evident that Xiao Ke is genuinely enraged, and his strikes are merciless. However, Qin Bing also observes that Xiao Ke seems to lack any systematic training. In battle, he merely resorts to swinging his fists, completely oblivious to the most fundamental military combat techniques. In stark contrast, Duan Songlong demonstrates a clear proficiency in military martial arts, delivering powerful punches, kicks, elbow strikes, and shoulder tackles, each attack imbued with strength and skill. Before long, although Xiao Ke lands several blows on Duan Songlong's forehead, causing blood to trickle from the corner of Duan Songlong's mouth, he is swiftly met with a punch to the chest, resulting in a violent spray of blood, sending him crashing to the ground. Duan Songlong, a mixture of astonishment and fury, touches his slightly swollen face and gazes at the bloodied Xiao Ke, declaring, "You have lost, you scoundrel." Yet, as soon as Duan Songlong's words leave his lips, Xiao Ke grits his teeth and struggles to rise once more from the ground. Despite his severe injuries rendering it difficult for him to stand upright, he clenches his fists and advances toward Duan Songlong again. Duan Songlong, taken aback, meets him head-on, and they engage in combat anew. Within mere exchanges, Duan Songlong unleashes a swift kick that connects with Xiao Ke's head, knocking him over with a resounding thud. Just as Duan Songlong breathes a sigh of relief, thinking he has finally defeated this opponent, who, although lacking in strength, possesses an indomitable will, he is suddenly struck with disbelief as he sees the fallen Xiao Ke tremblingly supporting himself with both hands on the ground, shakily rising once more. Xiao Ke's left cheek is drenched in blood, his left eye socket cracked, and his face a canvas of crimson. Yet, he refuses to concede, gripping his fists like a zombie, his steps unsteady as he approaches Duan Songlong once again, intent on continuing the fight. Duan Songlong, both shocked and furious, watches the stubbornly advancing Xiao Ke and cannot help but shout, "You have already lost. Why do you persist in fighting? Why won't you admit defeat?" If this continues, I will kill you. Xiao Ke stumbles forward until he stands before Duan Songlong, and suddenly, with a swift motion, he launches an attack, delivering a devastating blow to Duan Songlong's nose. The nose, being one of the most vulnerable parts of the human body, is caught off guard by Xiao Ke's punch, resulting in a shattered nasal bone and an eruption of blood across Duan Songlong's face. Enraged and disregarding all caution, he seizes Xiao Ke by the throat with his left hand, unleashing a torrent of furious punches upon Xiao Ke's face, delivering a relentless barrage of blows before finally hurling him to the ground. Duan Songlong feels the ache in his right fist and the swelling on the back of his hand, alongside the pain from his fractured nose, which makes each breath a torment, and his bloodied visage reflects his own disheveled state. Madman, he mutters, casting a bewildered glance at the blood-soaked Xiao Ke sprawled on the ground. At the onset of this battle, he could never have anticipated that Xiao Ke possessed the capability to injure him, nor could he have foreseen the arduous nature of his victory. Just when Duan Songlong believes the fight has concluded, he watches in disbelief as the bloodied Xiao Ke stirs on the ground. Duan Songlong's pupils dilate, and he shakes his head repeatedly. No, do not rise again. You will truly die. Do not compel me to kill you. Yet, despite his face being a ghastly mess of blood and flesh, Xiao Ke still managed to struggle to his feet, inch by inch. Though he wobbled precariously in the night breeze after standing, he nonetheless rose. He even lifted his trembling right hand and beckoned to Duan Songlong with a crooked finger, his voice hoarse as he taunted. Come on, continue. Didn't you claim to be formidable? Why, upon seeing a little blood, do you falter like a coward? Duan Songlong, taken aback by Xiao Ke's audacity to provoke him despite his brutal state and to insult him as a coward, was utterly incensed. You little brat, you seek your own demise. Since you wish to die, I shall oblige you. Prepare to meet your end. Duan Songlong repeatedly knocked Xiao Ke down, yet Xiao Ke persistently rose again, an unyielding spirit that instilled fear and trepidation within Duan Songlong's heart. He resolved to deliver a decisive blow to Xiao Ke, for if Xiao Ke continued to rise, he himself would be driven to psychological ruin by the relentless torment. With his mind set on a lethal strike, Duan Songlong charged toward Xiao Ke with a furious roar. Using the momentum of his sprint, he forcefully planted his left foot on the ground and propelled his robust frame into the air, aiming a ferocious kick at Xiao Ke's head, a strike powerful enough to shatter his skull. However, Duan Songlong overlooked the peril of such an aerial assault. While immensely potent, it left the attacker unable to alter their trajectory mid-air, rendering it a grave risk. Standing unsteadily, bloodied and face swollen, Xiao Ke, with nearly closed eyes, detected Duan Songlong's fierce kick approaching and suddenly smirked, revealing a cruel grin that, coupled with his bloodied visage, appeared both sinister and terrifying. In a swift motion, Xiao Ke ducked, evading Duan Songlong's vicious strike. Then, like a ravenous wolf pouncing on its prey, he sprang from the ground, locking his arms tightly around Duan Songlong, causing both to tumble from the air. Due to inertia, they rolled upon hitting the ground, perilously close to the cliff's edge, and soon found themselves teetering over the precipice. In a moment of panic and rage, Duan Songlong caught sight of a pine tree as thick as a basin and hastily grasped its trunk, while Xiao Ke clung to him, both suspended precariously over the abyss. Strangled by Xiao Ke's grip, Duan Songlong gasped for breath, unable to shake him off as his hands were occupied holding onto the tree. He managed to utter with great difficulty, "Loosen your grip a bit. Don't choke me. We're both hanging over the cliff. If we fall, we'll perish." At that moment, with bloodied face close to Duan Songlong's ear, Xiao Ke rasped, "Big fool, are you afraid? But our battle is far from over. When you fight enemies on the battlefield, do you pause to say, 'We're hanging over a cliff. Shall we not fight?'" Duan Songlong's eyes widened in terror as he looked at Xiao Ke. Stammering, "You lunatic, what are you planning now, big fool?" Xiao Ke retorted, "Didn't you think yourself invincible? Why do you tremble now? How absurd. I fear nothing," he retorted defiantly. "Is that so? Then how about this?" At that moment, Xiao Ke forcefully grasped Duan Songlong, shaking him vigorously. The pine tree they clung to began to crack ominously, its branches creaking under the strain, clearly on the verge of breaking. Duan Songlong was genuinely terrified now. Regret washed over him as he realized that Xiao Ke was nothing short of a terrifying maniac. Had he known, he would have never dared to provoke this lunatic. Clinging tightly to the tree trunk, His voice trembled as he pleaded, "Stop. Please, you must stop. We will both fall to our deaths." "Ha? Is that so? Scream, you big fool. Scream? Why?" Duan Songlong stammered, only to be met with a deafening crack as the overburdened tree finally gave way in an instant. Both of them plummeted into the abyss, and instinctively, Duan Songlong let out a terrified scream. Below the cliff lay a pool of water, and they crashed violently upon its surface. Xiao Ke felt as though every bone in his body shattered upon impact, his internal organs churning violently. He nearly succumbed to unconsciousness. Just as darkness threatened to envelop him, he bit down hard on his tongue, the sharp pain jolting him back to a semblance of awareness. Duan Songlong, too, was in dire straits. His misfortune escalated when the falling pine tree struck his head as they hit the water, plunging him into immediate darkness, his consciousness slipping away as he sank slowly into the depths. His last thought before losing consciousness was a lament. He had been doomed by this madman. Xiao Ke clung to a floating tree trunk, gasping for breath, scanning the water for any sign of Duan Songlong, fully aware that he had likely sunk. After a moment's hesitation, he bit his lip resolutely and dove beneath the surface. Soon, he located Duan Songlong's unconscious form, grasping his hand and leveraging the buoyancy of the water to propel them both upward. Successfully rescuing him, Duan Songlong, in a hazy state, was unaware of how long he had been unconscious. He vaguely sensed pressure on his abdomen, and with a sudden retch, he expelled several mouthfuls of lake water. Weakly, he opened his eyes, only to find himself lying by the lakeside, Xiao Ke's face mere inches away. "Hey, you're awake." As Duan Songlong attempted to speak, Xiao Ke delivered a fierce punch, causing blood to spurt from his nose. Unable to contain a pained gasp, Duan Songlong cried out, "Ah!" Xiao Ke glared at him fiercely. "Now tell me, who is the useless one and who is the captain?" You madman, are my captain. I will listen to you from now on." Duan Songlong replied weakly, the imprint of Xiao Ke's madness forever etched in his mind. Yet, what truly swayed him was Xiao Ke's selfless act of bravery in rescuing him from the depths. Duan Songlong had completely succumbed to Xiao Ke's influence, willingly accepting his role as Xiao Ke's subordinate. Chapter 007. Awakening of the martial veins. Remember what you said, Xiao Ke declared before collapsing beside Duan Songlong. Utterly spent, he had relied on sheer anger and willpower to persevere. And now that Duan Songlong had conceded, the pain in his body and the exhaustion from his exertions surged forth, overwhelming him. After lying down, he felt utterly drained, lacking the strength even to lift a single finger. Both individuals were gravely injured and thoroughly exhausted, sprawled side by side on the bank of the waterhole, gazing up at the precipice above. Duan Songlong weakly remarked, "Captain, this cliff must be over 100 meters high, right?" "About 150 meters. Xiao Ke's voice was equally feeble, yet it bore an unprecedented air of confidence. This encounter with Duan Songlong had not only secured his loyalty but had also instilled a newfound self-assurance within him. Duan Songlong, feeling a sense of despair, lamented, "Then we're doomed. In our current state, we cannot possibly climb out. We can only wait for Commander Qinbing and her team to rescue us." Xiao Ke replied, "That woman, Qinbing, is eager to lead her soldiers to defend Yinqing town. She may not be inclined to waste time searching for us. Furthermore, upon witnessing our fall from the cliff, they might assume we have perished, so do not place your hopes on her." Just as Xiao Ke's words faded, a sharp female voice pierced the air. "If you do not expect me to rescue you, do you intend to die here?" Both Xiao Ke and Duan Songlong were initially startled, only to realize it was the voice of Sergeant Qinbing. Surprised yet elated, they turned in unison towards the source of the sound, where, some 20 meters away on the sheer cliff, a female officer clad in the imperial sergeant's uniform descended with the agility of a hawk. In mere moments, Qinbing stood before them. Duan Songlong, filled with astonishment, exclaimed, "Commander, you have come to save us." With a frostbitten expression, Qinbing narrowed her slender phoenix eyes, glinting with coldness. "I initially intended to assess your situation, but now, I only wish to eliminate both of you." A chill coursed down Xiao Ke's spine at her words. Her gaze was fixed on him, radiating an eerie intensity. It was evident that she had overheard his earlier remark regarding her. With a forced bravado, Xiao Ke responded, "Commander, you jest? A person as upright as you, upon learning that we have fallen, would risk descending the cliff to rescue us. Such a benevolent commander could never harbor thoughts of murder. You must be joking. Head out. In truth, Qin Bing did not slay them. Instead, she produced a military lighter, ignited it, and waved it towards the cliff above. Soon, a sturdy vine was lowered in response to her signal. After inquiring about Duan Songlong's condition, she secured him with the vine, and the individuals above gradually began to hoist him up. A perilous moment ensued when the vine suddenly snapped, severing halfway. Duan Songlong was terrified, acutely aware that a complete break could lead to his demise. Yet, fortune favored him, and he was ultimately pulled up without further incident. However, the vine could no longer be employed. Qin Bing lacked the patience to wait for her subordinates to find other branches. At that moment, she inquired about Xiao Ke's injuries. His entire body ached as if it were disassembled, making it difficult to discern where the pain was most severe. Xiao Ke regarded Qin Bing with a hint of wariness, acutely aware that she had overheard him disparaging her. Given her vengeful nature, he could not shake the feeling that she might indeed seek to retaliate against him. "Let me show you," Qin Bing declared, and without hesitation, she crouched down to examine Xiao Ke's wounds. In no time, she reached a conclusion. There were numerous injuries, yet most were manageable, save for the fact that his left hand was broken, which posed a bit of a dilemma. Xiao Ke was taken aback. He had intended to argue that while his left hand was indeed injured and quite painful, it did not seem broken to such an extent. However, before he could voice his doubts, Qin Bing seized his left hand and, employing an unknown technique, audibly snapped the injured bone. In an instant, his agonizing scream reverberated throughout the depths of the abyss. The warriors stationed on the cliff exchanged glances upon hearing Xiao Ke's cry, while only Duan Songlong instinctively recoiled, his mind racing with fear. Could it be that the captain's earlier disparagement of the superior had resulted in his silencing? Xiao Ke, suffering intensely, felt his lips turn pale, and beads of cold sweat cascaded down his forehead. "You devilish woman, how could you possibly break my left hand?" At that moment, Qin Bing deftly secured Qin Qing's left hand with two small wooden sticks, and then produced a military anesthetic to administer an injection to Xiao Ke, alleviating his pain. Coldly, she remarked, "Your left hand has sustained a fracture to a certain degree. By breaking it further, we can ensure a proper healing process, allowing for recovery without any lingering complications. Should we forego this, even if it heals, you will be left with lasting repercussions, and lifting heavy objects will be a distant dream." Xiao Ke found himself momentarily stunned by Qin Bing's words, initially questioning their veracity, but soon realizing that given her character, she was unlikely to speak falsehoods. Nevertheless, he could not suppress his irritation towards her. She had previously forced him to extract honey with his bare hands, and now she had broken his hand. He meticulously catalogued these grievances, vowing to reclaim his due at the first opportunity. Without hesitation, Qin Bing hoisted Xiao Ke onto her back, stating coolly, "Do not move. I will carry you up with that." She ascended with the agility of a gazelle traversing a steep cliff, effortlessly leaping and scaling over 20 meters as if walking on level ground. Xiao Ke's eyes widened in astonishment. He understood that since the onset of the apocalypse, a select few humans had begun to awaken their martial veins. It was said that those who awakened possessed formidable combat abilities and held high ranks within the military. It became apparent that Qin Bing was indeed one such awakened individual. In that moment, Xiao Ke found himself envious. As he lay across her back, his arms wrapped around her neck, he gazed at her beautiful profile and mused, "If only I could awaken my martial veins one day, how wonderful that would be." Qin Bing carried Xiao Ke on her back, traversing the cliffside with remarkable agility. However, she suddenly became aware that Xiao Ke was gazing at her profile with a fervent intensity, leaving her to wonder what schemes occupied his mind. Confident in her own appearance, she felt her cheeks flush crimson upon realizing his gaze, mistakenly believing that his close proximity had ignited some nefarious thoughts within him. In her heart, Qin Bing seethed, concluding that the lesson of losing a hand had evidently not sufficed for this rascal. He ought to have his legs broken. Indeed, specifically the third one. Were Xiao Ke to fathom Qin Bing's current sentiments, he would surely be overwhelmed with despair. Chapter 008. The true warrior Qin Bing, while carrying Xiao Ke, swiftly returned to the cliff's summit with ease. The surrounding soldiers, witnessing her impressive prowess, could not contain their excitement and erupted into cheers. In the military, strength reigned supreme. These warriors had heard tales of the Valkyrie's might, but had never witnessed it firsthand until now. which stirred within them a profound admiration. Qin Bing laid Xiao Ke down within an abandoned mountain temple and produced a vial of Angel's Kiss restorative potion for him to consume. The seasoned veterans present cast envious glances at Xiao Ke upon seeing the enchanted vial, for it was a healing elixir reserved exclusively for elite troops, a privilege denied to ordinary soldiers. This miraculous potion could swiftly mend injuries, healing broken bones in just a few days, as if kissed by an angel. However, due to its exorbitant cost, only elite soldiers tasked with high-risk missions were likely to receive such a supply. As a centurion, it was not surprising that Qin Bing possessed an Angel's Kiss potion, yet her willingness to administer it to Xiao Ke astonished the onlookers. Nevertheless, they mused that despite her usual cold demeanor and fierce disposition, she must possess a kind heart. Following such a commander was indeed a stroke of fortune. Given the turmoil that had transpired between Xiao Ke and Duan Songlong that evening, Qin Bing, as centurion, could not feign ignorance any longer. She cast a frosty gaze upon Duan Songlong and declared, "As an ordinary soldier, you dare to defy authority, not only disobeying the commands of the centurion but also resorting to violence against her? Do you comprehend your transgressions?" Duan Songlong, his head bowed in contrition, replied, "I acknowledge my wrongdoing and willingly accept my punishment." Qin Bing responded, "Very well. According to military regulations, as a first-time offender, you shall receive 50 strokes of the military baton." As she spoke, she prepared to instruct 2 soldiers to carry out the punishment. The assembled warriors gazed upon Duan Songlong with pity, for he was already battered and bruised. Enduring 50 strokes would likely prove unbearable, potentially costing him his life. Just then, Xiao Ke interjected, "Hold on." Qin Bing, along with the other warriors, found their gazes inevitably drawn to Xiao Ke. She furrowed her brow and inquired, "Xiao Ke, do you have something to say?" Xiao Ke responded, "Report, Commander. Although Duan Songlong has acted against authority, he is my subordinate, and I am his direct superior. Thus, I believe the decision regarding his punishment should rest with me. It is inappropriate for you to interfere in the management of your subordinates." "Very well, Duan Songlong shall be dealt with by you." All eyes turned to Xiao Ke, as the onlookers assumed that, given Duan Songlong's recent defiance of Xiao Ke's orders and his repeated provocations, Xiao Ke would seize this opportunity for personal retribution. After all, vengeance is most satisfying when executed firsthand. At this moment, Xiao Ke was already assisted into a chair, squinting at Duan Songlong before him. "Duan Songlong, do you acknowledge your guilt?" Duan Songlong lowered his head. "I acknowledge my guilt, sir." Xiao Ke nodded approvingly. "Excellent. Earlier, Commander Qin mentioned that first-time offenders receive 50 lashes. However, I recall that you are not a first-time offender. You have defied my commands on multiple occasions, categorizing you as a habitual offender. According to military regulations, how many lashes does a habitual offender receive?" Duan Songlong bit his lip. 100 lashes, Xiao Ke replied. "Very well, I shall impose 100 lashes upon you now. Are you in agreement?" Duan Songlong's eyes widened as he looked up at Xiao Ke, bewildered. He had pledged his loyalty to Xiao Ke. Why then was Xiao Ke escalating his punishment, seemingly intent on his demise? His heart sank as he lowered his gaze once more and muttered, "I am in agreement." The surrounding warriors exchanged sympathetic glances, lamenting Duan Songlong's misfortune in offending Xiao Ke, the centurion. Yet, just as 2 soldiers approached to escort Duan Songlong for his punishment, Xiao Ke called out, "Wait." Qin Bing was taken aback. "Is there more to discuss?" Xiao Ke replied with a smile, "Ah, Commander, I stated that Duan Songlong is to receive 100 lashes, but I did not specify that it must occur immediately. Given his sincere admission of guilt and his current injuries, along with our pressing need for manpower, let us defer these lashes for now and provide him an opportunity to atone for his actions. Of course, should he offend again, he shall face the consequences for both transgressions simultaneously." Upon hearing Xiao Ke's words, the crowd erupted into a murmur of astonishment, engaging in hushed discussions. Many speculated that while Xiao Ke appeared to be punishing Duan Songlong, he was, in fact, extending a lifeline to him. The onlookers struggled to comprehend why Xiao Ke, having had ample opportunity for revenge, would choose to spare Duan Songlong after such blatant disrespect. Qin Bing, however, regarded Xiao Ke with a wry smile, pondering, "What a clever fellow. I assist you in reprimanding Duan Songlong, and you turn the tables on me?" Yet, she understood Xiao Ke's intentions. He was merely protecting his subordinate. Such behavior was not uncommon in the military, where the notion of nurturing one's soldiers and indulging one's commanders prevails. After all, on the battlefield, who would willingly lay down their life for you. Qin Bing was acutely aware that Xiao Ke was attempting to win the loyalty of his subordinates. Naturally, she would not undermine his efforts. Instead, she feigned annoyance and remarked, "You are his captain. How he manages matters is entirely up to you. However, should he defy your orders again in the future, do not come seeking my assistance when you can no longer control this group." With that, Qin Bing pretended to be angry and swept away with a flourish of her sleeves. Once Qin Bing had departed, Duan Songlong hurried over to Xiao Ke, filled with both gratitude and emotion. "Captain, rest assured, from now on, you shall be regarded as my elder brother. When you instruct me to go east, I shall not venture west. If you command me to catch a chicken, I shall not chase a dog." As Duan Songlong spoke, he glanced at the remaining 8 subordinates of Xiao Ke, then added with a stern tone, "If anyone else dares to disregard your commands, I shall not let them off lightly." Upon hearing this, Xiao Ke's other subordinates exchanged glances, thinking, well, it seems Duan Songlong, who was the most unruly just days ago, has now become the captain's most devoted follower. Soon after, everyone reclined to continue their slumber, for they were to resume their journey to Ginkgo Town the following day in the dead of night. Xiao Ke awoke with an urgent need to relieve himself. He picked up the makeshift crutch that Duan Songlong had fashioned for him and cautiously struggled to his feet. With a careful gait, he made his way outside the mountain temple to find a suitable spot to urinate. Upon completing his task, he started to retrace his steps, when suddenly a voice echoed in his ear. "You have won Duan Songlong's loyalty, yet you do not rouse him to assist you with your nocturnal needs." Startled by the voice, Xiao Ke quickly turned to look, only to find Qin Bing standing not far away beneath a tree. He was about to inquire how she had come to be there, wondering if she had been tracking him, when he noticed a hammock strung between 2 trees behind her, indicating that she had evidently spent the night there. To his dismay, he realized that in his midnight wanderings, he had inadvertently approached her resting place. A sheen of sweat broke on his forehead as he stammered, "Duan Songlong is gravely injured and currently in a deep sleep. I did not want to disturb him. Commander, it is nothing of concern. I shall return to rest." However, Qin Bing called out to him, "Wait." Xiao Ke, steeling himself, turned back and replied, "Commander, is there anything else?" Qin Bing said, "From your earlier altercation with Duan Songlong, I observe that you lack even the most rudimentary training as a soldier. You do not even know the basics of military combat techniques. Coupled with what you previously mentioned about acquiring that soldier's uniform, could it be that you are truly not a soldier of the Empire?" Xiao Ke was taken aback by her words. Having finally attained the rank of a sergeant and recently won over Duan Songlong and his men, he feared that his true identity as a non-soldier might be uncovered by Qin Bing, threatening to render his recent efforts futile. He contemplated lying, but, upon meeting Qin Bing's icy gaze, reminiscent of cold stars, he ultimately bit his lip and confessed, "Yes, I have already told you that I am not a deserter nor a soldier of the Empire. I am merely a refugee. If you wish to expel me, it is still not too late." Xiao Ke had expected that by admitting the truth, Qin Bing would choose to dismiss him. However, what he did not anticipate was that, although Qin Bing was somewhat taken aback, she remarked, "No wonder, it was indeed my oversight to have treated you as a deserter. Nevertheless, since you have joined my ranks, you shall not consider departing. Moreover, although your previous identity as a deserter was fabricated, the appointment document I bestowed upon you as a tin captain is recognized by the Empire. Henceforth, wherever you go, you are a bona fide tin captain of the Empire." Xiao Ke was somewhat astonished. "So, you mean to say, Commander, that I can continue to serve as a tin captain and accompany you on missions?" "Certainly." After confirming, Qin Bing added, "However, do refrain from mentioning your prior status as a deserter to anyone." "Understood?" As she spoke, a slight blush crept onto her cheeks, for considering Xiao Ke as a deserter was her failure, and forbidding him from disclosing it bore a hint of concealing her professional lapse. Xiao Ke promptly saluted, "Yes, Commander." Qin Bing glanced at Xiao Ke, reflecting on how not only had she misjudged him as a deserter, but she had also subjected him to punishment and deliberately made things difficult for him, forcing him to remove a beehive with his bare hands. Recalling the scene of Xiao Ke being stung by bees, a faint smile tugged at her lips, unsure whether it stemmed from guilt or the desire to instill in Xiao Ke the true essence of an imperial warrior. She spoke, "Although you are now a genuine imperial soldier, your lack of training renders your current abilities inadequate, even inferior to your subordinates. Here is the plan. Every night at this hour, come find me, and I shall train you to become a true imperial warrior." Xiao Ke was both surprised and elated. Yes, Commander. Chapter 009. Unruly the following day, Qin Bing led a contingent of soldiers onward. And by the afternoon, they finally arrived at Ginkgo Town. Like all towns in the post-apocalyptic era, Ginkgo Town was dilapidated, with only a few decent buildings. The majority were makeshift plastic shanties constructed from bamboo poles, housing filthy vagrants, scavengers, and refugees. Upon learning of the arrival of Qin Bing's imperial forces, the town's mayor, accompanied by several guards, hurriedly came to greet them. Previously, Ginkgo Town had a population of several tens of thousands, but recent reports of the Black Shark Legion's defeat on the front lines and the impending zombie tide had driven most residents to flee. The mayor was exceedingly pleased by the arrival of Qin Bing and her troops, his demeanor bordering on sycophancy, and he promptly completed the handover of defense responsibilities. Henceforth, the defense of Ginkgo Town fell under Qin Bing's jurisdiction, granting her the authority to mobilize any personnel and resources during wartime. Esteemed Tin Captain and valiant imperial soldiers, you have endured great hardships on your journey. I have instructed the owner of the town's only tavern to prepare a feast. Please allow me to escort you there for a meal. Not in a hurry, Mayor. First, I would like you to show us around the town. I need to assess the situation here immediately and arrange for defense deployments. Haha, very well. Please, do not refer to me as Mayor. My name is Hu Binan, so you may simply call me Old Hu. The town leader, known as Hu Binan, swiftly guided Qin Bing and her companions on a tour of the quaint settlement. This small town was characterized by two intersecting main thoroughfares, with the remainder comprised of ordinary residences and makeshift plastic shelters. It was home to over 3,000 residents, alongside more than 4,000 vagrants, scavengers, and outsiders. As for its defensive capabilities, the town possessed little in the way of protection. Hu Binan commanded only a handful of private soldiers, sufficient at best to maintain daily order. However, to their surprise, there existed a mercenary group of over 20 individuals, known as the Wolf Pack, led by a man referred to as the Wild Wolf. This mercenary band was exceptionally well-equipped, their combat prowess rivaling that of the imperial regulars. Furrowing her brow, Qin Bing inquired, Old Hu, what is the situation with the Wolf Pack mercenaries? It appears there are numerous drifters and scavengers congregating here, and with the impending zombie onslaught, many residents remain reluctant to flee. What is going on? Hu Binan replied, Report to you, esteemed captain. The Wolf Pack mercenaries are here to protect the herbal traders during their transactions. As for the multitude of drifters and outsiders, they are drawn to Ginkgo Town due to the abundant rare herbs found in the vicinity. Herbal merchants have established their presence here year-round, and the local populace largely subsists on herb gathering. Many scavengers have followed suit, hoping to partake in the herbal trade for sustenance. Lacking other survival skills, they fear that leaving would lead to starvation, and they believe that the impending zombie horde may not necessarily threaten this place, hence their reluctance to depart. Understanding the situation, Qin Bing and Xiao Ke realized why so many remained in Ginkgo Town despite the imminent threat of a zombie attack. Qin Bing commanded, When it comes time for dinner, I wish to meet with the mercenary captain, Wild Wolf, personally. Hu Binan sensed her intention to temporarily requisition the Wolf Pack to bolster Ginkgo Town's defenses. He contemplated informing Qin Bing that Wild Wolf would not acquiesce to such a request, but after a moment's hesitation, he chose to remain silent and replied dutifully, As you wished, I shall dispatch someone to notify Wild Wolf to meet with you shortly. After surveying the town, Qin Bing instructed a sergeant to take his men and keep watch outside the town. Subsequently, she and the other 4 squads followed Old Hu to the only tavern in the town for a meal. Along the way, a minor incident occurred. As they passed through an alley, they encountered several scavengers lying about. Although these individuals were taken aback by the arrival of the imperial soldiers, one famished scavenger, upon spotting the rations of Xiao Ke and his comrades, feigned an accidental collision in a desperate attempt to pilfer a soldier's food pack. This ill-fated scavenger had chosen his target poorly, as Duan Songlong was among the imperial soldiers and was quite capable. He effortlessly kicked the scavenger away, coldly warning, Mind your hands, or I cannot guarantee the safety of my blade. This moment, Hu Binan approached with a leather whip in hand. Exuding an air of menace, he swung the whip down upon the ragpicker with ferocity, causing the unfortunate soul to roll on the ground in agony and despair. Yet, Hu Binan showed no inclination to cease his assault, all the while hurling vicious insults. How dare you steal from an imperial warrior? You are becoming increasingly lawless. Today, I shall beat you to death. You wretched creature, and perhaps you think this Ginkgo Town is your territory. Xiao Ke, who had once been a ragpicker and a refugee himself, observed with calmness as Hu Binan seemed intent on beating the vagabond to death. He interjected quietly, "That is enough." Upon hearing this, Hu Binan halted, and upon noticing Xiao Ke clad in the uniform of a sergeant, he immediately donned a sycophantic grin, saying, "Ah, yes, yes, yes. If the officer says to spare this wretch, then we shall spare him." Soon, Qin Bing and Xiao Ke, along with Hu Binan, made their way to the only tavern in town. The tavern keeper was a rotund man with a bushy beard, a single eye, and massive arms. He spoke in a low, gruff voice and was taciturn, his eyes occasionally flashing with menace, clearly not someone to be trifled with. Indeed, if he were easy to provoke, he would not be able to thrive in Ginkgo Town. The tavern keeper was colloquially known as the Barrel. As Hu Binan entered the tavern with Qin Bing and a contingent of imperial warriors, he bellowed, "Barrel, you fat lout, have you prepared the food and drink I ordered?" 50 portions of food, 5 tables worth, are ready, came the reply. Excellent. Now prepare an additional 10 portions to be sent outside the town for the soldiers on duty. Understood. Qin Bing, Hu Binan, and several sergeants took their seats at one table, while the other squads of soldiers occupied separate tables. The fare was simple: braised beef, boiled beans, and wild vegetable soup, though the rice was plentiful. Qin Bing picked up his chopsticks and commanded, "Let us eat." Instantly, Xiao Ke and the other soldiers picked up their bowls and chopsticks, diving into their meal with fervor, the only sound in the room being the clattering of utensils. This prompted Hu Binan and the tavern keeper to exchange glances, realizing that Qin Bing's group of imperial warriors was rather extraordinary. As Xiao Ke savored his meal, he suddenly noticed a ragged girl stealthily slipping into the tavern while others were distracted. Despite her filthy appearance, it was impossible to conceal the fact that she possessed the makings of a beauty, particularly her eyes, which resembled those of a timid kitten as she gazed longingly at Xiao Ke and the others, swallowing hard in secret. Just as Xiao Ke was about to take a hearty bite of braised beef, he noticed the girl's timid gaze fixated on him, or more precisely, on the piece of meat in his hand. This sight jolted him back to memories of his sister, who had perished from hunger, recalling how, during their days of wandering, she would always finish her portion first and then look at him with those same pleading eyes whenever he prepared to eat. A pang of sorrow twisted within Xiao Ke, yet his expression softened as he looked at the little beggar and gently asked, "Would you like to eat?" The little beggar was momentarily taken aback. After glancing around to confirm that no one was watching, she realized that Xiao Ke was indeed addressing her. She nodded repeatedly and whispered, "I want to eat." "Here you go," Xiao Ke replied, extending a hefty piece of marinated beef that weighed nearly a pound towards the little beggar. Initially, she was in disbelief, but then, summoning her courage, she approached to accept the generous offering from Xiao Ke's hand, her expression reflecting a dreamlike state. Just then, 3 armed individuals suddenly entered from outside, each bearing a sword and a handgun. The leader had his collar slightly unbuttoned, revealing a faint outline of a wolf tattoo on his chest. This man was known as the leader of the wolf pack mercenaries, Wild Wolf. Upon entering, Wild Wolf surveyed the tavern's interior before striding confidently towards the table occupied by Xiao Ke and Qin Bing, carelessly shoving the little beggar aside. The young girl nearly lost her balance but was steadied by Xiao Ke's quick reflexes. Clutching the marinated beef tightly, she softly expressed her gratitude, "Thank you, big brother." To which Xiao Ke replied, "It's nothing. You should go back and enjoy your food." The little girl nodded and turned to leave. Wild Wolf cast a glance at Xiao Ke and the girl but remained silent. His gaze ultimately settled on Qin Bing, as he immediately recognized her as the commanding officer of this contingent of imperial soldiers. Given her distinguished attire, Wild Wolf addressed Qin Bing. "I heard from the town lord that you were looking for me?" Qin Bing furrowed her brow slightly. In truth, the imperial soldiers and mercenaries held mutual contempt for one another. The imperial soldiers viewed mercenaries as faithless, fighting merely for money, while mercenaries regarded imperial soldiers as the lapdogs of the elite, looking down upon them. However, under the pressing circumstances, Qin Bing sought to suppress her disdain and attempt to temporarily enlist the mercenaries to bolster the defense of Ginkgo Town. She stated calmly, "I am the Centurion of the Black Shark Legion. A zombie attack may soon occur here, and I wish to enlist your mercenary group to fight in defense of Ginkgo Town. Naturally, you will receive the same pay as regular soldiers, and in the event of sacrifice, the same compensation as regular soldiers." Upon hearing this, Wild Wolf exchanged glances with his 2 subordinates before bursting into laughter. Afterward, he sneered at Qin Bing. "Ha, Do you even know what our commission rates are? Do you think we would be impressed by your meager military pay? Qin Bing replied coldly. So, you are refusing my summons and declining to help us defend Ginkgo Town? Wild Wolf leered at Qin Bing, taking in her attractive figure and taunted. I might consider it, but only if you personally accompany me for a night. Ha! Bang. Xiao Ke slammed his fist down on the table and stood up, glaring furiously at Wild Wolf. Duan Songlong and the other imperial soldiers present also rose in anger, their eyes fixed on Wild Wolf, unable to tolerate the insult directed at their commanding officer. However, Qin Bing raised her hand, signaling for Xiao Ke and the others to remain calm, and coldly inquired of Wild Wolf. So, there is no room for negotiation? I remarked. When will you accompany me to sleep? I, alongside my comrades, shall pledge my allegiance to you. I possess no other indulgences, save for a fondness for beautiful women. Upon finishing his statement, the Wild Wolf cast a fierce glance at Xiao Ke, for it was Xiao Ke who had reacted most vehemently. Xiao Ke, unwilling to yield, locked eyes with the man in a fierce standoff. The Wild Wolf averted his gaze and addressed Qin Bing, stating, I have spoken my piece. When you have made your decision, come find me. With that, the Wild Wolf departed, flanked by his two subordinates, casting a disdainful look at Xiao Ke as he passed. As the Wild Wolf and his two subordinates exited the tavern, they suddenly spotted, in a corner by the street, a filthy yet unmistakably beautiful young beggar. The Wild Wolf was instantly reminded of the scene where Xiao Ke had offered the beggar stewed beef earlier, and a sinister grin crept across his lips. He beckoned to his two followers and issued a few commands. Chapter 010. Weakness is original sin. After Qin Bing and Xiao Ke finished their dinner at the tavern, they followed Old Hu to the temporary camp he had arranged for them at the grand estate of the Zhou family, the second wealthiest household in Yinqing Town. Ever since the Black Shark Legion suffered defeat on the front lines and the zombie tide threatened to engulf the southern provinces, many affluent families in Yinqing Town had fled with their kin, including the wealthiest households. The question then arises, why were Qin Bing and her entourage placed in the abandoned estate of the second richest Zhou family rather than in the estate of the wealthiest Yi family? The answer is quite simple. The mercenaries of the Wolf Pack had already taken residence in the abandoned estate of the Yi family. Old Hu had initially feared that Qin Bing might be displeased with this arrangement and might even demand he compel the Wolf Pack mercenaries to vacate the Yi estate for her imperial unit. However, to his surprise, Qin Bing seemed indifferent to the matter, making no objections as she followed him to the Zhou family's estate. Yet, en route, an unfortunate incident occurred. On a plank by the roadside lay the lifeless body of a disheveled young girl, her corpse marred by numerous wounds, clearly a victim of brutal violation. Beside her knelt an elderly woman, weeping inconsolably. First, Qin Bing and Xiao Ke did not pay much attention, for in this apocalyptic era, death in impoverished districts was a common occurrence. However, as they glanced at the body and the wailing woman, just as they were about to leave, Duan Songlong, standing beside Xiao Ke, suddenly exclaimed, It's her, Captain, the very young beggar to whom you offered stewed beef at the tavern. What? Not only did Qin Bing furrow her brow, but Xiao Ke's face was a mask of shock, disbelief flooding his eyes. He immediately inquired of the grieving woman, What has happened? Just an hour ago, she was alive and well. The wailing old woman finally managed to stifle her cries, raising her head to behold the squad of impeccably uniformed imperial warriors led by Xiao Ke. In that instant, she resembled a drowning soul grasping a lifeline, immediately kneeling before them, exclaiming, Oh, noble warriors of the empire, you must seek justice for my daughter. Her death was so tragic. Amidst her anguished lamentations and accusations, Qin Bing and Xiao Ke's group finally discerned the unfolding tragedy. It transpired that approximately an hour prior, a young girl beggar had been forcibly abducted by several mercenaries known as the Wolf Pack. After enduring a harrowing ordeal for nearly half an hour, the innocent girl had ultimately succumbed to a brutal fate. Xiao Ke seethed with rage upon hearing this. Memories flooded back of the moment he had shared food with the young beggar while the mercenary, Wolf, had watched intently. When Wolf and his band of mercenaries had defied Qin Bing's summons and insulted her, Xiao Ke had slammed his fist upon the table in fury. He still vividly recalled the malevolent glint in Wolf's eyes as they departed. Was it because of his resentment towards Xiao Ke that Wolf had chosen to unleash his wrath upon the young beggar? With a fierce determination, Xiao Ke unsheathed his military knife, his face a mask of fury. I shall slay that scoundrel Wolf and his ilk. Du Ncngling and the others quickly restrained Xiao Ke, urging, "Captain, do not act impulsively." Although the wolf pack is outnumbered, they still number over 20. Though they are a private militia, they provide protection for drug dealers, a lucrative trade that allows them to offer substantial compensation to hire mercenaries. The wolf pack is well equipped, possibly even better than our own current arsenal. Should we engage them in battle now? Even if we emerge victorious, it would come at a grievous cost. We would be left with but a handful of brothers, and how then could we fulfill our duty to resist the zombies and defend Ginkgo Town? Xiao Ke retorted angrily, "If I do not take their lives, my wrath shall remain unquenched. Stand aside and do not impede me." Before Du Ncngling and his subordinates could step aside, the highest-ranking officer present, Qin interjected sharply, "Enough. Have you forgotten that you are an imperial warrior? Have you disregarded the sacred duty of an imperial soldier to obey orders? I did not authorize any action. Who dares to act independently?" Xiao Ke gazed at Qin Bing in astonishment, realizing that her perspective aligned with that of Du Ncngling and the others. They must prioritize the greater good and refrain from provoking the wolf pack. Frustrated and unable to find an outlet for his fury, he bowed his head, clenching his fists tightly. Qin Bing cast a glance at Xiao Ke before coldly commanding, "Proceed to establish camp at the Zhou family estate. No one is permitted to act on their own accord, or they shall face military discipline." With that, she turned to Hu Binan and instructed, "Lead the way." During this time, Hu Binan had maintained a relatively cordial relationship with the wolf pack. Despite their barbaric and lawless conduct that endangered the local populace, he believed that the residents were little more than commoners, and the loss of a few was inconsequential. Conversely, given the area's weak defenses, the presence of the wolf pack could, in critical moments, serve to deter external threats or zombie incursions. Moreover, Hu Binan had shared drinks with Wolf on several occasions, and thus he harbored concerns that the imperial warriors under Qin Bing might clash with the mercenaries led by Wolf. At this moment, it appeared that Qin Bing was prioritizing the greater good, seemingly reluctant to engage in combat with the mercenaries of the wolf pack. He breathed a sigh of relief and promptly led his two subordinates ahead. Before long, they arrived at the abandoned residence of the Zhou family. The estate was expansive, boasting dozens of rooms, ample enough for Qin Bing and his contingent to establish a temporary base. After arranging for Qin Bing and his team to settle in, Hu Binan dispatched a supply of provisions before taking his leave. By this time, night had already fallen. Qin Bing observed that Xiao Ke had remained somber since witnessing the death of the young beggar girl, his countenance dark and his silence unbroken. She discreetly addressed him, "Squad leader Xiao Ke, accompany me." Xiao Ke, who was currently tidying up the makeshift camp alongside Duan Songlong and others, glanced up at Qin Bing. Realizing she likely sought to engage him in a discussion, he set aside his cleaning tools and saluted, "Yes, Commander." With that, he limped after Qin Bing. It must be noted that the military-grade healing agent known as the Angel's Kiss that Qin Bing had administered to him was indeed remarkable. Within merely a day, Xiao Ke discovered that the fractured bones in his left foot were beginning to mend. Although it had not yet fully healed, the astonishing speed of recovery left him utterly astounded. It was no wonder the soldiers often remarked that wounds treated with the Angel's Kiss felt as though they had been kissed by an angel, healing almost instantaneously. Regrettably, the high cost of this military restorative meant its widespread use was unlikely. Otherwise, the incidence of soldier fatalities would significantly decline. Xiao Ke followed Qin Bing to her private courtyard, which contained only 2 rooms, one serving as her bedroom and the other transformed into her makeshift office. Upon entering the secluded yard, Qin Bing paused and inquired, "Do you have a strong desire to eliminate the mercenaries of the wolf pack?" Xiao Ke replied in a subdued tone, "But Commander, you do not permit it." Qin Bing raised an eyebrow and countered, "It is not that I disallow it, but rather that you are incapable in a battlefield scenario. If you cannot even best Duan Songlong, what makes you think you can contend with the seasoned mercenaries?" Xiao Ke was momentarily at a loss for words, though a hint of defiance lingered within him. He would never easily concede to something he had not yet attempted. Qin Bing shifted her approach. "Do you recall what I told you last night? I intend to personally train you to become a soldier, a true soldier. Only by achieving that status will you possess the capability to handle situations like today's. My decision to prevent you from seeking out the wolf pack is not due to considerations of the greater good, but rather because your abilities are currently inadequate in this apocalyptic era. Weakness is the original sin." At this juncture, Qin Bing paused briefly before continuing, "From this moment forth, I shall formally instruct you in military combat techniques and knife attack methods. Your left foot's injury has not yet fully healed. Are you certain you wish to commence my training now? Xiao Ke felt an unprecedented fervor for strength surging within him. Never had his desire to grow stronger been so intense. He could hardly bear the wait for another moment. Standing tall and resolute, he proclaimed loudly, "Report, Commander. I am certain that I wish to commence my training immediately, for I aspire to become a true warrior." Chapter 011. Training. Qin Bing stood with her hands clasped behind her back, her feet shoulder-width apart, embodying the quintessential stance of an instructor. With an authoritative presence, she exuded the unique grace of a Valkyrie. Although Xiao Ke's left foot was still recovering from an injury, he maintained a remarkably proper posture. Qin Bing spoke in a clear and crisp voice, "As a warrior, it is essential that you master the fundamental combat techniques, as well as the arts of offense and defense. I will first teach you the art of hand-to-hand combat. The principles of hand-to-hand combat are deceptively simple, for on the battlefield, any extravagant maneuver lacks practical significance. This combat system is a distillation of centuries of battlefield experience, comprising a mere 18 techniques. However, do not underestimate the number or simplicity of these techniques. On the contrary, the most straightforward techniques are often the most effective and lethal, capable of delivering a decisive blow." Xiao Ke felt his blood surge with excitement, nodding fervently. Qin Bing was a woman of decisive action, never one to dawdle. She preferred practical results. After her brief introduction, she promptly commenced teaching Xiao Ke the combat techniques. Although it was said that there were 18 techniques, in reality, only 9 distinct maneuvers could be strictly counted, as half of the 18 were variations of one another. For instance, the first technique, the stepping jab, bore a close resemblance to the 10th, the blocking jab, yet they serve different purposes. The stepping jab is an offensive maneuver, while the blocking jab deflects an opponent's attack while simultaneously countering. In simpler terms, the first 9 techniques are proactive strikes, while the latter 9 serve as defensive counters, with similarities between the two sets. Qin Bing demonstrated the entire sequence of combat techniques to Xiao Ke, who astonishingly grasped the concepts with remarkable acuity. After merely one demonstration, he was able to commit the entire suite of techniques to memory and began practicing independently. As Xiao Ke practiced, employing punches, kicks, elbow strikes, and shoulder tackles, he surprisingly mastered the essence of most of the combat techniques. This astonished Qin Bing, who thought to herself, "Some individuals are indeed born warriors, quick to comprehend, even capable of extrapolating from what they learn. Such is true talent." After observing Xiao Ke practice several iterations of the techniques, she pointed out a few misunderstandings he had, and then allowed him to continue honing his skills in the secluded courtyard while she retreated to her quarters to bathe and change. Though she had vowed to train Xiao Ke into a true imperial warrior, she had no intention of overseeing his practice. In her view, a mentor can only guide one to the threshold. The journey of self-improvement relies on the individual. Only those who possess an earnest desire to grow stronger will hold themselves to rigorous standards and diligently strive for improvement. One of Qin Bing's oft-repeated sayings to her soldiers was, "Do not pretend to exert effort. The results will not indulge your pretense." Qin Bing took a comfortable bath and donned a brand new centurion uniform. This time, however, she chose to let her hair cascade down her shoulders instead of tying it into a ponytail. This choice not only preserved her usual gallant demeanor, but also added an air of nonchalance and elegance. As she stepped into the courtyard wearing her military boots, Xiao Ke had already been practicing his combat skills for 2 hours. At this moment, he was drenched in sweat, his shirt clinging to his chest and back. Yet, Xiao Ke remained oblivious to his state, wholly engrossed in his training. He strove to ensure that every punch, kick, elbow strike, or shoulder charge he executed was imbued with lethal force, as if he were not merely training, but engaged in a life-or-death struggle with an adversary. He felt to him that even a slight reduction in effort or momentary lapse in focus could lead to his demise. He approached his training as if it were the final battle of his life. Upon witnessing this scene, Qin Bing narrowed her phoenix-like eyes, and as she beheld Xiao Ke's handsome face, etched with determination, she felt an unusual flicker of admiration for him. Suddenly, she called out, "Xiao Ke?" Hearing her voice, Xiao Ke halted his movements and turned to face her. "Centurion, my lady." Qin Bing stretched her neck and beckoned him with a finger. Though this combat technique is lethal, practicing it solo poses no threat. "Come, allow me to spar with you." Xiao Ke hesitated, feeling somewhat daunted at the prospect of facing Qin Bing, as she, being a centurion, undoubtedly held a far superior rank to his own modest position as a decurion. Engaging in combat with her could be seen as a grave offense. Moreover, the fact that he was male and she was female made the notion feel even more awkward. He was also acutely aware of Qin Bing's formidable strength. Facing her would likely result in a crushing defeat, an experience he found particularly unpalatable. However, as Xiao Ke lingered in indecision, Qin Bing expressed her displeasure. Hesitating and fidgeting. What sort of man? What sort of warrior do you present yourself as? With her words ringing in his ears, Xiao Ke realized he had little choice but to steel himself and respond. My lady, I beg your pardon. With a smirk that danced between amusement and challenge, Qin Bing urged, come on. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Ke unleashed the most fundamental maneuver. A stepping punch, he stepped forward with his left foot and propelled his right fist toward Qin Bing's chest with the force of a cannon. As his fist surged forward, he suddenly realized that Qin Bing was a woman, and attacking her chest with such a strike seemed rather inappropriate. Would this punch be misconstrued as an act of impropriety? Yet, he quickly dismissed his concerns, acknowledging that he lacked the strength to genuinely threaten Qin Bing. Xiao Ke executed his stepping punch. A flicker of embarrassment flashed in Qin Bing's eyes. Nonetheless, she met his advance without hesitation, deftly dodging his fist while simultaneously employing a grappling technique known as the neck twist throw in one fluid motion. She sent Xiao Ke crashing to the ground, eliciting a pained grimace from him. Within her heart, Qin Bing scoffed silently, that'll teach you to act brazenly with your elder. Still seething with anger, she addressed the fallen Xiao Ke, get up, do not feign death like a dog. After collapsing on the battlefield, do you intend to simply await your demise at the hands of the enemy? Xiao Ke, gritting his teeth against the pain, struggled to his feet and resumed practical training with Qin Bing. Over the next 2 hours, he could be likened to a human punching bag, enduring a relentless onslaught of various techniques from Qin Bing, ultimately emerging with his clothes soiled and his face bruised and battered. Xiao Ke began to question whether Qin Bing was genuinely teaching him combat skills or merely seizing the opportunity to pummel him. Nevertheless, after 2 hours of rigorous sparring, Qin Bing instructed Xiao Ke to take a 15-minute respite, indicating that she would subsequently teach him another essential skill every soldier must master, the art of knife combat. Chapter 012. The Valkyrie's apprentice Qin Bing allowed Xiao Ke a 15-minute break before departing. Exhausted, he sank to the ground, feeling utterly depleted after 4 consecutive hours of intense training. So fatigued that he could scarcely muster the strength to move a finger. Before long, Qin Bing returned, bearing 2 bottles of water and several compressed food rations. She handed 1 bottle of water and a portion of the food to Xiao Ke, stating, here, replenish your fluids and nourishment to restore your energy. Gratefully, he accepted the provisions and devoured them ravenously. Acutely aware of the importance of maintaining his stamina to face the uncertainties of battle, no one could predict when the zombies might strike or when conflict would erupt. Seated side by side on the steps of the courtyard, Qin Bing leisurely sipped her water while Xiao Ke hastily consumed his food. As she observed the profile of Xiao Ke, she reflected on her initial agreement to train him, motivated by the immediate need for manpower and her prior misconception of him as a deserter. However, she now recognized the wisdom in her decision to train him. While Xiao Ke was neither the most talented nor the most diligent individual she had encountered, he possessed a rare combination of tenacity and potential that set him apart. Such a gifted and hard-working individual would undoubtedly shine and soon evolve into an elite warrior. Once Xiao Ke had satisfied his hunger and thirst, he stretched comfortably and inadvertently turned to glance at Qin Bing, only to realize that she was seated remarkably close beside him. Were there others present, they might easily misinterpret their proximity as that of a couple. At that moment, their eyes met, and Xiao Ke's heart raced uncontrollably. Quickly, he averted his gaze, suppressing his emotional turmoil and any inappropriate thoughts. Yet, Qin Bing seemed unfazed by their close seating arrangement. In her eyes, Xiao Ke was her subordinate and comrades were akin to brothers. What was the issue with sitting side by side? Noticing the time, she addressed Xiao Ke, all right, time is of the essence. Let us resume your instruction in the art of combat. Yes. Qin Bing unsheathed the slender military knife at her waist and began to impart the techniques of lethal assault to Xiao Ke. The art of lethal assault, akin to that of hand-to-hand combat, emphasizes simplicity and ferocity, devoid of any extravagant maneuvers. The movements, repetitive yet few, have been honed through the crucible of battle into the most effective killing strikes. As with the instruction in combat techniques, Qin Bing first demonstrated the technique, then encouraged Xiao Ke to practice independently. Xiao Ke, possessing a keen intellect, swiftly grasped the nuances of the lethal assault. However, the only drawback was his slightly frail physique. After enduring 4 grueling hours of combat training, he now found himself wielding a standard 1.5 kilograms military knife to practice the lethal techniques, soon feeling as though his arms had turned to limp noodles. This unbearable fatigue nearly compelled Xiao Ke to request a respite. Yet, an image of his sister in her final moments flashed through his mind, along with the haunting memory of her starving in his embrace. He then recalled the little beggar girl he had seen at the tavern earlier that day, one whom he had not slain, yet whose demise was indirectly caused by him. Finally, the words spoken by Qin Bing earlier that night echoed in his mind. I do not prevent you from seeking vengeance against the wolf pack for the greater good. It is simply because your strength is lacking. In this apocalyptic age, weakness is the original sin. Weakness is indeed the original sin. It fails to protect one's loved ones, those in one's vicinity, and ultimately, even oneself. Strength is the path to survival, especially in this brutal world where the weak are destined for extinction, and only the strong can endure. Xiao Ke, initially contemplating the notion of halting his arduous training in favor of rest, found that thought dissipate in an instant. Gritting his teeth, he resolutely wielded the military knife, continuing to practice the lethal assault techniques. After 2 more hours of relentless effort, Qin Bing finally spoke. Enough? It is now time for practical sparring. I shall practice with you. With that, Qin Bing casually broke off a branch over a meter long from a nearby tree, intending to use it as a weapon to spar with Xiao Ke. Though utterly exhausted, Xiao Ke felt a surge of indignation at the sight of Qin Bing wielding merely a branch against him. Despite his awareness of her superior strength, he could not shake the feeling that this was a profound injustice. Noticing the look on Xiao Ke's face, Qin Bing understood his thoughts and retorted, before you become stronger, you should stow away that excess pride of yours. In fact, if you can withstand my assault with a branch while wielding your knife, you will have already reached the level of an elite soldier in the Black Shark Legion. Xiao Ke was taken aback by Qin Bing's assertion, pondering whether she was boasting or genuinely possessed such strength. It became evident why the veteran soldiers, such as Duan Songlong, referred to her privately as the Valkyrie of the Black Shark Legion. Just as Qin Bing had stated, Xiao Ke swiftly quelled his unnecessary pride, unsheathing his knife and summoning all his abilities to engage in practical training with her. He lunged forward, executing the most fundamental strike of the lethal assault, bringing his knife down towards Qin Bing. With agile footwork, Qin Bing evaded, her branch slicing through the air like a long sword, meeting Xiao Ke's military knife with a swift clash. Xiao Ke initially believed he could easily sever the branch of Qin Bing, but to his astonishment, Qin Bing's branch struck his blade with a resounding clang, unleashing an immense force that forcibly deflected his military knife. Simultaneously, the branch of Qin Bing shot forward and struck his face with a sharp crack, eliciting a pained exclamation from him as a red mark appeared on his cheek. Covering his face, Xiao Ke protested, "No more strikes to the face. I've already been left bruised and battered by you. If you hit me again, by the time I return, Duan Songlong and the others might not even recognize me." Qin Bing smiled lightly. "All right, let us go again." The two engaged once more, with Xiao Ke being effortlessly defeated by Qin Bing yet again. Over the next 2 hours, Xiao Ke endured countless strikes from branches, his limbs bearing the brunt of the relentless assault. Were it not for his indomitable willpower, gritting his teeth and enduring, he would have succumbed to the dual torment of exhaustion and pain long ago. Beginning training at 8 in the evening, they practiced combat techniques for 4 hours followed by 4 hours of offensive maneuvers. By 4 in the morning, Xiao Ke felt on the verge of collapse, at which point Qin Bing instructed him to cease training and return to wash up and rest. However, as Xiao Ke departed, Qin Bing tossed him a small bottle of military recovery potion. This was a standard type of military restorative. Its effects paled in comparison to the Angel's Kiss. Yet in moments of extreme fatigue and severe depletion of stamina, this ordinary potion could rejuvenate a soldier's vitality swiftly. Regardless of how grueling the training had been, a single bottle of this restorative would ensure that one would awaken the next morning full of vigor. Xiao Ke accepted the recovery potion, thanked Qin Bing, and returned to his squad's dormitory, where he took a shower in the dark. At 4:30, he consumed the potion and collapsed into bed. Upon awakening the next morning, Xiao Ke found that although his muscles were sore, he did not experience the debilitating weakness typically associated with overtraining. He was well aware that this was due to the efficacy of Qin Bing's recovery potion. Thrilled, he rose and joined Duan Songlong and his subordinates for their morning routine. As all soldiers, except those on sentry duty outside the town, were scheduled for a unified physical training session. When Duan Songlong and the others beheld Xiao Ke's bruised visage, they were taken aback. "Dude, Captain, did you go looking for trouble with those wild wolves last night? You look like you've been in a fight, nearly unrecognizable." Xiao Ke replied irritably, "It's from training. As for those wild wolves, I'd have no qualms about dispatching them if I sought them out." When Duan Songlong and the others learned that it was the esteemed Captain Qin who had reduced Xiao Ke to this state, they could only chuckle in disbelief, speculating that Xiao Ke must have unwittingly offended Qin Bing and was now facing her wrath in the morning. Qin Bing led the soldiers through their physical training, which included a running exercise. She guided dozens of soldiers on a run around the small town. As they passed a tavern, Wolf and his band of mercenaries were indulging in food and drink. Spotting the poised and strikingly graceful Qin Bing, Wolf leaned out of the window and whistled, "Captain Qin, have you given any thought to our previous discussion?" The matter spoken of by the wild wolf pertains to Qin Bing accompanying him in slumber, which led him and his subordinates to willingly heed Qin Bing's signals and temporarily follow her command to guard Ginkgo Town, preparing to fend off the impending zombie onslaught. As if she had not heard the wild wolf's words, Qin Bing swiftly jogged away. Xiao Ke, along with Duan Songlong and the other warriors, glared furiously at the wild wolf and his companions through the tavern window. The wild wolf, noticing Xiao Ke, observed that Xiao Ke had endured an arduous training session the previous night, and though his left foot had not fully healed, he appeared slightly limping as he ran. The wild wolf smirked, declaring, "A dead cripple can still serve as a warrior. It seems this Qin beauty has no capable fighters left at her disposal. Heh, I eagerly await her acceptance of my terms." Xiao Ke cast a glance at the wild wolf and his group, then jogged to catch up with Qin Bing alongside the other warriors. For the next 3 days, Xiao Ke was engulfed in relentless training. His days were spent in physical conditioning, while his nights were devoted to 4 hours of martial arts practice followed by another 4 hours of combat techniques. Each evening, Qin Bing sparred with Xiao Ke for 2 hours in martial arts and 2 hours in combat techniques. Moreover, she provided him with a bottle of ordinary restorative potion each night, ensuring that his body could withstand the rigorous training without succumbing to exhaustion. Over these few days, Xiao Ke exhibited remarkable progress, transforming daily. This was not only due to his keen insight and diligent training, but also because he had access to ample medicinal resources. A significant factor being that his instructor was Qin Bing, the Valkyrie of the Black Shark Corps, where a great master begets exceptional disciples. On the evening of the 5th day at 8 o'clock, Xiao Ke arrived punctually at Qin Bing's courtyard, prepared for another 2 hours of solitary martial arts practice. However, this time, a fully armed Qin Bing emerged from her dwelling, stating, "We shall not practice here tonight. Instead, I will provide you with a true combat training session. The warrior who has not tasted blood cannot be deemed a true warrior." Initially, Xiao Ke assumed Qin Bing intended for him to slay a pig or a cow for practice, so he curiously inquired about the location of this real combat. To his astonishment, Qin Bing revealed, "We are going to the Yi family estate. I have endured those worthless scoundrels led by the wild wolf for so long solely to provide you with a chance to hone your skills." Upon hearing Qin Bing's words, Xiao Ke nearly faltered. His mind swirling with disbelief, it turned out that Qin Bing had refrained from dealing with the wild wolf for many days, intending instead to use the wild wolf and his band of mercenaries as a means for Xiao Ke to practice. Chapter 013. We will come ourselves. Xiao Ke had long desired to take action against the detestable wild wolf and his ilk. However, Qin Bing had consistently forbidden it. Yet, unexpectedly, she proposed to confront the wild wolf's gang this very night. He immediately exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Excellent! I shall gather the other centurions and our respective teams to accompany you, esteemed centurion." Qin Bing rolled her eyes at him, replying, "Did you not comprehend my earlier statement? I have endured them for so many days solely to provide you with a chance to practice your skills. If we summon all the warriors, how does that constitute practice for you?" Xiao Ke, hearing her words, was once again taken aback, exclaiming incredulously, "Centurion, you cannot possibly intend for me to single-handedly take down the entire pack of wolves, can you?" Qin Bing, with a touch of exasperation, remarked, "You are hardly alone. Do you not have me standing beside you? What is there to fear?" Upon hearing her words, Xiao Ke felt a twinge of insecurity. After all, It was merely the two of them preparing to confront a band of 30 or so mercenaries, which was indeed a daunting prospect. Nevertheless, Xiao Ke was acutely aware of Qin Bing's formidable combat prowess. She likely regarded the mercenaries with disdain. Although Xiao Ke's abilities paled in comparison to hers, he reasoned that if she, a woman, felt no trepidation, he too should dismiss his fears. Moreover, the contemptuous glint in her eyes suggested that any further hesitation on his part would likely earn him her disdain. Enough of this, he thought. A mere chop to the head is but a small scar. Resolutely, he saluted Qin Bing with a crisp military gesture, declaring, "Yes, Captain. I shall accompany you at once to deal with that rabble of wolves." Seeing this, Qin Bing's face broke into a faint smile, a token of approval gracing her features. "Now you resemble a true soldier." Together, they stealthily departed from their makeshift camp, making their way down the south-north street towards the Yi family's estate, where the mercenaries were gathered. The street was largely deserted, save for a number of vagrants and scavengers by the roadside. As Xiao Ke and Qin Bing traversed the nocturnal thoroughfare, he deliberately lagged half a step behind her, presenting the image of a female officer leading a soldier. The number of homeless individuals diminished as they approached the Yi family residence. However, Xiao Ke surmised the reason. The mercenaries, known as the Wolf Pack, were hired protectors for the merchants, their sole purpose being to safeguard these merchants and collect exorbitant fees. In fact, in Ginkgo Town, the presence of the Wolf Pack deterred any vagrants or scavengers from daring to rob the merchants. This resulted in the mercenaries enjoying a rather leisurely existence, often devoid of any meaningful engagements. Possessing formidable strength, they occupied the apex of the food chain within the small confines of Ginkgo Town. Consequently, this band indulged in revelry, exploiting their power and engaging in all manner of excess, a classic manifestation of power's corrupting influence. The tragic fate of the young beggar girl, who had been victimized and ultimately perished at their hands, was but one of many unfortunate tales. Originally, Qin Bing and Xiao Ke intended to head directly to the lair of the Wolf Pack, the Yi family estate. However, as they passed by the town's sole tavern, Qin Bing abruptly halted and gestured towards the window. Following her gaze, Xiao Ke discerned 4 individuals seated at a table by the window. Among them were Hu Bin Nan, the town's mayor, and He Lang, the deputy captain of the Wolf Pack, accompanied by 2 of his subordinates. Xiao Ke furrowed his brow, observing, "It appears that Hu Bin Nan has quite the camaraderie with that rabble. They are like snakes and rats sharing the same nest." Qin Bing replied, "Let us move closer to eavesdrop on their conversation. If we are to eradicate the Wolf Pack tonight, we must ensure that none escape." Xiao Ke and Qin Bing approached the tavern with an air of calmness. The dilapidated state of Ginkgo Town bore no distinction from other impoverished slums, and naturally, the streets were devoid of any illuminating lights. Thus, Xiao Ke and Qin Bing remained shrouded in shadows, while Hu Binan and He Lang, among others, were oblivious to the presence of eavesdroppers quietly lurking by the window, listening intently to their conversation. He Lang, resembling a robust black bear with a powerful physique, stood with his chest bared, his torso adorned with dark curls, and his rugged visage exuded a fierce, beastly demeanor. His voice was equally thunderous. "Old Hu, have there been any unusual movements from Qin Bing and her group of imperial soldiers lately?" As Hu Binan poured a drink for He Lang, he feigned a smile, responding, "Hee. Qin Bing and her companions are here on orders to guard this place. Their task is to intercept any potential zombie hordes that might pass through. As for anything else, they are neither concerned nor equipped to manage it. After all, should a zombie outbreak reach here, their meager strength would be utterly insufficient. Therefore, it is already a stretch for Qin Bing to enlist your band of mercenaries. How could she dare to engage you in combat?" He Lang nodded in agreement. "That is splendid news. However, our captain has instructed me to remind you to keep a close eye on that woman, Qin Bing, in case she dares to strike against our pack. Should you notice anything amiss, you must inform us immediately." Hu Binan replied, Yes, indeed." He Lang continued, "You must understand, although Qin Bing and her companions are imperial soldiers, they are merely here temporarily on a mission. They will inevitably depart, whereas our pack will remain here with the drug dealers indefinitely. Your cooperation with us is essential for your survival. Should you attempt any tricks against us, you shall meet the same fate as that unfortunate soul who was dismembered by our captain." Sweat beaded on Hu Binan's forehead as he exclaimed, Yes, I am well aware of the situation. He Lang, it is getting late. Shouldn't we return to rest? If there is a woman in town that catches your fancy, I can fetch her for you." He Lang chuckled, "Old Hu, You truly understand our tastes. Although that young beggar girl was filthy, she was indeed beautiful. What a shame she met her demise. If I were to choose the most beautiful woman in town, it would undoubtedly be Qin Bing. Her figure, her grace, simply exquisite. Hu Binan chuckled along. Others may be easily dealt with, but as for Qin Bing, despite my admiration for her, I cannot possibly procure her for you. Outside, Xiao Ke and Qin Bing were hidden just beyond the wooden wall, eavesdropping on the exchange between the men. Rage burned fiercely in Xiao Ke's eyes, and even Qin Bing's gaze was filled with a deadly intent. However, she did not intend to act herself. Instead, she glanced at Xiao Ke, signaling him with her eyes as if to say, "Make your move. An opportunity for you to hone your skills has arrived." At that moment, Hei Lang's laughter filled the air as he jested. "Old Hu, you are not a virtuous man yourself. If you had the ability to capture Qin Bing, you would have already claimed her for yourself, rather than bringing her to me. Ha ha ha." While Hei Lang and Hu Binan continued their banter, a cold, male voice suddenly broke through from outside the window. "You need not capture her. We have come on our own." The expression on the faces of Hei Lang and Hu Binan transformed dramatically. Hei Lang seethed with rage, demanding to know, who is it that lurks outside in such a clandestine manner? His two subordinates promptly drew their sidearms, rising aggressively as they charged toward the window. One could not decide whether to label their actions as foolish or valiant. At that moment, Xiao Ke had already unsheathed his standard-issue sidearm, peering through the cracks in the wooden boards to discern the silhouettes of Hei Lang's men. Without a moment's hesitation, he opened fire, the gunshots ringing out in rapid succession. Bang, 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 puncturing the flimsy wooden barrier with several bullet holes, sending splinters flying. The two mercenaries behind the wooden wall quaked violently, collapsing to the ground with anguished cries, their chests stained crimson. After expending his magazine, having dispatched Hei Lang's two subordinates, Xiao Ke launched himself forward, delivering a powerful kick that shattered the wooden wall with a resounding crash, creating a gaping hole. Then, amidst the astonished gazes of Hu Binan and Hei Hu, he and Qin Bing strode confidently through the breach. Chapter 014. Born warriors upon witnessing the emergence of Xiao Ke and Qin Bing. Both Hei Lang and Lao Hu were struck by shock. Yet, while Lao Hu's astonishment was tinged with profound fear, Hei Lang's was infused with a seething fury. Just moments prior, they had dismissed Qin Bing and her imperial warriors as threats unworthy of their attention, only to be confronted by Xiao Ke and Qin Bing, who had emerged with lethal intent, with Xiao Ke having effortlessly eliminated his two most capable subordinates. This ignited an unparalleled rage within Hei Lang. As he saw Xiao Ke and Qin Bing enter, he violently overturned a table, sending it hurtling toward Xiao Ke. With a disdainful grunt, Xiao Ke stepped forward and delivered a crushing kick, shattering the flimsy wooden table into splinters. However, as Hei Lang hurled the table aside for cover, he seized the opportunity to launch himself at Xiao Ke. Towering over 2 meters, with his chest bare and a dense mane of black curls adorning his formidable frame, he resembled a wild beast. In stark contrast, Xiao Ke appeared as a mere child standing before an adult. Moreover, Hei Lang had keenly observed that Xiao Ke had emptied his firearm during the earlier exchange, emboldening him to charge recklessly. Just as Xiao Ke shattered the table, he realized Hei Lang was upon him. With a thunderous roar, Hei Lang charged, raising his massive fist, which descended like a cannonball, aimed squarely at Xiao Ke's head, intent on obliterating it with a single blow. Despite the perilous situation, Xiao Ke, having undergone rigorous training with Qin Bing over the past few days, remained undaunted. He nimbly ducked, evading the colossal punch, and seized the moment to dart forward, crashing into Hei Lang's embrace to deliver a ferocious elbow strike to his right armpit. The sickening crack of breaking bones echoed as the soft cartilage crumbled under the force of Xiao Ke's strike. Hei Lang let out a pained groan, his right arm falling limply to his side as he staggered back, his face contorted in agony. Yet, he understood that with Qin Bing and Xiao Ke now in action, they would not relent. The lifeless bodies of his two subordinates sprawled on the ground served as a grim testament that Xiao Ke had come with the intent to annihilate them. Although the Black Wolf had just engaged in combat and lost his right arm to Xiao Ke, he remained unwilling to accept his fate and hastily drew his weapon with his left hand. However, the firearm was still secured in its holster, and the process of drawing the gun, disengaging the safety, and aiming, all executed with his left hand, took a full 2 seconds. Just as he managed to aim at Xiao Ke and was about to pull the trigger, Xiao Ke, like a specter, lunged forward with uncanny speed. Seizing the gun's body with his left hand, Xiao Ke forcefully elevated the barrel, resulting in a thunderous bang as the Black Wolf's shot ricocheted off the ceiling. Without allowing the Black Wolf a moment to fire a second shot, Xiao Ke delivered a devastating blow to his throat with his right fist, shattering the Black Wolf's windpipe with a resounding thud. The Black Wolf emitted a muffled groan, compelled to relinquish his weapon as he clutched his injured throat, retreating in evident agony. Like a shadow, Xiao Ke pursued him, launching a powerful kick that emanated astonishing strength from his seemingly frail frame, sending the Black Wolf's considerable bulk hurtling backward to crash heavily onto the ground. The sight was grim, as the Black Wolf's chest caved in, blood gushing from his throat, his breaths becoming labored and shallow, indicating his imminent demise. The sparse patrons of the tavern, along with the proprietor and a server, stood in stunned silence at the unfolding spectacle. Qin Bing's lips curled into a slight smile, her satisfaction with Xiao Ke's performance evident. Even bordering on awe, it was clear she had indeed stumbled upon a treasure. Xiao Ke, born a warrior, had showcased remarkable combat prowess after only a few days of intense training, supplemented by expensive military-grade recovery agents. This display of fighting capability had left Qin Bing thoroughly impressed. At this moment, Xiao Ke turned his gaze toward the trembling figure of Old Hu, the town chief, who sat on a chair. His trousers soaked, he inquired of Qin Bing, "How shall we deal with this fellow?" Qin Bing glanced at the wet-panted Old Hu, her expression one of disdain and revulsion. Before she could articulate a response, Old Hu suddenly dropped to his knees with a thud, pleading for mercy. "Great Captain, esteemed Lieutenant, I have the elderly above and children below. I was forced to associate with the wolf pack. I truly have not committed any wrongdoing against you. Please, for the sake of my efforts these past few days in catering to your needs, spare me this once. I promise never to transgress again." Xiao Ke scoffed, retorting, "What you have done is merely your duty. As the local head during wartime, you are obligated to provide resources for the imperial soldiers. Are we to express gratitude for fulfilling your responsibilities?" Qin Bing raised her hand to halt Xiao Ke and addressed Hu Bin Nan. "You have acted as a pawn for the wolves, endangering the residents of Yinxing Town and even delivering innocent women into their grasp to suffer indignities. Initially, you would have faced a death sentence. However, considering the impending zombie onslaught and the need for an experienced hand to manage the populace, I shall spare your wretched life for now. Should you dare to engage in any further treachery, the corpses strewn about will be your fate." Old Hu, feeling as if he had been granted a reprieve, repeatedly bowed his head in gratitude. "Thank you, great captain. Thank you, great captain." Qin Bing coldly replied, "Do not mistake my words as leniency. You are to cooperate with our operation. I intend to eradicate the wolf pack entirely." Upon hearing this, Hu Binan's eyes widened in astonishment. Instinctively, he wished to voice his concerns about the impending zombie onslaught. Noting that the defensive forces of Yinxing Town were already feeble, and the imperial soldiers were embroiled in conflict with mercenaries, such internal strife seemed ill-advised. Yet, he refrained from uttering these words, for he discerned from Qin Bing's resolute gaze and Xiao Ke's recent ruthless actions that the sergeant was indeed serious about annihilating the pack of mercenaries. Ultimately, he could only weakly respond, "Yes, Sergeant. I shall do as you command." Qin Bing then instructed, "You will accompany us to the lair of the wolf pack, the Yi family estate. From your earlier exchange with the Black Wolf, it is evident that the wild wolf harbors considerable wariness towards our imperial soldiers. Their stronghold is likely to be heavily fortified. We require you to lead the way, to deceive them into opening their gates, thereby lowering their guard for our ambush." "Yes, Sergeant." Hu Binan replied eagerly. As Qin Bing, Xiao Ke, and Hu Binan exited the tavern, Xiao Ke surveyed the patrons and the proprietor, then coldly commanded, "One-eyed dragon, close the doors and cease all operations immediately. No one is to enter, and you shall not leave this establishment until dawn breaks. This edict is absolute. Disobedience will result in death. Do you comprehend?" The few patrons present nodded vigorously like chicks pecking at grain, while the one-eyed proprietor solemnly acknowledged, "Yes, my lord." Soon, the tavern's doors were firmly shut. The trio made their way through the streets towards the Yi family estate, the den of the mercenaries. Along the way, Hu Binan glanced around nervously. Xiao Ke narrowed his eyes. "What is it? Are you contemplating some trickery?" Hu Binan hurriedly replied, No, Sergeant, you misunderstand. Are we not heading to confront the wolf pack? I was merely pondering where our other soldiers are. Have they already positioned themselves around the mercenaries' lair? Upon hearing Hu Binan's words, both Xiao Ke and Qin Bing could not suppress a slight smile, revealing a knowing amusement. Hu Binan, feeling bewildered, scratched his head. My lords, have I said something amiss? Where are our other soldiers? Xiao Ke, with a nonchalant tone, remarked, to eradicate the wolf pack, the presence of just myself and the sergeant suffices. There is no need for additional soldiers. In truth, Xiao Ke's statement was somewhat boastful, for he had been quite hesitant and anxious at the outset. However, following their earlier minor skirmish, which resulted in victory, his confidence had begun to swell. Hu Binan had presumed that Qin Bing would lead a contingent of over 50 soldiers to besiege the wolf pack, only to discover that Qin Bing intended to bring along merely Xiao Ke to confront 20-odd mercenaries. He nearly faltered, almost collapsing onto the ground. At that moment, Hu Binan's expression was even more ghastly than that of someone mourning a deceased father. With a sorrowful visage, he implored Qin Bing and Xiao Ke, esteemed sirs, surely you jest. How can the two of you possibly contend with the likes of the wolf pack? Furthermore, they are equipped with high-quality gear and firearms. If we should falter, our own fates will be dire. Xiao Ke snorted disdainfully. What of us too? Setting aside my own prowess, our Captain Qin Fu could dispatch this rabble with ease. What do you fear? If you refuse to go, I shall take your life right here and now. Startled, Hu Binan exclaimed, No, I shall go, I shall go. Qin Bing interjected. If you wish to save your life, make haste and cease your prattle. 20 minutes later, Hu Binan had escorted Qin Bing and Xiao Ke to the entrance of the Yi family estate. Both Qin Bing and Xiao Ke were cloaked, resembling two personal bodyguards shadowing Hu Binan. As the trio approached the gate, a low voice suddenly called out from atop the wall. Who goes there? It turned out that the wolf pack had stationed a makeshift lookout tower on the wall. With someone on guard, Hu Binan lifted his head, the moonlight illuminating his round face as he grinned. It is I, the town master who'd I come seeking your leader, Wolf. The sentry atop the tower relayed the message. It is old Hu. Open the gate. With a creak, the gate swung open, revealing a man with a scruffy beard who spoke brusquely. Enter. Hu Binan stepped inside, with Qin Bing and Xiao Ke closely following. Upon noticing the cloaked figures behind Hu Binan, the bearded man caught a whiff of a faint yet distinct fragrance associated with women, causing him to pause, unable to discern the faces shrouded beneath the cloaks. He instinctively glanced at their feet, only to be taken aback by the sight of military boots adorning the two cloaked figures. The bearded man abruptly sensed something amiss and quickly lifted his gaze toward Xiao Ke, instinctively reaching for the firearm at his waist. In that instant, Xiao Ke's left hand swiftly covered the man's mouth, while his right hand drew a sharp military dagger, plunging it into the man's throat with lightning speed. Instantly, the bearded man's body went rigid. Qin Bing's eyes sparkled with excitement, for she realized that Xiao Ke's technique had become increasingly adept. He was naturally suited for this line of work. Without hesitation, Xiao Ke discarded the bearded man's corpse against the wall, just as two other mercenaries from the wolf pack approached, oblivious to any irregularities, greeting Hu Binan. Old Hu, what brings you here at this late hour? Our captain is currently occupied and requested not to be disturbed tonight. Before he could finish his sentence, a shadow leaped from behind Hu Binan. It was Xiao Ke, brandishing his dagger in the astonished gaze of the two mercenaries. He swiftly executed them, severing their throats with ease. The sentry atop the lookout tower sensed that something was amiss and opened his mouth to shout in alarm. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Ke hurled his dagger. But the sentry, in a panic, ducked just in time, causing the dagger to miss and embed itself in the wooden planks of the tower instead. The sentinel remained in a state of shock, just on the verge of shouting once more when, in that very moment, a flash of white light surged forth, and another dagger hurtled towards him with lightning speed, striking him squarely in the forehead. He was unable to emit even a scream as he toppled from the watchtower. Xiao Ke and Hu Binan turned their gazes towards Qin Bing, realizing that it was she who had swiftly intervened upon witnessing Xiao Ke's missed opportunity. In a lavish room, the wild wolf was entwined with a woman when a sudden knock at the door interrupted them. He halted, raising his gaze towards the entrance, and indignantly exclaimed, "Did I not instruct you all to refrain from disturbing me unless absolutely necessary?" The door swung open to reveal Xiao Ke, who smiled at the wild wolf, saying, I apologize, but I must intrude upon you this evening. Chapter 015. The wild wolf's eyes widened in disbelief upon seeing Xiao Ke. In the next instant, he sprang from the bed, instinctively reaching for a weapon positioned nearby. However, Xiao Ke had already placed his right hand on the grip of his gun at his waist, gently shaking his head at the wild wolf. If I were you, I would refrain from such actions, as it would only hasten your demise. The wild wolf froze, his gaze fixed on Xiao Ke. Initially, he had no intention of allowing him to don any clothing, but considering that Qin Bing was still outside, he calmly addressed the wild wolf. Put on those trousers, and let us resolve this matter. The wild wolf hastily grabbed a pair of long trousers from beside the bed and slipped them on, appearing to regain his composure. With a glare directed at Xiao Ke, he spoke in a low tone. You dared to ambush our pack. What has become of my brothers? At that moment, Qin Bing appeared behind Xiao Ke, stating coolly, do not worry about them. Worry about yourself first, wild wolf. Upon hearing this, the wild wolf realized that his subordinates may have already been slaughtered, or perhaps all were merely subdued by Qin Bing's men. Regardless of the scenario, the outlook was grim for him. Whether it was his refusal to heed Qin Bing's summons, his recent insolence towards her, or his deliberate humiliation of a young beggar girl connected to Xiao Ke, all could serve as justifications for Qin Bing and Xiao Ke to eliminate him. The wild wolf was eager to ascertain the fate of his men. If they had only been captured, it would imply that Qin Bing wished to subdue the pack for her own purposes. Yet, if they had all been killed, it would signify her intent for total annihilation, and he would surely meet a dire fate. His eyes darted around as he deliberately fixed his gaze on Qin Bing, sneering, Ha, Captain Qin, do you believe that by ambushing us and capturing my men, you can coerce us into submission, compelling us to obey your commands and assist in defending Yinqing Town against the onslaught of the zombie horde? Qin Bing, recognizing his ploy, remained unfazed and coolly replied, Your men are already dead. The wild wolf's pupils suddenly dilated. Qin Bing's words made him realize that tonight he could not escape death. After a moment of silence, the wild wolf slowly spoke. So, even if I were to surrender now and agree to your temporary conscription to serve you, you would still not spare my life. Qin Bing replied, It seems you possess a modicum of self-awareness. The wild wolf understood that neither Qin Bing nor Xiao Ke would ever let him go. Strangely, he felt no fear. After all, death was inevitable. Suddenly, he walked towards a nearby table where his two weapons lay. A battle wolf pistol favored by mercenaries, and a combat knife slightly longer than a standard military blade. Stop right there. Xiao Ke had already gripped the handle of his gun at his waist, simultaneously disengaging the safety mechanism, the firearm poised to fire at any moment. Should the wild wolf attempt to reach for his pistol, Xiao Ke was utterly confident he could shoot him down the instant he grasped the weapon. After all, the wild wolf would first need to disengage the safety, and no matter what, his shooting speed would not surpass Xiao Ke's. Although the wild wolf did not comply with Xiao Ke's command to halt, he refrained from reaching for the battle wolf pistol. Instead, he seized the combat knife from the table, turned around, and stood tall with an air of defiance, narrowing his eyes in contempt. Since you are determined to kill me tonight, do you intend to slaughter a pig or a dog? Or do you wish to slay a warrior? As he spoke, the wild wolf raised an eyebrow at Xiao Ke, tauntingly saying, If you seek to butcher a pig or a dog, you may fire your gun now. If you wish to kill a warrior, then draw your military knife and come at me. However, given that your Imperial warrior squad comprises over 50 men, double the number of our wolf pack mercenaries, your decision to sneakily ambush us speaks volumes of your cowardice. Thus, I surmise that this timid waste of space before me will opt to shoot me with his gun. Go ahead, fire away. Xiao Ke narrowed his eyes, a flicker of anger crossing them. Yet, he did not take immediate action but turned to Qin Bing, for the commander was present, and it was not his place to decide. A slight smirk curled at the corners of Qin Bing's mouth, revealing a hint of derision as he addressed the wild wolf. Ha, wild wolf. It seems you possess a certain prowess that has earned you the title of pack leader. Faced with imminent death, you remain unflinching, even resorting to provocation. Sergeant Xiao Ke replied solemnly, at your service. Qin Bing continued, You handle this. After all, tonight is your night of practical combat. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ke was momentarily taken aback. To handle him meant Qin Bing was resolved to eliminate the wild wolf. Having seen the corpse of the little beggar days earlier, Xiao Ke had already silently sentenced the wild wolf to death. Tonight, he was determined to rid the world of this scoundrel. However, in the face of the wild wolf's provocation, Qin Bing did not instruct him to simply shoot the wild wolf dead. Rather, he accepted the wild wolf's challenge and chose to engage him in combat. To slay him in a direct confrontation. In truth, Xiao Ke understood that without hesitation, shooting the wild wolf would be the simplest, most effective, and safest method. However, at this moment, he gazed at the battle knife in his hand, his expression haughty, his eyes filled with disdain and mockery, accompanied by a hint of the provocation characteristic of a wild wolf. He was overcome by a powerful urge to fight, believing the most exhilarating way to vanquish his opponent was to defeat them in the very skill they held most dear. For the wild wolf, that pride naturally lay in his combat prowess. Moreover, Xiao Ke was aware that tonight marked his night of practical combat. When they set out, Qin Bing had mentioned that enduring the wolf pack for so many days was merely to provide him with an opportunity to hone his skills. If he were to shoot the wild wolf dead with 2 bullets now, it would render tonight's practice somewhat of a cunning shortcut. At this juncture, the wild wolf's eyes were fixed intently on Xiao Ke. Facing imminent demise, no one is devoid of fear. Yet, the wild wolf understood that fear was futile, thus he provocatively sought to rouse Xiao Ke's ire. Should Xiao Ke act impulsively and engage him in battle, he was confident he could subdue him. If he could capture Xiao Ke as a hostage, his chances of escaping alive tonight would significantly improve. Nonetheless, the wild wolf's sole concern at that moment was whether Xiao Ke would dare to confront him. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he suddenly saw Xiao Ke draw his sidearm, disengage the safety, and casually hand the gun to Qin Bing for safekeeping. Then, with a swift and decisive motion, Xiao Ke unsheathed his sharp military knife, his gaze resolute as he declared, "Since you wish to die like a soldier, I shall grant your wish." The wild wolf was taken aback, astonished that Xiao Ke truly dared to draw his blade against him. And he sneered, well, young man, I find myself appreciating you more and more." Gripping his military knife, Xiao Ke, with the blade angled toward the ground, icy retorted, "While you may admire me, my sole desire is to slay you and make you pay for your transgressions." Chapter 016. The werewolf Xiao Ke, wielding his military knife, faced the barefooted and bare-chested wild wolf, who clutched his battle knife and proclaimed, "I know you wish to kill me as well. Come at me." The wild wolf grinned malevolently, "Then I shall not hold back." Without hesitation, the wild wolf lunged forward, and in an instant, they were locked in fierce combat. Whether imperial soldiers or mercenaries, both were adept practitioners of real combat, yet their styles differed significantly. Xiao Ke's fighting style was newly formed, adhering to the traditional ferocity of imperial soldiers, characterized by simplicity and brutality. Each move aimed to slay his opponent with utmost efficiency, prioritizing offense over defense, at times appearing to exchange injury for injury, life for life. In contrast, the wild wolf's combat style epitomized that of a bounty hunter and mercenary. His movements were rapid and fluid, darting alongside his enemy with the swiftness of a striking viper, continuously employing feints to probe for opportunities to eliminate his foe. While he sought openings to dispatch his opponent, he remained exceedingly cautious, placing great emphasis on avoiding injury, especially severe wounds. The divergence in combat styles between imperial soldiers and mercenaries stems from the former's deep trust in their comrades and their belief that the greatest warriors are those who fall on the battlefield. Sacrifice is seen as a mark of honor. Thus, in battle, they charge forth with unwavering bravery, undaunted by the specter of death. Conversely, mercenaries and bounty hunters fight for monetary gain, adhering to the principle that wealth reigns supreme. The comrades surrounding him naturally fought for monetary gain. Once a mercenary sustained injuries, particularly grave ones, there existed the potential for abandonment on the battlefield by his allies. After all, with one less mercenary, the remaining individuals could share a more substantial portion of the bounty from the mission. Consequently, bounty hunters were exceedingly cautious to avoid injury during their confrontations with mercenaries, particularly severe wounds. Qin Bing observed coldly from the sidelines, witnessing the fierce clash between Xiao Ke and the wolf. To be fair, the wolf's prowess was slightly superior to Xiao Ke's, being a seasoned mercenary. However, when engaged in combat, Xiao Ke not only embodied the ferocity and valor of military killing techniques, but also unleashed his own frenzied spirit to its fullest extent. Xiao Ke disregarded his own defense, employing a mutually destructive strategy of exchanging wounds, which rendered the wolf quite vexed. Not only did the wolf fail to gain any advantage, but several times, due to his excessive concern for his own well-being, he hesitated to confront Xiao Ke head-on, resulting in frequent retreats that left him exasperated and shouting in frustration. Soon enough, the wolf could no longer tolerate Xiao Ke's relentless assaults. Faced with Xiao Ke's strategy of trading injury for injury, he abandoned his evasive tactics and chose to engage Xiao Ke directly. With a swift motion, the two passed each other, their blades barely grazing one another, blood instantly spilling forth. The wolf, both startled and enraged, glanced down at his chest. Xiao Ke's blade had not only torn through his clothing but also sliced into his flesh, nearly reaching the bone. A patch of crimson stained his front, causing him to gasp in pain. In truth, Xiao Ke was not in a much better state, having sustained a long gash beneath his armpit that was even deeper and more severe than the wolf's wound. Yet, Xiao Ke appeared utterly unfazed, immediately brandishing his military knife and lunging forward like a hawk, the blade slicing towards the wolf's neck with lethal precision. His movements remained fluid, and his lethal strikes continued unabated, as though the gaping wound under his arm were of no consequence. The wolf, a tumult of emotions, rage and pain, gasped in agony, yet Xiao Ke seemed entirely unaffected. The wolf even began to suspect whether Xiao Ke had somehow severed his pain receptors, rendering him devoid of sensation. However, at that moment, Xiao Ke's blade was already closing in, leaving the wolf no time for further contemplation as he hastily raised his weapon to block. With a resounding clash, Xiao Ke's military knife met the wolf's battle blade, only to rebound instantly. It became clear that Xiao Ke had employed a bouncing knife technique. As the military knife sprang back, it struck swiftly towards the wolf's shoulder, opening a deep wound that exposed the stark whiteness of bone. The wolf's battle blade also carved a lengthy cut across Xiao Ke's left arm, and the two retreated once more. The wolf, now a mix of shock and fury, glared at Xiao Ke, exclaiming, "You madman!" In the distance, Qin Bing, observing with a detached demeanor, recalled the previous encounter between Xiao Ke and Duan Songlong, where Duan Songlong had similarly been tormented into submission by Xiao Ke's deranged fighting style. The wolf, clearly accustomed to a life of luxury, was utterly outmatched in terms of enduring pain compared to the self-flagellating Xiao Ke. Xiao Ke remained silent, pressing forward with renewed vigor to unleash even more ferocious assaults. In truth, he was well aware of the pain, but such discomfort was trivial in his eyes. He has survived at the very bottom, facing an array of threats each day, perpetually struggling on the brink of death. Enduring countless hardships, in comparison, the injuries he bears are of little consequence. Xiao Ke continues to adopt an aggressive offensive, even resorting to a tit-for-tat approach, while the wolf has made several attempts to eliminate him but has ultimately failed. As their physical wounds multiply, both have nearly transformed into mere figures of blood. The difference lies in Xiao Ke's unwavering gaze and agile movements, despite his many injuries, including two particularly grave wounds. In stark contrast, the wolf, battered and breathless, with a deep stab wound to his chest, coughs up blood while muttering curses, as if in a daze. Madman, a complete madman, a deranged lunatic. The clash of Xiao Ke's military knife against the wolf's battle blade resounds, forcing the opponent's weapon aside. At last, the opportunity arises, and without hesitation, he strikes, severing the wolf's right arm cleanly at the shoulder with a decisive snap. The wolf's arm, along with the blade he wielded, tumbles to the ground. Seizing the moment, Xiao Ke delivers a powerful kick to the wolf's chest, sending him crashing against the wall before collapsing to the floor. Approaching, with his bloodied military knife in hand, Xiao Ke looms over the wolf, who lies gasping for breath, and coldly declares, "You have lost. Ordinarily, I do not strike down the defenseless, but you are an exception, for you should not have harmed that little beggar." The near-defeated wolf glares at Xiao Ke, his breaths labored and animalistic, seemingly unwilling to accept his defeat. Xiao Ke adds, "By the way, allow me to inform you of something." The wolf stares at him in bewilderment, only to hear Xiao Ke continue, "Tonight, we will encircle your pack. We have not deployed all our warriors. It is merely myself and Captain Qian. Thus, you and your subordinates have met a just fate." The wolf's eyes widen in disbelief. Could it be that all 20 of his men were vanquished by just Qin Bing and Xiao Ke? In that moment, a flash of steel signals Xiao Ke's military knife plunging into the wolf's chest. As the wolf's consciousness fades, the last words he hears are, "This blade is for that little girl beggar." After slaying the wolf, Xiao Ke's body sways slightly, nearly toppling over. The release of his tension brings forth a surge of pain that crashes over him like a tempest. At that moment, Qin Bing approaches, her brow furrowed, concern lacing her voice as she inquires, "Are you all right?" Xiao Ke manages a smile that is more grotesque than sorrowful, replying, "Reporting, Commander, I won't die." Qin Bing tosses him a small vial of standard military healing potion and retorts with a scoff, "Even if you may not perish just yet, you are certainly not far from it. The combat techniques I taught you have gone entirely unutilized. Otherwise, how could you have allowed yourself to be reduced to this state while dispatching a mere mercenary captain?" Although Xiao Ke was reprimanded by Qin Bing, he accepted the small vial of restorative potion thrown to him, which still bore the warmth of Qin Bing's touch. Warming his heart, he softly replied, "Yes, I will be more careful in the future." Qin Bing responded, after taking the restorative potion, "I do not wish for all the hard work I put into training you over these days to come to naught." "Yes, Commander." Xiao Ke raised his head and downed the military restorative potion in one gulp, akin to consuming strong liquor. A surge of warmth coursed through his lower abdomen, radiating throughout his limbs. Wherever the warmth spread, the pain and fatigue significantly diminished, allowing Xiao Ke to regain a semblance of vigor. At that moment, he suddenly heard a rustle nearby. It was the woman on the bed, covering her mouth in terror as she gazed at Qin Bing and Xiao Ke. Qin Bing cast a glance at her without uttering a word and then departed with Xiao Ke. Outside, Hu Bin Nan stood upright, his gaze unwavering as he awaited their emergence. Having discreetly observed the earlier events, he comprehended the gravity of the situation. The leader of the wolf mercenary team had been ruthlessly eliminated by Xiao Ke now. Upon seeing Qin Bing and Xiao Ke, his eyes were filled with dread. Qin Bing, upon encountering Hu Bin Nan, coldly instructed, "Summon personnel to clean this place, and ensure that all their equipment and supplies are delivered to our temporary campsite." "Yes, my lord," Hu Bin Nan replied promptly. Soon, Qin Bing and Xiao Ke returned to the temporary campsite, specifically the Zhou family residence. The sentinels on watch, upon spotting Qin Bing and Xiao Ke, especially noticing Xiao Ke drenched in blood, gasped in shock. "Captain, what happened? Were you attacked?" As the sentry's alarm echoed, numerous soldiers rushed out from various corners, their faces a mix of anger and concern. An attack? Who dared to assault the captain? Among those who emerged were Duan Songlong and Xiao Ke's subordinates. Upon seeing Xiao Ke in such a state, Duan Songlong erupted in fury. "Captain, who did this? Was it that rabble from the wolf mercenaries? We must go and annihilate them immediately." Xiao Ke recognized Duan Songlong's genuine concern, knowing that this man regarded him as a brother. While he felt a flicker of joy within, he feigned annoyance and replied, "It's just a minor injury. Why are you making such a fuss? Do you not see the captain is beside us? Shouldn't we be mindful of our team's image?" Duan Songlong, supporting Xiao Ke, anxiously retorted, "Oh my captain, you've been so gravely harmed. What does image matter now? We must seek vengeance on those scoundrels. There's no need." Xiao Ke insisted. "No need?" Duan Songlong's eyes widened in disbelief, turning to Qin Bing with a hint of defiance. He stubbornly pressed on, "Commander, we understand your desire to prioritize the greater good, not wanting to engage in infighting with mercenaries before the impending zombie onslaught. But look at what they've done to our captain. Must we continue to endure the bullying from those scoundrels?" Qin Bing smiled and instructed, "Perhaps you should explain the situation to everyone." Duan Songlong and the others pondered, "If even our captain has been dealt with, what further justification is there for not rallying everyone for revenge?" However, despite these thoughts, they all turned their gazes towards Xiao Ke. With a smile, Xiao Ke clarified, "When I said it is unnecessary, I did not mean we should not seek vengeance against that pack of wolves. Rather, the entire wolf pack was annihilated by me and the chief just half an hour ago." "What? The wolf pack has been exterminated? You and the chief took down the entire pack?" Duan Songlong and the dozens of warriors present were left speechless, their faces reflecting disbelief. Unable to contain himself, Duan Songlong quietly asked Xiao Ke, "Captain, is that truly the case?" Xiao Ke replied with irritation, "Even if you doubt my abilities, you should have faith in our commander's prowess, right?" Everyone turned their attention to Qin Bing, who donned the attire of a chief and wore military boots, her hair cascading freely rather than tied up as usual. The flowing locks added a touch of femininity to her otherwise valiant demeanor. Qin Bing, renowned as the Valkyrie of the Black Shark Corps, possessed formidable combat prowess. It was well known that during their initial retreat, not a single soldier dared to flee when she was in command. Nods of agreement spread among the group as they remarked, "Indeed, with the chief personally intervening, the rabble of the wolf pack would stand no chance. Qin Bing chuckled, "You misunderstand. I was merely overseeing the battlefield tonight. The majority of the enemies fell to Captain Xiao Ke's blade. Even the dire wolf was slain by him in direct confrontation." Instantly, every eye widened in astonishment as they gazed at Xiao Ke, baffled by the sudden elevation of his strength. If to corroborate Qin Bing's assertion, Hu Binan arrived with a group of servants, transporting the supplies and weapons of the mercenaries from the wolf pack. Alongside, they brought the battered corpse of the dire wolf, as Hu Binan intended to consult Qin Bing about hanging the creature's body in the center of the town as a cautionary display. Observing the numerous wounds on the dire wolf's body and then glancing at Xiao Ke, who bore his own injuries, Duong Songlong and the others could vividly imagine the ferocity of the battle. They all came to believe in Qin Bing's earlier statements, and Duong Songlong, with a peculiar expression, remarked, "From the dire wolf's injuries and those on you, Captain, I can surmise that you resorted to your reckless, desperate fighting style again." Chapter 017. The zombie onslaught. After Qin Bing and her team eradicated the mercenaries of the wolf pack, Silver Ginkgo Town was free from potential threats, yet it had also lost any possible allies. Faced with the imminent tide of zombies that could surge at any moment, they had no choice but to rely on themselves for defense. For the next 2 days, tranquility reigned. On this particular day, Xiao Ke was engaged in sparring with Duong Songlong at the training grounds of their temporary camp, surrounded by 8 teammates who were keenly observing the live demonstration. Although Xiao Ke had previously triumphed over Duong Songlong, that victory had been influenced by numerous factors. For instance, the resolute character of Xiao Ke, his frenzied combat style, and the favor of Lady Luck. Without any one of these elements, he would have been unable to triumph over Duong Songlong in that duel. To put it simply, Xiao Ke's victory over Duong Songlong was largely attributable to fortune. However, merely 10 days have passed, and Xiao Ke's martial prowess has undergone a remarkable transformation. He deftly evades Duong Songlong's punches and executes a textbook-perfect neck throw, cleanly toppling Duong Songlong to the ground. This marks the 13th time today that Duong Songlong has been brought down by Xiao Ke during their training session. Bruised and battered, Duong Songlong winces in pain as he struggles to rise, exclaiming, "I won't come back. I can't match up to you anymore, Captain. That said, your progress is truly impressive." Xiao Ke smiles faintly and replies, "It's not that I've advanced quickly. It's that you all have stagnated during this time." Although Duong Songlong and his comrades have not seen significant improvements in their combat capabilities, they have reached the level of regular soldiers. The fact that Xiao Ke has surpassed them in just 10 days speaks to his remarkable progress, undoubtedly aided by his innate talent, diligent effort, and the personal tutelage of Valkyrie Qin Bing. Just as Xiao Ke intends to practice with other team members, he suddenly hears the distant sound of the duty officer's whistle signaling an emergency assembly. Exchanging glances with Duong Songlong and the others, they all realize that something may be amiss. Xiao Ke speaks in a low voice, "Black Shark Legion, Orca Combat Camp, First Squad. All soldiers assemble." "Yes, Captain." Soon, Xiao Ke's 10-man squad, along with 3 other 10-man squads stationed at the camp, totaling 40 warriors, are lined up in formation at the training ground. Following this, Qin Bing, clad in military attire, strides purposefully towards the soldiers with a serious expression on her delicate face. She scans the group of warriors, including Xiao Ke, before solemnly announcing, "I bring bad news." The 5th Squad, responsible for sentry duty and reconnaissance, has reported that they have encountered a small number of zombies wandering about 5 kilometers from Inqing Town, and these scattered zombies are advancing in our direction. A wave of alarm sweeps over Xiao Ke and his comrades. Although the scouts have only mentioned the presence of a few wandering zombies, they all understand that the emergence of a zombie horde is imminent, heralding the arrival of a larger wave. This signifies the onset of perilous times ahead. Qin Bing continues, as the zombies approach, "I know fear grips your hearts, but we must not retreat. We have received a direct order from above. We must hold this ground. If the town stands, the people live. If it falls, we perish." Observing the varied expressions on the faces of her comrades, she adds, "However, while this crisis is indeed perilous, it also presents an opportunity. As long as we fight valiantly and slay any zombies, each kill will be duly recorded. Promotions occur most rapidly during wartime, and I possess numerous appointment letters for centurions, and even one for a 1,000-man commander. My deputy, if any of you aspire to become a centurion of the Empire or a 1,000-man commander in our Orca combat camp, then make sure to perform admirably. If the position of centurion fails to stir the hearts of the masses, then the role of a 1,000-man commander undoubtedly ignites fervor among all warriors present. What does the title of 1,000-man commander signify? Typically held by those of a school-level military rank, attaining this position implies that the individual has at least reached the rank of major, marking their formal entry into the backbone of the empire, a new aristocracy, if you will. The empire has always maintained a rigid hierarchy. At the pinnacle resides the imperial family, followed by several esteemed clans. Then the gentry, the humble families, and finally, the commoners, with the lowest tier comprising refugees, vagrants, scavengers, and the forsaken. Once, the empire boasted 10 great metropolises. However, 5 have succumbed to the undead, now territories claimed by zombies. Of the remaining 5, Qinglong, Baihu, Xiao Ke, Xuanwu, and Qilin. Only those of commoner status or above are permitted entry into these grand cities. The vast majority of refugees, impoverished individuals, and scavengers are barred from residing within the safety of these urban strongholds, forced instead to endure a harsh existence on the fringes of society, teetering on the brink of death. Xiao Ke and Duan Songlong, along with their fellow warriors, predominantly hail from the ranks of the impoverished and dispossessed, representing the most destitute strata of the empire, where mere survival poses a daily challenge. Now, an opportunity for transformation lies before them. Should they achieve the rank of 1,000-man commander in this battle, they would ascend to the status of the empire's new elite. This elevation would not only confer various privileges but also guarantee that their families, upon establishment, would at least be recognized as commoners, with a substantial chance to join the ranks of the empire's new gentry. The eyes of Xiao Ke and his companions sparkled with determination as they fervently declared in unison, "1,000-man commander, we shall fight to the last drop of blood, standing with the town through thick and thin." Qin Bing, aware that these individuals were once deserters, found their newfound resolve commendable and was somewhat satisfied. She remarked, "Currently, scattered traces of zombies have begun to appear around the town. Although we cannot ascertain whether more will follow, we must strike now and eradicate these wandering undead. Let us move out." "Yes, Commander." Over the course of 2 days, Qin Bing and Xiao Ke successfully obliterated the entire Wolfpack mercenary group, seizing all their equipment and supplies in the process. Despite being mercenaries, the Wolfpack had earned substantial rewards protecting drug lords, resulting in their gear being far superior to that of the warriors of Qin Bing's Orca Combat Battalion. Beyond their combat knives and firearms, the most valuable assets were 6 armed off-road vehicles and 5 medium-sized trucks. The 6 armed off-road vehicles were distributed among the 5,000-man commanders, while the 5 medium trucks were allocated to 5 combat teams, fitting perfectly, with the armed off-road vehicles and medium trucks now transporting all the warriors of the Orca Combat Battalion. The convoy roared out of the camp, jostling over the uneven streets as they exited the town gates, heading towards the vast wilderness ahead. Above, vultures circled ominously in the sky. On the barren ground lay the corpse of a sentinel from the Orca Combat Battalion, while 2 zombies squatted beside the body, their hands eagerly tearing into the flesh, relishing their recently acquired feast. Suddenly, the 2 creatures seemed to have sensed something amiss, promptly halting their feeding. They both stood upright, hunching their backs and raising their heads, warily surveying their surroundings. In the distance, the faint roar of an automobile could be heard. Chapter 018. Hellhound Xiao Ke sat in the passenger seat of an armed off-road vehicle, with Duan Songlong at the helm and a fellow named Luo Ho in the back. Luo Ho was a burly man, chosen by Xiao Ke to operate the machine gun mounted on the vehicle, thus serving as the gunner. The rugged terrain of the wilderness was uneven, and Duan Songlong's driving skills were particularly rough, causing the vehicle to jolt violently. Seated in the passenger seat, Xiao Ke closed his eyes, his body swaying slightly as he maintained his balance. He felt no discomfort from the bumpy ride. In fact, he could even afford to take a brief nap, conserving his energy for optimal performance before the impending battle. In the back, gunner Luo Ho was beginning to struggle with Duan Songlong's erratic driving style. Had it not been for the fact that their commander, Xiao Ke, remained silent, he likely would have already voiced his frustrations. Suddenly, the armed off-road vehicle ahead, driven by Qin Bing, came to an abrupt stop. Duan Songlong followed suit, slamming on the brakes, bringing several armed off-road vehicles and a few medium-sized trucks to a halt. The soldiers disembarked in a flurry, with several gunners taking control of the mounted machine guns, scanning the vicinity with vigilance. At this moment, Xiao Ke had already leapt from the vehicle, striding towards Qin Bing alongside several other squad leaders. Qin Bing had also exited her vehicle, Standing at the forefront of the formation, it became evident that over 500 meters ahead lay two zombies, with a bloodied corpse beneath them. Judging by the attire, it was unmistakably a member of their Orca Battalion's 5th combat team, likely a scout who had met his demise at the hands of these two undead. Awkwardly, the two zombies had noticed Qin Bing's human contingent in the distance. Although one was a level 2 zombie and the other a level 3 assailant, both possessed a modicum of intelligence, albeit limited. Upon spotting the humans, driven by their primal instinct to hunt and a ravenous thirst for human flesh, they let out a chilling cry and charged towards Qin Bing and her team. In a flurry, Luo Ho and the other gunners atop the off-road vehicles hurriedly adjusted their machine guns. Meanwhile, the ordinary soldiers swiftly readied their Sting model imperial assault rifles. Qin Bing raised her hand, addressing Duan Songlong and the others. "Do not fire your weapons. We are low on ammunition for the machine guns, so let's not waste it." After delivering her message, she turned to the other ordinary soldiers, instructing, "You must refrain from firing as well. Remember, 200 meters is the optimal range for the Sting." Finally, Qin Bing addressed Xiao Ke and the other squad leaders. "Did you observe the assailant zombie leading the charge? That is a level 3 zombie, possessing strength akin to that of a human but endowed with the speed of a cheetah. If it bites you, and you do not have access to the zombie serum, your fate is all but sealed. Unfortunately, our Tiger Shark Combat Battalion currently lacks any zombie serum, so we must proceed with utmost caution. Any injury equates to certain death." Although the two zombies charged towards Qin Bing and her companion simultaneously, it was evident that the level 3 assault zombie moved at a significantly swifter pace than the level 2 zombie, which, while possessing great strength, had an average speed. In the midst of Qin Bing's conversation, the assault zombie had already sprinted to a distance of merely 200 meters from them. However, Qin Bing had previously instructed the machine gunners and the soldiers not to fire indiscriminately. Thus, without her command to engage, all the soldiers gripped their weapons tightly, anxiously gazing at the rapidly approaching assault zombie. Observing the tense expressions of Xiao Ke and several squad leaders, Qin Bing stepped aside and addressed them, saying, "The task of eliminating this assault zombie will be entrusted to you 4 squad leaders. This is both a training exercise and a test for you. You are to remain in your positions without moving and may only utilize your Thunder model handguns to attempt to take down this fearsome creature." As Qin Bing spoke, the assault zombie had already extended its arms, closing in to a distance of about 100 meters. The faces of the squad leaders changed dramatically, and they hastily drew their sidearms. Xiao Ke managed to maintain his composure. Having encountered zombies during his days as a refugee, he had previously dealt with such assault zombies, even successfully eliminating one through clever tactics before being mistaken for a deserter. Consequently, he was less apprehensive than the other 3 squad leaders, his gaze fixed intently on the rapidly advancing undead, steadily drawing his sidearm and disengaging the safety. Meanwhile, the other 3 squad leaders frantically raised their handguns and began firing in rapid succession at the zombie 100 meters away. Unfortunately, the optimal range for the Thunder handgun was 50 meters, and with the zombie still at 100 meters, coupled with the squad leader's mediocre marksmanship, most of the bullets missed their target. Occasionally, 1 or 2 rounds struck the zombie's body, but it merely staggered slightly before continuing its advance. For zombies, unless a shot struck their head or decapitated them, they would not perish. Qin Bing, observing the squad leaders who had emptied their magazines in a panic, reprimanded them with irritation. "Why did you fire so prematurely? Regardless of your fear, remember that the effective range of your handgun is 50 meters, and you must not exhaust your ammunition all at once. You should always leave at least 1 bullet in reserve." Upon hearing her words, Xiao Ke and the others initially believed that the advice to always keep a bullet in reserve was meant to remain vigilant against other zombies. It was only later that they realized that the purpose of retaining a bullet was for self-destruction. For if one were to be bitten by a zombie and yet survive, they would endure the excruciating agony of being torn apart, making death by one's own hand a far more merciful option. At this moment, the squad leaders, having expended all their ammunition, hurriedly began to reload their magazines. Meanwhile, the zombie had charged within 50 meters, its decayed, greenish visage now clearly visible. As those around him tensed with apprehension, Xiao Ke suddenly raised his hand and fired a shot. Bang! The bullet struck the zombie squarely in the forehead, causing it to fall backward. However, as the zombies fell, the sharp crack of gunfire echoed. Several bullets struck the undead. Xiao Ke and Qin Bing turned to see the 3 other sergeants, their faces flushed with embarrassment. It turned out that these 3 who had displayed the naivety of novices on the battlefield, hurriedly attempted to reload their magazines only to find the zombies had already closed in, prompting them to fire in haste. Regrettably, at that very moment, Xiao Ke had already taken down the zombie, causing their bullets to wastefully hit the already slain creature. Qin Bing, irate, admonished, "What on earth were you three doing, behaving like amateurs? Remember to conserve your ammunition. Otherwise, when your bullets run out, you'll find yourselves engaging in close combat with the zombies wielding nothing but your bayonets." Upon finishing her reprimand, Qin Bing suddenly lifted her handgun and, with a single shot, dispatched a level 2 zombie from 100 meters away. While Xiao Ke's previous performance had been commendable, Qin Bing's effortless display of marksmanship left all the soldiers, including Xiao Ke, in awe of her formidable skill. Qin Bing then commanded, "Dig a grave on the spot to bury the zombies and our fallen comrade. Ensure you extract the zombie cores before interring the undead." With that, they were to advance and assist the remaining members of the 5th Combat Squad, exterminating any lingering zombies in the vicinity. Before long, a soldier adeptly began digging, extracting 2 small, crystalline zombie cores from the heads of the fallen zombies. These cores, resembling shimmering crystals, served as crucial tokens of merit. During evaluations, their size and quality would indicate the level of the zombies they originated from. Since the first zombie had been slain by Xiao Ke, he was credited with the primary achievement, serving as vital evidence for his future promotion. Once the 2 zombies and the deceased soldier had been buried, Qin Bing summoned Xiao Ke and the 3 sergeants, instructing them, "You 4 will lead your respective teams in different directions to hunt the scattered zombies nearby. Remember, you may engage with any zombies below level 5, but if you encounter a level 5 or higher, you must flee, as such creatures cannot be dealt with by mere bullets." "Yes, Commander," Xiao Ke and the other 3 sergeants replied in unison. But Xiao Ke soon furrowed his brow and inquired, "Commander, if we take all the soldiers with us, you will have no guards by your side." Qin Bing calmly responded, "Focus on your own safety. Do not worry about me. I will continue deeper into the area to locate our members from the 5th Squad, who are acting as scouts ahead and have yet to return. I will rescue anyone I can find. We will regroup here in 3 hours." "Understood, Commander." Before long, Qin Bing set off alone in an armed off-road vehicle, heading straight into the fray. Xiao Ke returned to his squad's armed vehicle alongside the medium truck, where Duan Songlong and Luo Ho, along with their subordinates, gathered around, inquiring about their next course of action. Xiao Ke addressed his subordinates, saying, "The task is quite straightforward. Our team will operate independently, driving in a singular direction to patrol the front lines. Should we encounter any zombies, we shall promptly eliminate them." Duan Songlong grinned widely and replied, "That's easy. Let us get in the vehicle and set off." Luo Ho, filled with anticipation, chimed in, "Haha, indeed. It would be splendid to encounter several zombies. With a single burst from my machine gun, I could earn quite a bit of military merit." In the context of team operations, military achievements were divided equally among the squad, so neither Duan Songlong nor the other soldiers harbored any jealousy towards Luo Ho's machine gun prowess. Instead, they laughed and remarked, "Well, it seems the performance of Luo Ho will be under scrutiny." Before long, several combat teams set out in different directions. The first combat team, led by Xiao Ke, advanced towards the southwest. Shortly thereafter, they stumbled upon a few zombies, the most rudimentary and numerous type of undead. These zombies possessed strength comparable to that of an average human but moved at a slower pace, rendering them the least threatening variety of zombies. Nevertheless, should one be unfortunate enough to suffer a bite from them, without the antidote for the zombie virus nearby, survival was all but guaranteed to be impossible. Xiao Ke and his team had not been equipped with the antidote, thus exercising extraordinary caution. Even if they had the antidote, it was not infallible. It was effective only against ordinary zombies below level 5, and had no effect against those of higher levels. The zombies were swiftly dispatched by Xiao Ke's soldiers from a distance, utilizing their bee-sting assault rifles with ease, after which they extracted the zombies' brain cores and buried the remains on site. Within approximately an hour, they had slain over 10 low-level zombies, including 1 level 2 zombie, accumulating a modest amount of military merit. Duan Songlong and the others laughed, "Haha, we used to dread the battlefield. But now it seems that killing zombies for military merit isn't as perilous or challenging as we imagined." Observing his subordinates, who appeared to be slightly lowering their guard, Xiao Ke was about to remind them not to become complacent due to their easy victory over a few low-level zombies, especially since they had yet to encounter more formidable foes. However, just as he was about to speak, the vehicle came to an abrupt halt. Duan Songlong, who was driving, perked up his ears and listened intently, exclaiming, "Captain, do you hear that? It sounds like someone is calling for help." Xiao Ke and Luo Ho frowned, straining to listen. Luo Ho leaned out of the sunroof of the off-road vehicle and pointed towards the vast wilderness dotted with tall grass, saying, "Yes, someone is indeed crying out for help. It seems to be coming from over there." Duan Songlong immediately suggested, "Could it be one of our scouts from the Orca Combat Battalion who hasn't returned today and is in danger?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Ke promptly ordered, "Let us go check it out." Swiftly, the armed off-road vehicle forged a path, followed closely by the medium-sized truck, which crushed the tall grass as they headed towards the direction from whence the cries for help emanated. Not long after, Xiao Ke and his companions discovered the distressed individual, a wandering herbalist, sprawled in a pool of blood. His left foot appeared to have been severed by some fearsome entity, leaving him with an entire leg missing. At this moment, he seemed to be in a state of delirium, instinctively and feebly crying out, "Help! Help!" Xiao Ke, wielding an assault rifle, approached the unfortunate vagabond, gazing at the pitiful figure lying in the sanguine puddle, and furrowed his brow, remarking, "It seems he has been attacked by some ferocious beast. Are there any such creatures in this vicinity? I have not heard of any. Could it be that he encountered a tiger that devoured his leg?" Shaking his head, Xiao Ke pointed to the severed limb of the delirious wanderer, who could only utter pleas for help. Observe, the wound appears to have been torn away by a ferocious beast in a single bite. Even a tiger would not be capable of such a feat. Moreover, his severed leg is missing, seemingly consumed. What kind of animal could be so terrifying? Yet, if it has attacked this vagabond, why did it not finish him off? What could its intent be? Beside Xiao Ke, Luo Ho quivered as he spoke. "I know what assailed this unfortunate soul. It was a level 5 zombie hellhound. It attacked the wanderer, and the reason it did not immediately devour him was to utilize his cries of agony to lure more humans here. It seeks additional prey." Xiao Ke, along with Duan Songlong and the other 7 warriors, was taken aback by this revelation. However, Xiao Ke scolded Luo Ho sternly. "What nonsense are you spouting? Are you trying to sow discord among the ranks?" Luo Ho's body trembled slightly as he stammered, "No, Captain, you must look over there quickly." Xiao Ke and Duan Songlong could not resist glancing in the direction Luo Ho indicated, and they were instantly filled with dread. In the distance, amidst the tall grass, a beast the size of a lion rose from the underbrush. Its physique bore a striking resemblance to that of a lion, yet it possessed 3 heads, each resembling that of a dog. At this moment, all 3 heads bared their teeth, viscous green venom oozing from their mouths, creating an exceptionally terrifying sight. Duan Songlong gasped in shock, a level 5 creature among the zombies. The Hellhound. Chapter 019. Fierce battle. Upon witnessing the 3-headed hellhound emerging from the grass, Xiao Ke was equally astounded. Hellhounds belong to the category of level 5 zombies, capable of withstanding bullet attacks to a certain degree, moving with the swiftness of a cheetah and the ferocity of a lion. Any of its mouths, with their menacing fangs, could inflict a fatal wound, leading to inevitable tragedy. Thus far, the Empire has only developed serums effective against zombies of level 5 and below. No viable treatment exists for those of a higher level, rendering infection almost certain death. The formidable defensive capabilities and the deadly power of its claws and fangs are not the most alarming aspects of the Hellhound. The most terrifying factor is that since the advent of the apocalypse and the outbreak of the zombie virus, as time has progressed, the formerly mindless zombies have gradually evolved. Advanced zombies have begun to exhibit intelligence. The higher the level of the zombie, the more cunning it becomes. The apex of zombies, such as the zombie emperor, possesses an intellect comparable to that of human sages. The evolution of zombies is, in part, a consequence of humanity's prolonged struggle against them, which has rendered it impossible to completely vanquish or eradicate these creatures. The Hellhound zombie before them, classified at level 5, possesses an intellect comparable to that of canines. This creature cunningly severed the leg of a wandering herbalist, drawing forth the man's anguished cries for help, thereby luring any nearby humans to its vicinity, allowing it to await more prey to willingly present themselves, becoming its delectable feast. As Xiao Ke and his companions stood in shock, the Hellhound, robust as a lion, staggered to its feet. With 3 heads and 6 eyes, it radiated a bloodthirsty menace, fixating on their combat team. It seemed that this incursion of humans was somewhat excessive, and the presence of formidable vehicles such as an armed off-road vehicle and a medium military truck instilled a degree of caution in the intelligent hellhound. It resembled a lion that had stumbled upon a pack of domestic dogs, refraining from immediate attack and merely observing its adversaries. Xiao Ke had encountered wolves and leopards in the jungle before, and he had learned that such beasts would not initiate an assault as long as one did not panic and flee in terror. Thus, he noticed the hellhound's hesitance to attack, as if it were deliberating whether to engage or simply observe. Just as Xiao Ke intended to instruct his comrades to remain still, suppressing their fear and refraining from fleeing, a few of the more timid individuals nearby screamed, "It's standing up! It's watching us! It's coming to kill us! Run!" Xiao Ke's expression shifted dramatically. "Do not run, everyone! Stay where you are!" Unfortunately, his subordinates were predominantly cowards, having previously shied away from the battlefield and the confrontation with zombies, indicating that their resolve was inherently weak and they belonged to a more fearful ilk. Moreover, Xiao Ke had only recently taken command, and his authority had yet to solidify in the eyes of most of his team. Additionally, Captain Qinbing had previously warned them to flee at the sight of zombies above level 5. Thus, despite Xiao Ke's urgent orders for them to remain stationary, for members of his team, paralyzed by terror, turned to flee. 3 ran toward the medium military truck behind them, while one small individual, whether paralyzed by fear or otherwise, decided to escape alone into the wilderness. Initially, the hellhound had hesitated to attack, but upon witnessing their panicked flight, it reacted like a tiger spotting fleeing sheep, emitting a fierce roar before dashing forth like a cheetah towards the soldier who had strayed away. Xiao Ke exclaimed, "Lu Chang, be careful." Fully armed, Lu Chang's speed was not particularly swift, while the hellhound's was astonishingly rapid, allowing it to close the distance in an instant. Upon hearing Xiao Ke's warning, Lu Chang instinctively halted, only to realize with horror that the hellhound was already upon him. In a state of sheer terror, he raised his bee-sting assault rifle, intent on firing at the hellhound. However, the hellhound descended upon them with the ferocity of a famished tiger pouncing on its prey. With a swift and brutal swipe of its forepaw, it effortlessly knocked Lu Chang's assault rifle aside. Its colossal head, gaping with a maw resembling a blood-soaked cavern, revealed razor-sharp fangs as it sank its teeth into the exposed neck of Lu Chang, severing it with a sickening crunch. By the time the hellhound brought Lu Chang crashing to the ground, he was already a lifeless corpse. The creature's 3 heads howled in a ghastly chorus, jostling amongst themselves to feast upon the gushing blood from the neck of the headless body. Xiao Ke was taken aback, his heart racing with shock and fury as he witnessed the loss of a comrade in an instant. Without hesitation, he raised his assault rifle, unleashing a hail of bullets towards the hellhound in the distance. Yet, to Xiao Ke's astonishment, the bullets merely pierced the creature's hide, sticking to its surface without inflicting any significant harm. Paradoxically, this trivial skin irritation ignited the hellhound's rage. It abandoned its meal and, with a swift motion, lunged towards Xiao Ke. Panic surged through Xiao Ke, but instead of retreating, he swiftly reloaded a fresh magazine. Standing firm with his feet planted like nails, he straightened his back, aimed his rifle at the central brain among the hellhound's 3 heads, and fired again. The bullets grazed the creature's head, leaving shallow wounds that failed to incapacitate it. Allowing the beast to maintain its relentless assault, it was poised to pounce upon Xiao Ke, ready to replicate the gruesome fate of Lu Chang. In that moment of imminent peril, the thunderous roar of a machine gun erupted nearby, unleashing a torrent of bullets upon the hellhound. The creature stumbled, momentarily thrown off balance, rolling on the ground before nimbly regaining its footing. It bore numerous new wounds, its 3 heads raised in fury as it let out a ferocious roar directed at Xiao Ke and his companions. Having narrowly escaped death, Xiao Ke turned to the gunner on the armored vehicle, Luo Hu, and exclaimed, "Well done, Lao Luo." Luo Hu grinned with pride, about to respond, when the hellhound made another attempt to charge. Without delay, Luo Hu swung the machine gun towards the approaching beast, unleashing another barrage. Though the bullets only inflicted minor wounds, the suppressive fire momentarily thwarted the hellhound's advance. Xiao Ke, now incensed by the creature's audacity, felt the madness within him awaken. He spun around to Duan Songlong and the other team members, declaring, "Everyone, fight with me, do not flee. The terrain here is uneven, and the vehicle cannot move quickly. The hellhound is swifter than our vehicle. If we run, We could lose countless lives in the process. It is better to confront it head-on and earn our military merits. Initially intent on avenging Lu Chong, Xiao Ke reconsidered, realizing that the bonds of camaraderie among the team were not particularly strong. Thus, he resolutely changed his words, proclaiming, "Let us slay the hellhound and secure our military honors." Indeed, upon hearing the words of Xiao Ke, everyone realized that fleeing might not be the optimal choice. Although the hellhound was formidable, they were numerous. If they could slay the hellhound, their achievements would be significant. Consequently, Duan Songlong and the others all readied their weapons, utilizing vehicles as cover, and began firing at the distant hellhound. At that moment, not far from where Xiao Ke and his companions were engaged in battle with the hellhound, a jeep quietly arrived. Several men disembarked from the vehicle, all of whom were soldiers of the Black Shark Legion, led by a centurion. This centurion, approximately 25 or 26 years of age, possessed a somewhat handsome appearance, though a sinister glint resided between his brows, indicating a character that was rather treacherous. Observing the battle ahead, he appeared somewhat astonished. Ke, a group of greenhorns facing off against a hellhound. One of the centurion's subordinates inquired, "Sir, should we intervene?" The centurion, with a smirk that bordered on mockery, replied, "The hellhound is a level 5 zombie, not to be trifled with. Let these rookies expend the hellhound's energy first. We shall take over the fight thereafter." Chapter 020. The centurion Xiao Ke remembered the lesson imparted by Qin Bing. Even amidst the fiercest battles, one must remain vigilant to the changes surrounding the battlefield. As a commander, failing to grasp the ever-shifting dynamics of the battlefield could lead to catastrophic decisions, endangering both oneself and the soldiers under one's command. Thus, when the armed off-road vehicle first appeared at the edge of the battlefield, Xiao Ke took notice. He even observed that the vehicle bore the insignia of the Black Shark Legion, signifying that its occupants were also from the same faction. While Xiao Ke and his team were engaged in a desperate struggle, upon seeing the armed vehicle, he initially thought reinforcements had arrived. However, it soon became apparent that something was amiss, as 3 men emerged from the vehicle. All clad in the attire of imperial soldiers, it became increasingly clear that one of them was indeed a centurion. Yet, this centurion and his 2 subordinates exhibited no intention of offering assistance. If they feared the hellhound and chose to flee, Xiao Ke could accept that. However, after disembarking, the centurion and his 2 subordinates casually exchanged cigarettes, lighting them up and leisurely leaning against the jeep, smoking while watching Xiao Ke and his team fight desperately. This ignited a flame of indignation within Xiao Ke. How could these fellow soldiers of the Black Shark Legion choose to spectate? Nevertheless, as Xiao Ke's combat team was embroiled in a fierce struggle with the hellhound, he had no time to contend with the inexplicable behavior of these imperial soldiers and could only focus intently on the battle at hand, resolving to deal with the hellhound first. Equipped with bee-sting submachine guns and the high-speed machine gun controlled by Luo Ho, they created a firepower net that even the hellhound could not withstand amidst such a barrage of bullets. The hellhound attempted to pounce several times, only to be met with a hail of machine gun fire, causing it to stumble and crash heavily to the ground. Its body was already riddled with numerous small wounds, some of which had been repeatedly struck by bullets, gradually worsening into more serious injuries. The hellhound's body had been battered and bruised beyond recognition, yet the zombie was devoid of pain receptors, and as long as its head remained unscathed, it would not succumb to death. Thus, although the hellhound had sustained injuries from the firepower wielded by Xiao Ke and his companions, it had also been thoroughly provoked, refusing to retreat and determined to fight to the bitter end. Soon, the bullets of Duan Songlong and the others ran out, and even Luo Ho's machine gun fell silent, his arms numb from the recoil. Nevertheless, he paid little heed to his discomfort and turned to Xiao Ke, asking, "Captain, I have no ammunition left. What shall we do?" Xiao Ke glanced at the hellhound that was struggling to rise again in the distance. It too was faltering, yet its ferocity remained intact. Upon realizing that Xiao Ke and his team had ceased fire, it prepared to launch another assault. Drawing his pistol, Xiao Ke fired 2 shots at the door of the nearby armed off-road vehicle. Breaking the hinge, and then wrenched the entire door off to use as a shield, he commanded Duan Songlong and Luo Ho, "With no bullets for the machine guns and assault rifles, we shall resort to pistols. If those are empty, we will wield our bayonets. We must slay this beast today." To his words, Luo Ho and Duan Songlong swiftly drew their sidearms, aiming at the hellhound. The creature, now resembling a severely wounded beast, moved with less agility than before, yet its ferocity was undiminished as it locked its gaze on Xiao Ke and charged straight at him, with his left hand raised to shield himself with the door. Xiao Ke gripped his sidearm in his right hand, firing several shots until the magazine was empty. He discarded the pistol and, with a swift motion, unsheathed his gleaming bayonet, shield in one hand and knife in the other. He bellowed at the approaching hellhound, "Come forth and see who shall meet their demise." The hellhound, clearly understanding Xiao Ke's provocation, let out a furious roar and leaped forward. However, as it lunged, it was met with a barrage of gunfire from Duan Songlong and the others, bullets striking its body and head. While the shots failed to deliver lethal damage, the force of numerous bullets was sufficient to stagger its leap. Yet, even so, as Xiao Ke raised the shield to block, the hellhound's claws struck it with a resounding crash, leaving a deep dent and even scratching through in some areas. Xiao Ke nearly lost his balance, almost being toppled along with the shield. He crouched low, bracing himself against the force of the hellhound's assault, while seizing the opportunity afforded by the shield's cover to strike with his bayonet. That moment, the hellhound's 3 heads loomed before him, the leftmost one grievously injured from machine gun fire, nearly severed. Xiao Ke's swift strike landed precisely on the neck of that head, and with a resounding crack, he cleaved it cleanly off. The hellhound emitted a mournful wail and, in a desperate charge, crashed into Xiao Ke, sending him and his shield tumbling to the ground with a heavy thud. Now left with only 2 heads, the hellhound was significantly weakened, its steps unsteady and body swaying as it approached Xiao Ke once more. Intent on finishing him off at that moment, Duan Songlong shouted a warning, and the gunfire erupted once more, causing the hellhound's body to tremble violently. Xiao Ke also discerned that the hellhound was nearing its end. He struggled to rise from the ground, abandoning his deformed shield, and grasped his military knife with a resolute gaze fixed upon the hellhound before him. Drawing in a deep breath, he declared, "Come forth, beast, it is time to settle our fates. Let us see whether you can bring about my demise or if I shall be the one to slay you." Just as Xiao Ke and the hellhound prepared to launch their final assaults upon each other, he suddenly perceived a flicker of movement beside him. An individual, akin to a white horse darting through a gap, surged forward, swiftly closing the distance to the hellhound. With a deft stroke of the knife, 2 glimmering arcs of light emerged as the military knife effortlessly severed the hellhound's 2 heads. The beleaguered creature, having exhausted its strength, exhibited no capacity for resistance and was thus dispatched with ease. Xiao Ke, momentarily stunned by the unexpected appearance of this newcomer who had vanquished the hellhound, soon recognized the individual as the centurion who had been idly smoking and observing from the sidelines. Instantly, his expression darkened. Duan Songlong and Luo Ho, standing beside him, were equally taken aback. However, Duan Songlong swiftly deduced that the individual responsible for the hellhound's demise was not a member of their combat squad. According to battlefield protocol, only the warrior who delivered the final blow to a zombie foe was entitled to extract the zombie's brain core. This meant that the military merit would belong solely to the individual who had struck the fatal blow. Of course, in the case of a squad like Xiao Ke's, any merit gained from slaying a zombie would be evenly distributed among the squad members. Yet now, this unknown individual had unfairly claimed the credit for the hellhound's defeat, and according to the rigid regulations of the military, the merit would rightfully belong to him. Duan Songlong was the first to voice his outrage, demanding, "Who the hell are you?" Luo Ho quickly caught on, directing his ire at the individual who was deftly extracting the brain core from the hellhound, exclaiming, "Are you here to steal our glory?" The centurion, having swiftly retrieved the brain core from the hellhound's main head, despite the creature possessing 3 heads, only the primary head contained the coveted zombie brain core, rose leisurely, playing with the translucent core in his hand while casting a half-smile at Xiao Ke and the others. With a wicked grin, he retorted, "Heh, how could I be stealing merit when I personally felled the hellhound through my own strength?" Luo Ho's anger flared at his words, yet the centurion turned his attention back to Duan Songlong, stating, "As for your inquiry about my identity, allow me to introduce myself. I am Xiao Mingxian, a centurion of the Black Shark Legion, dispatched under the orders of the Legion commander, by Long Yin, to assist Lord Qinbing." Thus, it was revealed that this individual, Xiao Mingxian, was a centurion of the Black Shark Legion. Commander Bai Longyin had recently recognized the inadequacy of the defensive capabilities in Yinqing town. While Qinbing was indeed formidable, his forces comprised merely a handful of soldiers, all of whom were deserters. Concerned that the town could not withstand an assault, Bai Longyin had mobilized Xiao Mingxian to lead a contingent and escort supplies to Yinqing town, thereby aiding Qinbing in its defense. Upon the arrival of Xiao Mingxian and his entourage at Ginkgo town, he discovered that the town had begun to witness sporadic sightings of wandering zombies. Qinbing had already led her soldiers to engage in a campaign against the undead. Consequently, Xiao Mingxian instructed his subordinates to establish a camp in Ginkgo town, while he took 2 of his aides and, driving an armed off-road vehicle, set off immediately in search of Qinbing. Though Xiao Mingxian was of a similar age to Qinbing, his rank was slightly inferior to hers. Nonetheless, he took pride in his lineage, as the Xiao family belonged to the gentry of Xiao Ke city. Thus, he did not feel inferior in her presence. From the moment he first laid eyes on Qinbing, he was utterly captivated by her beauty and had long harbored intentions of pursuing her. Despite Qinbing never acknowledging him, he remained optimistic, believing that perseverance would eventually yield results. Upon his arrival in Ginkgo town, he wasted no time in seeking her out. However, instead of finding Qinbing, he encountered Xiao Ke, who was engaged in a fierce battle with hellhounds. Witnessing Xiao Ke and his team inflict significant damage upon the creatures, Xiao Mingxian was struck by the opportunistic thought of seizing this military achievement for himself. After all, 5th-level zombies posed a formidable challenge even for the imperial regular army, and slaying a hellhound could yield considerable military merit. Furthermore, it was not uncommon for superiors to claim the accomplishments of their subordinates, so Xiao Mingxian saw no impropriety in taking credit for the kill. On the contrary, he felt it would be unbecoming not to dot a T that moment. Xiao Ke spoke coldly. We have painstakingly wounded this hellhound, and even lost one of our brothers in the process. If you were to deliver the final blow, it would not be entirely unjust. However, I noticed that you were merely smoking on the sidelines and did not offer immediate assistance. Instead, you waited until we had heavily injured the hellhound before swooping in to claim the spoils. That seems rather dishonorable, does it not? Xiao Mingxian narrowed his eyes and approached Xiao Ke, a smile that was neither genuine nor friendly playing on his lips as he inquired, "What did you say?" Xiao Ke, of similar stature to Xiao Mingxian, met his gaze without a hint of fear, responding in a low voice, "I said that your actions lack integrity, at the very least. The merit for this hellhound should be shared among all present. Shared merit. Based on what authority do you speak?" Xiao Mingxuan's lips curled into a slight smirk, prompting Xiao Ke to realize the precariousness of the situation. Indeed, in that instant, Xiao Mingxian launched a swift kick aimed at Xiao Ke's chest, intent on sending him sprawling. However, Xiao Ke reacted with remarkable speed, instinctively blocking the kick with both hands. Despite the force behind Xiao Mingxuan's blow, Xiao Ke was propelled back over a meter before regaining his balance. "You dare to strike our captain? You are courting death?" roared Duan Songlong, as he and his comrades drew their military blades. Yet, at this juncture, Xiao Mingxuan's 2 aides had already brandished their Sting assault rifles, their barrels trained on Xiao Ke and his team, issuing a chilling warning. "Do not move, otherwise you shall all taste lead." The soldiers under Xiao Ke's command had expended their ammunition and could only glare in fury at Xiao Mingxian and his companions. Xiao Mingxian was aware that Xiao Ke and his companions were subordinates of Qinbing, and that Xiao Ke held the rank of a centurion. If he were to eliminate Xiao Ke and the others, he would undoubtedly invite trouble upon himself. Thus, he harbored no intention of killing them. Instead, he mockingly addressed the furious Xiao Ke and his comrades, saying, "Ha! Your impotent rage is amusing. I shall take this hellhound's brain core with me. Farewell." Chapter 021. The grudge with a taunt directed at their inept fury, Xiao Mingxian seized the hellhound's brain core and, accompanied by his 2 subordinates, departed with ostentation. His companions clutched their fully loaded assault rifles tightly, remaining vigilant against Xiao Ke and the others as they left. Xiao Ke, along with Duan Songlong and Luo Ho, could only watch helplessly as Xiao Mingxian and his group drove away. "Scoundrel!" Duan Songlong exclaimed, glaring at the vanishing armed vehicle of Xiao Mingxian. He turned and kicked the truck's tire fiercely, venting his frustration and anger. The expressions of Luo Ho and the other 6 warriors mirrored Duan Songlong's, infused with fury and a sense of helplessness. After all, the hellhound had been a formidable foe they had nearly vanquished through sheer determination and effort. Just as they were on the verge of slaying the hellhound and reaping abundant military merit, Xiao Mingxian had unexpectedly intervened and snatched away all the rewards. Xiao Ke shared their sense of indignation. Feeling a simmering anger within, Yet he recalled Qin Bing's repeated counsel during his training. He had been told that while it was natural to feel anger, it must be expressed in appropriate contexts. Otherwise, it would be perceived as impotent rage, yielding only negative consequences. Clearly, this was not the opportune moment for venting their frustrations, especially as the captain of Duan Songlong's team. Xiao Ke understood that his primary responsibility now was to soothe their spirits and unify his comrades. He placed a reassuring hand on Duan Songlong's shoulder and addressed him, as well as Luo Ho and the others. You have all witnessed the truth. Strength dictates the rules, and the powerful wield control over all, while the weak are left to be dominated. From now on, let us strive together, and I vow to you all that Xiao Mingxian shall pay for what he owes us. Upon hearing Xiao Ke's words, Duan Songlong and Luo Ho, along with the others, nodded in agreement, raising their heads and solemnly declaring, Captain, we shall follow your lead and diligently seek to reclaim our honor. Seeing that he had successfully transformed their pent-up anger into motivation, Xiao Ke felt a measure of satisfaction. He then instructed, let us bury our fallen comrade, Brother Lu Chong, and prepare to return. Yes, Captain. Xiao Ke personally assisted in digging the grave, removing Lu Cheng's military necklace and interring him. After a brief ceremony of remembrance, the group departed. Due to the lack of ammunition and the passage of time, they retraced their steps. Before long, Xiao Ke's combat team returned to the assembly point designated by Qin Bing. Qin Bing and several other combat teams had also returned, including the 5th Squad, which was now reduced to just a few warriors, having lost half of its members. Other squads had also suffered significant casualties. Today's operation had indeed been costly. Beside Qin Bing stood several new faces, including the centurion Xiao Mingxian and his 2 subordinates. Xiao Mingxian, with a triumphant demeanor, held a hellhound's zombie brain core in his hand as he boasted to Qin Bing. I instructed my subordinate warriors to unload supplies in Yinxing town, concerned for your safety, Commander. Hence, I took the liberty of bringing 2 attendants and drove over to find you. Along the way, I encountered a hellhound and, without hesitation, engaged it in battle and slain it. Behold, here lies its zombie brain core. At that moment, Xiao Ke, accompanied by Duan Songlong and other team members, approached just in time to overhear Xiao Mingxuan's bragging. Duan Songlong was immediately incensed. With Qin Bing, the 1,000-man leader, present, he felt no need to fear Xiao Mingxian any longer. Without a second thought, he lunged forward, exclaiming, You cur, stealing our military merit and daring to flaunt it here. I shall take you on. Qin Bing, Xiao Mingxian, and several other 10-man leaders, along with dozens of soldiers present, turned their gazes in astonishment at Duan Songlong's furious roar. Xiao Mingxian, noticing Duan Songlong charging at him, furrowed his brow slightly. He assumed that Xiao Ke was merely a 10-man leader, while he held the rank of 100-man leader, making him technically superior. He believed that as long as Xiao Ke possessed a modicum of social awareness, he would not dare to voice the matter of stolen credit. However, to his surprise, Xiao Ke and Duan Songlong's group seemed rather impetuous, causing a ruckus in front of Qin Bing. As Duan Songlong advanced, Xiao Mingxian chose to remain passive, a sardonic smile gracing his lips as he stood his ground. The 2 attendants beside him, however, immediately moved to confront Duan Songlong. While Duan Songlong was indeed valiant, the 2 attendants were no slouches either and worked in seamless coordination. In their initial encounter, they swiftly overpowered Duan Songlong, sending him sprawling to the ground. One attendant raised his assault rifle, bringing the butt of the gun down violently towards Duan Songlong's face, sneering, You wretched rookie, daring to lay hands on our 100-man leader. Are you seeking rebellion? Allow me to give you a taste of retribution. The attendant prepared to strike, anticipation building for Duan Songlong's cries of agony. A figure flickered before him. Xiao Ke had already appeared at his side. In an instant, Xiao Ke's fist soared towards him, rapidly enlarging in his view. With a resounding thud, the attendant felt as if his head had been struck by a mighty hammer, and he was involuntarily propelled backward, crashing heavily to the ground. The other attendant, taken aback by Xiao Ke's audacity in aiding his comrade, and infuriated by the sudden turn of events, swung his assault rifle in a sweeping arc aimed at Xiao Ke's head. Xiao Ke ducked to evade, simultaneously delivering a high kick that struck the opponent squarely in the head, sending him crashing to the ground like a tree felled by an axe. Xiao Mingxian, astonished by Xiao Ke's impressive combat prowess, found himself both surprised and enraged as his 2 attendants lay defeated before him. Just as he was about to unleash his fury, Qin Bing interjected coldly, Everyone, Stand down. Xiao Ke bent down to assist Duan Songlong to his feet, lowering his voice to inquire, "Are you all right?" Duan Songlong, slightly disheveled, shook his head. "I'm fine." As Qin Bing approached, her gaze fell upon the two soldiers who had been struck down by Xiao Ke's thunderous assault. With a frosty expression, she inquired, "Tin-man leader Xiao Ke, what transpired here?" Xiao Ke saluted Qin Bing sharply and proclaimed loudly, "Report, Commander. While executing our mission, we encountered a hellhound. We expended all our ammunition and lost one of our comrades before we finally inflicted severe damage upon the beast." Centurion Xiao Mingxian merely observed from the sidelines, and only when the hellhound was on the brink of defeat did he seize the opportunity to claim credit and slay the creature, refusing to share the glory. Consequently, the soldiers in my unit are quite discontented with his actions. Upon hearing this, Qin Bing furrowed her brow and turned to gaze at Xiao Mingxian. A flicker of irritation coursed through him. Xiao Ke demonstrated a complete lack of decorum by openly divulging this matter in front of Qin Bing, seemingly unafraid of retribution. Nevertheless, despite perceiving the disdainful glances from Qin Bing and the other soldiers, Xiao Mingxian maintained his composure and coldly retorted to Xiao Ke, "Heh, according to military protocol, the individual who delivers the final blow to the zombie is the one entitled to the credit. I personally severed the head of the hellhound, thus I see no issue in claiming the credit for the zombie's core. Even if this matter were escalated to the military police, they would have no choice but to acknowledge that the merit rightfully belongs to me." At this juncture, he glanced at the two subordinates sprawled on the ground, his expression suddenly turning menacing. "As for you two, daring to injure my men constitutes an affront to authority. Be why the rules. I could very well have you both die in times of war. Insubordination can lead to immediate execution by superiors." Qin Bing, recognizing Xiao Mingxuan's intentions, interjected before he could finish his statement, her voice steady and commanding. "Enough." As the centurion, she held the highest authority on the scene. She scrutinized both Xiao Mingxian and Xiao Ke before speaking slowly. "The zombie frenzy will soon escalate, and I have no desire to involve myself in your trivial disputes. This matter ends here. Yet he injured my two subordinates. Is this to be overlooked?" Xiao Mingxian protested, unwilling to let Xiao Ke's transgressions go unpunished, for he felt it would tarnish his reputation. Qin Bing shot him a cold glare, reiterating that the matter was settled. Her displeasure at Xiao Mingxuan's insensitivity was palpable. Narrowing her eyes, she inquired, "Do you wish for me to send you all to a military tribunal, or let the military police handle this matter impartially?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Mingxian quickly shook his head, forcing a sheepish smile. There's no need for that. He was acutely aware that, should it come to arbitration, the rigid rules would undoubtedly grant him the credit for the hellhound. However, such a blatant act of claim-jumping would be viewed unfavorably, and no soldier would willingly serve under a commander who coveted glory for himself. Qin Bing snorted coldly. "Since you also deem it unnecessary, this matter concludes here. All soldiers, return to the vehicle and head back to Ginkgo Town." The surrounding soldiers responded in unison, "Yes." Xiao Mingxian, attempting to ingratiate himself with Qin Bing, suggested, "Centurion, would you prefer to ride in my vehicle?" "I have my own transport," Qin Bing replied, turning toward her armed off-road vehicle. As she passed by Xiao Ke, she added, "You, come drive for me." Xiao Ke was taken aback for a moment before responding, "Yes, Commander." Xiao Mingxian watched as Xiao Ke and Qin Bing boarded the armed off-road vehicle in front. His expression darkened, his gaze filled with hostility and resentment as he shot a glare at Xiao Ke. Then, he harshly instructed his two injured subordinates, "Are they dead? If not, get in the car and let us go back." Chapter 022. The decisive Tiger Bin on the return journey, Qin Bing, in front of Xiao Mingxian, summoned Xiao Ke to be the driver. Xiao Ke understood that Qin Bing was subtly protecting him. After all, not just anyone could drive for a superior. Typically, only the trusted aides of a superior were deemed worthy of such a role. By allowing Xiao Ke to drive her, Qin Bing was effectively signaling to Xiao Mingxian that Xiao Ke was under her protection and should not be disturbed. Once inside the vehicle, Xiao Ke drove cautiously, refraining from the reckless driving style of Duan Songlong, lest he jostle Qin Bing. However, Qin Bing seemed indifferent to any bumps along the way. With her eyes narrowed, she gazed out at the scenery and casually inquired, "Are you all right?" Xiao Ke, taken aback, replied, Qin Bing continued, "During your battle with the hellhounds, you weren't injured, were you?" Xiao Ke shook his head. "No injuries." Qin Bing nodded, fell silent for a couple of seconds, and then remarked, Isn't it quite frustrating and infuriating to have your accomplishments snatched away by Xiao Mingxian? Xiao Ke cast a glance at Qin Bing. With his superior status and strength, there's nothing to feel indignant about. Moreover, whatever he has taken from me, I will ensure he pays back double. Xiao Ke spoke these words sincerely, having believed that since Qin Bing had declared the matter finished, expressing his true feelings would provoke her wrath. To his surprise, a slight smile graced Qin Bing's lips as she said, "Heh, from the moment you eagerly agreed to join me in this battle, from your fervent desire to become a 10-man leader, I knew you had ambition. Ambition is commendable, but it must align with one's own capabilities. Otherwise, it will only lead to your downfall." Xiao Ke looked at Qin Bing in astonishment. "Commander, you aren't angry?" Qin Bing replied with a hint of amusement. "Angry about what?" Xiao Ke felt a bit awkward. "You mentioned that this matter should be considered closed, yet I still wish to seek justice from that Xiao." Qin Bing responded coolly, "Indeed, I did say to let this matter rest. But do you truly feel reconciled? And Xiao Mingxian certainly will not let you off easily, and my words can only ensure that you both maintain a semblance of decorum on the surface. But the rivalry between you two will persist behind the scenes, and that cannot be prevented, can it?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Ke fell silent, and Qin Bing also ceased speaking. After a journey of over half an hour, the convoy finally returned to Ginkgo Town. As night fell. As they exited the vehicle, Qin Bing suddenly told Xiao Ke, "Come to my courtyard tonight. Your training is not yet complete, and I believe it is time for you to engage in intermediate course training." Xiao Ke's eyes widened at her words. He had recently nearly mastered the military combat techniques and knife assault skills, and he had thought that in the next couple of days, Qin Bing would announce the conclusion of the special training sessions held each night. Unexpectedly, the training course had not concluded. Rather, Qin Bing declared that it was time to embark on a more advanced level of training, which filled Xiao Ke with both astonishment and anticipation. Ecstatic, Xiao Ke stood tall, saluted sharply, and exclaimed loudly, "Yes, Commander." Yinxing Town remained the same Yinxing Town. Although it was known that zombies had appeared around the outskirts, surprisingly, the residents had not fled in large numbers. Only a few drug dealers had slipped away with their servants, while the impoverished, scavengers, and refugees continued to linger in the town. After all, those capable of escaping had long since departed, leaving behind primarily those without the means to flee. These individuals lacked survival skills and could only venture out to forage for herbs to barely sustain themselves. If they were to leave, they would perish from hunger within 3 days. The town had also gained a battalion of 100 warriors, belonging to the White Shark combat camp, under the command of Centurion Xiao Mingxian. In addition to the standard equipment and vehicles, Xiao Mingxuan's team had brought along 3 heavy military trucks, brimming with supplies, ammunition, and provisions, thus alleviating the current shortage faced by Qin Bing and her group. Townmaster Hu Binan had rallied his subordinates and mobilized the townsfolk to repair the town's defenses, slightly enhancing its fortifications. At this moment, Hu Binan and Xiao Mingxuan soldiers were all outside the town, awaiting the return of Qin Bing and Xiao Mingxian. Upon their return, Qin Bing instructed the warriors of the Orca camp and the White Shark camp to rest, while she convened a meeting in the townmaster's hall with Xiao Ke, several centurions, Hu Binan, Xiao Mingxian, and 10 centurions from the White Shark camp. Xiao Mingxian conveyed the orders of the Black Shark commander, Bai Longyin. The commander demanded that they hold their ground for at least half a month, awaiting the arrival of imperial reinforcements. Qin Bing nodded and replied, "The 100 warriors of the White Shark combat camp will continue to be led by you. My Black Shark combat camp now has only 40 members left. Old Hu, you are responsible for recruiting 160 strong residents to join my Orca combat camp." Hu Binan hesitated, saying, "There are still thousands of people in the town, so recruiting 160 strong men is not difficult. However, these fellows have not received any training, and I fear that they may be overwhelmed on the battlefield, resulting in more harm than good and jeopardizing your grand plans, Centurion." Qin Bing reassured him, "You need not worry. The new recruits will be mixed with veterans guiding the newcomers. While they may not exhibit formidable combat prowess, they can still contribute in some capacity." Hu Binan nodded. "Then I shall act according to your command, Centurion, and have the men sent to your camp by tomorrow." Qin Bing discussed several other matters with everyone before assigning the White Shark combat camp, led by Xiao Mingxian, the duty of patrolling the town that night, then declared the meeting adjourned. Qin Bing, along with Xiao Ke and several centurions, returned to the Orca camp, which was located in the residence of the Zhou family. Qin Bing promptly began tallying the casualties from various squads, calculating compensations, and recording the number of zombies slain by each team, as well as military achievements, all meticulously documented for future reporting. Each team had successfully dispatched numerous zombies during this operation. While it was uncertain whether they would be promoted, Qin Bing assured that everyone would receive a handsome reward. The imperial military accolades and bountiful rewards are well known to all. Although the soldiers have faced life-and-death battles today, their relentless efforts have not gone unrewarded. Though the bonuses have yet to be dispersed, the mere prospect of them is far better than having none at all, offering a glimmer of hope in both combat and life. In the evening, Qin Bing permitted the soldiers of the Orca Combat Battalion, who participated in today's skirmish, to indulge in moderate drinking. Consequently, many soldiers flocked to the tavern. Duan Songlong and Luo Ho naturally joined their comrades in revelry, while Xiao Ke refrained from accompanying them. Under the moonlight, at the cusp of twilight, he found himself alone in Qin Bing's private courtyard. This night, Qin Bing donned the attire of a female captain, though it was not her battle garb, but rather formal wear. The attire of imperial warriors encompasses not only combat uniforms, but also garments suited for public occasions and festive celebrations. At this moment, Qin Bing wore a graceful ensemble comprising a white blouse, a tailored black jacket, and a black pencil skirt, complemented by black high heels. With her oval face, slender phoenix eyes, and rosy lips, her features harmonized exquisitely. When she exuded her usual cold demeanor, she resembled a strict mathematics teacher. Yet, when she smiled, an indescribable allure and charm emanated from her. Upon seeing Qin Bing, Xiao Ke felt his heart race uncontrollably. He lowered his gaze, unable to meet her eyes, and softly uttered, "I greet you, Commander. No need for such formalities," Qin Bing replied in their private conversation. Her tone lacked the usual authority, adopting a more relaxed and languid quality. She remarked to Xiao Ke, "You have learned combat techniques and assassination skills, yet these methods are merely suited for the lowest tier of cannon fodder. Regardless of how proficient one becomes in these skills, they remain but fodder." Xiao Ke's eyes widened in astonishment at her words. Wasn't combat and assassination the very foundation of an imperial warrior's existence? How could they be relegated to mere cannon fodder? Sensing his bewilderment, Qin Bing continued, her hands clasped behind her back. "Have you heard of the awakening of martial veins?" Xiao Ke replied honestly, "I have heard of it. It is said that with the onset of the apocalypse and the outbreak of the zombie virus, as zombies engaged in prolonged combat with humans, they gradually evolved and grew stronger, to the point of even giving rise to zombie monarchs. Meanwhile, in the dire circumstances of the apocalypse, many humans who battled against zombies awakened their martial veins. It is said that warriors who awaken their martial veins possess extraordinary combat prowess. They can harness primal energy and even infuse it into weapons, transforming them into energy swords. Ordinary weapons have limited lethality against level 5 zombies and above. Only primal energy and energy swords are effective against advanced zombies." Qin Bing nodded in agreement, stating, "Precisely, to become a true imperial warrior, or rather, to be among the elite of imperial warriors, one must awaken their martial veins and master primal energy." At this juncture, she gazed at Xiao Ke, whose eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation, and calmly declared, "What I shall teach you tonight is how to awaken your martial veins, harness primal energy, and learn the methods of its cultivation." Filled with enthusiasm, Xiao Ke exclaimed, "Yes, Commander." Qin Bing produced a vial of elixir and tossed it to Xiao Ke, instructing, "Drink this. It is designed to activate the martial vein nodes within the human body. Within each individual resides 12 nodes, symbolizing 12 levels of power, interconnected by a line known as the martial vein." Xiao Ke raised his head and consumed the potion provided by Qin Bing, subsequently closing his eyes to attune himself to his body. He soon perceived the martial vein formed by the 12 nodes within him. With excitement, Xiao Ke opened his eyes and exclaimed, "Commander, I can sense the existence of the martial vein." Qin Bing nodded in acknowledgement, stating, "The 12 nodes of the martial vein signify 12 tiers of combat prowess. Illuminating each node signifies an elevation in strength. Levels 1 to 3 are referred to as warriors, levels 4 to 6 as generals, levels 7 to 9 as valiant generals, and levels 10 to 12 as grand generals." After a brief pause, Qin Bing continued, "Typically, the elite of the empire possess strength around the 3rd level of warrior. Achieving the rank of general is considered a pillar of strength. Reaching the valiant general level makes one a coveted powerhouse sought after by various factions, and attaining grand general status means that wherever one goes within the empire, their presence commands respect and reverence." Xiao Ke, filled with aspiration, eagerly inquired, "Commander, what level of combat prowess do I currently possess?" Qin Bing retorted, "You have yet to illuminate a single martial vein node. Thus you do not qualify even as the most inferior first-level warrior." Xiao Ke gasped in response, feeling quite embarrassed. Qin Bing then stated, "Now, I shall formally instruct you in the cultivation and application of primal energy, which is also the method to illuminate your nodes and enhance your combat strength." Upon finishing her words, she tossed Xiao Ke a book emblazoned with the words Tiger's Roar Technique. Qin Bing explained, "The Tiger's Roar Technique is the sole cultivation secret for the warriors of the Empire. Compared to the exclusive techniques of aristocratic families, the Tiger's Roar Technique is unadorned and straightforward. It does not promise rapid results nor offer shortcuts, yet it is equitable. Only those endowed with talent and diligent in their practice can gradually and steadily enhance their strength. Indeed, some have achieved the 10th level of Grand General through the Tiger's Roar Technique, becoming formidable leaders." Unable to contain his curiosity, Xiao Ke asked, "Commander, what level of strength do you possess?" Qin Bing shot him a sidelong glance, refraining from revealing her own prowess, instead cryptically remarking, "Though Xiao Mingxian lacks talent in cultivation, he has already reached the 5th level of General. If you do not apply yourself diligently, should he choose to trouble you, you would likely not survive 3 strikes under his hand." Startled by the revelation of Xiao Mingxuan's formidable strength, Xiao Ke promptly asserted, "Commander, rest assured, I will commit myself to rigorous training from this moment forth." Qin Bing smiled charmingly, "Excellent. You are the first warrior I will personally train, so do not disappoint me." Chapter 023. First-level warrior Qin Bing's independent courtyard comprised 3 rooms, her bedroom, a temporary office, and a former meditation room, which she now utilized as a training chamber. She instructed Xiao Ke to practice basic combat techniques and offensive skills for 2 hours each night in the courtyard, followed by 6 hours of training in the Tiger's Roar Technique in the meditation room. Only through the simultaneous cultivation of physical fitness and primal energy could he aspire to become a true elite warrior. Originally, when cultivating the Tiger Bin Ju, one must not be disturbed during the process of refining one's martial veins, for such disruptions can easily lead to chaos in one's primal energy, potentially inflicting severe injuries upon the body, and in serious cases, even leaving lasting repercussions. Following Qin Bing's instructions, Xiao Ke practiced combat techniques and assassination skills for 2 hours before entering the training chamber. The chamber was eerily empty, adorned only with a large character for Zen inscribed upon the wall and 2 mats placed upon the floor. Xiao Ke seated himself cross-legged on one of the mats, closing his eyes in quiet contemplation as he embarked on his inaugural practice of the Tiger Bin Ju. This technique was the sole martial art practiced within the military, yet each individual experienced it differently. Some practitioners, while engaging in the Tiger Bin Ju, might envision a serene lake within their mental landscape, where droplets of water gradually coalesce from the sky, plummeting into the lake. This represented the water of primal energy. As this energy accumulated, the water level in the lake would rise, enabling the practitioner to illuminate the nodes along their martial veins. Each illuminated node signified an elevation in strength. The ultimate aim was to light all 12 nodes, thereby achieving the pinnacle of a level 12 general's might. Others, during their practice, might discover a cavern within their mental realm, adorned with stalactites that slowly dripped small beads of water, also symbolizing the water of primal energy. Once accumulated to a sufficient degree, they could attempt to illuminate their martial vein nodes and enhance their power. Thus, it could be said that the arduous experiences of 10,000 individuals practicing the Tiger Bin Ju were uniquely distinct. At this moment, Xiao Ke focused intently, gradually entering his mental realm, only to be astonished to find himself standing before a remarkably towering mountain. This mountain was grand and devoid of any flora, featuring only jagged rocks, and he found himself positioned on a sloping hillside. Xiao Ke felt a twinge of confusion. While others experienced droplets forming in the sky or water trickling from stalactites during their practice, he stood on this mountainside. Where was his primal energy water? As he pondered, a thunderous roar suddenly erupted from the mountain's peak. Xiao Ke looked up and was instantly paralyzed with fear, for a massive round boulder was rolling down towards him. Just as he regained his senses from the shock, the boulder was mere moments away from crashing into him, and evasion was out of the question. Driven by the instinct for survival, Xiao Ke let out a fierce roar, extending his arms, sinking into a low stance, and bracing himself to withstand the colossal boulder. The force of the impact reverberated through his arms, causing his bones to emit faint cracking sounds, nearly snapping under the pressure. This tremendous force coursed through his arms and into his chest, causing his internal organs to churn violently, almost inducing him to vomit blood. Nevertheless, Xiao Ke ultimately managed, through sheer physical strength, to hold the boulder at bay. Yet, given the steepness of the slope, even as he bore the weight of the immense stone, it continued to exert tremendous pressure upon him. Should he falter or weaken even slightly, the boulder would inevitably crush him beneath its weight. Rolling down to the foot of the mountain, at this moment, Xiao Ke was crouched low in a wide stance, his hands gripping the immense weight of a boulder that seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds. Enduring an unbearable struggle, within mere seconds, beads of sweat began to emerge on his forehead, drip. When the first droplet fell to the ground, an astonishing scene unfolded. Rather than seeping into the earth and vanishing, the sweat glistened like dew, remaining intact upon the surface. What was happening? Initially preoccupied with thoughts of escaping this arduous predicament, Xiao Ke was taken aback by the sight of the droplets persisting instead of disappearing. Soon, the second and third droplets followed suit, cascading steadily to the ground, coalescing into a slightly larger bead of water. In an instant, Xiao Ke grasped the reality. This was his primordial force water. A wave of exhilaration washed over him, but it was quickly overshadowed by frustration. He recalled Qin Bing mentioning that others practicing the tiger bin technique found it effortless. They merely needed to concentrate, empty their bodies and minds, allowing visions of skies or stalactites in their mental landscapes to gradually produce droplets of primordial force water. But why was he so unfortunate? His primordial force water was nothing more than sweat from his mental realm. This indicated that his journey in mastering the tiger bin technique would be far more arduous than that of his peers. This revelation left Xiao Ke bewildered, akin to a student realizing their innate talents paled in comparison to those of their classmates, who could effortlessly grasp the essence of water, while he was compelled to exert tremendous effort to achieve the same results. Despite the weight of disappointment, Xiao Ke refused to succumb to despair. Having grown up in a refugee camp, he understood that fairness was a mere illusion in this world, and he also recognized another truth. Countless individuals strive diligently, yet only those who toil even harder stand a chance of emerging victorious. Thus, even though Xiao Ke felt the immense pressure bearing down on him, his body trembling as if on the brink of collapse, he clenched his teeth and persevered. His garments were thoroughly soaked with sweat, and the crystalline droplets of primordial force water continued to drip, pooling together. Just a little longer. Hold on a bit more. Though on the verge of succumbing, he urged himself to push through for just a few more seconds. This train of thought would arise repeatedly in his mind. Hours prior, he had sensed he could no longer endure. Yet each time he mentally encouraged himself to persist. Unbeknownst to him, he had remarkably sustained this effort for 6 hours. Ding! A clear, resonant sound echoed in his ears. Qin Bing, who had vigilantly monitored his training, struck a bronze gong upon realizing the training session had concluded. This method of summoning practitioners ensured they would not suffer disruptions to their primordial force and sustain injuries. Xiao Ke opened his eyes. He discovered that he, too, was drenched in sweat. Qin Bing, somewhat puzzled, remarked, while others practiced the tiger bin technique with an air of tranquility, akin to meditating, "Why does it seem as though you are engaged in battle? Emerging from your training drenched in sweat?" Xiao Ke forced a smile and said, "Commander, I truly do not know." Qin Bing responded, "Generally speaking, when practicing the tiger bin method, illuminating the first node is the simplest task. Most practitioners can achieve this on the very first day of their training, thereby becoming a level 1 warrior. Now that you have successfully cultivated the primordial force water, why not attempt to illuminate the first node of your martial vein? Right now? Indeed. Very well. With that, Xiao Ke closed his eyes once more. This time, he did not enter the spiritual realm. Instead, he focused on sensing the martial veins within his body, preparing to use the primordial force water to illuminate the first node. As he shut his eyes, he suddenly realized that beyond clearly perceiving the 12 nodes of his martial veins, he could also distinctly feel the entirety of his skeletal structure. All 206 bones in his body were vividly apparent. What could this mean? Although perplexed, Xiao Ke proceeded to attempt illuminating the first node of his martial vein, for if he succeeded, he would attain the strength of a level 1 warrior. He endeavored to control the primordial force water with his mind to illuminate the first node of the martial vein. However, due to his lack of proficiency, He accidentally directed the primordial force water onto one of his lumbar vertebrae. In an instant, that vertebra was illuminated, while the remaining 205 bones and the 12 nodes of his martial veins remained dim and lifeless. Only that particular bone, refined by the primordial force water, radiated a brilliant glow. What was happening? Others illuminated their martial nodes with the primordial force water. How could I have illuminated a bone instead? Xiao Ke opened his eyes, and Qin Bing immediately inquired, "So, did you illuminate the first node of your martial vein?" Xiao Ke shook his head. "No, I accidentally illuminated one of my lumbar vertebrae." Qin Bing was taken aback for 2 seconds. Then her lovely countenance darkened as she admonished, "Xiao Ke, although I mentioned that most individuals can illuminate the first node of their martial vein on the first day of practicing the Tiger Bin method, there are indeed many who fail to do so initially. Hence, do not be disheartened, nor should you boast. Illuminating a bone. I have only heard of the primordial force illuminating martial nodes, never of it illuminating human bones. Your exaggeration is ludicrous. Do you aspire to defy the heavens?" Xiao Ke, feeling anxious, sought to explain. However, Qin Bing deemed his claims too far-fetched, firmly believing he was boasting. Without waiting for his explanation, she waved her hand dismissively. All right, it is already 4 in the morning. You should return and rest for 2 hours. During these extraordinary times, a zombie tide could strike at any moment, and you must remain prepared for battle." Seeing Qin Bing yawn as she departed, Xiao Ke felt quite disheartened by her disbelief in his words. As he stood, he inexplicably sensed that his strength had increased significantly. He couldn't help but ponder. Strength originates primarily from the lumbar vertebrae. Could it be that illuminating one of them has enhanced my power? This thought filled Xiao Ke with both astonishment and joy. If others could only illuminate their martial veins, yet he could illuminate the 206 bones within his body in addition, did that not signify great potential for him in the future? Chapter 024. Do you yearn for power? With a heart brimming with excitement, Xiao Ke returned to the barracks of their first combat squad. He took a careful shower before lying down on his bunk. After a mere 2 hours of sleep, the blaring sound of the wake-up call at 6 o'clock in the morning echoed through the Tiger Whale combat camp. Xiao Ke abruptly opened his eyes and swiftly donned his sergeant's uniform. Despite having slept for only 2 hours, he appeared more spirited than Duan Songlong and Luo Ho, who were yawning in the dormitory. After everyone freshened up and donned their gear, they made their way to the training ground. Upon arrival, they discovered that Qin Bing had already been there, accompanied by Hu Binan, who was huddled against the morning chill. Behind Hu Binan stood a group of sturdy men. While they were referred to as sturdy, their gaunt faces belied their strength. Nevertheless, their large frames gave them an imposing presence despite their emaciated appearance. Yinshiang Town was, by nature, a slum, and with the constant threat of a zombie onslaught, those with even a modicum of economic means had long since fled. What remained were scavengers and the impoverished, and it was likely that Hu Binan had chosen the tallest among them as recruits. With a forced smile, Hu Binan addressed Qin Bing. "Commander, I have brought you the individuals you requested. I will leave them in your capable hands and take my leave, so as not to disturb your training." Qin Bing replied coolly, "Safe travels, Town Master." Once Hu Binan departed with his 2 subordinates, Qin Bing promptly integrated the 160 individuals he had brought into the existing 5 combat squads, mixing veterans with newcomers to expedite the formation of combat efficacy among the recruits. Xiao Ke's team originally consisted of 9 members, and with the addition of 11 new recruits, he remained the captain of the Tiger Whale Camp's first combat squad. Duan Songlong and Luo Ho, having recently distinguished themselves, were appointed by Qin Bing as the new sergeants, and also designated as the vice-captains of the first combat squad, thereby becoming Xiao Ke's right-hand men. Training 200 individuals in the confined training ground of the temporary base at the Zhou residence felt rather cramped. Thus, Qin Bing personally led the team to the town square at the center for training, which offered ample space for over 200 participants. However, the downside was that their training would be under the scrutiny of the townspeople, which might make the soldiers slightly uncomfortable. Qin Bing instructed Xiao Ke and several other squad leaders, including Huang Ji, to lead the veterans in training the newcomers, while she supervised from the side. Xiao Ke's squad comprised 9 veterans, while the recruits numbered 11, making the training manageable. Qin Bing set forth 3 primary requirements for the newcomers. First, they must understand that obedience to orders is paramount. Disobedience would result in execution. Second, they should grasp the basics of saluting and lining up, not requiring perfection, but they must be capable. Third, they needed to have a fundamental understanding of firearm usage, at least being able to aim and fire accurately, alongside a basic comprehension of military knife techniques. Qin Bing tasked Xiao Ke and his fellow squad leaders with ensuring that the newcomers met these standards within 3 days. Xiao Ke and his comrades felt little pressure, for in these apocalyptic times, warfare often necessitates swift action, with new recruits sometimes dispatched directly to the battlefield mere moments after their enlistment point. 3 days of training for these fresh soldiers is not insignificant. Just as Xiao Ke and his team were diligently instructing the recruits, a jeep suddenly roared into view from the distance. The soldiers in training turned their heads in unison, for the vehicle bore the insignia of the White Shark Battalion. Although it had entered the bustling town, the jeep charged through with the fervor of a battlefield assault, causing chaos in its wake as pedestrians scrambled to avoid it, some even tumbling in their haste to escape. Yet, the onlookers could only seethe in silence. Even those who sustained minor injuries resigned themselves to their misfortune. Everyone recognized this as the vehicle of Sergeant Xiao Mingxian from the White Shark Battalion, who would dare voice dissent. Upon seeing Xiao Mingxuan's jeep, Qin Bing furrowed her brow slightly. However, noticing that numerous recruits had halted their training to gawk at the vehicle, her countenance turned frosty. "Everyone, resume your training at once. What are you staring at? Have you never seen a jeep before? When you find yourselves on the battlefield facing the enemy, will you stop to gawk at every vehicle that passes?" The soldiers were well aware of Qin Bing's temper and hastily returned to their drills. Meanwhile, the jeep had come to a halt beside the square, and Xiao Mingxian, clad in his sergeant's uniform, stepped out with 2 subordinates. He surveyed the vicinity and spotted Xiao Ke instructing the recruits not far away. A smirk curled at the corners of his mouth as he remarked with a hint of derision, "Heh, new soldiers training new soldiers. How amusing." His subordinates chuckled at this jest. Xiao Ke and his companions certainly caught wind of Xiao Mingxuan's mockery. Duan Songlong and Luo Ho wore expressions of indignation, yet Xiao Ke remained unperturbed, casting only a brief glance at Xiao Mingxian before calmly instructing Duan Songlong and the others, "Continue your training." Seeing that Xiao Ke was entirely unaffected by his words, Xiao Mingxian felt a flicker of annoyance. With a cold snort, he strode over to Qin Bing. Upon reaching her, he saluted, "Good day, Commander." Qin Bing nodded slightly. "Sergeant Xiao, you've arrived. This morning, I asked you to send scouts to monitor the surrounding area. What is the current situation?" Xiao Mingxian shook his head. "Nothing of note, just the occasional wandering zombie sighting." Qin Bing replied, "No news is indeed the best news. The commander has ordered us to hold this position for at least half a month. Each day we delay the zombie horde's arrival increases our chances of maintaining our hold here." Xiao Mingxian flattered her. "Ha, with over 100 soldiers from my White Shark Battalion here, and you, the valiant Valkyrie, leading us, a mere zombie horde poses little threat. In days gone by." Xiao Mingxuan's flattery would have elicited little more than mild annoyance from Qin Bing, who typically despised sycophantic praise. However, this impending zombie horde was evidently larger and more devastating than previous ones, instilling a sense of foreboding that was hard to ignore. Even the former commander of the Black Shark Legion has met his demise on the battlefield, and the Legion's core warriors have either perished or scattered, utterly defeated in the wake of this zombie onslaught. Xiao Mingxian, also a member of the Black Shark Legion and a subordinate of the former commander, displayed not an ounce of sorrow for the fallen comrades. Instead, in a bid to curry favor, he audaciously claimed that the zombie horde posed little threat. This incited a profound anger within Qin Bing, who increasingly looked down upon Xiao Mingxuan's character. However, she recognized the necessity of discretion at this moment and refrained from expressing her disdain. Oblivious to Qin Bing's contempt, Xiao Mingxian, noting the time was already 11 a.m., warmly invited her to join him for lunch. "Commander, I've arranged a sumptuous meal at the tavern. Since it's getting late, shall we dine together?" Qin Bing replied coolly, "No, I still have several reports to write." "You may go ahead and eat with that." She strode directly to her off-road vehicle, got in, and drove away. Xiao Mingxian, momentarily taken aback, turned away, feeling a wave of disappointment wash over him. His gaze inadvertently caught sight of Xiao Ke, who was watching him with a bemused expression, seemingly mocking his failed attempt to dine with Qin Bing. This ignited a flicker of nameless anger within him. That moment, a tall sergeant from the Orca battalion approached, briskly offering a cigarette while greeting Xiao Mingxian. "Hee, good day, Commander. My name is Xiaodong, and I am your distant relative. I hope you will guide me in the future." Xiaodong's attempt to establish a familial connection came at a time when Xiao Mingxian was already in a foul mood, and he noticed that Xiaodong was presenting him with a cheap, low-quality cigarette. Enraged, Xiao Mingxian almost swatted the cigarette away and retorted, "What do you think you are?" Yet, he noticed that despite Xiao Dong's ingratiating demeanor, he stood impressively tall at nearly 2 meters, with a robust physique and thick wrists. Typically, individuals with such stature possess commendable combat prowess. Out of the corner of his eye, Xiao Mingxian caught sight of Xiao Ke's slender frame, clearly less imposing than Xiao Dong's. A cryptic smile crept onto his lips as he accepted the cigarette Xiao Dong offered. Xiao Dong, the captain of the 2nd Combat Team of the Orca Battalion, was widely recognized as the strongest among the many warriors under Qin Bing's command. His approach to Xiao Mingxian was tinged with apprehension. He understood that forging connections with someone of Xiao Mingxuan's rank was no simple feat. However, he was elated when Xiao Mingxian accepted the cigarette, perceiving it as a sign of acceptance. Eagerly, he produced a lighter and ignited the cigarette for Xiao Mingxian. Taking a drag, Xiao Mingxian inquired, "Xiao Dong, do you wish to join me?" Xiao Dong nodded vigorously. "Indeed, it would be a tremendous honor to receive your guidance, Commander." Xiao Mingxian acknowledged him with a nod. "You haven't awakened your martial veins, have you?" Xiao Dong, once a seasoned soldier, had previously fallen into disrepute after a conflict with a sergeant, resulting in the latter's death at his hands, thereby branding him a deserter. As a seasoned veteran, he naturally understood the implications of awakening the martial pulse. He quickly replied, "Not yet. I haven't had the opportunity to awaken my martial pulse. After all, the potion for awakening it is quite expensive, and only those warriors who demonstrate exceptional prowess are rewarded with the potion and the tiger's roar technique." Xiao Mingxian, with a semblance of a smile, asked, "So, do you wish to possess the martial pulse awakening potion and the tiger's roar technique right now?" Xiao Dong's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "Of course." Xiao Mingxian responded, "Excellent, I can provide you with both items, and I even have a plethora of stimulants that could elevate your strength to that of a level 3 warrior in a remarkably short time. However, these benefits do not come without a price. You must assist me with a task." Xiao Dong quickly inquired, "What task?" Xiao Mingxian cast a glance at the distant Xiao Ke and said, "Help me eliminate a certain individual." It turned out that yesterday, in front of Xiao Mingxian, Qin Bing had made it quite clear by having Xiao Ke drive her, sending an unmistakable signal. Qin Bing was warning Xiao Mingxian that Xiao Ke was under her protection and that he was not to be harmed. Although Xiao Mingxian desired Xiao Ke's demise, he was reluctant to offend Qin Bing or incur her disdain. Thus, he resolved that it would be better to have someone else carry out the deed. The person he had chosen for this task was none other than the present Xiao Dong. Chapter 025. Level 2 Warrior. Upon hearing Xiao Mingxuan's words, Xiao Dong was momentarily taken aback. But he quickly regained his composure and quietly asked, "Sir, whom do you wish for me to eliminate?" Xiao Mingxian replied nonchalantly, "You need not know that for now. We shall discuss it further once you have awakened your martial pulse. However, I can tell you in advance that this person is currently in the town square." Xiao Dong was not foolish. He deduced that the individual in question was likely Xiao Ke. After all, it was widely witnessed that Xiao Ke had injured 2 of Xiao Mingxuan's subordinates yesterday. If the centurion, Xiao Mingxian, could swallow such indignation, it would indeed be a marvel. Both Xiao Dong and Xiao Ke were captains in the Orca camp, but Xiao Dong was recognized among the seasoned veterans as the most formidable fighter in his past as a regular soldier. He had even killed a captain before. He harbored no fear of taking a life and saw no issue in eliminating Xiao Ke. His only concern was how to avoid punishment from the centurion, Qin Bing, after carrying out the act. With a solemn tone, Xiao Dong affirmed, "Understood, sir." Xiao Mingxian was quite pleased and hopeful about Xiao Dong's potential. He prodded Xiao Dong's chest with his finger and instructed, "Come find me at the tavern during lunchtime. I will assist you in awakening your martial pulse." Xiao Dong replied, "Yes, sir." As Xiao Mingxian departed with his 2 subordinates, he deliberately paused near Xiao Ke, smiling faintly as he remarked, "Kid, I hold grudges. You have made quite an impression on me. You are doomed." With that, he disregarded the expressions of Xiao Ke and Duan Songlong, laughing heartily as he left with his companions. Xiao Ke furrowed his brow, watching Xiao Mingxuan's retreating figure, sensing that he was up to something devious. Duan Songlong and Luo Ho stood beside Xiao Ke, casting fierce glares at Xiao Mingxian, indignantly proclaiming, "This despicable wretch has usurped our military merit, yet has the audacity to flaunt his prowess before us." Xiao Ke replied with a calm demeanor, "Let him revel in his moment of triumph. There will come a day when he shall pay the price for his arrogance. Now, let us continue our training." "Yes, Captain." An hour later, the morning training finally concluded. Each captain led their subordinates back to the temporary camp of the Orca for a meal and a much-needed rest. Meanwhile, Xiao Dong, maintaining his composure, discreetly instructed his two deputies to return while he himself stealthily made his way to the town's only tavern. Since the obliteration of the wolf pack mercenaries and the subsequent exodus of most drug merchants, the tavern's business had significantly declined. At that moment, only one table was occupied, where Qiao Mingxian and his subordinates were dining and drinking. Xiao Dong hurried over, bowing respectfully as he addressed Captain. Qiao Mingxian glanced up at him, saying, "You've arrived. Take a seat." As soon as Xiao Dong sat down, one of Qiao Mingxuan's attendants promptly placed two items before him: a vial of martial vein awakening potion and a copy of the Tiger Bin technique. Qiao Mingxian coldly stated, "I am not a patient man, especially when it comes to vengeance, so do not squander my time. You shall begin awakening your martial vein now, and each night, come to my camp. I will have my subordinates administer various potential catalyst potions to you. Within 3 days, I expect you to attain the strength of a level 3 warrior." "Thank you, my lord, thank you," Xiao Dong exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy as he expressed his gratitude. Achieving the strength of a level 3 warrior was tantamount to being among the elite soldiers of the empire, a coveted status in any legion. Xiao Mingxian waved him off. "Go, awaken your martial vein first and elevate your strength to the basic level 1 warrior. Return to me tonight." "Yes, my lord, I take my leave." Xiao Dong departed, clutching the martial vein awakening potion and the Tiger Bin technique as if they were treasures. What he was unaware of was that the moment he left, one of Qiao Mingxuan's subordinates snickered. "Look at how delighted this fellow is. He must not realize that while the potential catalyst potion can temporarily elevate his strength, it will soon unleash dire side effects. For instance, he may never achieve any further enhancement in strength, and in severe cases, his body could suffer various ailments. Essentially, using the potential catalyst potion could spell the end for him." Another subordinate interjected, "Why should we concern ourselves with his fate? As long as he aids our captain in eliminating Xiao Ke, it matters not whether he remains forever at the strength of a level 3 warrior or suffers from any after effects. That is his choice. Without our captain's guidance and support, he might never even reach the strength of a level 3 warrior. What is there to lament? He ought to be grateful for our captain's assistance. Indeed, he should be grateful to our commander." Xiao Mingxian, surrounded by his sycophantic subordinates, felt a slight smile creep upon his lips. He relished the sensation of being surrounded by admirers, reveling in the power to manipulate the fates of others. Especially now, he feels as though he has effortlessly altered the fates of Xiao Ke and Xiao Dong. This sensation of wielding dominion over life and death, as well as destiny, brings him great comfort. The scene of Qiao Ming exiting the tavern was discreetly relayed to the town chief, Hu Binan, by the tavern owner. Upon learning this, Hu Binan found it somewhat unusual that Xiao Dong, as a subordinate of Qin Bing and a member of the Orca camp, had chosen to privately meet with the centurion of the White Shark camp. It is generally frowned upon for subordinates to mingle with personnel from other camps. Additionally, given that Qin Bing had previously instructed Hu Binan to monitor all activities within the town, he promptly reported this information to Qin Bing. Upon hearing Hu Binan's account, Qin Bing furrowed her brow slightly and then instructed Hu Binan to leave. Just as Hu Binan exited Qin Bing's office, Qiao Ming arrived, knocking on the door and loudly announcing, "Reporting in." Qin Bing replied nonchalantly, "Come in." "Yes, sir." Qin Bing closed the file report and glanced at Xiao Dong, inquiring, "Speak. What is it?" With a flicker in his gaze, Xiao Dong claimed he was feeling slightly unwell and wished to take a half-day leave to rest in the dormitory. In truth, he had just consumed the martial vein awakening elixir and felt an urgent desire to cultivate, aiming to elevate his strength to the rank of a level 1 warrior during the afternoon. Upon hearing Xiao Dong's words and noticing the flicker in his eyes, Qin Bing realized he was lying. Suddenly, she caught a faint whiff of a medicinal scent emanating from Xiao Dong, instantly identifying it as the martial vein awakening elixir. This led her to recall Hu Binan's earlier report about Xiaoan's clandestine meeting with Xiao Mingxian. She quickly deduced that Xiao Mingxian had provided Xiao Dong with the elixir, likely prompting Xiao Dong's eagerness to train and seek an excuse for leave. A slight smile graced Qin Bing's lips as she opened her drawer, retrieving several bottles of the martial vein awakening elixir and numerous military training textbooks on the Tiger Bin decision. With a bemused expression, she remarked, "You may take your leave, but I had just intended for 15 centurions from 5 squads to awaken their martial veins and cultivate the Tiger Bin decision this afternoon. Take a bottle of the elixir and a textbook for your own training. Should you have any questions, feel free to ask me." But remember to incinerate the books after reading. They are not to be disseminated. Those who divulge military training secrets face severe penalties. Xiao Dong stared at the martial vein awakening elixir and tiger bin decision manuals before him, his expression instantly reflecting profound discontent. He had just painstakingly acquired the elixir and the manuals from Qiao Mingxian, only to discover that Qin Bing was distributing them unconditionally. However, he soon reconsidered. Qiao Mingxian had promised to assist him in swiftly elevating his strength to that of a level 3 warrior, which was indeed a significant advantage. It is said that under normal circumstances, an average soldier requires 2 to 3 years to reach level 3 after awakening their martial vein, while those with exceptional talent can achieve the rank of a general or even a commander at a young age. Yes, thank you for your guidance, sir. Xiao Dong took a bottle of the martial vein awakening elixir and a textbook on the tiger bin decision, preparing to leave. Yet, Qin Bing called out to him. On your way back, ensure that all the other centurions are informed to come here. Understood. Soon, Duan Songlong and over a dozen squad leaders, including Luo Ho, were summoned to Qin Bing's office. Each received an awakening elixir for their martial veins and the Tiger Bin Ju combat technique, prompting all the squad leaders to commence their martial vein awakening. Simultaneously, Qin Bing announced an exhilarating piece of news. In 3 days, the 15 squad leaders of the Tiger Whale camp would engage in a competition to select a centurion, who would be responsible for leading the warriors of the Tiger Whale camp. As for Qin Bing herself, she would primarily oversee the 2 centurions of the Tiger Whale camp and the White Shark camp. Duan Songlong, Luo Ho, and the other squad leaders were filled with excitement and anticipation, as anyone could potentially ascend to the position of centurion of the Tiger Whale camp. That afternoon, Xiao Dong, like all the other squad leaders, successfully activated the first node of his martial vein, becoming a level 1 warrior. That night, Xiao Dong stealthily made his way to Qiao Mingxuan's camp, where Qiao Mingxian had his men inject multiple doses of potential-enhancing elixirs into him. By midnight, Xiao Dong successfully ignited the second node of his martial vein, elevating himself to a level 2 warrior. As he returned to the camp under the cover of darkness, he passed by the dormitories of other teams and overheard 2 squad leaders quietly lamenting. Sigh. Awakening the martial vein and lighting the first node is simple, but the second node is quite challenging. At this rate, without more than 3 months, I won't be able to activate the second node. I feel the same. I can't elevate my strength to level 2 warrior. Seems I have little hope of securing the centurion position the day after tomorrow. Upon hearing the murmurs from the neighboring dormitory, Xiao Dong's lips curled into a faint smirk, and he thought to himself, "Ha, your chances of igniting the second node are slim. Yet tomorrow night, with the assistance of Centurion Xiao Mingxian, I shall illuminate the third martial vein node and ascend to a level 3 warrior. This centurion position of the Tiger Whale camp is destined for me. Moreover, during the competition, I could feign an accident and eliminate Xiao Ke, achieving 2 objectives in one fell swoop." While Xiao Dong reveled in his scheming, Xiao Ke remained diligently training alone in Qin Bing's training room. He, too, had successfully activated the first node of his martial vein today, becoming a level 1 warrior, akin to Duan Songlong and the others. However, lighting the second node was not feasible for Xiao Ke in the short term, as each node required an increasing amount of primal force water. He had calculated that it would take him at least 10 days to activate the second node. Nevertheless, Xiao Ke believed that although he could not ignite the second node at present, he possessed 205 bones within his body that could still be illuminated. Thus, he was working late into the night, striving to activate the second bone within him. He had already noticed that after lighting one of the 206 vertebrae in his body last night, his strength had significantly increased. If he could activate 1 or 2 more bones before the Centurion selection competition, he would enhance his strength and bolster his chances of defeating other contenders for the Centurion title. At this very moment, Xiao Ke was ensconced within a mental realm, his body positioned in a deep lunge, hands strenuously supporting a colossal boulder. Tremors coursed through him, beads of sweat cascading like rain, and he felt as if his arms were as feeble as noodles. Yet, he persevered. Just a little longer. Just a bit more. Chapter 026. The Strength King. It was only when Xiao Ke felt he could no longer endure that a crisp chime echoed in his ears, jolting him from his meditative state. Qin Bing gazed at Xiao Ke, drenched in perspiration, his garments thoroughly soaked, her mind tinged with puzzlement. The Tiger Bin Ju was a fundamental martial art practiced within the military, and any soldier with even a hint of potential would have the opportunity to awaken their martial veins and cultivate this technique to amass primal energy. As a foundational discipline, One would expect the practice of Tiger Binju to be relatively effortless. So why did Xiao Ke seem to undergo a battle every time he trained, emerging utterly drenched? Qin Bing couldn't help but recall that each individual's mental illusion during the practice of Tiger Binju was unique. Some, akin to meditative repose, could effortlessly cultivate for hours, accumulating a significant amount of primal energy to illuminate their martial vein nodes. Others, however, found the process arduous, struggling to gather primal energy, their progress in illuminating their martial vein nodes lagging far behind that of others. Such disparities were typically attributed to innate talent. Those endowed with greater aptitude found their training to be swift and smooth, while those less fortunate endured a more grueling and sluggish path. Observing Xiao Ke, who had just emerged from his trance, Qin Bing mused. He exhibited considerable talent when learning combat techniques and assassination arts. Why then did he falter in the cultivation of primal energy? How peculiar. Naturally, Qin Bing dared not disclose Xiao Ke's lack of talent to him. Instead, she inquired with a casual tone, "How do you feel?" "Nothing much, just the same as usual," Xiao Ke replied, unfazed by the notion of his poor aptitude. He believed that despite the hardships of training, he consistently managed to accumulate a fair amount of primal energy and was prepared to attempt illuminating the second bone within his body with the energy he had gathered that evening. Qin Bing nodded, "Then tidy up here and return to rest. I, too, should retire for the night." "Yes, Commander." As Qin Bing instructed Xiao Ke to organize the training chamber before departing, she stifled a yawn and exited, heading to her quarters to sleep. Xiao Ke, however, did not rush to tidy the training room. Instead, he remained seated cross-legged on the mat, closing his eyes to attune to his body. Soon, he began to perceive a singular line within his body. Adorned with 12 points, these represented his martial veins. Among the 12 nodes, only the lowest glimmered like a star, while the remaining 11 lay shrouded in darkness. This indicated that Xiao Ke was currently a level 1 warrior, and in battle, only the lowest martial vein node could provide him with primal energy. Beyond the martial veins, his body comprised 206 bones, 51 in the torso, 126 in the limbs, and 29 in the skull. Much like his martial veins, nearly all his bones were dim, save for one lumbar vertebra in the torso that radiated a luminous glow, clear as jade. This particular vertebra was the one Xiao Ke had inadvertently refined with primal energy, thereby illuminating it. Since igniting this particular vertebra, Xiao Ke has felt a significant surge in his strength. The punching power of an average individual typically hovers around 100 gene, and within the ranks of the warriors in the Orca camp, Xiao Ke's strength was not remarkable. It had previously aligned closely with that of an ordinary person. However, ever since he ignited this lumbar vertebra, he discovered that his punching power had soared to an impressive 200 gene. This level of strength is commendable, typically only found among seasoned athletes who have undergone extensive training. Of course, in the apocalyptic era, raw power is not the sole criterion for assessing combat capability. There exists the concept of elemental force. Currently, Xiao Ke is a first-tier warrior, with only one meridian node available to provide him with elemental energy, resulting in a mere 100 carta of elemental force, just at the entry level. At this moment, he finds himself unable to ignite a second meridian node, thus hindering any increase in his elemental energy. Consequently, he resolves to explore whether he can ignite other bones within his body. He attempts to direct the elemental water towards his cranial region, curious about the changes that might ensue upon igniting a cranial bone. Regrettably, no matter how he maneuvers the elemental water, it cannot be transported to the head nor to the limbs. Ultimately, he comprehends that he is presently limited to igniting the trunk bones, unable to affect the bones of the limbs or the skull. In the end, Xiao Ke opts to utilize the elemental water to refine the sacrum among the trunk bones. This endeavor proves successful. After being tempered by the elemental water, it resembles a raw gemstone that has been exquisitely carved, becoming translucent and radiating a faint glow. Abruptly, Xiao Ke opens his eyes, stands up, and instinctively unleashes a flurry of martial arts moves, his fists striking with the speed of lightning and the weight of a mountain. He now perceives his punching power to be at least 300 gene. This represents threefold the strength of an average person. Although this power cannot be compared to elemental force, it holds significant value against foes of warrior rank and above. In the realm of warriors, punching power is nearly as crucial as elemental force, with approximately 1 gene of punching power equating to 1 carta of elemental force. Now, although Xiao Ke remains a first-tier warrior, he feels confident even when faced with second-tier warriors. Unable to contain his excitement, He recalls the legendary Tyson, whose punching power nearly reached the human limit of 900 gene. Should he ignite a few more trunk bones, he could easily surpass the average human limit of punching power and ascend to the status of a power king. Remarkably, although his punching power has intensified, his physique remains unchanged, tall and slightly lean. Exuding an air of elegance and refinement, it is unlikely that anyone would imagine that his seemingly frail frame could unleash such formidable strength. If he encounters an overconfident adversary in the future, he will undoubtedly deliver a shocking lesson. After tidying up the training room, Xiao Ke swiftly returns to his dormitory to rest. After merely 2 hours of sleep, the wake-up horn of the camp blares. He rises alongside his subordinates, Duan Songlong and Luo Ho, dressing and grooming themselves before heading out to assemble. As per the previous day's routine, they prepare to have breakfast before training the new recruits in the town square. During breakfast in the cafeteria, Xiao Ke, along with Duan Songlong and Luo Ho, had just procured their meals and settled into their seats when a chorus of astonished gasps erupted nearby. Unable to resist the urge, they turned to see a throng of soldiers gathered around the squad leader Xiao Dong, all exclaiming in awe that he was indeed a prodigy, having illuminated 2 martial nodes in a mere span of 2 days, thus ascending to the rank of a second-level warrior. Duan Songlong could not help but exclaim softly, "What? That guy has already activated 2 martial nodes?" Luo Ho, feeling disheartened, remarked, "There is a significant disparity in strength between a first-level and a second-level warrior. It seems we have no chance in tomorrow's contest for the position of captain." Xiao Ke was equally astonished, contemplating that Xiao Dong, who appeared rather unremarkable in daily life, possessed such remarkable talent in the realm of energy manipulation. Managing to illuminate 2 martial nodes in one go to it appeared that this individual had become his most formidable rival in the upcoming competition. That moment, Xiao Dong was surrounded by admirers, clearly basking in the limelight as the likely future captain. His face was alight with pride, and he cast a furtive glance towards Xiao Ke, a flicker of malice glimmering in his eyes. Chapter 027. Ambition tomorrow marks the contest for the position of captain. Among the 15 squad leaders, whoever distinguishes themselves in the trials will ascend to the rank of captain of the Orca battalion. Initially, all the squad leaders had just awakened their martial nodes, each undergoing a significant transformation from mere cannon fodder to genuine warriors. Their spirits were high with ambition. However, no one anticipated that today they would discover Xiao Dong had already activated his second martial node, elevating him to the status of a second-level warrior. The difference in capability between first-level and second-level warriors is considerable. Under normal circumstances, one second-level warrior can withstand the combined might of 3 first-level warriors. This indicates that, right from the start, Xiao Dong has already left his competitors far behind. Xiao Dong was already acknowledged as the strongest among the numerous warriors in the Orca battalion, and now, with his awakening of martial nodes, he has distanced himself even further, making him a frontrunner for the captaincy. Consequently, not only the 19 members of Xiao Dong's team but also warriors from other squads, including the majority of the squad leaders, flocked to his side, showering him with flattery in an attempt to curry favor. After all, it was widely believed that Xiao Dong was likely to become their leader, prompting many to forge connections with him in advance. Some squad leaders even went so far as to voluntarily concede their competition for the captaincy, declaring themselves unworthy opponents to please Xiao Dong. This filled Xiao Dong with immense satisfaction. Once a mere foot soldier who had been oppressed by a squad leader, he had retaliated in fury, killing that leader during a surprise attack, subsequently becoming a fugitive until captured by Qin Bing. He had anticipated severe punishment upon capture, but fate had intervened, transforming him into a squad leader of the Orca battalion, and now he was on the verge of becoming its captain. From a once humble and oppressed existence, he now reveled in his newfound status, inevitably leading to his arrogance. At this moment, he surveyed the makeshift dining hall, where nearly 200 new and seasoned warriors were gathered, and with a smug grin, he declared, "Ha ha, what significance does a second-tier warrior hold? Barring any unforeseen circumstances, I shall elevate my combat rank once more tonight, transcending to the realm of a third-tier warrior. Oh my heavens! A third-tier warrior. This is the pinnacle of martial prowess. Indeed, beyond that lies the realm of military generals. To have elevated one's strength to that of a third-tier warrior after merely 2 or 3 days of training. Surely, this is the mark of a genius. Brother Qiao will undoubtedly emerge as the vanguard of a new generation within the military. Brother Qiao, let it be known that I shall follow you henceforth. So shall I." the contingent of warriors surrounding them, upon hearing Xiao Dong proclaim his imminent ascension to a third-tier warrior, were struck both with astonishment and envy, hastily pledging their allegiance. Aside from a few stubborn Tin-Man captains who still harbored hopes of competing, the vast majority had already indicated their intention to withdraw from the contest for the position of 100-man captain the following day. Xiao Dong's aide, a fellow by the name of Lu Jinquan, surveyed the assembly with an air of false authority and proclaimed, "Ha ha, I dare say the contest for 100-man captain tomorrow could be deemed unnecessary. Let us simply appoint Brother Xiao as the 100-man captain directly. Hehe, I mean no offense to anyone, but in the presence of our Brother Xiao, all other contenders are mere refuse." Lu Jinquan's words elicited laughter from those eager to curry favor with Xiao Dong, who found the jest amusing. However, for a select few, including Xiao Ke, Duan Songlong, and Luo Ho, who had no intention of relinquishing their pursuit for the 100-man captaincy, Lu Jianquan's remarks were particularly jarring, bordering on humiliation. Xiao Ke, with his typically calm demeanor, managed to endure the slight, but the hot-headed Duan Songlong could not contain himself. With a resounding thud, he slammed his fist onto the table, exclaiming, "What the hell is this? Even at breakfast, there are dogs barking to ruin my appetite." The entire dining hall, previously filled with compliments for Xiao Dong, fell into an abrupt silence at Duan Songlong's discordant outburst. All eyes, including those of Xiao Dong and Lu Jinquan, turned towards him. Upon recognizing Xiao Ke's group, Xiao Dong furrowed his brow slightly and exchanged a knowing glance with his aide, Lu Jinquan. Understanding the cue, Lu Jinquan rose, accompanied by several lackeys, and made his way to Xiao Ke's table. Upon reaching them, Lu Jinquan squinted and addressed Duan Songlong with an unfriendly tone. "Who was it that you referred to as a dog?" Duan Songlong lifted his head, slamming his chopsticks onto the table, and smirked coldly. "If anyone mocks me as refuse, I shall call them a dog. Is there a problem with that?" "You're asking for it," Lu Jinquan retorted, gripping the edge of the marble table as he attempted to upend it, aiming to topple the table where Xiao Ke and Duan Songlong were seated. However, just as Lu Jinquan tried to overturn the table, Xiao Ke, who had been quietly eating, pressed his left hand down onto the surface. Instantly, the table, which had begun to tilt under Lu Jinquan's force, crashed back down heavily onto the ground, causing the dishes atop it to jolt, and one of Duan Songlong's chopsticks fell to the floor. Lu Jinquan widened his eyes, gazing at Xiao Ke with a hint of disbelief. He exerted force with both hands, attempting to overturn the table, yet Xiao Ke effortlessly pressed it back down with a single hand. What tremendous strength that was! Even with all his might, Lu Jinquan's arms could not match the power of Xiao Ke's left hand. A sense of unease began to creep into Lu Jinquan's heart. Yet he feigned composure and glared at Xiao Ke, demanding, "What do you intend to do, Xiao?" Xiao Ke, with his left hand resting on the table and his right holding chopsticks, leisurely finished the remnants of fried noodles from his plate. Only after wiping the corner of his mouth delicately with a napkin did he squint at Lu Jinquan and calmly reply, "Why do you ask what I am doing? I am here enjoying breakfast, and you come to disrupt my meal, yet you question my actions? Although we are both captains, I am the leader of the first combat squad, while you merely serve as the deputy of the second combat squad. In terms of rank, I surpass you by half a level." Upon hearing these words from Xiao Ke, beads of sweat instantly formed on Lu Jinquan's forehead. Disputes or even scuffles among soldiers were not met with severe punishment, as the Empire valued martial spirit and expected soldiers to possess a certain fierceness. Some friction between spirited individuals was considered normal. However, insubordination altered the nature of the situation entirely, especially in wartime. In severe cases, it could lead to execution on the spot. Noticing the fear reflected in Lu Jinquan's eyes, Xiao Ke's lips curled into a slight smirk as he coldly remarked, "Of course, we are comrades of the Orca Battalion, and I shall not make a fuss over your earlier actions. However, you did knock one of my deputy's chopsticks to the ground when you overturned the table. Now, are you not required to bend down, lower your head, and retrieve the chopstick from the floor?" The expressions of everyone around shifted to one of peculiar astonishment as they whispered among themselves. Xiao Ke is formidable. With just a few simple sentences, he presents his case with reason and dignity, compelling Lu Jinquan to bow his head. For Lu Jinquan to bend down and pick up the chopstick was undeniably a submission in his contest with Xiao Ke, revealing that their strengths were not on the same level. The onlookers could not help but glance at Xiao Dong, as Lu Jinquan was his deputy. Watching Lu Jinquan being bested by Xiao Ke, Xiao Dong's expression was likely to suffer as well. After all, one must consider the master when beating the dog. Indeed, upon witnessing Lu Jinchuan's humiliation, Xiao Dong frowned, stood up, pulled out a chair, and approached with a sizable entourage of subordinates. Chapter 028. Tempering the third bone. Lu Jinquan, drenched in sweat from Xiao Ke's few words, felt the calmness of Xiao Ke, which could be described as genteel, yet it bore an invisible pressure that compelled him to submit. Gritting his teeth, he was about to bend down and retrieve the fallen chopstick. However, at that moment, Xiao Dong had already arrived with his men. He solemnly commanded, "Wait." Lu Jinquan halted his movements and turned to Xiao Dong, awkwardly exclaiming, "Brother Dong." Xiao Dong, with an inscrutable expression, cast a sharp glare at Lu Jinquan, his annoyance evident at Lu Jinchuan's pitiful display, especially as Lu was his subordinate. The onlookers clearly perceived that Lu Jinquan had been sent to provoke Xiao Ke, and now, as Lu lowered his head to Xiao Ke, Xiao Dong's reputation was undeniably tarnished. As Xiao Dong turned to gaze at Xiao Ke, he had already donned a smile, cheerfully pulling out the chair opposite Xiao Ke and taking a seat. Locking eyes with Xiao Ke, he remarked, "Xiao Ke, my assistant merely had a slight disagreement with yours. There is no need to make a fuss over it, is there?" Xiao Ke responded with a smile. "I am not causing any trouble. I merely asked him to pick up the chopsticks that fell to the ground. If I were to take action against him, I would have addressed it as an act of insubordination." Xiao Dong chuckled. "It's just a pair of chopsticks. If they fell on the ground and got dirty, we can simply replace them. Why bother picking them up? Someone, please bring Captain Xiao a new pair of chopsticks." As Xiao Dong finished speaking, one of his subordinates moved to fetch a new pair. However, Xiao Ke calmly interjected, "No need, we are already full." But those chopsticks were dropped by Lu Jinquan. He must lower his head and retrieve them. Seeing that Xiao Ke was not even sparing his face, a flicker of malice crossed Xiao Dong's eyes, and his insincere smile vanished, replaced by a grim countenance. With arms crossed, he glared at Xiao Ke and coldly stated, "Forcing him to pick up chopsticks will have serious consequences. Have you considered how you will fare beyond tomorrow?" Xiao Dong's words were a blatant threat, almost explicitly stating that once he became the centurion the following day, he would make Xiao Ke's life unbearable. The onlookers directed their attention to Xiao Ke, all too aware that Xiao Dong was a leading contender for the position of centurion, rendering his words particularly menacing. If Xiao Dong were to ascend to the rank of centurion, dealing with a decurion would be child's play. Everyone watched Xiao Ke intently, eager to see if he would buckle under pressure. Even Xiao Dong was fixated on Xiao Ke's eyes, yearning to witness any sign of discomfort or unease. If Xiao Ke, under the weight of Xiao Dong's threat, showed fear and capitulated in public, it would be utterly perfect. Yet, there sat Xiao Ke, poised and unruffled, a subtle, refined smile gracing his lips, clearly unconcerned with Xiao Dong and his threats. With a bemused expression, Xiao Ke said to Xiao Dong, "It's all right, let him pick them up." "You?" Xiao Dong's chest heaved rapidly, clearly incensed by Xiao Ke's demeanor. He rose abruptly, towering over Xiao Ke, glaring down with fury. "Do not concern yourself with tomorrow. Worry about today instead. If you encounter me as your opponent in tomorrow's selection trial, you are finished." With that, Xiao Dong stormed off, accompanied by his subordinates. Lu Jinquan, realizing that even Xiao Dong's support had proven ineffective, dared not display any defiance. His face flushed crimson as he bent down to obediently retrieve the chopsticks from the floor, placing them on the table before scurrying away like a stray dog to catch up with Xiao Dong's group. The soldiers in the cafeteria exchanged glances, acutely aware that the tension between Xiao Dong and Xiao Ke had escalated significantly. It was evident to all that tomorrow's selection trial for the centurion would be a fierce contest, fraught with potential conflict, especially since Xiao Dong had openly declared his intent to eliminate Xiao Ke. At this moment, the onlookers regarded Xiao Ke with the pitying eyes typically reserved for the downtrodden, believing that he had acted with recklessness. After all, Xiao Dong had already ascended to the rank of a level 2 warrior, even boasting that he would elevate his prowess to level 3 by the next day. In stark contrast, Xiao Ke, like the other captains, was merely a level 1 warrior. Offending Xiao Dong, therefore, would inevitably lead to dire consequences. Even Xiao Ke's subordinates wore expressions of profound complexity. Turning to his followers, Duan Songlong and Luo Ho, Xiao Ke commanded, "Let us proceed. The time has come for us to gather at the town square and continue our training." As Xiao Ke stood to depart, he noticed that, aside from Duan Songlong and Luo Ho, The others remained motionless, their faces betraying their hesitation. Stunned, Xiao Ke inquired, "What troubles you?" One brave member of the team, summoning his courage, spoke candidly, "Captain, perhaps you should not have been so forceful just now." Xiao Ke responded with a contemplative "oh," before asking, "What do you believe I ought to do?" The subordinates fell silent, lacking the audacity to instruct their captain on how to conduct himself. Casting a glance at them, Xiao Ke acknowledged their concerns. "I understand your apprehensions. You fear that should Xiao Dong ascend to the rank of captain, I may face repercussions, and your lives would consequently become burdensome. However, if you wish to prepare for the worst, feel free to curry favor with Xiao Dong in private, pledging your loyalty to him. Nevertheless, during training hours, you must adhere to my commands and train diligently." Having concluded his remarks, Xiao Ke strode away. Duan Songlong turned to the others, exclaiming, "If you no longer trust the captain, what manner of comrades are you?" Luo Ho echoed his sentiment, adding, "If I discover anyone secretly betraying the captain to appease Xiao Dong, I shall break their legs." With that, the two men hastily followed Xiao Ke, clearly united in their resolve to stand by him. Ultimately, the members of the first combat team complied, following along to the square for their training session. On that day, Xiao Dong, whether at the training grounds or during meals, was accompanied by a throng of sycophants, basking in the limelight, as if he had already claimed the mantle of future captain. Each time Xiao Ke crossed paths with Xiao Dong, the latter would dismiss him with a disdainful snort. Unfazed by Xiao Dong's demeanor, Xiao Ke continued his routine, training the recruits when necessary, practicing offensive techniques in the evening, and cultivating his innate energy as usual that night. Taking advantage of the slumbering companions, Xiao Dong stealthily slipped away, evading the well-known sentries. He traversed the streets and made his way to the temporary encampment of the White Shark Battalion, seeking an audience with Captain Xiao Mingxian. Without any preamble, Xiao Mingxian summoned the military physician, who administered a substantial dose of potential-enhancing elixirs to Xiao Dong. Several hours later, the elixirs fully awakened Xiao Dong's latent potential, astonishingly igniting the third node of his martial veins, thereby elevating him to the rank of a level 3 warrior. Overcome with ecstatic delight, he laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Ha ha! I have truly leaped to become a level 3 warrior. Thank you, young Master Xiao, thank you." In his exuberance, Xiao Dong failed to notice the cold smirks of Xiao Mingxian and his associates, nor did he perceive the early signs of withering within his martial veins. Although the potential elixir allowed him to rapidly enhance his strength, it also brought about drawbacks. The act of forcing growth led to the withering of his martial veins, rendering him forever confined to the realm of a third-tier warrior. Meanwhile, while Xiao Dong fancied himself soaring to great heights, within Qin Bing's training chamber, Xiao Ke had already refined the coccyx within his skeletal structure using the primordial force water, igniting its potential. At that moment, out of the 206 bones within Xiao Ke's body, 3 had been illuminated, granting him the exhilarating sensation of a renewed surge in power. It was conservatively estimated that his punching strength had surpassed 400 jin. The punching power of an average person is about 100 jin, which means Xiao Ke's current might was 4 times that of an ordinary individual. Satisfied with his present condition, he mused that with a punching strength of 400 jin, combined with his 100 kh of first-tier warrior primordial force, he possessed formidable capabilities. Provided he did not encounter a general-level adversary, he could contend even against third-tier warriors. Xiao Ke murmured to himself, "Xiao Dong, I am rather eager for our confrontation. Let us see whether your 300 kh of primordial force is more formidable or my 100 kh, coupled with 400 jin of punching strength." Chapter 029. Selection of the Centurion. When Xiao Ke returned to his dormitory, it was already 4 in the morning. As was his custom, he took a shower and lay down, managing only 2 hours of sleep before the reveille sounded throughout the camp. The instant the alarm rang, Xiao Ke opened his eyes and instinctively leapt up. Swiftly donning the standard imperial soldier's uniform, he joined his fellow soldiers for morning ablutions without any delay. Despite having slept merely 2 hours, he appeared more vibrant than Duan Songlong and Luo Ho, who had enjoyed 8 hours of rest. After refreshing themselves, Xiao Ke and his comrades proceeded to the makeshift mess hall of the Orca camp for breakfast. They filled their trays and found a table to sit down, but had barely taken a few bites when they were startled by exclamations and discussions emanating from nearby. "Did you hear? Captain Xiao Dong really activated the third node of his martial vein last night, elevating his strength to the level of a third-tier warrior." "I just heard that too. A third-tier warrior is at the pinnacle of the warrior realm. Brother Dong has only awakened his martial vein for a few days, and he is already this formidable, truly a chosen one. Indeed, it seems there is no need for today's selection contest for Centurion. It is almost certain that Xiao Dong will be appointed. Wow, it's a done deal that Brother Dong will become Centurion. However, those who have crossed paths with him may find their good fortunes. As he mentioned yesterday, coming to an end.as, the crowd discussed Xiao Dong's achievement of illuminating the third node of his martial vein. They unanimously believed he would undoubtedly become the Centurion of the Orca camp, while simultaneously sensing that misfortune was looming for Xiao Ke's combat team. Upon hearing these remarks, Xiao Ke maintained a calm demeanor as he continued his breakfast, whereas Duan Songlong and Luo Ho's expressions shifted slightly, and the rest of the team appeared increasingly grim. Duan Songlong and his fellow Centurions were merely first-tier warriors, while Xiao Dong had already reached the third tier. How could they possibly compete for the position of Centurion against him? Just then, a group of individuals entered with an air of arrogance. At the forefront stood Xiao Dong, exuding an aura markedly different from his usual demeanor. Whether this transformation stemmed from his elevation to a third-tier warrior, a boost in his innate energy, or a newfound confidence accompanying his enhanced strength remained uncertain. Upon entering, Xiao Dong swiftly noticed the table occupied by Xiao Ke and his companions, a slight smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he approached them directly. Upon reaching their table, Xiao Dong surveyed the assortment of breakfast items laid out before him. He casually picked up a plate of steamed buns positioned in front of Xiao Ke, and with a careless flick of his wrist, the stainless steel dish clattered to the ground, sending the buns rolling in all directions. A profound silence enveloped the surrounding crowd, eyes darting in bewilderment. Seated beside Xiao Ke, Duan Songlong and Luo Ho wore expressions of fury, both acutely aware that Xiao Dong's actions were deliberate. The previous day, Xiao Ke had forced Lu Jingquan to retrieve the chopsticks that had fallen to the floor, a humiliation for Xiao Dong. Thus, the now more powerful Xiao Dong had come to reclaim his dignity by personally toppling Xiao Ke's food onto the ground. His provocative demeanor seemed to challenge, "I've spilled your plate. Will you compel us to pick it up for you again, as you did yesterday?" What a farce! Xiao Ke maintained his calm, gazing at Xiao Dong with intrigue. Xiao Dong, with his chin held high, appeared to feign indifference, masking the fear that lurked beneath his facade. Xiao Ke, with a slight smile, mused, "I wonder what expression you will wear if, in today's selection trial for the Centurion, you find yourself defeated despite your lofty ambitions." Xiao Dong's eyes widened in disbelief. To his astonishment, despite his advancement to a third-tier warrior, Xiao Ke exhibited no trace of trepidation. Under normal circumstances, a first-tier warrior might stand a chance against a second-tier warrior, as the gap between them was not insurmountable. Moreover, combat prowess was not solely contingent upon innate energy. In the realm of warriors, attributes such as physical strength, battle experience, skill, and endurance were of paramount importance. However, when pitted against a third-tier warrior, a first-tier warrior's chances were largely theoretical, akin to winning a lottery, merely a possibility, with the reality being that among a million participants, scarcely a single individual might emerge victorious. Similarly, in typical scenarios, it was unlikely that even one in a million first-tier warriors could best a third-tier counterpart. Gazing at Xiao Ke, Xiao Dong could not suppress a derisive laugh. "Initially, I believed you to be blindly confident, but now it seems you are merely ignorant of true strength, and thus, fearlessly foolish. Ha! I can hardly contain my eagerness to commence the Centurion selection trial." Xiao Ke replied, "I share your anticipation." Xiao Dong nodded, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Very well, then we shall meet on the battlefield shortly." With that, he departed with Lu Jingquan and his subordinates. After breakfast, the warriors of the Orca camp gathered in the town square as per their usual routine. Yet today was distinct, for there would be no routine training. Instead, they were to select a Centurion from among the 5 captains and 10 vice-captains, 15 in total, who would subsequently lead the 200 warriors of the Orca camp. As today marks the day of the selection for the Centurion of the Orca camp, even the warriors of the Great White Shark camp, with the exception of a few on duty to stand guard, have gathered in the town square under the leadership of Qiao Mingxian. They are here not only to assist Qin Bing in maintaining order, but also to witness the birth of a new Centurion for the Orca camp. Nearly 300 warriors are present, all lined up in disciplined formation. At this moment, Qin Bing, adorned in military attire and exuding an air of gallantry, has also arrived at the scene. She surveyed the assembled soldiers and then spoke in a clear voice. "I am not one for superfluous words. And you are all well aware that today we will select the centurion for the Orca camp. Due to some squad leaders deeming themselves insufficiently capable, they have opted out of today's contest, leaving us with 8 squad leaders who will draw lots to form pairs for competition. The ultimate victor will become the centurion of the Orca camp. Upon concluding her remarks, Qin Bing instructed Xiao Dong, Lu Jinquan, Xiao Ke, Duan Songlong, Luo Hao, and the other squad leaders to step forward, draw lots, and prepare for the group matches to swiftly select the centurion. The 8 squad leaders were divided into 4 groups. Surprisingly, Xiao Ke drew Lu Jinquan as his opponent, while Xiao Dong faced Su Feihong, a vice-captain from the 3rd battle team. Duan Songlong and Luo Hao found themselves in a rather unfortunate predicament. Having drawn each other, the 4 duels commenced simultaneously across the expansive square. Qin Bing and Xiao Mingxian took their seats in the observation area, coldly watching the 4 matches unfold, their attention particularly fixed on the bout between Xiao Ke and Lu Jinquan. The two stood facing each other, less than 2 meters apart, awaiting the referee's signal to commence. Lu Jinquan smirked coldly at Xiao Ke, stating, "In the arena, there is no distinction between superior and subordinate. You dared to insult me yesterday, Xiao Ke. Today, there is no need for Dong Gu to intervene. I will first knock your teeth out." Feeling confident, Lu Jinquan believed he could easily defeat Xiao Ke. As both were first-tier warriors, yet he stood at 1.85 meters tall, slightly towering over Xiao Ke's 1.80 meters. Xiao Ke merely smiled faintly, saying nothing in response. At that moment, the referee announced, "Begin." Upon hearing the signal, Lu Jinquan lunged toward Xiao Ke. However, Xiao Ke swiftly executed a lightning-fast kick aimed at Lu Jinquan's head. The kick was as rapid as a flash and carried a fierce wind, indicating its immense power. Lu Jinquan's expression changed drastically, and he quickly raised his arms to shield his head, attempting to block Xiao Ke's strike. Although he managed to use his forearms to deflect the blow, he was still sent staggering back a few steps, his arms aching as though struck by an iron rod. Lu Jinquan was bewildered. Both were first-tier warriors, each possessing 100 kartas of primal force. Yet how could Xiao Ke's power be so formidable? Unbeknownst to him, Xiao Ke's kick was merely a probing strike, utilizing only 50% of his strength. With 3 bones refined and illuminated, Xiao Ke could unleash a punching force of 400 pounds solely through his physical prowess. Even when Xiao Ke exerted merely 50% of his strength, he possessed a punching force equivalent to 200 pounds, which is double that of an average individual. Thus, Lu Jinquan undoubtedly felt the immense power of Xiao Ke's kick. Observing that he had only utilized half of his might, yet still sent Lu Jinquan staggering backward, Xiao Ke couldn't help but feel an increase in confidence regarding his own strength. He pursued Lu Jinquan relentlessly, unleashing a torrential onslaught. Each evening, Xiao Ke diligently practiced combat techniques and offensive skills for 2 hours with Qin Bing, resulting in a dual superiority in both strength and technique that overwhelmed his opponent. Under the relentless barrage of Xiao Ke's attacks, Lu Jinquan resembled a flimsy boat tossed about in a tempest, managing to withstand only a few exchanges before being decisively struck in the chest by Xiao Ke's kick, sending him flying out of the fighting ring. Struggling to rise, he immediately sank to his knees, clutching his chest, and coughed up a mouthful of blood, utterly spent and unable to continue. The referee promptly declared, "Xiao Ke is the victor." Almost simultaneously, it was announced that Su Feihong had sustained severe injuries and was unconscious, with Xiao Dong triumphantly dominating his match. Amidst the cheers of the spectators, Xiao Ke and Xiao Dong turned to gaze at each other, their eyes locking in a fierce exchange, reminiscent of a clash of thunder and fire, thick with the scent of gunpowder. Chapter 030. The fierce general. In a series of 4 matches, both Xiao Ke and Xiao Dong achieved simultaneous victories over their respective adversaries. Xiao Dong, having illuminated 3 martial pulse nodes, demonstrated the prowess of a 3rd-level warrior, decisively defeating his opponent, an outcome anticipated by all. Xiao Ke, on the other hand, was merely a 1st-level warrior, facing Lu Jinquan, who also held the same rank and appeared slightly more imposing in stature. However, no one expected Lu Jinquan to falter so quickly under the fierce onslaught of Xiao Ke, succumbing to defeat in mere exchanges and even spitting blood in the process. The gathered warriors were astounded by Xiao Ke's performance, particularly the veterans from the Orca camp, whose memories of Xiao Ke were still tethered to his earlier battle against Duan Songlong, where he had shown weakness but remarkable resilience. Yet, it had not been long since those days, and Xiao Ke now seemed to have undergone a profound transformation. His display in the competition bore no trace of weakness and could even be deemed strong among ordinary warriors. The soldiers of the White Shark camp merely observed with mild astonishment, while the veterans of the Orca camp reacted to Xiao Ke's exceptional performance as if a few drops of cold water had been suddenly splashed into a boiling pot of oil. Causing an immediate uproar of discussion, is Xiao Ke truly a first-level warrior? How could he so effortlessly overpower Lu Jinquan, who is also a first-level warrior? You fail to understand. Within the realm of warriors, while martial pulse energy is significant, it is not the sole determinant of combat capability. Physical attributes, strength, speed, technique, and endurance, are equally crucial, and only when combined do they reflect true combat effectiveness. Clearly, although Xiao Ke's martial energy was that of a first-level warrior, he excelled in all other aspects, utterly eclipsing Lu Jinquan. We may not comprehend why Xiao Ke is so formidable, but if he possesses such strength, it appears that Xiao Dong's aspiration to become a centurion will not be an easy endeavor. Indeed, there exists a private discord between the two individuals. Observing their prowess, it is highly likely that they will soon encounter one another in the competition, promising a fierce clash akin to that of dragons and tigers. The warriors of the Tiger Whale camp have all expressed their opinions, and there is an unexpected anticipation for the battle between Xiao Dong and Xiao Ke. This sentiment is particularly evident among the members of the first combat team, who, upon realizing Xiao Ke's remarkable abilities, have shed their previous despondency and have become animated with excitement. Should Xiao Ke successfully ascend to the rank of centurion, they would undoubtedly share in his glory. Not only are the warriors astonished by Xiao Ke's performance, but even the centurion Qin Bing and the centurion Xiao Mingxian, who are observing the matches from the viewing platform, are taken aback. Qin Bing, in particular, has long held the belief that Xiao Ke lacks talent in the cultivation of primal force, having perceived his training as a strenuous endeavor each night. However, she did not anticipate the dazzling display of combat prowess he exhibited today. With a tone of surprise, she remarked, Xiao Ke's performance is quite impressive. It seems he stands a chance to compete with Xiao Dong. Casting a glance at Xiao Ke in the distance, Zhao Mingxuan's eyes flickered with a hint of resentment. Yet he casually asserted, I remain more inclined to favor Xiao Dong, considering he is a level 3 warrior. While Xiao Ke appears to possess considerable strength, how can mere physical power compare to primal force? With a bemused smile, Qin Bing retorted, I am inclined to support Xiao Ke. At the level of warriors, the potency of primal force and physical strength remains relatively comparable. It is only upon reaching the ranks of general, valiant general, and great general that the significance of primal force gradually reveals itself, rendering physical strength virtually inconsequential in its presence. Pausing for a moment, Qin Bing added, of course, this does not imply that physical strength is inferior to primal force. Rather, the limits of human strength, no matter how much one trains, are ultimately finite. Take, for instance, the renowned boxer Tyson from human history. His punching power is approximately 900 pounds, equivalent to 900 units of martial vein primal force. This suggests that a punching force of around 1,000 pounds might represent the upper limit for the average human. Conversely, warriors awakened to the martial vein, upon surpassing the threshold of the warrior realm and attaining the strength of a level 4 general, would possess a primal force of at least 1,000 units. Thus, even when humans strive to maximize their physical strength, it merely parallels that of a level 4 general. Consequently, at the general level, the importance of physical strength diminishes while the significance of primal force escalates, becoming the primary measure of combat effectiveness. As Qin Bing reached this point, she ventured a conjecture. A level 1 warrior possesses a primal force of 100 units, a level 2 warrior 200 units, and a level 3 warrior 300 units. Upon breaking through the warrior realm and entering the general realm, there will be a substantial leap in primal force. A level 4 general's primal force is typically around 1,000 units, while a level 5 general possesses 2,000 units, and a level 6 general 3,000 units. Of course, individual talent varies, and the primal force within the same level may differ significantly. Those with exceptional talent may possess twice the primal force of their less gifted counterparts. But these figures generally hold true for the average person. If someone were to surpass the limits of human punching power, elevating it from the average person's 100 gene to around 1,000 gene, akin to that of Tyson, such an individual would be capable of contending with a level 4 warrior. Should this person push their punching strength to 2,000 gene, they would be able to directly challenge a level 5 warrior. At this juncture in Qin Bing's hypothesis, he focused on Xiao Mingxian, who currently possessed the strength of a level 5 warrior. In other words, someone of your caliber could be confronted head-on. Xiao Mingxian felt a twinge of discomfort. He and Qin Bing had just discussed that Xiao Ke's strength should be considerable, yet somehow the conversation veered towards the notion that a certain degree of strength could defeat him. Moreover, since this discussion was prompted by Xiao Ke, Xiao Mingxian sensed that Qin Bing was insinuating that if Xiao Ke's strength were to increase further, he might very well possess the ability to challenge him. Xiao Mingxian curled his lip and, casting a cold smile towards the distant Xiao Ke, remarked, "Human punching power has its limits, and 1,000 Jin is already the pinnacle. When have we ever witnessed a human with a punching force of 2,000 Jin? It is precisely because strength has its boundaries while martial veins possess no such limits that, as one progresses, the importance of original force becomes ever more pronounced, thus diminishing the significance of sheer power. This is where the might of martial veins truly lies." Upon reaching this point in his discourse, Xiao Mingxian pivoted the conversation. "It seems that the commander has high hopes for Xiao Ke, whereas I place my faith in Xiao Dong." Qin Bing was fully aware of Xiao Mingxuan's clandestine actions to assist Xiao Dong through the use of potential enhancing potions. She harbored reservations about Xiao Dong assuming the role of captain of the Orca Brigade. Moreover, after observing Xiao Ke's performance, her confidence in him had only grown. After all, Xiao Ke practiced combat techniques and offensive maneuvers with her every evening, and she firmly believed in his practical combat abilities. Thus, upon hearing Xiao Mingxuan's words, she asked with a smile that was both amused and enigmatic, "What are you trying to imply?" Xiao Mingxian replied, "Shall we wager on the match between the two of them?" Qin Bing narrowed her slender phoenix eyes. "What do you wish to wager?" Xiao Mingxian glanced at Qin Bing, his gaze landing on the slender military knife at her waist, and then smiled. "I want the commander's dragon pattern knife." At this, Qin Bing was momentarily taken aback. This military knife had been custom-made for her, its hilt adorned with a dragon pattern, hence its name. It was her cherished possession, and Xiao Mingxuan's eager desire for it clearly suggested an interest in her. The corners of Qin Bing's mouth lifted slightly as her gaze shifted to the military knife at Xiao Mingxuan's waist, which was not a standard issue but rather a sleek, jet-black blade that glimmered ominously, exuding a mysterious and imposing aura. Qin Bing remarked with a knowing smile, "Your military knife is quite impressive. It must have been crafted by a master artisan, and I dare say it would be hard to acquire for less than 10,000 gold coins, wouldn't it?" Xiao Mingxian proudly replied. "It was gifted to me a few days ago by someone else. I hear it cost a staggering 100,000 gold coins to have it made by a renowned craftsman, aptly named Brute General." Qin Bing had long been aware of the rumors surrounding Xiao Mingxian being the illegitimate child of a significant figure, and now it seemed plausible. Otherwise, how could a mere captain afford such a fine weapon? Maintaining her composure, she nodded. "Very well, let us use the match between Xiao Ke and Xiao Dong as our wager, with my dragon pattern knife and your Brute General as stakes. Let us engage in a friendly bet." Xiao Mingxian, upon hearing this, was exhilarated. Splendid. For he had already resolved that Xiao Dong would undoubtedly emerge victorious. Once he triumphed over Qin Bingxian's beloved dragon pattern, he seized the opportunity to present his formidable warrior as a gift to Qin Bing. In doing so, they exchanged their military sabers, leading onlookers to undoubtedly perceive them as a couple. Furthermore, Xiao Mingxian believed that this gesture could alleviate Qin Bing's frustration from her gambling loss. After all, his warrior, both in quality and value, was of superior grade, and presenting it to Qin Bing would surely elicit a radiant smile from her. There was a possibility that she might even develop a fondness for him, potentially leading them to genuinely become a couple. A short while later, Duan Songlong and Luo Ho finally concluded their match. Both were bruised and dirted, yet Duan Songlong managed to emerge victorious, albeit by a narrow margin. In another bout, Lu Pan and Huang Ji also belatedly determined their victor, with Lu Pan claiming the win. Both Duan Songlong and Lu Pan had endured arduous battles, and after defeating their opponents, they too bore the marks of conflict, exhausted and battered, essentially rendered incapable of continuing in the competition for the position of centurion. Consequently, they exchanged glances with Xiao Dong and Xiao Ke, and almost in unison, opted to forfeit their matches. Thus, only Xiao Ke and Xiao Dong remained as the two centurions on the field. The referee summoned them to the center of the arena and proclaimed loudly, "The finals are about to commence. The victor shall become the centurion of the Orca camp. Prepare yourselves, gentlemen." Chapter 031. The gift of the blade. As the referee's voice echoed, Xiao Dong sprang into action. darting towards Xiao Ke like a hawk swooping down on its prey. Xiao Ke advanced with a powerful punch, unhesitatingly meeting him head-on. The two clashed like rival eagles, instinctively leaping towards one another, unleashing a tempestuous flurry of combat. Both were warriors of the Orca camp, each a centurion, having awakened their martial veins and practiced the arts of combat and lethal techniques. Thus, their fierce skirmish not only mirrored each other's styles but at times, their movements were nearly identical. However, Xiao Dong, being a level 3 combat soldier, had ignited 3 nodes of his martial veins. During the fray, he activated these nodes, which functioned like a steam engine, ceaselessly supplying him with primal energy. His assaults, be it punches or kicks, were imbued with a fierce gale, their whistling sounds sharp and his offensive relentless. In contrast, while Xiao Ke's strikes carried a robust vigor, they lacked the overwhelming force derived from primal energy, appearing rather plain and unadorned. Logically, one would assume that Xiao Ke would soon succumb. Yet to the astonishment of the spectators, from the outset of their duel, he and Xiao Dong were evenly matched, each holding their ground. Initially, neither Xiao Dong nor Xiao Ke had truly exerted their full strength. Engaging in tentative exchanges, Xiao Dong had anticipated an effortless victory over Xiao Ke, even considering the possibility of feigning excessive force to eliminate him on the spot. However, after a round of exchanges and probing, he was taken aback to discover that Xiao Ke's strikes bore a remarkable strength, rivaling the power derived from his own martial veins. Filled with uncertainty, Xiao Dong decided to hold nothing back, fervently channeling the energy from his 3 activated martial nodes to their utmost potential. Thus, he unleashed a ferocious onslaught, akin to a wolf on the hunt. Xiao Ke was not daring to be careless. At this moment, he exerted all his strength, his movements becoming increasingly succinct and refined. Each strike was deliberate and aimed directly at his opponent's vital points, merging his formidable strength with the martial techniques of the army. Epitomizing the domineering style of imperial combat arts, he sought to overwhelm his adversary in the shortest possible time with thunderous attacks. The hundreds of soldiers present gasped in awe. Even the seasoned veterans of the White Shark Battalion could not help but murmur their admiration. Acknowledging that both Xiao Ke and Xiao Dong were elite warriors within the military, and their battle could be likened to a textbook example of combat. However, the audience was even more intrigued by the fact that Xiao Ke, a first-tier warrior, was not at all at a disadvantage against Xiao Dong, a third-tier warrior. It was indeed a perplexing spectacle. Qin Bing remained impassively observant of the clash between Xiao Ke and Xiao Dong, while Xiao Mingxian could not suppress his frown. Internally, he cursed. That wretched Xiao Dong, after I wasted so many potions to elevate you to third-tier status, how can you struggle so against Xiao Ke? I truly misjudged you. In reality, Xiao Dong's strength was not vastly superior. His punching power was merely 100 Jin, and with 3 martial veins activated, his martial energy was approximately 300 card. Although Xiao Ke's martial energy was around 100 card, his punching power soared to an impressive 400 Jin, making his overall combat prowess superior to that of Xiao Dong. Moreover, Xiao Ke had been diligently practicing combat skills and assassination techniques in Qin Bing's secluded courtyard every night, under her direct tutelage, vastly enhancing his combat experience beyond what Xiao Dong could match. Now, both combatants were fully committed, unleashing their attacks without reservation. Though they employed martial arts and often mirrored each other's techniques, punches, kicks, elbow strikes, and shoulder charges, the seemingly more formidable Xiao Dong found no advantage in their direct confrontations. On the contrary, beads of sweat began to cover his forehead as the intensity of the battle escalated. Internally, Xiao Dong felt as if he were caught in a tempest. He could not fathom why Xiao Ke, a first-tier warrior, possessed such tremendous strength, with every blow striking swiftly like lightning and weighing heavily like a mountain. Being struck by Xiao Ke's fists felt akin to being hammered by a sledge, while a kick from him was as painful as being struck by a steel pipe. Despite being a third-tier warrior, Xiao Dong's ascension had relied on dubious methods, essentially akin to nurturing seedlings by pulling them up, resulting in an unstable foundation. As the battle prolonged, the drawbacks of his shaky base began to manifest. The 3 activated martial nodes within him gradually dimmed with the passage of time, akin to a light bulb running out of power. The combat had reached a fever pitch. Both fighters were like taut strings. Sensing Xiao Dong's waning energy, Xiao Ke seized the opportunity, closing in on him with fists that struck like cannonballs, delivering a relentless barrage of blows. each one more powerful than the last. Xiao Dong desperately defended himself, retreating step by step, but when he finally blocked Xiao Ke's last punch, his defenses crumbled under the sheer force of Xiao Ke's overwhelming might, leaving him wide open and exposing a critical flaw. Xiao Ke did not miss this fleeting opportunity. With a swift and powerful kick, he struck high, bang. Xiao Ke's ferocious kick landed precisely on Xiao Dong's head, shattering the original force within him. Like a kite severed from its string, Xiao Dong was sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Immediately, several medical personnel rushed over to assess Xiao Dong's condition. They raised their heads and reported severe injuries, unconscious. Fortunately, his body was protected by original force, which mitigated some of Xiao Ke's power. Otherwise, his skull would likely have been shattered. A profound silence enveloped the arena as onlookers gazed in disbelief at Xiao Ke, who stood resolute in the duel arena. With the prowess of a first-tier warrior, he had audaciously defeated Xiao Dong, a third-tier warrior. At that moment, the referee sprinted to Xiao Ke's side, grasped his right fist, and raised it high, loudly declaring, "Xiao Ke is the victor." At the announcement of Xiao Ke's victory, the arena erupted in jubilant cheers, for his performance had been nothing short of astonishing. Among the most exhilarated were Duan Songlong and Luo Ho, along with the other members of the first combat team. All 19 warriors surged toward Xiao Ke, surrounding him in a frenzy of excitement, exclaiming, "Ha ha, Captain, you won! You won! You are to become the Centurion." In the viewing area, Qin Bing, witnessing Xiao Ke's triumph, revealed a rare, delicate smile, instructing her subordinates to summon Xiao Ke for his appointment. Qiao Mingxuan's expression darkened at this, casting a resentful glance at Xiao Ke. Soon after, all the soldiers reformed their ranks, and Xiao Ke strode confidently to stand before Qin Bing, executing a crisp military salute as he solemnly stated, "I pay my respects to the two commanders." Qin Bing smiled and said, "Xiao Ke, you have indeed not disappointed me. From this moment forth, I officially appoint you as the Centurion of the Orca Battalion, commanding 200 warriors." She added, "The appointment letter and new Centurion uniform will be delivered to you shortly." Xiao Ke stood tall, executing another military salute, responding, "Yes, Commander." Qin Bing then turned to Qiao Mingxian with a smirk, asking, "Centurion Xiao, will you honor your wager?" Upon hearing this, Qiao Mingxian understood that Qin Bing was urging him to hand over the prized weapon, and he did not protest. He promptly presented his formidable black blade. "Mighty General," to Qin Bing, grinning, "Of course, this blade is now yours, my lady." Qin Bing accepted the weapon, unsheathing it to examine its gleaming, jet-black blade, with only the edge glinting coldly. She delicately traced her finger along the blade, only to have it swiftly cut, a drop of crimson blood appearing on the edge. The blood trickled down to the tip and fell to the ground, creating a blossoming crimson flower upon impact. The military knife remained pristine and unsullied, prompting Qin Bing to exclaim in admiration, "What a fine blade!" Beside her, Qiao Mingxian felt a swell of pride, ready to utter flattering words about the exceptional weapon and the beauty of its new owner. Hoping to curry favor with Qin Bing, however, before he could speak, Qin Bing had already sheathed the military knife and tossed it toward Xiao Ke, exclaiming, "Catch!" Xiao Ke instinctively reached out to accept the formidable weapon, and only then did he lift his gaze in astonishment, casting a puzzled glance towards Qin Bing. It was then that he heard Qin Bing declare, "This blade is entrusted to you. I hope you shall not disappoint my expectations. May you wield it with the valor befitting an imperial warrior, becoming both a fierce general of the empire and its sharpest sword." Xiao Ke's eyes widened, barely able to contain his exhilaration as he grasped the black blade tightly, replying solemnly, "Yes, Commander." Beside him, Qiao Mingxian wore a countenance as grim as if he had tasted something foul. This was the very sword he had only recently acquired, not yet having the chance to wield it himself, and now it had become Xiao Ke's. The resentment brewed within him. Chapter 032. The soldier's heart yearns for home. Qin Bing appointed Xiao Ke as the Centurion. By this time, it was already midday, and the makeshift mess hall of the Orca camp had prepared lunch in abundance, celebrating Xiao Ke's new rank by serving extra dishes to all the soldiers. After a fierce battle with Xiao Dong, Xiao Ke was drenched in sweat, so he first returned to his quarters to take a shower. Upon emerging, he discovered that a pristine centurion's uniform had been delivered, accompanied by an appointment letter bearing his name. Duan Songlong and Luo Ho, among others, were laughing heartily, as if they themselves had been elevated to the rank of centurion. Seeing Xiao Ke, Duan Songlong eagerly approached with the centurion's uniform in hand, saying, "Chief, hurry and change. Let those who have been fawning over Xiao Dong know who truly is the centurion of our Orca camp." Luo Ho chimed in, "Indeed, and we must settle accounts with them as well." Xiao Ke chuckled and swiftly donned the centurion's attire, which, like that of the soldiers, was black but fitted more closely, with distinct differences in the edges, shoulder insignia, and sleeve emblems. Overall, wearing this uniform transformed Xiao Ke into a figure of striking gallantry. Accompanied by Duan Songlong and Luo Ho, he made his way to the camp's temporary mess hall, where upon his arrival, all present saluted and addressed him as commander. Except for the recent recruits who had just joined the Orca camp, many of the veteran soldiers displayed a hint of anxiety and fear upon seeing Xiao Ke. When the conflict between Xiao Dong and Xiao Ke had unfolded, they had believed that Xiao Dong would ascend to the role of centurion, openly supporting him and distancing themselves from Xiao Ke. Now that Xiao Ke had achieved the rank, they felt unsettled, particularly Lu Jingquan and the other sergeants, who feared retribution from Xiao Ke for their previous actions. Maintaining a calm demeanor as always, Xiao Ke greeted everyone with a smile, revealing no signs of favoritism. Sitting down to dine with Duan Songlong, Luo Ho, and the others, nearly all the sergeants approached him to extend their greetings. Though notably absent was Xiao Dong. Duan Songlong remarked to Xiao Ke, "I have heard that Xiao Dong used a potential catalyst potion to rapidly elevate his strength to that of a third-tier warrior. He is gravely injured now, and the drawbacks of his hasty advancement have surfaced. It is said that even if he recovers, he will be rendered incapable." Luo Ho, puzzled, responded, "That fellow, like us, is a destitute soldier living on the edge. How could he possibly acquire such expensive potential potions?" Duan Songlong remarked. "Is there any need to inquire further? It is undoubtedly that scoundrel Qiao Mingxian from the White Shark camp who has provided this information. Have you not noticed how Xiao Dong has been visiting him incessantly these past few days? I suspect that Xiao Mingxian harbors a grudge against us. However, due to our status as direct subordinates of the esteemed Qin Fuzhong, he dares not take direct action against Xiao Gu. Thus, he has propped up Xiao Dong as a mere puppet, intending to use him against Xiao Gu." Luo Ho cursed, "That wretched creature. We have yet to settle the score regarding the theft of our hellhound military achievements." Duan Songlong replied, "I have inquired, and it seems Qiao Mingxian is rumored to be the illegitimate son of a certain influential figure, thus receiving considerable favor within the Black Shark Legion. Furthermore, he has already attained the strength of a 5th-level battle general. For us, mere 1st-level warriors, seeking vengeance against him poses quite the challenge." Luo Ho retorted defiantly, "And we are to let him get away with pilfering our hellhound military merits and orchestrating Xiao Dong's treachery against our leader?" Duan Songlong stated, "It cannot be overlooked, yet our current capabilities do not allow us to confront Xiao Mingxian directly. Moreover, even if we were to settle scores, we must first deal with those sycophants in our Orca camp who have been currying favor with Xiao Dong." Luo Ho immediately concurred, "Indeed, indeed." Xiao Ke did not interject, merely smiling and shaking his head. At that moment, a soldier approached, reporting to Xiao Ke, "Captain, Qin Fuzhong is dining in the private room and requests your presence." Qin Bing typically dined in her private courtyard, occasionally choosing to eat in the mess hall, where she had a designated private room. Upon hearing that Qin Bing sought him, Xiao Ke promptly set down his bowl and chopsticks. Making his way to the private room in the mess hall, he knocked on the door, announcing, "Captain Xiao Ke, reporting is ordered to see the officer." A clear voice from within, belonging to Qin Bing, called out, "Come in." Xiao Ke entered to find a table set with several small dishes and 2 sets of chopsticks, one belonging to Qin Bing, the other untouched. Qin Bing gestured to the seat across from her, saying, "Sit and eat. We can converse while dining." Taken aback by the honor, Xiao Ke replied, "Yes, officer." Qin Bing spoke with a measured tone, "There are 2 matters to discuss. The first is that you are now the captain of the Orca camp, and from this point forward, the soldiers of the Orca camp will be your responsibility. You must ensure that these 200 warriors maintain unity, avoiding any internal strife or dissension that could affect morale. It is imperative to maximize the combat effectiveness of the Orca camp." Xiao Ke nodded, affirming, "Understood, officer." Qin Bing continued, however, "Considering that many in the Orca camp previously supported Xiao Dong and not you, and given your recent appointment as captain, it is crucial for you to establish authority. If you do not seize this opportunity, it may be difficult for these individuals to heed your commands when we reach the battlefield. Therefore, I am granting you a chance today. You may appoint, reassign, or demote the current 10 captains and squad leaders, But this opportunity is limited to today. Do you comprehend my intent? Qin Bing aimed for Xiao Ke to employ decisive measures against those who had previously supported Xiao Dong, setting an example to deter others, thereby replacing the 10 captains and leaders loyal to Xiao Dong with his trusted allies in the crucial positions of the 5 combat teams. This would enable him to achieve comprehensive control over the Orca camp. At that time, commanding the Orca camp in battle would not result in subordinates acting in contradiction to orders. Xiao Ke, my subordinates have already devised a plan in their hearts. Qin Bing nodded, then added, according to the report from the scouts dispatched by Qiao Mingxian, a horde of zombies is advancing toward our Ginkgo town. With an initial estimate of over 200, I do not wish to engage in combat with zombies within Ginkgo town. Lest the zombie virus outbreak occurs in the town, leading to our own demise, I intend to lead a team to ambush and eliminate this horde of zombies tomorrow night, which also serves as practice for the new recruits of the Orca camp. You must be prepared. Yes, Commander. As Qin Bing conversed with Xiao Ke while dining. Once their meal concluded, their discussion also came to an end, and Qin Bing departed first. When Xiao Ke emerged, he found Duan Songlong, Luo Ho, and others had also finished their meals. Thus, Xiao Ke returned to the dormitory with his subordinates to prepare for an afternoon nap. However, upon their return to the dormitory, Lu Jingquan unexpectedly arrived, bringing with him a pile of letters. Xiao Ke, taken aback, inquired, "What is the meaning of these letters?" Lu Jingquan, smiling, replied, "My lord, these are letters privately written by some soldiers of the Orca camp to Xiao Dong. I found them in Xiao Dong's locker." Xiao Ke squinted. "Why have you brought me letters addressed to Xiao Dong?" Lu Jingquan hastily explained. "My lord, these letters are not trivial. Most of these individuals are not members of Xiao Dong's second combat team, but rather from other teams. They express their loyalty to Xiao Dong privately, indicating their intent to follow him for a life of luxury. Among them, there are also those from your first combat team expressing loyalty to Xiao Dong. That is, your own subordinates." Duan Songlong cursed. "Damn it, there are indeed members in our first combat team who are secretly contacting Xiao Dong, intending to betray us." Xiao Gu Luo Ho added, "Now, we can identify the traitors one by one according to the names on these letters." Duan Songlong, "Even if they are not from our first combat team, but from other teams, we should see how they are currying favor with Xiao Dong. Those shameless sycophants who kneel before Xiao Dong must also be dealt with. Such opportunists are not to be trusted." Luo Ho, "Indeed." At this moment, Xiao Ke, maintaining an impassive demeanor, accepted the letters presented by Lu Jingquan and said calmly, "Lu Jingquan?" Lu Jingquan quickly replied, "Present." "My lord, Xiao Ke, relay my orders. All soldiers of the Orca camp are to refrain from their afternoon nap and assemble at the training ground." "Yes." Lu Jingquan believed his actions had pleased Xiao Ke and felt elated as he hurried off to gather all the soldiers. Soon, all the soldiers of the Orca camp were assembled in the small training ground. Even Qin Bing appeared quietly outside the training ground, assuming Xiao Ke intended to undertake a thorough reorganization of the Orca camp and was personally overseeing the proceedings to prevent any mishaps. As the soldiers were gathered, whispers circulated among them, revealing that Captain Xiao Ke had obtained the letters of loyalty written to Xiao Dong, prompting the assembly. Many faces paled at this revelation, those who had privately written letters to Xiao Dong. Especially those belonging to Xiao Ke's first combat team, turned ashen, fearing their imminent doom. Xiao Ke had now approached the front of the formation, surveying nearly 200 new and seasoned warriors from the 5 battle teams. He spoke slowly. "The sudden gathering of everyone is due to Lu Jingquan presenting me with a stack of letters. It is said that in recent days, someone has privately contacted Xiao Dong. Pledging loyalty through these letters, I have called you all here to discuss this matter and to also share our plans for the Tiger Whale camp moving forward." The expressions of the warriors varied. All gazing at Xiao Ke, he summoned Duan Songlong and, before the assembled crowd, instructed him, "You shall remain here and incinerate these letters." Duan Songlong widened his eyes and instinctively protested, "Commander, we have not even read these letters yet. How can we burn them and still identify those sycophants who seek to curry favor with Xiao Dong, along with the traitors among our ranks?" Before Duan Songlong could finish his sentence, he caught a glimpse of Xiao Ke's piercing gaze, prompting him to lower his head and murmur, "Understood. I shall burn these letters at once." With a heavy heart, Duan Songlong produced a lighter and ignited the letters in front of all the warriors. The gathered soldiers looked on, filled with uncertainty as they regarded Xiao Ke. He scanned the crowd and calmly declared, "The past is bygone and shall not be held against anyone. However, I am now the centurion of the Tiger Whale combat camp, and you are all under my command. From this day forward, I shall lead the charge. guiding you in vanquishing our foes and claiming glory. Follow me, and you shall gain wealth, status, and women. Yet, should any of you attempt to play petty tricks, know that Xiao Dong shall be your fate. As Xiao Ke uttered these words, his gaze suddenly turned sharp as it fell upon Lu Jinquan, whom he despised for his opportunistic nature. Sweat instantly poured from Lu Jinquan's forehead. At that moment, Duan Songlong and Luo Ho, along with others, loudly proclaimed, "The will of the centurion directs our blade, and we vow to follow him unto death. To follow unto death. To follow unto death." In an instant, all the warriors joined in a fervent chorus, their previous doubts and fears dissipating, resolved to follow Xiao Ke into battle. Chapter 033. Frisia. In recent days, the White Shark Camp, led by Qiao Mingxian, had been tasked with guarding Ginkgo Town, even deploying scouts from their ranks. The latest reports indicated that a horde of approximately 200 zombies was approaching Ginkgo Town. While this number was not particularly alarming, the scouts from the White Shark Camp reported that these zombies were primarily of a low tier. There were a few level 4 predators and level 3 assault zombies, but the majority were level 2 and level 1 zombies. Given the manageable threat posed by this horde and Qin Bing's desire to avoid turning Ginkgo Town into a battlefield, fearing that the zombie virus might spread after a confrontation, she considered this an opportunity to allow the newly recruited soldiers of the Tiger Whale Camp to gain practical combat experience. She firmly believed that only warriors who grow through real combat can become the strongest fighters. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Xiao Ke gathered all the Orca warriors. The commander boarded an armed off-road vehicle, while the ordinary soldiers climbed aboard military trucks, heading towards the designated ambush site to eliminate the zombies. Inside Xiao Ke's jeep were 3 individuals: Duan Songlong, who was driving, Luo Ho, who was stationed in the back seat, controlling the high-speed machine gun mounted on the roof, and Xiao Ke himself, seated in the passenger seat. Clutching a formidable general's sword in his arms, Xiao Ke swayed slightly with the bumps of the vehicle. Maintaining his balance, an adaptable individual, he had only recently joined the ranks of the Imperial warriors, yet he already exuded the composure of a seasoned veteran. In the back seat, Luo Ho had grown accustomed to Duan Songlong's rough driving style. With both hands firmly on the machine gun, he moved with the vehicle, his eyes scanning the surroundings like a hawk. Should he spot any stray zombies, he would unhesitatingly redirect the gun and dispatch them with a few precise shots. After several hours of jarring travel, the unit led by Qin Bing and Xiao Ke finally arrived at a gorge known as Budeko, the preordained location for their ambush against the zombies. Xiao Ke, who had been dozing with his eyes squinted while clutching his sword, abruptly opened his eyes the moment the vehicle came to a halt, his gaze resolute and sharp. He and Duan Songlong nimbly leaped from the jeep, while Luo Ho remained atop it, vigilantly manning the machine gun and shouting, "Hurry up, you bunch of damned rookies! Get off the vehicle and line up! Line up!" Xiao Ke glanced up at Luo Ho's commanding presence on the armed jeep, somewhat puzzled by his words. "Who taught him those lines?" he wondered. Beside him, Duan Songlong murmured, "When we were rookies in other units, that's precisely how the commanders and veterans would berate us." After explaining, Duan Songlong joined in urging the new recruits to assemble quickly, barking, "All of you, get off the vehicle and line up as fast as you can. Don't dawdle. This isn't a drill. Show some masculine fortitude. Don't move like a bunch of women." No sooner had Duan Songlong finished speaking than he felt a piercing gaze directed at him. Turning his head, he saw the Sergeant Qin Bing approaching with 2 attendants, her pretty face clouded with displeasure. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead as he cursed himself for almost forgetting that the highest commander, Qin Bing, was a woman. Though she had heard his earlier remarks, Qin Bing chose not to hold it against him. Upon seeing Qin Bing approach, Xiao Ke immediately saluted. She returned the gesture and then surveyed the surroundings. Within a minute or two, the soldiers had swiftly assembled under the guidance of their respective 10-man leaders and squad leaders. While most of the recruits bore expressions of anxiety and tension, they at least began to exhibit the semblance of Imperial warriors in their actions. It was hard to believe that just days prior, the majority of these soldiers had been refugees or scavengers from Ginkgo Town. Qin Bing remarked to Xiao Ke, "The troops are well prepared." Xiao Ke smiled faintly and replied, "These soldiers have been newly trained under your command. I cannot take credit for their prowess." Qin Bing responded, "The soldiers embody the courage of the commander, while the commander represents the might of the soldiers. When soldiers falter, the commander falters alongside them. The caliber of the leader dictates the quality of the troops. Whether the Orca battalion emerges as an elite force or devolves into a mere collection of inept individuals entirely hinges upon you. Do you comprehend?" Xiao Ke solemnly affirmed, "I shall heed your counsel, and I vow to lead the Orca battalion into becoming an elite contingent of the Empire." Qin Bing nodded, "Instruct everyone to prepare for ambush and readiness. According to the intelligence gathered by the White Shark Battalion, that horde of zombies will soon arrive. We must be poised for battle." Understood. Swiftly, Xiao Ke began to establish defensive lines, assigning tasks and zones to the 5 combat teams, with the objective of annihilating the approaching zombie threat at the mouth of the Bubag Valley. Once the defenses were set, Xiao Ke instructed the soldiers to conceal themselves, partake in a brief meal, and replenish their strength while awaiting the imminent arrival of the undead. He then took his subordinates, Duan Songlong and Luo Ho, to ascend a nearby hilltop with Qin Bing, from where they could gain an elevated vantage point to spot the approaching zombies. The movements of Qin Bing and Xiao Ke were remarkably agile, and they swiftly reached the halfway point of the hill, the ideal location for surveillance and assessing enemy movements. Upon their arrival at the slope, they detected no signs of an enemy presence and thus settled into a quiet vigil. Qin Bing and Xiao Ke each found a position to close their eyes, feigning slumber to conserve their energy and ensure optimal readiness for battle. Duan Songlong and Luo Ho took turns on watch, their restless natures rendering them incapable of sleep in such tense circumstances. However, with the enemy yet to arrive, the two grew increasingly frustrated and bored. Before they realized it, over 3 hours had slipped by, and as the sun dipped below the horizon, Duan Songlong suddenly called out, "Look over there, there's movement." Luo Ho echoed his alarm. Zombies, a massive horde of zombies. Qin Bing and Xiao Ke opened their eyes in unison, hurrying to Duan Songlong's side to gaze in the direction he indicated. They were met with the sight of hundreds of zombies, their numbers exceeding the 200 reported by Qiao Mingxian. Even more astonishingly, this horde was tightly clustered together, advancing like a slow-moving tide. Most striking among them was an unusually tall figure, towering over 2.5 meters, a hybrid of man and beast, dragging a thick tail behind, a truly intimidating sight. Xiao Ke, unfamiliar with such a creature, was about to inquire when Qin Bing interjected, "That is a level 6 zombie, Frisia. This being is a formidable zombie with a degree of intelligence, capable of rallying lesser wandering zombies together." Gazing at the lower-tier zombies congregating around Frisia, Xiao Ke furrowed his brow and remarked, "No wonder these zombies move in such tight formation. It appears Frisia is leading them." Duan Songlong and Luo Ho, feeling a chill run down their spines, asked, "The size and strength of this horde far exceed our expectations. What should we do now?" The defensive capabilities of the zombie Frisia are remarkably formidable. It surpasses the hellhounds previously encountered by Xiao Ke and the others in strength. It is estimated that ordinary firearm bullets striking it would feel akin to mere tickling. It is no wonder that Duan Songlong and Luo Ho are filled with trepidation. Yet, Qin Bing solemnly states, "Even though the number and strength of the zombies far exceed our expectations, we must adhere to our original plan and absolutely cannot allow this horde to pass through the Bagu Gorge. Otherwise, once they reach the expansive terrain of Ginkgo Town, we will find it exponentially more challenging to contend with them. If they infiltrate densely populated areas, the zombie virus will spread, turning countless civilians into zombies, and the consequences would be dire." Duan Songlong and Luo Ho exchanged hesitant glances. The last encounter with the hellhounds had proven arduous enough, and now facing such a multitude of zombies, not to mention Frisia, could they truly emerge victorious? However, as their hesitation lingered, Xiao Ke coldly proclaimed, "Follow me down and prepare for battle. This fight will either bring us renown or lead to our demise. Life is but a fleeting moment. We strive for our breath. We shall either be heroes or infamous villains. We cannot afford to remain cowardly and live in shame." Upon hearing Xiao Ke's words, Duan Songlong and Luo Ho resolved with determination, declaring in unison, "Very well, we shall gamble everything this time and fight alongside Brother Xiao against these zombies." Chapter 034. A secret to share. As the zombies advanced, led by the 6th-tier zombie Frisia, their numbers exceeded those reported in intelligence. The situation was critical, prompting Xiao Ke to swiftly regroup with Duan Songlong and Luo Ho. Qin Bing glanced at the horde of zombies, surging towards them like a tide, and then at Xiao Ke's tall and resolute figure. A faint smile graced her lips, her eyes reflecting admiration. It is worth mentioning that in the previous battle, apart from her, all the warriors of her Orca battalion had perished, leaving her as the sole surviving commander. The Black Shark Legion, lacking sufficient reserves to replenish her ranks, had assigned her a temporary mission to apprehend deserters. Little did she anticipate that following the death of the former military commander, the newly appointed by Longyin would assign her to guard with a contingent of dozens of deserters. She was even more astonished to find that these deserters, along with over 100 newly drafted men, had revitalized the foundation of the Orca battalion. Though this battalion now numbers only 200, still distant from the full capacity of 500 and composed of deserters and recruits, it is under Xiao Ke's command that Qin Bing senses a unique energy. If one were to encapsulate this feeling in a single word, it would be dawn. Xiao Ke evokes in Qin Bing the image of a newly risen sun, brimming with vitality, fighting spirit, and hope. As she gazes at Xiao Ke's silhouette in the distance, she muses to herself, I never expected to inadvertently discover such a talent, a first-tier warrior capable of defeating a third-tier one. Though he has been a true imperial soldier for less than a month, he already embodies the essence of a genuine warrior. Xiao Ke, just how great is your potential? How far can you traverse on this path of an imperial soldier? I shall await your journey with bated breath. At this moment, Xiao Ke had already returned to the ranks with Duan Songlong and Luo Ho. The four captains, including Lu Jinquan, gathered around, inquiring, Commander, what is the situation? Xiao Ke replied in a grave tone, a horde of zombies is advancing towards us, their numbers exceeding our intelligence reports. There are approximately over 400 of them, and leading the charge is a level 6 Frisia zombie. Instantly, Lu Jinquan and the others gasped in shock. Lu Jinquan exclaimed, Heavens, Frisia? How are we to fight this battle? We are merely a handful of first-level soldiers. How can we withstand a level 6 Frisia? Our firearms would only serve to tickle him. Xiao Ke shot Lu Jinquan a cold glare. Have you forgotten what you said yesterday? My will is your guiding light, and your swords must be pointed in that direction. Are you turning your back so soon? Lu Jinquan lamented, Commander, it's not that we are unwilling to fight, but do we truly have a chance of victory? Xiao Ke retorted, how can you know there is no chance of victory without having fought? Rest assured, when the battle commences, I will stand before you. If anyone is to perish, it shall be I first. But heed my words. Should anyone dare to flee, they will be shot on the spot. Duan Songlong, Luo Ho, you two shall lead the charge and oversee the discipline. Duan Songlong and Luo Ho responded in unison, yes, Commander. Xiao Ke observed that despite his willingness to lead from the front and establish a disciplinary force to eliminate any cowardice, Lu Jinquan and the others still lacked fervor. This was not entirely their fault. After all, their team comprised deserters and fresh recruits. What courage could they possibly muster? Were it not for Xiao Ke's capabilities, they might have already been clamoring to flee. As Xiao Ke's eyes darted around, they suddenly lit upon the returning figure of Captain Qin Bing in the distance. An idea sparked within him, and he patted Lu Jinquan on the shoulder, addressing the captains, do not lose heart, not let the numbers of zombies or the presence of Frisia dishearten you. Let us not forget that our Orca battalion is home to formidable warriors. With that, he gestured towards Qin Bing. Instantly, Lu Jinquan and the others brightened, recalling the prowess of Captain Qin Bing, the Valkyrie. They had heard tales of her reputation within the Black Shark Legion, yet they had never witnessed her in action nor ascertained her true combat level. However, it was said that the 100-man Captain Xiao Mingxian of the White Shark Battalion was already a level 5 warrior. As Qin Bing was a 1,000-man captain, her rank far surpassed Xiao Mingxuan's. Thus, they reasoned that she must at least be a level 6 warrior, if not a level 7. With Qin Bing among them, it seemed possible to withstand the Frisia-led horde. The soldiers' spirits were rekindled by Xiao Ke's reminder of Qin Bing's extraordinary strength. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Ke added, I shall share a confidential piece of information with you. Captain Qin Bing is actually an 8th-level warrior. Do you think she would engage in a battle without confidence? If she were not capable, would she lead this ragtag group of deserters and recruits into combat against such a formidable horde? Allow me to share with you that she possesses unwavering confidence in this battle, for she is fully capable of vanquishing this horde of zombies. However, she remains deliberately silent, merely wishing to observe our performance. Therefore, let us not cower, lest she be entertained by our folly. Goodness! An 8th-level valiant general, what caliber of strength does that represent? In any corner of the empire, such a figure would be deemed formidable, no doubt. With just a few words from Xiao Ke, Lu Jinquan and the others instantly transformed from their previous trepidation into a state of fervent determination. With the presence of a powerhouse like Qin Bing, what is there to fear? Victory in this battle is assured, and these zombies before us are merely opportunities for military merit. Immediately, the captains, including Lu Jinquan, returned to their respective teams, instructing their deputy captains and subordinate soldiers to prepare for combat. To further inspire their troops, Lu Jingquan and his comrades divulged a confidential piece of information which ignited a fervent desire for battle among the 200 warriors of the Orca battalion. Standing beside Xiao Ke, Duan Songlong and Luo Ho, filled with excitement, could not contain their curiosity and quietly inquired, "Brother, have you grown so familiar with Lord Xianfu? She even revealed her combat rank to you?" Xiao Ke cast them a sidelong glance and, lowering his voice, replied, "She did not disclose it." Duan Songlong and Luo Ho widened their eyes in disbelief. "Then how do you know her combat rank is that of an 8th-level valiant general?" Xiao Ke chuckled softly, lowering his voice further. "That was merely a wild guess on my part." Duan Songlong and Luo Ho, upon hearing this, nearly toppled over. Xiao Ke snorted, "Enough of this nonsense. Prepare for battle. You two will diligently oversee the troops. If you fail in your duties, I shall hold you accountable." "Yes, Chief." Just as Duan Songlong and Luo Ho departed, Qin Bing returned, her surprise evident as she noted the high spirits of all the soldiers, contrary to her expectations of despair or a potential flight response. Curiously, she asked Xiao Ke, "How did you manage this?" Xiao Ke replied with a mysterious smile, "It is beyond words." Qin Bing scoffed, "Enough with the theatrics. Immediately send someone to scatter the prepared livestock blood at the optimal ambush location, allowing the scent of blood to lure the zombies into our prime attack position. Furthermore, the zombies, drawn by the aroma of blood, will likely overlook our human presence, enabling us to deliver a devastating blow right from the start." "Understood, Commander." Chapter 035. The wisdom of zombies. The Bagmouth Canyon, while relatively wide, narrows at the exit. Viewed from above, the terrain resembles a great bag's opening. At this moment, throngs of zombies converge around the 6th-level zombie Frisia, akin to a pack of wild beasts encircling their king, slowly advancing forward. Within the horde, aside from Frisia, there are also 2 5th-level hellhound zombies, a handful of predator zombies, and a few assault zombies, while the remainder consists of the most common varieties of zombies and ghouls. Frisia and the 2 hellhounds find themselves at the center of this gathering, surrounded by numerous undead. Behind Frisia stands a select few of the formidable predator zombies, each towering around 2 meters in height. They possess the robust arms characteristic of traditional zombies, as well as the powerful legs akin to those of the assault zombies. Their shoulders are adorned with menacing red bone spurs, exuding an aura of intimidation. In truth, the predator zombies embody a fusion of the strength of zombies and the swiftness of assault zombies, representing a formidable blend of brawn and agility. Furthermore, they retain an intelligence reminiscent of human infants, making them a source of considerable concern even for the Empire's elite warriors. They can be accurately described as the backbone of the zombie horde. Trailing behind the predators is a vast throng of ordinary zombies and shamblers. The zombies possess exceedingly strong arms, their might exceeding that of an average human by a factor of 2, yet they are hindered by their sluggish movements. As for the shamblers, they represent the most common type of zombie, exhibiting strength comparable to that of an ordinary person and a slightly reduced speed. However, the zombie virus carried by their mouths and claws remains a dire threat to the unprotected. Leading the zombie ranks, however, are the scant few assault zombies. These creatures, boasting powerful legs and standing approximately 1.8 meters tall, are still considered tall by human standards. When in motion, they prefer to hunch over, keeping their heads low as they sniff the air with their keen noses, their diminutive and disproportionately small hands resembling those of a foraging velociraptor. The assault zombies move with remarkable speed, their bodies hunched as they continuously track the scents of humans or animals within a 500-meter radius, while also detecting the scent of blood from a kilometer away. They are akin to land-based sharks, exhibiting a heightened sensitivity to the scent of blood. As the horde gradually traverses the canyon, a sudden commotion arises when one of the leading assault zombies abruptly halts. It inhales deeply, catching the scent carried by the wind, before rising to its full height, its decaying visage and slightly protruding eyes fixed intently ahead. Wah, 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 ooh, ooh, wah. It has detected the unmistakable aroma of blood and promptly turns to confer with a few nearby assault zombies. After receiving their affirmative responses confirming the presence of a rich scent of blood, an intoxicating fragrance, it springs into action. Several assault zombies, akin to a pack of hunting velociraptors, swiftly charge forward. Following suit, dozens more assault zombies surge forth in a chaotic rush, propelled by the enticing scent of blood. This sudden movement catches the attention of the horde's leader, Frisia, who occupies the central position within the throng. Frisia extends his arms, forcefully pushing aside the zombies obstructing his path, striding confidently to the forefront of the group. His gaze narrows upon the distant assault zombies, already several hundred meters ahead, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his countenance, akin to a predator sensing danger. Indeed, Frisia, now a 6th-level zombie, possesses a notable degree of intelligence. Flanking him are 2 hellhound zombies, one on each side. Closely following in his wake point one of the hellhounds, rearing its 3 heads, caught a whiff of the blood wafting through the air. The central head immediately threw back its head and howled, unable to resist the enchanting aroma of the blood ahead. Yearning to leap forth in search of its source, competing with the dozens of assaulting zombies for the feast. However, just as it lifted its paws to sprint forward, the imposing figure of Frisia, standing at an impressive 2.5 meters tall, abruptly extended his powerful right arm. With the ease of a human lifting a dog, he seized the hellhound, which was the size of a lion, and hurled it aside with considerable force. With a resounding thud, the hellhound was cast aside by Frisia, landing heavily but emerging unscathed. He quickly regained its footing, the 3 heads staring in bewilderment at Frisia, evidently perplexed as to why this zombie leader was enraged. Frisia raised his robust right arm, gesturing towards the assaulting zombies several hundred meters ahead, who were frantically lapping up the bloodstains on the ground. In a gravelly voice, he bellowed at the astonished hellhound, "It is the blood of swine, you fool." The hellhound's expression remained vacant, akin to the surrounding zombies, who believed that any blood was delectable, with human blood being the most valuable, capable of fostering their evolution and enhancing their power. Frisia bore a long scar across his face, a clear indication that he had encountered the warriors of the human empire in battle. Making him a battle-hardened zombie, he surveyed his various zombie minions with a gaze that resembled that of a beast king addressing his subjects, roaring, "Humans, cunning bipedal sheep. They excel at setting traps. The blood of swine is their insidious ruse. There must be humans lying in ambush ahead." Zombies, particularly the lower-tier ones, often struggled to comprehend human language. However, they could glean meaning from the tone of the higher zombies as for why the advanced zombies employed human language. It stemmed from numerous reasons. Firstly, after the onset of the apocalypse and years of evolution, advanced zombies had acquired a form of intelligence. Linguistic communication is one of the paramount characteristics of advanced intellect. Yet, despite their newfound wisdom, a coherent zombie civilization had yet to emerge. They lacked their own language and writing system, and the advanced zombies had neither the time nor the energy to create a language for their world. So, what was to be done? Naturally, they resorted to practicality, utilizing the complete language and writing of humans. Many zombies retained fragments of their former memories, allowing them to understand human language and text. Furthermore, zombies were the natural enemies of humans, and their struggle for supremacy on Earth had persisted for over a century. When advanced zombies interacted with human warriors, mutual communication was often beneficial. Thus, among the advanced zombies, human lingua franca had also become their mode of expression. The lowly zombies possess a limited intellect, rendering them incapable of articulating human language. However, they can decipher the intentions of the advanced zombies through their tonal nuances and the unspoken will they exude. Thus, obeying their commands, at this moment, the 2 hellhounds and the throng of hundreds of zombies found themselves bewildered upon hearing Frisia declare that the blood ahead was a trap set by humans. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Bagua Canyon, the Orca combat unit, concealed in a hidden location, held their breath, gripping their weapons tightly, as they observed from 400 meters away the dozens of assault zombies licking the pig's blood from the ground, along with a contingent of zombies standing motionless 800 meters away, following Frisia's lead. Xiao Ke lowered his voice to inquire of Qin Bing, "Commander, why have only a handful of assault zombies fallen for the trap and entered our ambush zone, while the rest remain stationary?" Qin Bing narrowed her phoenix eyes, gazing at the distant Frisia zombie, her brows furrowing as she replied, "This zombie leader is more astute than I anticipated. It must have sensed something amiss." Xiao Ke pressed on, "Now that only a few assault zombies have entered our ambush zone, what should we do? Open fire or wait?" At that moment, Qin Bing noticed that the assault zombies had licked the pig's blood clean, and several had begun to detect an anomaly. They were frantically sniffing the air, likely having caught wind of the considerable human presence nearby. Qin Bing stated firmly, "We can no longer afford to wait. They have sensed our existence. Let us eliminate these assault zombies first. Understood. Xiao Ke slowly raised his right fist, which then unfurled into an open palm, descending forcefully. Observing Xiao Ke's gesture, Duan Songlong immediately bellowed an order. Open fire! In an instant, the soldier submachine guns, along with the machine guns mounted on the concealed off-road vehicles, unleashed a torrent of flames, with bullets flying like a tempest towards the assault zombies 400 meters away. The volley of gunfire enveloped the zombies, whose strength proved insufficient to withstand the barrage, resulting in them being reduced to a bloody pulp, consumed by the inferno. From a distance, Frisia witnessed this scene and erupted with fury, his murderous intent palpable. Chapter 036. Lightsaber. The bullets rained down upon the assault zombies with relentless ferocity, obliterating them in an instant. Most suffered fatal headshots, while a few were struck in their bodies and limbs. Despite their severed appendages, the zombies felt no pain, as they could only perish when their heads were destroyed. Consequently, many half-mangled zombies struggled to crawl toward Qin Bing and Xiao Ke, eager to engage the humans in a desperate fight. Xiao Ke raised his right fist once more, prompting Duan Songlong, Luo Ho, Lu Jingquan, and the other squad leaders to issue commands to their subordinates. Cease fire. As the liaison officer of the supervisory team, Duan Songlong shouted vehemently, "Stop firing. Especially you rookies, be mindful of conserving ammunition. All your shots just now completely missed the target on the battlefield. One must be vigilant in conserving ammunition, aiming for the heads of the adversaries, striving to achieve a one-shot kill for each foe. Should you squander your bullets, when the zombies arrive and your ammunition is depleted, you will be left to engage them in close combat." Amidst Duan Songlong's furious reprimands, the newly trained recruits, who had barely undergone a few days of training and struggled to steady their assault rifles, finally ceased fire. This moment, several zombies, having lost their legs and reduced to dragging their upper bodies, emitted beast-like growls from their throats, desperately clawing their way forward, clearly intent on biting. Xiao Ke reached for Duan Songlong's assault rifle beside him, raised it, and aimed at the head of the foremost crawling zombie. With a resounding bang, he dispatched the creature with a clean shot to the head. After eliminating the leading zombie, Xiao Ke returned the rifle to Duan Songlong and proclaimed loudly, "All recruits, steady your rifles and aim for the heads of the remaining zombies. Prepare to fire, and remember, each soldier may only take one shot. The threat posed by the zombies lies in their robust legs, allowing them swift movement. At this moment, with their legs shattered, they could only crawl, relying on their frail arms, which significantly slowed their advance." Xiao Ke understood that Qin Bing's intention was not only to intercept this wave of zombies, but also to hone the combat skills of the new recruits. Thus, training the recruits' combat capabilities was as crucial as overcoming this horde of zombies. Seizing this rare opportunity, Xiao Ke aimed to teach the recruits the art of a single, decisive kill while instilling in them the habit of conserving ammunition. Bang, bang, bang. As veteran soldiers were forbidden from firing and each recruit was limited to a single shot, the gunfire rang out sporadically following Xiao Ke's command. With 160 recruits firing 160 bullets in succession at several zombies, it was not long before all the zombies lay motionless on the ground, struck in the head. However, a few zombies continued to erupt in sprays of blood, as some novice recruits, failing to cease fire in time after the zombies had been dispatched, wasted bullets on the already slain creatures. This provoked another round of furious cursing from Duan Songlong. "Novices, have you forgotten the commander's orders to conserve ammunition? If more zombies charge from afar and you find yourselves out of bullets, prepare to engage them in hand-to-hand combat or await your grim fate. Let me reiterate. Aim for a single kill and conserve your ammunition. At a distance of 400 meters, the assault rifle and machine gun are optimally effective. Beyond 800 meters, the Frisia zombies, accompanied by 2 hellhound zombies and followed by dozens of predators, along with a multitude of other undead, witnessed the slaughter of their comrades at the hands of humans, prompting Frisia to explode with rage. Particularly incensed by Xiao Ke's command to cease fire for practice in controlled shooting, Frisia's throat erupted in a roar. "Advance! Eliminate all these despicable 2-legged sheep, and let us hold a blood feast with their lifeblood." Upon Frisia's command and intent, the horde of zombies surged with fervor. Unfamiliar with pain and devoid of fear, these creatures were instinctively driven by an insatiable desire for human flesh and blood. The once restless zombies, upon receiving the command to attack from Frisia, immediately commenced their onslaught. First emerged 2 hellhound zombies, akin to ferocious lions, darting forth with remarkable speed towards the distant human warriors. Closely following them were dozens of predator zombies, their robust limbs and shoulders adorned with menacing red-bone spurs, rendering them exceptionally formidable and terrifying. Subsequently, a throng of zombies and shambling corpses followed suit, arms outstretched, moaning as they advanced. As for Frisia, it advanced at a measured pace, its heavy steps echoing ominously. Noticing the relatively sparse number of humans ahead, it surmised that, should fortune favor them, the two hellhound zombies could easily breach the human defenses. The predator zombies would then seize the opportunity to plunge into the heart of the human ranks, unleashing a massacre. Finally, the zombies would swarm in like locusts, sweeping across the battlefield. Frisia believed that there would be no need for its direct involvement, as the battle would soon come to a close. However, what it did not anticipate was that as the two hellhounds charged forward, the concealed human warriors at the canyon's mouth had already opened fire, bullets cascading like a torrent, weaving a lethal net of firepower that even the hellhounds hesitated to confront, forcing them to dodge and leap amidst the hail of gunfire, struggling to advance. Meanwhile, the predator zombies and the vast horde of zombies also succumbed to numerous casualties. At that moment, Xiao Ke was directing the warriors of the Orca battalion in combat. Aim for the heads of the zombies, Commander. Those fearsome hellhound zombies are charging forward through the gunfire. Xiao Ke had also taken note of the two hellhounds, which, despite sustaining several shallow wounds, were now within a distance of 200 meters. He commanded the gunners atop the armed off-road vehicles in a commanding voice. All gunners, focus your fire on the two hellhound zombies and unleash a barrage upon them. Yes, Commander. In an instant, 5 armed off-road vehicles, manned by 5 heavy machine guns, erupted in a fiery display, unleashing a torrent of bullets akin to a swarm of bees upon the two hellhounds, causing them to stumble and crash to the ground, rolling twice before struggling to rise again. Yet, despite their bodies riddled with wounds of varying sizes, the hellhounds continued their relentless charge. As the two hellhounds closed within 100 meters, the other warriors were gripped by fear, all aiming at the approaching beasts, firing wildly as if ammunition were of no consequence. While the ammunition of the Orca battalion warriors dwindled rapidly, both hellhounds were grievously injured. Nevertheless, like enraged beasts, they forcefully surged to the forefront of the imperial warriors' defensive line, barreling towards Xiao Ke's position, their 3 massive heads agape, revealing razor-sharp fangs, ferociously lunging forward. Just as Xiao Ke unsheathed his formidable general's sword, preparing to engage the wounded hellhounds in close combat, a lithe figure suddenly flashed beside him. It was the centurion, Qin Bing, making her move. Xiao Ke hastily called out, "Everyone, be careful not to accidentally harm Centurion Qin." The military knife in Qin Bing's hand radiated a brilliant white light, resembling a sword of light. Xiao Ke was taken aback, and then he heard someone beside him exclaim in astonishment, "A lightsaber! It is indeed a lightsaber." When the martial pulse's original force is infused into a weapon, the weapon carries the original force and emits a radiant glow, hence the name lightsaber. Only those of the 6th grade Valiant General rank or higher possess the strength to wield a lightsaber. It is truly impressive that the 1,000-man commander ranks as a Valiant General. Amidst the astonished cheers of many seasoned soldiers, Qin Bing had already nimbly confronted the first hellhound. The hellhound lunged at Qin Bing, its 2 front paws raised high, standing upright, while its 3 heads opened their massive jaws, revealing fangs dripping with green venom, ready to snap at Qin Bing. With agility, Qin Bing evaded the hellhound's claws, slipping past it like a fish, and in that fleeting moment, her lightsaber delivered a swift and precise strike, severing the central head of the hellhound with brutal force. The main head of the hellhound was sent soaring into the air, and without its central brain, it could not survive. Its body quivered in its death throes, its 4 paws clawing frantically at the ground, etching deep marks into the earth before it finally lay still. Chapter 037. The Valkyrie's Grace Xiao Ke witnessed Qin Bing glide past the hellhound like a fish evading a net, her lightsaber cleaving through the air to cleanly sever the creature's central head. His eyes widened in astonishment, and he marveled inwardly. It appears that the 1,000-man commander truly possesses the potential of a valiant general. Is it possible that after awakening the martial pulse and elevating her original force to the valiant general realm, she has become this formidable? Just as Xiao Ke and the others were coming to terms with Qin Bing's prowess, she was already brandishing her lightsaber, advancing towards the second hellhound. renowned as the Valkyrie of the Black Shark Legion. Her combat style adhered to the military's most straightforward and ruthless approach, a direct and powerful strike. Upon their encounter, the lion-sized hellhound lunged at Qin Bing, but upon colliding with her lightsaber, it was as if butter met a hot knife, instantly being cleaved in two, a spray of green liquid erupting into the AI's. The noxious, decaying blood rained down. Qin Bing had already evaded. Her lightsaber angled toward the ground as she gazed ahead. 200 meters in the distance, Frisia was leading dozens of predator zombies, accompanied by a throng of zombies and corpses, charging forth with a menacing vigor. Xiao Ke and the warriors of the Orca battalion unleashed a full barrage, no longer conserving ammunition. In the hail of bullets, numerous low-level zombies collapsed under the onslaught. However, despite the vast numbers of low-level zombies being felled, Frisia's advance showed no signs of abating, swiftly closing in on Qin Bing, followed closely by over a dozen fourth-grade predator zombies. Qin Bing confronted Frisia, her lightsaber swiftly lunging toward his neck, aiming to sever his massive head. Yet, to her surprise, Frisia quickly sidestepped, evading her strike. She could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Although Frisia was a 6th-grade zombie, he clearly possessed considerable combat experience, managing to evade her seemingly casual thrust. After narrowly dodging Qin Bing's somewhat haphazard strike, Frisia twisted his body and swung his powerful right paw towards her head. His right claw, spread wide like a fan and larger than Qin Bing's head, promised to deliver a devastating blow that could potentially send her head flying. Qin Bing's reaction was remarkably swift. Before her opponent's right claw could even make contact, she had already leapt into the air, her slender form soaring gracefully upward. With a powerful kick from her long, military-style boot, she struck Frisia's chest with tremendous force. Though this kick appeared light and elegant, its impact was capable of shattering gold and splitting stone. Frisia's iron-hard chest instantly caved in, and one could hear the distinct sound of ribs fracturing along with the visceral slosh of internal fluids. It was evident that the force of Qin Bing's strike not only broke several of Frisia's rib bones, but also violently disrupted his internal organs. Had he been human, such a blow would have undoubtedly resulted in instant death. However, Frisia was a zombie. Only a fatal injury to his head could bring about his demise. Injuries to his body were merely inconveniences, leading to mobility and balance issues. Consequently, after enduring Qin Bing's kick, Frisia staggered back a couple of steps, yet quickly turned to unleash his powerful, muscular tail towards her. Unfortunately for him, Qin Bing had already seized the opportunity to spring backward after delivering her kick, leaving Frisia's sweeping tail to strike nothing but AIR.AT that moment. Over a dozen predator zombies had furiously breached the defenses of the killer whale camp, causing instant chaos within the ranks. Amidst the turmoil, several novice soldiers were swiftly overwhelmed by the onslaught of the predator zombies, who mercilessly snapped their necks or tore out their throats, resulting in gruesome fatalities. Further afield, the remaining low-level zombies capitalized on the breach created by the predators, rushing forward with arms flailing. The killer whale camp, composed primarily of deserters and new recruits, found their lines shattered by the relentless advance of the predators, sending many into a panic, their faces drained of color and their legs trembling. Some even contemplated retreat. Were it not for the presence of Duan Songlong and Luo Ho, who were rallying the troops, it is likely that many would have turned to flee. Witnessing the scene, Xiao Ke unhesitatingly gripped his formidable general's blade and strode forward. With a fierce swing, he aimed at an approaching predator zombie. The creature instinctively raised its arm to block, but Xiao Ke's blade proved extraordinarily sharp. He felt minimal resistance as it sliced through the air with the ease of a knife cutting through bamboo, cleanly severing the zombie's arm with a resounding crack. Surprised by his own strength, Xiao Ke realized that he had activated 3 bones, granting him an astonishing punch force of 400 pounds. As he wielded the military blade, its cutting characteristics were fully unleashed. This particular blade, known as Mighty General, had been crafted by a renowned artisan at the request of others who had spent a fortune of 100,000 gold coins. Its exceptional sharpness and ferocity earned it the title of a weapon fit for a general. With his remarkable strength paired with the razor-sharp military blade, Xiao Ke achieved a seamless union, effortlessly cleaving through the arm of the predator zombie. Realizing that the predators were not invincible beneath his blade, Xiao Ke's confidence surged. Skillfully employing his combat techniques, he swiftly executed a horizontal slash, decapitating the predator before him in an instant. The headless creature toppled to the ground like a felled tree, crashing down with a thunderous thud. Xiao Ke bellowed in a commanding tone, "All warriors of the Orca battalion, fight alongside me. Use your firearms if you possess them. If not, draw your blades." Upon finishing his exhortation, he grasped his formidable weapon and swiftly advanced towards another predator. Duan Songlong, along with Luo Ho and the other 10 squad leaders, witnessing Xiao Ke's valiant spirit, promptly joined him in a concerted effort to eliminate the predatory zombies. At that moment, one such predator lunged at Luo Ho. Observing the creature leaping towards him, Luo Ho hastily raised his high-speed machine gun and unleashed a relentless barrage upon the airborne foe. The gun spat flames, and in an instant, hundreds of bullets rained down upon the predator. Being merely a level 4 zombie, it could not withstand such a fierce onslaught. Its chest and abdomen were obliterated by the bullets, and several struck its head as it crashed heavily to the ground, convulsing briefly before falling still. Luo Ho erupted in exhilaration, exclaiming, "Yes!" Meanwhile, Xiao Ke moved with the swiftness of the wind, his sword flashing like lightning as he dispatched several predatory zombies, stabilizing the situation alongside the warriors of the Orca battalion. However, in a moment of miscalculation, he was overpowered by the final predator, which opened its mouth to gnaw at Xiao Ke's face. With a desperate effort, he raised his blade to shield himself, the predator's jaws clamping down on the blade's edge. With a fierce yank, Xiao Ke dragged the blade across, slicing through the predator's mouth and plunging deep into its skull. The creature struggled for a brief moment before falling silent. Duan Songlong rushed over, prying the zombie carcass off Xiao Ke and helping him to his feet, only to discover that Xiao Ke's arms bore scratches inflicted by the zombie's assault. Duan Songlong's expression shifted dramatically. "Brother, you are injured." Xiao Ke's face turned ashen, yet he bit his lip and retorted, "No time for lamentation. We must eliminate the remaining lowly zombies first." At this juncture, Qin Bing had already executed a swift strike, sending the massive head of the Frisia zombie flying. It collapsed to the ground with a thunderous crash. Only a mere 100 low-level zombies remained, comprised of shambling corpses. Upon realizing Xiao Ke's injury and the potential infection from the zombie virus, Duan Songlong and the others were engulfed in fury, raising their assault rifles to unleash a hail of gunfire upon the remaining low-level zombies. The battle soon concluded, leaving the ground strewn with the remains of zombies and the lifeless bodies of dozens of fallen warriors. Apart from Xiao Ke, 5 unfortunate warriors had also sustained injuries. Though Xiao Ke's complexion was pale, he managed to keep his composure intact, while the other 4 warriors had succumbed to despair, contemplating suicide. At that moment, Qin Bing returned, personally examining Xiao Ke's wounds before scoffing, always so eager to show off. "You lack the strength yet still strive to lead the charge." With that, she promptly retrieved a small medical kit from her satchel. Upon opening it, she revealed a syringe and 10 vials of medicine nestled within. Qin Bing extended the medical kit to Xiao Ke, stating, "You should be grateful to the commander of the White Dragon Song, who had Xiao Mingxian deliver this batch of supplies, which, aside from weapons and ammunition, includes these 10 vaccines against the zombie virus. Otherwise, your best option would be to end your life with your own weapon." Xiao Ke was filled with overwhelming joy, exclaiming, "The vaccine against the zombie virus. I won't die, nor will I become a zombie." Qin Bing coldly snorted, "This time it is merely your fortune. The zombie virus vaccine is only effective against viruses of level 5 or below. Had you been injured by Frisia just now, this vaccine would have been of no help. Before acting impulsively, take a moment to consider your own strength and reflect on the consequences. Choosing a centurion is a troublesome affair. I certainly do not wish to reassess the centurion again. Do you understand?" Although Xiao Ke was reprimanded, he felt Qin Bing's concern in his heart, warming him. He replied solemnly, "Yes, Commander." Chapter 038. Tempering the 5th bone. Xiao Ke, along with several injured soldiers, considered themselves fortunate. Typically, only elite legions are equipped with the zombie virus vaccine, as the lives of ordinary soldiers are not worth the exorbitant cost of a single dose. Thus, regular soldiers are not entitled to such vaccines. Bai Longyin, the commander of the Black Shark Army, seemingly on account of Qin Bing, allowed Xiao Mingxian to deliver supplies, bringing along 10 doses of the vaccine. This act saved the lives of Xiao Ke and the injured soldiers. Having just administered the zombie virus vaccine, Xiao Ke and his comrades noticed the distant rumble of vehicle engines. Soon, against the twilight, several armed off-road vehicles approached like fierce beasts, jostling along, Behind them trailed a few trucks, filled to capacity with soldiers. Xiao Ke rose to his feet, gazing alongside Qin Bing and the other soldiers at the approaching convoy. The banners fluttered proudly. In addition to the Empire's dragon flag, the flag of the Black Shark Battalion was also present, indicating that Xiao Mingxian had arrived with his troops. Before long, the Black Shark Battalion's convoy reached the scene. Centurion Xiao Mingxian nimbly leaped from his vehicle, while the soldiers of the Black Shark Battalion swiftly dismounted from the trucks and formed ranks. Standing beside Xiao Ke were Duan Songlong and Luo Ho. Upon seeing Xiao Mingxian, whose meticulously styled hair shone with an oily luster, they could not help but display their distaste. Duan Songlong muttered, "What is that scoundrel doing here again?" Luo Ho replied, "The defense operations at Ginkgo Town and the reconnaissance tasks over the past few days were all managed by his Black Shark Battalion. It was even he who informed the Centurion about the approaching zombie forces, and I have heard that he suggested sending us new recruits here to engage the zombies in combat training." Duan Songlong, upon hearing this, retorted, "That scoundrel is utterly unreliable. The intelligence he provided was flawed, claiming there were merely over 200 low-level zombies. Yet, we have just annihilated over 400 zombies, including one level 6 Frisia, 2 level 5 hellhounds, and a considerable number of predators and assaulters. The enemy's strength far exceeds what he reported, more than doubling the actual count. I believe he is doing this deliberately to put us in peril." Xiao Ke observed Xiao Mingxian, now accompanied by his trusted aides, approaching Qin Bing. He remarked coolly, "To say he intends to harm us intentionally may not be entirely accurate." Duan Songlong and Luo Ho exchanged glances, perplexed as to why Xiao Ke seemed to speak in defense of Xiao Mingxian. Xiao Ke discerned the bewilderment of the two and offered a subdued explanation. "If I am not mistaken, that individual has deliberately misrepresented the strength of the zombies and suggested that Qin Bing lead us, the new recruits, into actual combat. According to his scheme, we would undoubtedly be no match for this horde of zombies, finding ourselves in perilous strife. Although the captain possesses formidable strength, it would be challenging to reverse the situation in a short span of time. Thus, he has calculated the timing to lead his subordinates into the fray, rescuing the captain and garnering his gratitude and favor." Duan Songlong and Luo Ho are not fools. Ever since Xiao Mingxian arrived in Ginkgo Town, his overt attempts to curry favor with Captain Qin Bing have not gone unnoticed, and it is evident to all that he is pursuing her at this moment. Upon hearing Xiao Ke's analysis of Xiao Mingxuan's stratagem, both Duan Songlong and Luo Ho were incensed, cursing that Xiao Mingxian was trifling with the gravity of war, treating the lives of comrades as mere playthings, which is utterly reprehensible. Xiao Ke calmly instructed Duan Songlong and Luo Ho, "These are merely our conjectures, lacking irrefutable evidence. It is best we discuss this privately and remain vigilant against him. Do not spread this information indiscriminately, lest Xiao Mingxian seizes upon it to report us to the captain, which would prove troublesome." After imparting his counsel, Xiao Ke led Duan Songlong and Luo Ho toward Xiao Mingxian, for he was now the centurion of the Orca camp, and it was only proper that he extend his greetings upon Xiao Mingxuan's arrival. As he approached, he could clearly see the astonishment in Xiao Mingxuan's eyes, seemingly taken aback that Qin Bing and the 200 disorganized soldiers of the Orca camp could confront the horde led by Frisia so swiftly. Xiao Mingxian awkwardly smiled at Qin Bing, saying, "Reporting to you, Commander, I was somewhat concerned for your safety, and seeing as there have been no signs of enemy activity in Ginkgo Town, I thought it prudent to lead the soldiers here to see if I could be of assistance." Before Qin Bing could respond, Xiao Ke interjected with a knowing smile. "Has the esteemed Captain Xiao come all this way only to feel a tinge of disappointment?" Xiao Mingxuan's expression darkened. "Xiao Ke? What do you mean by that?" Now that both Xiao Ke and Xiao Mingxian held the rank of centurion, the concern over disrespect was no longer an issue. Moreover, Xiao Mingxuan's intelligence and suggestions were fraught with significant flaws. Xiao Ke, determined to protect his men from Xiao Mingxuan's potential oppression, was unperturbed and coldly remarked, "Your intelligence regarding the enemy's true capabilities is gravely misaligned. Given your suggestion for the Orca camp to engage in actual combat alongside the captain, I cannot help but question if you harbor ulterior motives." Xiao Mingxuan's countenance shifted dramatically, a flicker of panic crossing his eyes as he retorted, "The battlefield is ever-changing. The zombies gather in ever-increasing numbers, their strength multiplying. What is so surprising about that? And do not presume that your recent promotion to centurion of the Orca camp grants you the liberty to act insolently before me. To eliminate you would be as effortless as dispatching a mere dog. Enough." Qin Bing's voice thundered, her gaze turning icy and penetrating. She first cast a glance at Xiao Ke, then fixed her eyes on Xiao Mingxian. Xiao Ke sensed the fury radiating from Qin Bing, realizing that her anger was partly due to his provocation of Xiao Mingxian. However, Xiao Ke felt indifferent. Given Qin Bing's astute nature, his earlier remarks were sufficient to instigate doubts in Qin Bing regarding Xiao Mingxuan's intentions. Regardless of whether Qin Bing would pursue the matter further, as long as she understood that Xiao Mingxian was not a commendable individual, that would suffice. Xiao Mingxian was somewhat unsettled by the piercing gaze of Qin Bing. Coldly, she remarked, "Xiao Mingxian, in the future, be mindful of your identity and the impact of your words. I am aware that your background has afforded you this position, yet it does not justify your arrogance. Should you fail to temper your hubris, I would not hesitate to impose severe consequences upon you." With a somewhat aggrieved expression, Xiao Mingxian lowered his head and muttered, "I acknowledge my mistake." Qin Bing then turned to Xiao Ke, stating, "You too die in the future. Refrain from making unfounded assertions in the absence of evidence. Otherwise, I shall hold you accountable for slander." Xiao Ke affirmed, "Understood." Qin Bing recognized that both individuals appeared to comply outwardly while harboring discontent within. Although she could maintain control in their presence, she knew that conflicts would likely erupt in her absence. She continued, "The higher-ups have instructed us to guard this location for half a month. Awaiting the arrival of the imperial reinforcements. 5 days have elapsed, leaving us with 10 days. I expect you both to adhere strictly to your duties during this period. Anyone who jeopardizes my mission here will face my wrath." In unison, Xiao Mingxian and Xiao Ke saluted, proclaiming, "Yes, Commander." Qin Bing ordered, "Lead the soldiers of each battalion back to Inqing Town." "Understood." Soon, the warriors of the White Shark Battalion and the Orca Battalion returned to their ranks, boarding jeeps and trucks to make their way back to Inqing Town under the cover of night. Regardless of the circumstances, Xiao Ke's Orca Battalion had successfully annihilated the invading horde of zombies under Qin Bing's leadership, thus earning commendation. Consequently, that evening, Qin Bing instructed Xiao Mingxuan's White Shark Battalion to continue overseeing the town's defense, while the Orca Battalion was granted permission for a midnight feast, implying that its soldiers could enjoy their leisure until dawn. This news delighted the warriors of the Orca Battalion, although the town offered limited entertainment, with the sole pleasure being a visit to the tavern for drinks. Duan Songlong and Luo Ho, along with a group of sergeants, planned to go to the tavern and naturally wished to invite the centurion Xiao Ke as well. However, Xiao Ke, who was not fond of alcohol, preferred to devote his time to practicing the Tiger Bin Ju. Thus, he made the excuse of having contracted a virus, claiming that although he had been vaccinated, it was still inadvisable for him to drink in the short term. While Duan Songlong and the others headed to the tavern, Xiao Ke retreated to Qin Bing's private courtyard. By this time, it was already midnight, and Xiao Ke, naturally, did not engage in combat training with Qin Bing. Instead, he diligently went to the training room to practice the Tiger Bin Ju. After 3 hours of training, he ceased his practice, acknowledging that he had just endured a fierce battle and was physically and mentally fatigued, making excessive training unwise. Upon completing his training, Xiao Ke discovered that he had amassed a certain amount of original power water over the past 2 days. He now faced 2 choices. He could attempt to ignite the second node of his martial vein and advance to a second-level warrior, or he could utilize this original power water to further refine 2 bones. Regarding the essence of the primal force, unless one transcends to the realm of a battle general, the potency of this force remains largely unexploited within the confines of the battle soldier's realm. In contrast, refining and illuminating 2 bones can yield immediate and remarkable results, enhancing one's punching power by an impressive 200 pounds and significantly elevating combat efficacy. Consequently, Xiao Ke ultimately opted to utilize the primal force water to illuminate 2 vertebrae. To date, he has successfully refined and illuminated 5 out of the 206 bones within the human body, specifically the coccyx, sacrum, and 3 vertebrae, bringing his punching power to an astonishing 600 pounds. Moreover, during his previous endeavors to illuminate the bones, he had not intentionally illuminated the connected segments concurrently. However, after supplementing with 2 additional illuminated vertebrae, the 3 vertebrae that were now illuminated, along with the sacrum and coccyx, formed a complete connection. Once the quickly linked bones were illuminated, only 21 vertebrae remained unlit, yet the outline of the entire spinal column was clearly interconnected, akin to a breathing lamp, with the entire vertebral column gradually illuminating and then extinguishing, leaving the 5 illuminated bones radiating a pure, luminous glow. A peculiar thought suddenly arose in Xiao Ke's mind. What might transpire if the entirety of the lumbar vertebrae were illuminated? would illuminating the entire spine result in a multiplication of strength. Additionally, the sternum and 12 pairs of ribs constitute the thoracic cage. What miraculous occurrences might arise if all 25 bones of the thoracic cage were to be illuminated? Xiao Ke could not help but feel a surge of anticipation. At that moment, however, he was abruptly alerted by a commotion outside, as if someone were searching for him. Furrowing his brows, he promptly stepped outside, having just emerged from Qin Bing's secluded courtyard, only to encounter Lu Jingquan and several soldiers. Upon seeing Xiao Ke, Lu Jingquan hurriedly approached, his voice trembling as he exclaimed, "Commander, we are in grave trouble." Startled, Xiao Ke inquired, "What has happened?" Lu Jingquan, his face drawn with distress, replied, "Duan Songlong and Luo Ho were drinking at the tavern, and in their inebriation, they began to speak indiscriminately, vehemently berating Xiao Mingxian, accusing him of usurping military merit, engaging in conspiracies against the Orca battalion, and harboring delusions of pursuing the centurion Qin Bing. I don't know who leaked this information, but Xiao Mingxian just now surrounded the tavern with a murderous intent, and we still do not know whether Duan Songlong and Luo Ho are alive or dead." At this revelation, Xiao Ke was struck with alarm. Xiao Mingxian had the audacity to claim that killing him was akin to slaughtering a dog in front of Qin Bing. If even he was deemed insignificant in Xiao Mingxuan's eyes, one could only imagine the fate that awaited Duan Songlong and Luo Ho. Xiao Ke swiftly commanded, "Gather all soldiers, and we shall hasten to the tavern." Chapter 39. The terrifying power upon hearing that Duan Songlong and Luo Ho were in peril, Xiao Ke quickly assembled the soldiers within the camp. Although Centurion Qin Bing had instructed that there would be no curfew that night, most soldiers were resting in the camp during the latter half of the night. Upon hearing the assembly signal, many, despite being unaware of the situation, instinctively sprang into action, completing the gathering within 3 minutes. At this juncture, Xiao Ke had already boarded an armed off-road vehicle, taking the wheel himself as he led the soldiers with fierce determination towards the only tavern in Ginkgo town. The tavern had long been encircled by the men of the White Shark Battalion. At this moment, a centurion approached with 2 subordinates. "Halt! What do you intend to do?" Xiao Ke leapt down from the off-road vehicle. Gazing at the centurion before him and the surrounding White Shark warriors, all armed and alert, he coldly replied, "Get lost." This centurion, named Liang Song, was a trusted subordinate of Xiao Mingxian, possessing the strength of a 3rd-tier warrior. Although Xiao Ke currently held the rank of centurion, which technically surpassed Liang Song's position, Liang Song regarded him with disdain for 2 reasons. Firstly, he was aware that their leader, Xiao Mingxian, harbored animosity towards Xiao Ke and had long sought to deal with him. Secondly, the Orca battalion was composed of a motley crew of deserters and fresh recruits. In a military hierarchy that revered strength, a centurion of such a disorganized group could not possibly compare to a centurion of a regular army in the eyes of others. When Xiao Ke demanded Liang Song to step aside, Liang Song remained unmoved, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his lips. "What do you think you are? Just a feather trying to act like a commander. You, a centurion of a rabble, can only flaunt your authority within your Orca battalion. Before us in the White Shark Battalion, we can dismiss you as nothing more than a pile of dung." At this moment, Xiao Ke was preoccupied with the safety of his subordinates, Duan Songlong and Luo Ho, and lacked the patience to engage in a war of words with this minor centurion. Noticing Liang Song's refusal to yield, he snorted coldly and stepped forward, raising his fist to strike. Liang Song, seeing Xiao Ke's aggression, shouted, "You dare to lay a hand on me? You'll only bring trouble upon yourself." Though Liang Song was a 3rd-tier warrior, he remembered that Xiao Ke had previously defeated Xiaodong, another 3rd-tier warrior. However, Liang Song was acutely aware of Xiaodong's circumstances. He had become a 3rd-tier warrior through hastily produced potential potions, which had artificially illuminated 3 of his meridian nodes, ultimately leading to their withering. In truth, Xiaodong resembled a 3rd-tier warrior in appearance, but lacked their true strength. Liang Song, on the other hand, had steadily ascended to 3rd-tier status, his meridians particularly resilient and robust. He had no doubt that his abilities as a 3rd-tier warrior would surpass those of Xiao Ke, a mere 1st-tier warrior. Thus, as Xiao Ke advanced to strike him, he did not hesitate to employ the same technique, raising his fist to meet Xiao Ke's blow. Xiao Ke's fist, though not particularly swift, bore the weight of a mountain, slowly but surely descending upon Liang Song. The sound generated by his punch was a unique, resonant howl that stirred the hearts of those who heard it. Liang Song's expression changed abruptly. he suddenly realized that while Xiao Ke's punch lacked significant elemental energy, the raw power behind it seemed extraordinarily formidable. Like a wild dog sensing danger, he howled in alarm, desperately channeling the energy within his meridians. The 3 illuminated nodes in his meridians surged forth like steam engines, striving to deliver elemental energy to his fist in an attempt to withstand Xiao Ke's seemingly ordinary yet immensely powerful strike. Xiao Ke had already illuminated 5 of his bones, and now his punching power exceeded a terrifying 600 pounds. Although Liang Song was a third-tier warrior, his 300-odd card of meridian energy was wholly insufficient to contend with such a formidable blow from Xiao Ke. The fists of the 2 men collided, producing a bone-chilling thud accompanied by the sickening sound of bones fracturing. This was followed by Liang Song's anguished scream, akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Liang Song was flung backward, crashing heavily onto the ground. His 2 subordinates rushed to assist him, and the onlookers were astonished to discover that Liang Song's right arm dangled limply, grotesquely twisted, resembling an oversized twisted donut, for the bones had shattered into several segments. Suddenly, the air was filled with the clattering of firearms as dozens of white shark warriors surrounding the tavern witnessed Xiao Ke severely injure Liang Song in unison. They raised their weapons, aiming at both Xiao Ke and his subordinates. Lu Jingquan and over 100 Orca warriors swiftly readied their assault rifles, pointing them at the opposing side, and the atmosphere instantly grew tenser. Both factions were on edge, perspiration glistening on their foreheads, fully aware that should a firefight ensue, many would undoubtedly perish. Yet, Xiao Ke remained remarkably composed. Narrowing his eyes, he surveyed the injured Liang Song and the surrounding white shark warriors and spoke in a grave tone. I am a centurion recognized by the Empire, and I am also a direct subordinate of General Qinbing. You dare to aim your weapons at me? Is this an act of rebellion? Xiao Ke's words immediately instilled a sense of unease among the white shark warriors. Although the Orca battalion was comprised of a disorganized rabble, the significance of Xiao Ke as a centurion, albeit not particularly prestigious, could not be overlooked, especially since the Orca battalion was under the direct command of Qinbing. Moreover, Xiao Ke was promoted by her. Pointing their weapons at him could have severe repercussions. If deemed treasonous, it could lead to execution. Consequently, the dozen or so white shark warriors instinctively lowered their rifles. Xiao Ke left the majority of his subordinates outside the tavern to confront the white shark warriors while he strode inside with several tin-man leaders. The tavern was in disarray, littered with shattered bottles, and many tables and chairs were broken. The floor was strewn with 3 to 4 dozen Orca warriors, including Duan Songlong and Luo Ho, who lay in pools of blood. Meanwhile, Xiao Mingxian sat at a table, holding a wine glass, a smile playing on his lips as he regarded the newcomers. Upon seeing Xiao Ke, he raised an eyebrow and remarked, Xiao Ke, I've been waiting for you for ages. You finally made it. Xiao Ke ignored Xiao Mingxian and hurried over to assess the injuries of Duan Songlong and Luo Ho. Both were severely wounded, bruised, and battered, with several broken ribs. Had they not possessed robust physiques and resilience, they would likely be lifeless corpses by now. Blood trickled from Duan Songlong's mouth as he weakly said, Brother, the guys have caused trouble. I've brought you trouble, do not speak. It's all right. Just focus on recovering. We will address everything else later. At that moment, Lu Jingquan approached Xiao Ke, his expression grim as he lowered his voice. Boss, they struck without restraint. Most of the brothers are gravely injured, with at least 2 bones broken each. 5 of them have already succumbed. Xiao Ke spun around sharply at these words, casting a piercing gaze at the nonchalant Xiao Mingxian, who was still leisurely drinking. The intensity of Xiao Ke's stare made Xiao Mingxian uncomfortable, and he snapped, What kind of expression is that? You look like you've seen a corpse. Xiao Ke's hand rested firmly on the hilt of the general's blade at his waist. Chapter 040. 5th Level Battle General, Audacity. The 2 personal guards beside Xiao Mingxian shouted in unison, their voices laced with fury. Without hesitation, they drew their swords and lunged at Xiao Ke, evidently intent on subduing him directly. With a sharp sound, the general's blade was unsheathed, and Xiao Ke stepped forward, executing a horizontal slash. Though it was a fundamental military technique, the sheer might of his physique rendered the strike exceptionally fierce. With a resounding clash, the swords of Qiao Mingxuan's guards were severed by Xiao Ke's blade, and simultaneously, the edge of his weapon grazed their wrists, causing blood to spurt forth. Their grips faltered, and the broken swords clattered to the ground. The 2 guards, pale with shock, clutched their injured wrists in panic, retreating hastily. However, while the white shark soldiers present were stunned by Xiao Ke's prowess, they did not attribute it solely to him. Rather, they believed the general's blade in his hand was remarkably sharp. Little did they know that the blade's sharpness was but one factor. It was Xiao Ke's formidable strength that, when combined with the weapon, unleashed its devastating characteristics to the fullest extent. Xiao Mingxuan's expression darkened, not solely due to the injury inflicted on his subordinates by Xiao Ke, but more so because the general's blade in Xiao Ke's possession rightfully belonged to him. The 20 or so white shark soldiers in the tavern, who had remained on high alert, now took up their weapons, some aiming their guns while others drew their blades. Lu Jingquan and several squad leaders behind Xiao Ke were equally unwilling to back down. Brandishing their weapons in solidarity that moment, Xiao Mingxuan's cold voice cut through the tension. All of you, lower your weapons. This is a personal vendetta between Xiao Ke and myself. I shall settle this matter without your assistance. Xiao Ke echoed his command to Lu Jingquan. You all stay put. I will resolve this dispute with him. The soldiers present realized that this was a conflict between two centurions, and they had no standing to intervene in such a rivalry. At this juncture, Xiao Mingxian casually set down his wine glass on the table, then retrieved a pistol from his waist. He glanced at Xiao Ke, who stood a short distance away with his general's blade. Its tip pointed toward the ground. With a derisive laugh, he placed the pistol on the table, then placed his hand on the hilt of his own sword, slowly advancing toward Xiao Ke. The two halted less than 5 meters apart. Xiao Mingxian, casting a glance at the general's blade in Xiao Ke's grip, spoke slowly. Daring to flaunt the general's blade that once belonged to me in my presence, Xiao Ke, have you not long sought revenge for the grievances I caused in usurping your hellhound's accolades? Now, I offer you an opportunity. Let us settle this here in a fair duel. I shall wield this ordinary battle sword, while you use the general's blade in your hand. Let us resolve our enmity in the most primal manner. Fate shall decide our lives, and victory or defeat shall bear no grudge. What say you? In the imperial realm, martial valor was highly esteemed among the upper echelons of society, with duels being particularly revered. The most renowned duel occurred 30 years prior, when a royal prince clashed with a famed bard over the affections of a noblewoman at a court soiree, resulting in the prince's demise at the hands of the bard's sword. As long as both parties consent to the duel and there are sufficient witnesses present, the duel is protected under the laws of the empire. To kill one's opponent in a duel absolves one of any responsibility. In that renowned duel, the bard slew a royal prince, and not only did he face no repercussions, but he also left triumphantly with a beautiful companion. From that moment on, dueling became a trend among the upper echelons of aristocracy. Today, Xiao Mingxian had just been warned by Qin Bing not to engage in further disputes with Xiao Ke, or she would exact severe punishment. Thus, although Xiao Mingxian harbored intentions to kill Xiao Ke, he deliberately proposed a duel. For as long as he killed Xiao Ke in that context, even the gendarmerie could not hold him accountable, and Qin Bing's desire for retribution would be thwarted. Xiao Ke was thoroughly incensed by Xiao Mingxuan's actions this evening. Xiao Mingxian had severely injured Duan Songlong and several warriors from the Luo Ho faction merely for exchanging a few words, even resulting in the deaths of 5 individuals. Xiao Ke understood clearly that Xiao Mingxian was seizing the opportunity to confront him. Thus, faced with the aftermath of his injured brothers, he felt a profound sense of indignation akin to that of I do not kill Bo Ren. Yet Bo Ren dies because of me. It was this very fury that compelled him to resolve to eliminate Xiao Mingxian and make him pay the price. When confronted with Xiao Mingxuan's challenge to a duel, Xiao Ke did not flinch. Instead, he raised his chin and replied slowly, I accept your challenge. The audience was astounded that Xiao Ke, a mere first-level warrior, would dare to challenge Xiao Mingxian, a 5th-level general. Setting aside the vast disparity between their levels, the chasm between a warrior and a general is an insurmountable divide. The distinction between a warrior and a general is a watershed moment. Those of mediocre talent possess approximately 300 car of martial energy as 3rd-level warriors, while 4th-level generals boast a staggering 1,000 car. The difference is indeed monumental. While Xiao Ke's victory over the 3rd-level warrior Qiao Dong was surprising, it did not seem entirely impossible, as it is not uncommon for warriors to defeat opponents of higher rank. Even earlier, when Xiao Ke wounded 2 of Xiao Mingxuan's 3rd-level warrior guards, the onlookers understood that he leveraged the prowess of a fierce general to overcome 2 3rd-level opponents. However, for Xiao Ke, a 1st-level warrior, to accept a duel against Xiao Mingxian, a 5th-level general, could only be described as a foolhardy act akin to the birthday celebrant consuming arsenic. seeking a longer life. The gap between warriors and generals cannot be bridged through cunning or superior weaponry. Xiao Mingxian was taken aback by Xiao Ke's acceptance of the duel challenge. Elated, he thought to himself that Xiao Ke, incensed by the injuries inflicted upon his subordinates, had essentially signed his own death warrant. Nevertheless, since Xiao Ke had chosen to court death, Xiao Mingxian saw no reason to spare him. With a sinister grin, he declared, "Excellent. It seems that tonight not only marks your day of reckoning, but also heralds a splendid occasion for me to reclaim the fierce general." As he spoke, he slowly drew forth his blade, channeling the primal energy within his martial veins. The 5 illuminated nodes of his veins roared to life like a steam engine, generating an unceasing flow of power that coursed through his body. Ultimately, this energy was infused into the blade held in Xiao Mingxuan's hand. Only warriors of the general rank could transform their weapons into lightsabers using this primal force. Although Xiao Mingxian, a 5th-level war general, was not yet capable of wielding a lightsaber, the moment he infused his energy into his battle knife, it began to tremble gently. In the tavern, a sound reminiscent of a dragon's roar gradually filled the air. Xiao Ke's expression changed dramatically. He instinctively recognized the extraordinary prowess of the 5th-level war general, realizing that he was not on the same level as the 3rd-level fighters. Even though he had ignited 5 bones and excelled in strength, he might not necessarily be a match for Xiao Mingxian. However, there was no turning back now. He was already in a precarious situation. Xiao Ke gripped his fierce weapon tightly, preparing for a desperate struggle against Xiao Mingxian. Chapter 041. The arrival of the centurion. "I need only 3 strikes to slay you," Xiao Mingxian declared as he strode forth, blade in hand. His assertion that it would take merely 3 strikes to defeat Xiao Ke was already quite generous. Xiao Mingxian was no fool. He understood that Xiao Ke possessed an unusual strength, possibly even a natural divine power. After all, it was inconceivable that he could have defeated Xiao Dong with mere fists and feet 2 days prior. Nor could he have injured 2 of his personal guards with a single cut just moments ago. Furthermore, Xiao Ke wielded an exceptionally sharp weapon. While Xiao Mingxian was confident in his ability to swiftly eliminate Xiao Ke, he prudently stated that it would take 3 moves rather than arrogantly claiming it would take but 1. Naturally, to those present, his words carried an air of bravado and authority. As Xiao Mingxian approached Xiao Ke, he resembled a mountain looming over him, instilling an overwhelming sense of pressure. An instinctive response when confronted by a formidable opponent. The first strike. With a commanding shout, Xiao Mingxian delivered a fierce slash toward Xiao Ke. The blade sliced through the air like a tempest, swift as lightning and heavy as a mountain. In his previous sparring sessions with Qin Bing, Xiao Ke had predominantly played a defensive role, as he was not as strong as Qin Bing, thus relegated to a defensive stance. Now, seeing the ferocity of Xiao Mingxuan's attack, he quickly raised his fierce weapon to intercept. The blade struck against the fierce weapon with a dull thud. Xiao Ke's body quivered slightly, as though struck by lightning. However, he suddenly unleashed an immense force, forcefully deflecting Xiao Mingxuan's blade and seizing the opportunity to counter with a slash aimed at Xiao Mingxuan's neck. Xiao Mingxian was caught off guard, evading Xiao Ke's edge while letting out a soft exclamation. Logically, a strike infused with such powerful primal energy should not be withstood by a mere soldier. Even a 3rd-level warrior would be left with numb arms and half their body devoid of sensation after attempting to block such a blow. Yet, Xiao Ke not only managed to parry but was also able to counterattack, leaving Xiao Mingxian somewhat astonished. Simultaneously, he began to gauge Xiao Ke's true combat capability, suspecting that Xiao Ke possessed innate divine strength. Though merely a 1st-level warrior, his overall power seemed to exceed that of a 3rd-level soldier, approaching the level of a 4th-level war general. In truth, Xiao Ke now possesses a boxing strength of 600 Jin and a primordial force of 100 Car, which indeed allows him to easily overpower 3rd-level warriors. However, there remains a notable gap when compared to the 4th-level warriors, who are based on a benchmark of 1,000 Car. Naturally, the formidable weapon in Xiao Ke's grasp compensates for much of this disparity. Thus, Xiao Mingxuan's assessment of Xiao Ke's prowess as nearing that of a 4th-level warrior is quite astute. Having gauged Xiao Ke's approximate strength, Xiao Mingxian felt a sense of assurance. He let out a low shout, his battle blade glimmering with a chilling radiance as it descended upon Xiao Ke with great force. Xiao Ke was struck with astonishment. The momentum behind Xiao Mingxuan's strike was even more ferocious than before, akin to 1,000 troops charging forth, as if a mountain were crashing down upon him. He felt as though he were ensconced in an ice cellar, struggling to breathe, and a fleeting thought flashed through his mind. The disparity in strength between a 5th-level warrior and those previous 3rd-level warriors was indeed like heaven and earth. He was certainly not capable of withstanding such force. In that moment, Xiao Ke resolved to fight to the bitter end. He exhaled and drew a deep breath, raising his formidable weapon to block the oncoming tempestuous strike. As Xiao Mingxuan's blade met Xiao Ke's weapon, a piercing sound erupted in the venue, reminiscent of thunder crashing within a tavern. Xiao Ke's body jolted once more, and the primordial force transmitted through the weapon coursed through his right arm like an electric shock. Rendering it numb, he stumbled back a few steps, his chest roiling tumultuously, and a metallic taste surged in his throat, nearly causing him to spit blood, which he forcefully swallowed back down. Xiao Mingxian was equally astonished that Xiao Ke could withstand his second strike. A mix of surprise and fury washed over him. What an impressive fellow, he mused, to withstand 2 of my blows while appearing as merely a 1st-level warrior. It seems your strength is well concealed. However, in the face of my true power, you are but a fleeting shadow. With that, he declared, this 3rd strike shall be your end. I will extinguish you in your growth to prevent future calamity. Upon finishing his words, Xiao Mingxuan's battle blade transformed into a myriad of shimmering blade shadows, enveloping Xiao Ke entirely. Xiao Ke's eyes were filled with the glimmering blades, and then, in an instant, the multitude of blade lights coalesced into a single, formidable strike aimed straight at his chest. Even before the blade reached him, an overwhelming pressure bore down upon him. Before Xiao Mingxuan's earth-shattering blow could truly descend, the gale created by the blade had already sent Xiao Ke's garments fluttering back. Xiao Ke felt a bitter taste in his mouth. He had previously believed that he could easily defeat a 3rd-level opponent and, equipped with his formidable weapon, contend with the 5th-level Xiao Mingxian, thinking he had at least a 40% chance. Yet, it became apparent that he had been woefully naive, underestimating the prowess of the warriors. Having already sustained injuries from the previous shock, he found himself utterly incapable of blocking Xiao Mingxuan's even fiercer blow. And with great effort, he raised his weapon to make one final stand. At that moment, however, the air in the tavern suddenly became thick with tension, as if every individual present had their breath stifled and throats constricted, making it difficult to breathe. An overwhelmingly powerful aura enveloped everyone in the tavern, including the combatants Xiao Ke and Xiao Mingxian. The movements of both Xiao Ke and Xiao Mingxian froze in an instant, rendering them as motionless as puppets, their actions becoming exceedingly laborious. Xiao Ke and Xiao Mingxian struggled to turn their heads towards the direction from whence the formidable aura emanated, only to behold a female centurion clad in a black uniform, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, adorned with a military coat and marching in military boots, her frosty visage unmistakably belonging to Qin Bing. Her eyes, like twin stars, radiated a chilling brilliance that instilled a palpable sense of her wrath and murderous intent within all present. As Qin Bing entered and surveyed the chaotic scene littered with the fallen, including numerous casualties and the immobilized figures of Xiao Ke and Xiao Mingxian, her voice, devoid of any emotion, sliced through the air. I have already warned both of you not to test my patience. It appears you have chosen to disregard my words, have you not? The last 2 words emerged like a tangible force, striking Xiao Ke and Xiao Mingxian with the weight of an unseen blow. Xiao Mingxian involuntarily let out a low groan, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, while Xiao Ke suffered more severely, retching violently as he expelled a mouthful of crimson. Noticing Xiao Ke's distress, Qin Bing paused momentarily, then comprehended that he must have sustained grave injuries, thus succumbing to the impact of her admonishing tone. With her momentary astonishment, the oppressive aura surrounding her began to wane, allowing those nearby to breathe more freely, each inhaling the fresh air with deep relief. Yet all remained in awe of Qin Bing, speculating about the true extent of her formidable prowess. At this juncture, Xiao Mingxian wiped the blood from his mouth with the back of his hand and spoke in a grave tone. Centurion, Xiao Ke and I engaged in a fair duel, protected under the laws of the Empire. Hence you cannot interfere in our combat. Qin Bing scoffed, and how do you account for the fallen warriors scattered upon the ground? Xiao Mingxian retorted defiantly, they accused me in private of providing false intelligence, attempting to lead me to my demise in the Bagu Gorge. Centurion, you have stated today that unsubstantiated claims amount to defamation, thus I was compelled to teach them a lesson. Qin Bing replied with a disdainful chuckle. So, they uttered a few words, and you deemed it justifiable to kill them. Xiao Mingxian fell silent, and Qin Bing recognized that he was the illegitimate son of a notable figure. Otherwise, given her temperament, he would already be a corpse. Qin Bing spoke slowly. While I cannot intervene in your duel with Xiao Ke, do not forget another crucial regulation. All actions during wartime must serve the cause of battle. We are currently on a mission, stationed at Ginkgo Town, and only 10 days remain to fulfill this task. Once we secure this place and complete our mission in 10 days, how you choose to duel is of no concern to me. However, should anyone dare to cause further disturbances and jeopardize our mission at Ginkgo Town, I shall be left with no choice but to execute them without mercy. Do you understand? A profound silence enveloped the scene as Qin Bing's brows knitted in anger. Her phoenix-like eyes widening as she demanded, I ask you, do you understand? Xiao Ke, Xiao Mingxian, and all the soldiers present could only respond weakly, yes, Commander. Qin Bing regarded Xiao Ke and Xiao Mingxian, commanding, you two, return to your respective camps with your subordinates. Tend to the wounded and bury the dead. Yes, understood. Xiao Mingxian, accompanied by his white shark warriors, began to depart. However, as he passed by Xiao Ke, he venomously declared, Xiao, our duel is far from over in 10 days. Once our mission concludes, I shall take your life. Although Xiao Ke had been bested by Xiao Mingxian, he retained his composure, retorting with a cold snort, the outcome of the hunt remains uncertain. Chapter 042. The battle blade is the most loyal companion after interring 5 fallen warriors and ensuring the remaining injured soldiers were properly tended to. Dawn broke. Duan Songlong and Luo Ho, among others, bore grave injuries. Duan Songlong had fractured several ribs, while Luo Ho suffered broken bones in both his left foot and right hand. Under normal medical care, it was estimated that their recovery would exceed 6 months, and even if healed, their bones might not withstand any significant strain. Thus, should they fail to acquire the Angel's Kiss elixir that Xiao Ke had previously consumed, Duan Songlong and Luo Ho's martial careers would come to a tragic end. In the early morning, Xiao Ke commanded Lu Jingquan to lead a training session for the warriors, while leaving behind some to care for the bedridden Luo Ho, Duan Songlong, and the others. Subsequently, he made his way to Qin Bing's private quarters to seek an audience with her. The Angel's Kiss restorative elixir was undoubtedly a high-tier military medicine, far more valuable than the zombie virus vaccine. It was a rare privilege typically reserved for the commanders of elite legions. Qin Bing, revered in the Black Shark Legion as a Valkyrie, held a position of considerable authority. She had previously bestowed upon Xiao Ke a vial of the Angel's Kiss elixir, and he was uncertain if she had any surplus remaining. He felt compelled to request the medicine, as he could not bear to witness the demise of his brothers, Duan Songlong and Luo Ho. However, he was acutely aware of the elixir's rarity and found himself at a loss for words, lingering outside Qin Bing's courtyard for half an hour, hesitant to enter. Inside her makeshift office, Qin Bing was diligently composing the battle report from the previous day's engagement at the Baguku Gorge. She had already caught sight of the figure pacing outside through the window. Once she completed her report and affixed her seal, she noticed Xiao Ke still vacillating outside, and a mix of amusement and exasperation crossed her face. Yet, this expression faded swiftly, and she resumed her usual stoic demeanor, calmly stating, How long do you intend to linger outside? Are you waiting until you trample every blade of grass in my courtyard before you come in? Though her voice was not loud, Xiao Ke could hear her clearly from outside. Taken aback, he realized that Qin Bing was aware of his presence. Steeling himself, he entered her temporary office, standing tall and saluting her with a crisp military greeting. I salute you. Commander. Qin Bing examined Xiao Ke, noting that his complexion was considerably worse than usual, a clear indication of the severe injuries he had sustained in his battle against Xiao Mingxian. She inquired flatly, How is your condition? Xiao Ke replied in a hushed tone, My injuries are manageable, but Duan Songlong and over 10 of our brothers are gravely wounded. If they do not receive special treatment, their warrior careers may be at an end. Qin Bing coldly remarked, The battlefield operates on the principle of survival of the fittest. Only the strong endure. When you quarreled with Xiao Mingxian yesterday, I made it abundantly clear in public. Matters without evidence must not be spread as rumors, or else the consequences will be pursued. Duan Songlong and his companions brought trouble upon themselves through their drunken antics, and they were rightly reprimanded by Xiao Mingxian. If those who are grievously injured can no longer serve as soldiers, then they should be compelled to retire, and a modest severance pay will be issued thereafter. Sir, that cannot be. Why not? Xiao Ke, steeling himself, replied, Duan Songlong and Luo Ho are still commendable soldiers, Should they be discharged, they would likely become destitute wanderers, unlikely to survive long in these chaotic times. I implore you, sir, consider their valor in the battle at the Budeka Gorge and grant me 12 vials of Angel's Kiss restorative elixir, so they may swiftly recover and continue to serve the Empire. 12 vials of Angel's Kiss restorative elixir. Upon hearing Xiao Ke's request, Qin Bing let out a cold laugh. Do you have any notion of the cost of a single vial? It is priced at 500 gold coins. And do you know how much a vial fetches on the black market? 1,000 gold coins. Xiao Ke's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not anticipated such exorbitance. 1,000 gold coins. What a staggering sum. The monthly pay for an ordinary soldier is merely 1 gold coin, and a destitute family's annual expenses amount to around 10 gold coins. With 1,000 gold coins, one could lead a life of comfort in any major city. The average person might never accumulate such wealth in a lifetime. Qin Bing glanced at Xiao Ke with a mocking expression. Now you understand the price of the Angel's Kiss elixir. I advise you to discharge them immediately, for their injuries are not battle-related, and the Empire will not expend vast sums to support these incapacitated individuals. Money? Where would I procure such funds? Suddenly, Xiao Ke recalled the yet-to-be-distributed bounty. He hastily said, Sir, our whale shark battalion performed admirably in this operation. Surely there should be a reward. I wish to use my share of the bounty, along with that of Duan Songlong and the other injured soldiers, to procure the elixir. Is that acceptable? Qin Bing replied, The bounty will not be distributed anytime soon, and even when it is, the amount each of you receives will be minimal. An ordinary soldier might receive only 1 or 2 gold coins, while those who performed exceptionally may receive 8 or 10. The total bounty for all of you might not even suffice to cover the cost of a single vial of Angel's Kiss. Xiao Ke's face fell, despair washing over him. In a moment of inspiration, he recalled the formidable blade at his side, rumored to have cost 100,000 gold coins to forge. Without hesitation, he unsheathed the blade and slammed it onto the table with a resounding thud, exclaiming, Then I shall offer this sword in exchange for the elixir, if that is permissible. As the blade struck the surface, it unexpectedly slid partially out of its sheath with a sharp click, the edge gleaming ominously. Both Xiao Ke and Qin Bing were taken aback. The sword was equipped with a sheath mechanism, and such an occurrence was unusual, leaving them both feeling a sense of unease. However, Qin Bing was acutely aware that certain weapons, particularly divine arms, possess a spirit of their own. Some warriors even claim to hear their battle blades converse with them, a notion dismissed by psychologists as a sign of mental distress from military service. Nevertheless, Qin Bing firmly believed that on the battlefield, a warrior and their weapon are inseparable, each serving as the most reliable comrade to the other. One must never regard a weapon as mere inanimate object. Qin Bing glanced at the formidable blade on the table, reached for the military sword, and with a decisive motion, sheathed it with a crisp sound before returning the weapon to Xiao Ke. With heartfelt gravity, she advised, Xiao Ke, as a soldier, you must remember that your weapon is your comrade, especially the battle blade. It will always stand guard by your side. Your most loyal friend. No time should you abandon it. Furthermore, this sword is a reward I bestow upon you, though you truly believe it is appropriate to barter it with me. Before Xiao Ke could respond, Qin Bing opened a drawer and produced 2 vials of Angel's Kiss potion, tossing them to him. Moreover, do you think I possess an endless supply of these potions? Only the centurions of elite legions have the opportunity to acquire such remedies for dire situations. These 2 vials are my last reserves, meant solely to save 2 critically wounded warriors. The remaining injured must be arranged for retirement. Xiao Ke, weighed down by a heavy heart, accepted the vials and murmured, Thank you, Commander. Your kindness shall be repaid even if it costs me my life. Qin Bing replied coolly, Very well. However, Qiao Mingxian will seek you out to conclude the unfinished battle between you two. It would be wise for you to contemplate your own survival before considering how to repay me. At the mention of Qiao Mingxian, Xiao Ke was consumed by fury. Next time, I shall surely kill him. Chapter 043. Glory. The Tiger Whale Battalion suffered severe injuries among 12 individuals, including Duan Songlong and Luo Ho, both of whom served as centurions. They were assigned to a relatively smaller and quieter room for recuperation, a distinction that highlighted their status. The severely wounded soldiers had come to terms with the likelihood of being forcibly retired. Aside from the 2 centurions, the remaining 10 warriors felt a tinge of regret but harbored little sorrow. After all, the Tiger Whale Battalion was merely a hodgepodge of deserters and forcibly conscripted recruits, and their time together had been brief. resulting in a weak sense of belonging among the soldiers. Duan Songlong and Luo Ho, however, were in a different state of mind. As centurions, they had just begun to see a glimmer of hope, only to face the possibility of enforced retirement. For individuals of their humble origins, survival after retirement posed a significant challenge. The best outcome would involve leveraging their status as retired warriors to secure residency in one of the major cities, allowing them to heal and eventually serve as minor guardians or enforcers for a noble clan. Should their application for urban residency fail, they would find themselves destitute, facing a grim fate. Listening to the faint voices of other injured soldiers in the adjacent room as they discussed plans for life after retirement, Duan Songlong sighed. Old Luo Ho responded, "What is it?" Duan Songlong lamented, "I do not wish to be forcibly retired." Luo Hao, "I do not wish for this either, yet given the current circumstances, it is highly likely that the higher-ups will arrange for our retirement." Duan Songlong, with a somewhat complex expression, remarked, "It is said that Xiao Ke has gone to seek out the captain, hoping to request the potion from him. If he could manage to acquire the Angel's Kiss elixir from the captain, then we might be able to remain." Luo Hao sighed bitterly. "You should be aware of the rarity of the Angel's Kiss. The last time the captain bestowed one upon Xiao Ke was an extraordinary act of grace. Now, for Xiao Ke to harbor the delusion of requesting another potion from the captain is quite audacious. It would be fortunate if he is not met with rebuke, let alone receiving the elixir." Duan Songlong, "Had I known, I would have adhered to Xiao Ke's counsel and refrained from carelessly mentioning Qiao Mingxian, thereby preventing him from seizing our weakness." The mere mention of Qiao Mingxian ignited a spark of anger in Luo Hao. "That scoundrel, stealing our military achievements, providing false intelligence to ensnare us, and even attempting to slay our leader in the duel. I hope he meets his demise by his own misdeeds. May he perish at the hands of Xiao Ke in the next encounter." Duan Songlong sighed, "Old Luo, if we are to retire, perhaps we should consider applying to the Hunters Guild and register as bounty hunters together." Before Luo Hao could respond to Duan Songlong's suggestion, a cold voice echoed from outside. "As warriors of the Empire, we fight for our beliefs. Why, before even retiring, do you entertain thoughts of becoming bounty hunters who fight for mere coin? Duan Songlong, can you not aspire to something greater?" Upon hearing this voice, both Duan Songlong and Luo Hao were momentarily taken aback, only to see Xiao Ke, clad in a black battle robe, enter with a stern expression. Bounty hunters, akin to mercenaries, typically operate alone or in small teams, whereas mercenaries tend to be organized on a larger scale. However, both belong to the Bounty Guild, undertaking assignments for remuneration. Consequently, bounty hunters and mercenaries share the same profession. Following the recent conduct of the Wolfpack mercenaries, Xiao Ke harbored a deeply negative impression of bounty hunters, holding them in contempt like other soldiers of the Empire. Without allowing Duan Songlong and Luo Hao a chance to speak, Xiao Ke strode in and tossed 2 vials of Angel's Kiss elixir to them, instructing, "Drink this and do not feign death. It is not yet your time to retire, and if you wish to enjoy a good life, you have a long way to go." Duan Songlong gasped at the sight of the Angel's Kiss elixir. Luo Hao was equally astonished. "Sir, how did you manage this?" Xiao Ke smiled wryly. "I begged and pleaded with the captain for these. They are the last 2 vials she had, hence I could only assist you 2. The other 10 brothers who are severely injured may unfortunately have to retire." Both Duan Songlong and Luo Hao were filled with surprise and gratitude. Fully aware of the immense value of the Angel's Kiss elixir, they realized that Xiao Ke must have faced considerable challenges in procuring the potions, perhaps even enduring mockery or scolding from Qin Bing. Nevertheless, Qin Bing ultimately bestowed the last 2 vials upon Xiao Ke, leading Duan Songlong and Luo Hao to privately ponder. "Previously, we thought little of it, but now it is evident that Qin Bing treats Xiao Ke with exceptional kindness, almost as if he is receiving special care. Indeed, the Angel's Kiss potion is intended for use in times of crisis, such as the present situation. Administering this potion to 2 centurions would undoubtedly provoke complaints from superiors, who might perceive it as a waste and hold Qin Bing accountable for squandering vital resources. However, regardless of the circumstances, possessing the Angel's Kiss potion signifies the preservation of the warriors' careers, allowing them to avoid retirement." The 2 of them eagerly consumed the potion, and Xiao Ke instructed them to rest adequately before proceeding to visit the other 10 severely injured warriors, informing them of their impending retirement. They would receive a severance payment, along with a bonus from their previous victory in the Battle of Budeka Gorge, which might provide them with the means to forge new paths. Over the following days, those unable to continue fighting due to severe injuries were arranged for retirement. Duan Songlong and Luo Ho, having consumed the angel's kiss potion, experienced miraculous healing, as though kissed by an angel. Their grievous injuries began to mend within mere days. Although the angel's kiss potion is remarkable, it is costly to produce and its efficacy diminishes with each use. The initial application yields the best results, while subsequent uses result in significantly reduced effects. Repeated applications eventually render the potion ineffective for a body that has developed antibodies. This limitation is the reason why the angel's kiss potion cannot be widely disseminated or repeatedly administered to the strong. During these 5 days, Xiao Ke was not idle. He diligently practiced the tiger's fury technique while recuperating. Unlike others who, while training, would accumulate primal energy to ignite their martial veins, he instead focused on refining a segment of his lumbar vertebrae. Unbeknownst to him, he successfully ignited 10 of the 26 vertebrae in his spine, elevating his punching power to an astonishing 1,100 pounds. His current striking force surpasses even that of the legendary boxer Tyson in human history. In the past few days, Yinqing Town remained tranquil, with only a few stray zombies appearing, all of which were effortlessly dispatched. However, a messenger from the Black Shark Legion suddenly arrived in Yinqing Town, delivering thrilling news to Qinbing and his companions. The imperial court is taking the zombie outbreak in the southern provinces, which threatens Xiao Ke City, very seriously, in addition to dispatching a large contingent of elite soldiers to aid the Black Shark Legion in exterminating this horde. They are also calling upon various noble families, clans, and local garrisons to join the fray in this campaign against the zombie tide. All military achievements will be doubled, and outstanding performances from noble families, clan members, or emerging military talents will grant them the opportunity to partake in a month-long training session at the esteemed Imperial Hall of Glory. AS is well known. The Imperial Hall of Glory is the most renowned institution for cultivating the Empire's future pillars, and most of its towering figures have graduated from this esteemed academy. Consequently, upon the dissemination of this news, warriors and disciples from noble families and clans throughout the southern provinces erupted with excitement. Chapter 044. The noble young master. Upon receiving the latest news, Qinbing promptly summoned Xiao Mingxian and Xiao Ke to convene a meeting in his temporary office. Soon after, Xiao Mingxian and Xiao Ke arrived, each accompanied by their capable subordinates. The two individuals had not seen each other for several days. However, upon their reunion, they slowed their pace, yet their mutual animosity had not diminished. Instead, it had intensified. Their expressions were markedly indifferent, and their gazes were rife with hostility, nearly leading to another confrontation before Qinbing. "We have the honor to meet the esteemed captain." Both Xiao Ke and Xiao Mingxian saluted Qinbing in unison, greeting her. Qinbing, seated in her office chair, gestured towards the wooden sofas flanking her temporary office. "Please, take a seat and let us converse." "Yes." Xiao Ke and Xiao Mingxian complied, taking their respective places on the chairs, while their subordinates stood at attention behind them. Qinbing spoke with a measured tone. "You are likely aware of the recent developments. The zombie infestation in the southern provinces has escalated, culminating in a relentless horde threatening Xiao Ke City. The imperial court and cabinet have issued a new decree, dispatching 50,000 elite soldiers from the Phoenix Legion, led by Commander Qiao Zhenan, to support our efforts in this conflict and assist Commander Bai Longyin of the Black Shark Legion in eradicating the undead." Xiao Ke and Xiao Mingxian were both informed of the reinforcements from the Phoenix Legion. However, Xiao Mingxian was more curious about another piece of news that he could not resist voicing. "Captain, I have also heard that the imperial court and cabinet are calling upon all members of noble families and gentry to partake in this battle, and those who perform exceptionally will have the opportunity to attend the Glory Military Academy for a month. Is this true?" Observing the fervor in Xiao Mingxuan's gaze, Qinbing understood the significance of the Glory Military Academy. Gaining admission, even for a mere month of training, would dramatically elevate one's status and credentials, proving invaluable for future promotions. This was particularly true for those with grand ambitions, aspiring to become commanders, enter the cabinet, or even rise to the rank of Grand Marshal. A background from the Glory Military Academy would undoubtedly smooth the path ahead. She nodded, affirming, "Indeed, this battle will yield double merits." Furthermore, centurions and those below the rank of centurion, aged 25 and under, who achieve outstanding military feats in this conflict will have the chance to travel to the Chilean imperial capital and attend the Glory Military Academy for a month, becoming reserve talents for the Empire. Xiao Mingxian, brimming with excitement, rubbed his hands together. "Excellent, truly excellent." Qinbing continued in her composed manner. "I have just received the latest command from Commander Bai Longyin. He and Commander Qiao Zhenan with their combined forces of 100,000 warriors, have successfully congregated at Xiao Ke city and are now advancing to confront the zombie horde head-on. We, too, must set forth, rallying the forces from various strongholds, as well as the summoned private soldiers from the gentry, to form a vast encirclement, coordinating with the main forces of the Black Shark Legion and the Phoenix Legion to simultaneously besiege the undead. Understood. Xiao Ke and Xiao Mingxian acknowledged the orders, then departed from Qin Bing's temporary office with their subordinates. As they exited together, Xiao Mingxian cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Ke. You, Xiao, our duel is not yet concluded. After we eradicate the zombies, I will settle the score with you. Xiao Ke replied with a smirk. Likewise. He then returned to the Orca camp with Luo Hao and Duan Songlong at that moment. It was the afternoon rest period, and aside from the sentinels on duty, the camp was devoid of other figures, enveloped in a serene silence. Xiao Ke instructed Duan Songlong to assemble everyone, as a mission was at hand. Immediately, a sharp, piercing assembly whistle echoed wildly throughout the camp. The Orca warriors, having endured intense training during this period, instinctively sprang from their beds, momentarily disoriented, before swiftly donning their gear. Within 2 minutes, all 172 Orca warriors, divided into 5 combat squads, had gathered and formed ranks. Xiao Ke gazed upon these soldiers, their postures erect, chests out, fully armed, and expressions grim, feeling a sense of satisfaction in his heart. These individuals had finally begun to resemble regular soldiers, shedding the disheveled appearance of the previous rabble of deserters and recruits. Once assembled, Xiao Ke strode confidently to the front of the formation and spoke in a deep voice. The latest update. Imperial reinforcements have arrived. The commander of the White Dragon Jun has led his forces to confront the zombie horde head-on. We, too, have received orders to encircle and eradicate the undead. The military merits for this battle will be doubled, and those who perform exceptionally will have the opportunity to enter the Imperial Honor Military Academy for training, becoming reserve talents. This is a rare opportunity. Let us strive together. Dismissed. In 10 minutes, all soldiers will board the vehicles and advance towards the main battlefield. Yes, Commander. 10 minutes later, the gates of the Orca camp swung open, and several armed off-road vehicles burst forth like ferocious beasts, careening over the pockmarked thoroughfare, followed by more than a dozen military trucks. The front trucks carried the Orca warriors, while the rear ones were laden with military supplies. Meanwhile, at another temporary camp in Ginkgo Town, the convoy of the White Shark Battalion also surged forth, the two teams moving in tandem towards the Enma Plain, the current epicenter of the zombie onslaught, where this grand extermination of the undead would take place. Upon entering the Enma Plain, they encountered several groups of private military forces of varying sizes along the route. These were composed of aristocratic families, gentry, and commoners' private militias. The Empire permits the existence of private armed forces, albeit under strict regulations. For instance, a prince may possess 10,000 private soldiers, a duke 5,000, a marquis 4,000, an earl 3,000, a viscount 2,000, and a baron 1,000. If a family lacks a noble title, then an aristocratic family may have 2,000 private soldiers, a superior gentry family 1,000, and a lower-class commoner family 500. Any exceeding this limit is treated as treason. Moreover, private soldiers of noble families are considered equivalent to militia. The Empire reserves the right to conscript them into battle, and they cannot refuse. Qin Bing, along with Xiao Ke and Xiao Mingxian, was leading the convoy when suddenly, the road ahead was blocked by a group of private forces. Qin Bing frowned slightly and instructed Xiao Ke, "Go see what the issue is. If they pose no threat, tell them not to obstruct our path. Otherwise, we will take serious measures." Understood. Xiao Ke, accompanied by Duan Songlong and Luo Hao, approached the front of the convoy and discovered several luxurious vehicles parked on the relatively narrow road, flanked by dozens of fully armed private soldiers. The private warriors, clad in deep black battle attire of exceptional quality, adorned with intricate dark patterns that only shimmered with glimmers of light as they moved, exuded an aura of understated luxury, entirely beyond the means of ordinary mercenaries. Dozens of these elite fighters surrounded a young man, approximately 25 or 26 years of age. This gentleman, with striking features, crimson lips, and pearly white teeth, epitomized the image of a noble scion. His garments, even more refined than those of his protectors, were complemented by a golden long sword encrusted with precious jewels that he held firmly in his grasp. At that moment, this aristocratic youth pointed indignantly at several corpses sprawled on the road, exclaiming furiously, No. I mean Butler Lao Li. What is the meaning of this? I explicitly stated my desire to personally slay a zombie. After journeying to the southern province, I finally encounter zombies, and you allow the guards to eliminate them first? From among the private guards, a rather effeminate middle-aged man with a delicate voice interjected, apologizing, young master, it is not that I wish to prevent you from personally dispatching the zombies, but rather, how could I risk your precious life? If anything were to happen to you, I would be beyond redemption. The noble youth erupted in anger. I traveled 1,000 miles from Chilan City to prove myself as a warrior, capable of engaging in battle, and you dare thwart my endeavors? I shall hold you accountable. At this juncture, Xiao Ke arrived on the scene. Observing the noble youth and the unusually vigilant private warriors, feeling a surge of irritation, he thought to himself, damn it, I am an imperial soldier, a centurion of the empire. What is with this suspicious demeanor? Do you consider me a brigand? Is your master truly so precious that you must exercise such caution? Xiao Ke called out to the irate noble youth. Hey, kid, what are you blabbering about? The noble youth's eyes widened in surprise, as did those of Lao Li and the surrounding private warriors, all seemingly taken aback. It appeared that no one had ever dared to speak to the young master in such a manner. The noble youth glanced around, then pointed incredulously at Xiao Ke, asking, Are you, the big soldier, addressing me? Big soldier? Xiao Ke's eyelid twitched in irritation, a strong impulse to silence the youth surfacing within him. Behind him, Duan Songlong and Luo Ho struggled to contain their laughter. Maintaining a stern countenance, Xiao Ke replied, Who else would I be speaking to? You and your subordinates, step aside immediately. Your obstruction of our mission will not be tolerated. In response, Lao Li, the butler, sharply rebuked, How dare you? Yet before he could finish, the noble youth tugged at his garment, suddenly recalling something, and quickly amended. How dare you show disrespect to our young master? Xiao Ke retorted with irritation. What young master? We are undertaking an urgent mission to engage in combat at the designated area. Now, move aside and clear the path, or do not blame me for being impolite. Lao Li and the group of mercenaries bristled with fury. However, the noble youth stepped forward enthusiastically, inquiring of Xiao Ke, Big soldier, are you going to slay zombies? Yes. Why do you ask? Heh, no particular reason. Lao Li quickly moved the vehicles to the side of the road and let them pass. Soon, at the command of the noble young master, the private army cleared the way, allowing the carriages of the White Shark Battalion and the Orca Battalion to pass. The noble young master watched the convoy of the Orca and White Shark Battalions recede into the distance. The elderly Li beside him whispered, Young master, shall we return to Xiao Ke City? No, the noble young master replied firmly, I have vowed to personally slay a zombie. I must uphold my promise. He then ascended into the opulent carriage adjacent to him and commanded, Follow the imperial soldiers ahead. They are en route to the battlefield. Be why accompanying them. We are bound to encounter zombies, and it is then that I shall showcase my prowess. Chapter 045. Who says there is no food? Let us share the feast together. The convoys of the White Shark Battalion and the Orca Battalion continued their steady advance toward the Ima Plain. Qin Bing seemed reluctant to share space with men, even with the male driver. Thus, she summoned Xiao Ke once more to assume the role of chauffeur. The dignified centurion, now reduced to the status of a mere driver, bore no complaints, diligently attending to his duties while driving with utmost care, fearful of jostling Qin Bing. Seemingly indifferent, Qin Bing gazed out of the window and casually inquired, What was the background of that private armed force that obstructed our path? Xiao Ke, taken aback by her question, chuckled and replied, There was a handsome young man, accompanied by a middle-aged man with a high-pitched voice, and several dozen private guards. Their attire and the vehicles bore no distinctive family insignia, leaving their origins a mystery. However, even the guards were clad in exceptionally fine fabrics. I suspect they might be the sons of esteemed noble families, perhaps even from a prominent lineage. It seems they have come to assist the Empire in quelling the zombie onslaught. Enticed by the prospect of military glory and the opportunity for outstanding individuals to enter the Honor Military Academy for training. Though Xiao Ke's reasoning was sound, Qin Bing remained non-committal. They passed the private armed force. She had sensed the formidable strength of those guards, all of whom were of the valiant general caliber. The middle-aged man with the delicate voice exuded an aura that was chillingly powerful. Despite their efforts to suppress their formidable presence, Qin Bing, a level 8 valiant general, could still perceive the terrifying fluctuations of power emanating from him. She was profoundly shocked, suspecting that this effeminate elder might possess the prowess of a level 9 valiant general, or even a peak level 10 general. This prompted her to deliberately ask Xiao Ke if he had noticed anything unusual about them, or discerned their true identities. Clearly, Xiao Ke, a mere level 1 soldier, had not grasped the magnitude of their strength, regarding them merely as the private armed forces of noble sons. Qin Bing understood well that even the sons of distinguished families would not command such a display, with each guard being a valiant general and the casual attendant potentially a level 10 general. To be a 10th level general is to possess a stature that could easily secure the position of deputy commander in any legion. Moreover, this young gentleman and his entourage appear exceptionally modest, lacking any inclination to boast. It seems that his true display tomorrow may far surpass what we witness now, and the guards around him could be even more formidable than the current ones. Could it be that he hails from the imperial family of the Qilin? Qin Bing was taken aback by this sudden thought that surged within her. However, the more she pondered, the more plausible it seemed. That young man might indeed be of imperial lineage, and the effeminate old man could very well be a eunuch. At this moment, Xiao Ke noticed the fluctuating expressions of Qin Bing and could not help but inquire, "Commander, is something amiss?" Qin Bing shook her head, nothing of great concern, merely reflecting on the multitude of noble families and gentry offspring leading private troops to offer their aid in battle. Xiao Ke remarked, "They likely seek to secure a ticket to train at the glorious military academy." I observed that fellow Qiao Mingxian, upon hearing the word glory, his eyes lit up with excitement. Qin Bing said with profound implication, "In the military, regardless of one's background, strength reigns supreme, and the powerful command respect. If you perform commendably, you may well have the opportunity to vie for a place in the prestigious glorious military school." Xiao Ke smiled. "I understand that the glorious military academy is an exceptional institution, yet I would rather remain by your side, Commander. You are my finest mentor, and being near you allows me to learn so much more." The convoys of the White Shark Battalion and the Orca Battalion moved forward at a leisurely pace, closely followed by a contingent of private armed forces, the retinue of that noble young man. Xiao Ke had previously warned these individuals against trailing the troops, yet the young gentleman seemed well versed in the law, confidently asserting that as long as they maintained a distance of over 500 meters, it did not constitute tailing. Xiao Ke initially intended to teach this ungrateful young dandy a lesson, showcasing the formidable and decisive methods of the imperial warriors. However, he was halted by Qin Bing, who privately commanded him, "Do not provoke this private armed force." Unbeknownst to Xiao Ke, Qin Bing had inadvertently saved him. He assumed her reluctance stemmed from the fear that this noble young man might be the son of a duke or a marquis, hence her hesitation to engage with him. As dusk fell, Qin Bing instructed the White Shark Battalion and the Orca Battalion to halt, set up camp, and prepare a meal. Not far from the encampment flowed a river, and Xiao Ke, along with his subordinates Duan Songlong, Luo Ho, and Lu Jingquan, departed the camp to swim and bathe in the water. Stripped down to their undergarments, they leapt joyously from the bank into the clear, refreshing waters, their laughter echoing far and wide. Unbeknownst to them, the noble young man, accompanied by Oldly and several guards, quietly appeared by the riverbank. The nobleman gazed enviously at Xiao Ke and his companions frolicking freely in the river. Observing this, Oldly hurriedly cautioned, "Young master, while the river appears tranquil, it may harbor unseen dangers. There could be treacherous stones or venomous creatures lurking beneath. Even the water itself may be polluted. Your life is invaluable. You must not swim in the river like them." The noble scion let out a bitter laugh, saying, "Ha, you truly are like a worm in my belly. The moment I entertain a thought, you are immediately aware of it." Oldly promptly knelt down, asserting, "How could this humble servant presume to speculate on the young master's intentions? I am merely devoted to serving you diligently. If you find my presence displeasing, you may easily dismiss me. However, should you choose to retain me by your side, I shall fulfill my duties. I will advise when necessary and intervene when required. Although I am but a eunuch, I have studied the teachings of the sages. I would rather face your wrath than refrain from speaking the truth. Get up, Li. You have often advised and restrained me in the past. Had I truly been foolish, I would have executed you long ago, rather than wait until now." The noble scion replied nonchalantly, "By nature, I am free-spirited and detest being constrained by others. I understand many things, yet at times, I simply wish to oppose you and the esteemed elders." Nevertheless, I harbor a deep gratitude towards you all. Were it not for your checks on my impulsive nature, I shudder to think of the absurdity I might have wrought. Boldly mused to himself. Here stands the illustrious emperor, whimsically insisting on venturing forth with us to the southern provinces, intending to personally slay a zombie on the battlefield. Such folly is astounding. Meanwhile, Xiao Ke and his companions had finished their bath and returned to shore. While bathing, they had caught 2 carp, and now their spirits soared with delight. For imperial soldiers, rations consisted of either compressed provisions or rice paired with boiled beans. Thus, upon securing the fish, Xiao Ke immediately suggested they should roast them. Having risen from humble beginnings, Xiao Ke was no stranger to hardship, and kindling a fire to roast fish was second nature to him. Utilizing dry twigs and wild grasses from the wilderness, they ignited a fire, creating glowing embers, and soon the 2 carp were sizzling over the flames, turning a golden hue and emitting an irresistible aroma. Duan Songlong procured several servings of rice and boiled beans from the camp cook and joined Xiao Ke and Lu Jingquan to feast on their meal of rice, beans, and roasted fish. Just as they were about to indulge, they suddenly spotted the fair-skinned, red-lipped nobleman approaching with several guards in tow. Xiao Ke frowned. You, persistent specter, if you seek military merit, you need only hunt zombies on your own. Why linger around us? The nobleman chuckled. Mind your own business. I do as I pleased. Be why the way. Your roasted fish smells delightful. May I purchase it for 100 gold coins? Duan Songlong, Luo Ho, and Lu Jingquan were taken aback. 100 gold coins represented a decade's worth of pay for an ordinary soldier. This nobleman was indeed affluent, seemingly oblivious to the value of money, and was quite extravagant in his spending. Observing their peculiar expressions, the nobleman assumed they were dissatisfied with his offer and quickly added, "If that is insufficient, I shall offer 500 gold coins instead." Duan Songlong, Luo Ho, and Lu Jingquan exchanged astonished glances, unable to contain themselves, and discreetly urged Xiao Ke to sell to the nobleman. Xiao Ke glanced at the nobleman's guards, noticing the disdainful smirk of a particularly effeminate elder, who seemed to mock him for his avarice. Not far away, the guards of the noble young master had meticulously laid out mats on the ground, adorned with an array of precious delicacies such as caviar and venison. Xiao Ke was somewhat perplexed. Why would this nobleman choose to sample the modest fare of the lower classes instead of indulging in the mountain and sea treasures available to him? Instead of selling the 2 grilled fish to the nobleman, Xiao Ke calmly remarked, "These fish are of little value. Yet we are not inclined to sell them. If you wish to partake, please join us and dine together." The nobleman readily agreed, exclaiming, "Very well." With that, he imitated Xiao Ke and sat cross-legged on the ground, eagerly reaching for rice and other dishes. Seeing this, Uniquely wished to protest against the impropriety but realized it was too late. He could only frown in silence. Upon tasting the grilled carp prepared by Xiao Ke, the nobleman's eyes widened in surprise. "Delicious, but why does it have bones?" Xiao Ke retorted, somewhat irked. "Of course fish have bones. What is so surprising about that?" The nobleman fell silent, pondering. "In my usual dining experiences, fish have never contained bones, yet I have never encountered such exquisite flavors." The communal meal effortlessly bridged the gap between individuals, and soon the nobleman was joyfully feasting alongside Xiao Ke and his companions. Just as their revelry reached a peak, melodious singing wafted through the air from the distant military camp. It turned out that some soldiers were singing while they dined, a common sight in the imperial army. The night breeze carried the resonant voices of the imperial warriors. "Who says there is no food? I share my meal with you." Intrigued, the nobleman inquired of Xiao Ke, "What are those soldiers singing?" Xiao Ke replied with a smile, "It is a Qin song, one of the oldest anthems of our imperial soldiers." After Xiao Ke spoke, Luo Ho beside him cleared his throat and began to sing in a powerful voice. "Who says there is no clothing? I share my robe with you. When the king raises an army, I sharpen my spear and polearm, sharing the same enmity with you." Xiao Ke exchanged glances with Duan Songlong and Lu Jingquan, and together they set down their food, joining in the song. "Who says there is no food? I share my meal with you. When the king raises an army, I prepare my armor and weapons, marching alongside you." The nobleman's eyes sparkled with excitement, his spirit soaring. "Had I not slipped away from the palace, how could I witness the valiant demeanor of our imperial soldiers? This escapade has been worthwhile." Indeed. After their dinner, Xiao Ke and his companions tidied up and prepared to return to their quarters. As they were leaving, the nobleman finally asked Xiao Ke for his name. Xiao Ke hesitated momentarily before revealing his name, reciprocating the inquiry with politeness. The nobleman smiled and replied, "My name is Jiang Ning." Upon hearing this name, Xiao Ke instinctively racked his memory for any notable families bearing the surname Jiang among the aristocracy he was acquainted with. Unfortunately, he realized that his knowledge of noble families was rather limited, leaving him uncertain of Jiang Ning's lineage. He addressed Jiang Ning, saying, "We have duties to attend to, so we must part ways here. If fate permits, we shall meet again." Jiang Ning smiled and responded, "Agreed." Before long, Xiao Ke and his companions returned to their temporary encampment. Just as Xiao Ke arrived, he was summoned by the centurion, Qin Bing, to discuss matters. Xiao Ke was somewhat perplexed as to why Qin Bing sought him out. He promptly made his way to Qin Bing's large tent, where she was intently gazing at a military map, seemingly contemplating the strategy for marching in conjunction with the main forces of the Bai Long-in army to combat the zombies. Though her eyes were fixed on the map, her mind appeared to wander, revealing that her thoughts were far removed from the cartography before her. "Greetings, Commander." Upon noticing Xiao Ke, Qin Bing lifted her gaze and coolly remarked, "Is that nobleman's private force still trailing us?" Xiao Ke replied, "As of now, they seem to have no intention of departing." He paused momentarily before adding, however, "I just had a brief conversation with that nobleman. He mentioned his surname is Jiang, and his name is Jiang Ning. Are there any prominent families or clans within our empire that bear the Jiang surname?" At this, Qin Bing felt a jolt of shock, for the imperial family itself was of the Jiang lineage. The newly ascended emperor, having taken the throne for less than 3 years, was named Jiang Ning in the present empire. There were not many taboos surrounding names. Commoners sharing a name with the emperor would not face repercussions. Thus, it was not unusual to find individuals named Jiang Ning among the populace. However, for the aristocracy and gentry, such matters were of great consequence. While an ordinary citizen sharing a name with the emperor might be inconsequential, after all, they would likely never encounter him in their lifetime. Should a count or a viscount bear the same name, it could be viewed as a slight to the emperor during a royal audience. Therefore, members of noble families would never dare to name their offspring Jiang Ning, and those who had done so prior to the emperor's ascension would undoubtedly have changed their names immediately thereafter. The aristocracy possessed enough awareness to understand this. Connecting the dots with the high-pitched eunuch, Li, who accompanied Jiang Ning, Qin Bing had nearly concluded that Jiang Ning was indeed the emperor himself. Struggling to conceal her astonishment, she urgently inquired, "What did you two discuss?" "Nothing of great import," Xiao Ke replied. "He expressed a desire to sample our provisions and wished to purchase them at a high price. I did not wish to take advantage of him, so I declined to sell but invited him to share a meal with us." Upon hearing this, Qin Bing's expression turned peculiar, prompting Xiao Ke to ask, "Commander, is something amiss?" Qin Bing shook her head, saying, "There's nothing wrong per se. This Jiang Ning appears to hail from a noble lineage, and your acquaintance with him may prove advantageous in the future. Therefore, it is imperative that you do not offend him. If necessary, do not hesitate to flatter him." Xiao Ke immediately shook his head in refusal. "I cannot bring myself to flatter anyone. If it comes to that, I would rather flatter you, Commander." As soon as the words escaped his lips, he noticed a mix of embarrassment and annoyance flicker in Qin Bing's eyes, realizing that his comment had been somewhat inappropriate. After all, to flatter connoted a rather unsavory implication. He felt a twinge of regret. Though Qin Bing was slightly vexed, she recognized that Xiao Ke had meant no harm and chose not to dwell on it. Instead, she redirected the conversation, stating, "We have now entered the drinking horse plain. From this point onward, we shall encounter an increasing number of zombies along our path, necessitating a deceleration of our advance. Firstly, one must cautiously deal with the zombies encountered along the way, and secondly, it is essential to form a substantial net with other small contingents arriving, in conjunction with the main forces of the Bai Long-in army, to completely annihilate this horde of zombies." Xiao Ke. Indeed. Qin Bing discussed several matters regarding the soldiers with Xiao Ke, who noted them all down before exiting the grand tent. That evening, Xiao Ke initially intended to continue his training in the Hu Binju. But Duan Songlong and Luo Hua, those two rascals, stealthily approached Xiao Ke and said, "Boss, are you still training at this hour?" Xiao Ke, taken aback, replied, "What else could we do if not train?" Duan Songlong wore a look of incredulity, then whispered, "Boss, this mission to exterminate the zombie horde offers double military merit. Those who perform exceptionally will have the chance to study at the Glory Martial Arts Hall in Qilin City." Luo Hua added, "Such opportunities to study at the Glory Hall will likely only benefit the scions of noble families, So let us not indulge in fantasies. Nevertheless, with military merit doubled, slaying one zombie equates to the merit of killing two in previous battles. This is tangible. If we slay more zombies, we shall all reap military merits. Even if we do not get promoted, receiving more rewards and bonuses is still splendid. Xiao Ke remained perplexed by Duan Songlong and Luo Hua's intentions. Expressing his confusion, I indeed plan to kill more zombies on the battlefield, but we have not yet truly engaged in battle, and it is currently our rest period in the evening. If we do not seize the opportunity to train, what else can we do? Duan Songlong replied. Oh dear brother, you are truly oblivious. While there are no zombies within the camp, do you believe there are none wandering nearby? You might not know that Xiao Mingxian, after having just finished dinner, took his capable subordinates under the pretext of inspecting the surrounding area for safety and left the camp to hunt zombies. Xiao Ke was momentarily stunned. This fellow is indeed industrious. It seems he is very eager to attend the Glory Military Academy. Luo Hua, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, Boss, since Xiao Mingxian is so diligent, we must not fall behind at the starting line. Let us also venture out to hunt zombies. Xiao Ke pondered for a moment and then readily agreed. The three of them armed themselves completely and emerged from the tent, taking an armed off-road vehicle. They informed the soldier standing guard at the camp's entrance that they were going out to patrol and prevent any zombie ambushes. Thus, they sped out of the camp in the armed vehicle. Not far away, Jiang Ning and his group had been monitoring the movements of the White Shark camp. Upon receiving a report from his subordinate that Xiao Ke and the two squad leaders had set out in an armed vehicle, Jiang Ning, devoid of any drowsiness and fixated on personally slaying a zombie, remarked calmly, They must be going on patrol. Shaoli, prepare an off-road vehicle and take 2 guards to follow them. The eunuch whispered. Isn't sending only 2 guards a bit too few? Jiang Ning expressed his dissatisfaction. Isn't it enough that you are here? Moreover, Xiao Ke and his men are merely patrolling nearby. We have a substantial number of imperial warriors, and my guards are present as well. In the event of any situation, they would arrive in an instant. What is there to be concerned about? Although eunuch harbored some worries, he remained confident in his own abilities and did not wish to provoke the emperor's displeasure. Thus, he nodded and said, Very well, I shall prepare the vehicles. Jiang Ning urged, Hurry, lest we lose track of Xiao Ke. Chapter 047. Frisia zombies. Xiao Ke's armed off-road vehicle jostled along the Ima plain when suddenly, Luo Ho, who was stationed at the rooftop machine gun, exclaimed in astonishment, A vehicle is approaching us. What is going on? Upon hearing this, Xiao Ke promptly glanced at the rearview mirror and indeed spotted a vehicle pursuing them. Furrowing his brow, he commanded Duan Songlong to halt the vehicle. The armed off-road vehicle came to a stop, and before long, the pursuing vehicle caught up, revealing itself to be Jiang Ning's transport. It appeared to be an ordinary off-roader, yet was, in fact, an armored vehicle. Xiao Ke stood with his feet shoulder-width apart, hands clasped behind his back, adopting the standard stance of an instructor as he gazed at the halted armored vehicle. Soon, he observed Jiang Ning, eunuch, and 2 other guards disembark from the vehicle. Eunuch and the 2 guards wore expressions of deep animosity towards anyone, their faces betraying wariness even in the presence of Xiao Ke and his fellow imperial warriors, as if their duty to protect Jiang Ning left them perpetually on guard. In contrast, Jiang Ning exhibited none of the arrogance typically associated with noble science. Instead, he wore a playful smile, resembling a city boy who, during summer vacation, was unbothered by mingling with country friends. In a few strides, he approached Xiao Ke, cheerfully inquiring, Xiao Ke, why are you all awake at this hour? Where are you headed? Xiao Ke replied coolly. I am concerned that there may be zombies lurking around the temporary camp, and as I currently have no inclination to sleep, I decided to patrol the vicinity with my 2 subordinates to prevent any zombies from approaching and attacking the camp. Jiang Ning blinked. Really? I thought you were seizing the opportunity for a night hunt, eager to earn military merit given the generous rewards this time. Xiao Ke was genuinely taken aback by Jiang Ning's astute observation, which pierced through his intentions. It became evident that noble youths, nurtured in superior environments, possessed talents and insights that far surpassed those of the common folk. This young gentleman, with his delicate features and charming countenance, appeared carefree, yet he was undeniably clever. Xiao Ke regarded Jiang Ning and replied nonchalantly, That is indeed part of my intention. Now it was Jiang Ning's turn to be surprised. He had anticipated Xiao Ke would be evasive. However, he did not expect such forthrightness from him. Yet, upon reflection, it dawned on him that even if Xiao Ke were to hunt zombies for additional military merit, he would not be violating any laws or morals. After all, a soldier who is not eager to earn military accolades is hardly a commendable warrior. Jiang Ning immediately smiled and said, I have grown up in a greenhouse since childhood. Although my subordinates are all exceptionally skilled, dispatching zombies as effortlessly as mowing grass, I have never had the chance to slay a zombie with my own hands. Let us proceed together and see if I can fulfill this wish tonight. Hearing Jiang Ning's words, Li Gonggong interjected, Young master, this is unwise. Jiang Ning's expression suddenly turned serious. What is unwise about it? With Captain Xiao present, along with you and the 2 guards, and considering we are merely on the outskirts of the drinking horse plain, where only a few stray zombies wander, do you truly think your prowess cannot protect me? Li Gonggong replied. Yet I still worry about unforeseen circumstances. Jiang Ning's gaze sharpened. Is this the reason you all go to such lengths to keep me like a wooden puppet, confined within the palace, manipulated at your whim? Li Gonggong and the 2 guards trembled in response. We dare not. Although Jiang Ning was momentarily incensed, he seemed to quickly regain his composure, accustomed as he was to transforming his anger into amiability. His tone softened considerably. Then it shall be my decision to act alongside Xiao Ke and the others, to see if we encounter any zombies, and to fulfill my desire to slay one myself. Li Gonggong dared not argue further and could only acquiesce. Jiang Ning turned to Xiao Ke and chuckled, Haha, I hope I haven't provided you with too much amusement, Captain Xiao. Xiao Ke replied coolly, You must be the heir of a certain noble clan, sheltered since childhood like a star surrounded by the moon. However, your desire to venture forth and experience the unprecedented, especially in the sacred act of combating and slaying zombies, is commendable and not a subject of ridicule. Jiang Ning laughed, Haha, we have dined together tonight. As the saying goes, is there not food to share? Together we feast. When the king calls for war, we prepare our arms, united against a common foe. We have already shared a meal, and now we shall join forces against our enemies, thus crafting a remarkable tale. Xiao Ke could not help but find this amusing. Pondering how a meal and the slaying of a few zombies could be deemed a remarkable tale. Such is the folly of these noble youths, he mused, but he kept this thought to himself and replied, Very well, let us proceed. With 2 vehicles and 7 individuals, they set off once more. Regrettably, fortune seemed to evade them. After traveling over 20 kilometers, they encountered not a single zombie. Ultimately, the 2 vehicles had to halt again. As Xiao Ke disembarked, he noticed movement in the nearby grass and, without hesitation, raised his assault rifle, firing several precise shots. Is it a zombie? Jiang Ning, who had just stepped out of the vehicle and was frustrated by the lack of zombies, saw Xiao Ke fire and quickly inquired with excitement. Observing 3 shots fired, Xiao Ke heard a faint whimper from the grass, then silence fell. He shook his head and said, It should not be. Otherwise, unless by chance the bullet struck a zombie's head, if it were a zombie, it would have already charged forth. As they spoke, several individuals cautiously approached to investigate, only to discover that it was merely a deer, already slain by Xiao Ke. Jiang Ning, filled with disappointment, remarked, How is it not a zombie again? Logically, we are at the edge of the Enma plain, where a zombie frenzy has engulfed the entire area. Bai Longyin and Xiao Zhenan are also leading troops here to eradicate the zombie tide entirely. How could it be that we have not encountered a single zombie for so long? Xiao Ke replied, The centurion of the White Shark camp, Chao Mingxian, came out before me. I wonder if they have dealt with the zombies along the way. Of course, there is another possibility. This region might harbor a high-level zombie, one endowed with intelligence, capable of gathering all the scattered low-level zombies around it. This could explain the absence of zombies in the vicinity. Jiang Ning's eyes sparkled with interest. If there is indeed a high-level zombie here, leading a group of low-level zombies, do you have any means to lure it out, Centurion Xiao? Xiao Ke chuckled. I do, but I fear that the zombies drawn out may be too numerous, leaving you paralyzed with fear. I also worry that the high-level zombie may be too formidable for us to handle. Jiang Ning reassured him, Fear not. This oldly by my side possesses formidable strength. Even if a high-level zombie appears, we need not be afraid. You should proceed to lure them out. Skeptical, Xiao Ke pondered whether a high-level zombie was indeed gathering the low-level zombies around, or if perhaps there were no zombies left at all, having been dealt with by Chao Mingxian and his crew. Moreover, it would be a waste to venture out tonight without any gains. Thus, he unsheathed his weapon, dismembering the carcass of the deceased deer, blood pooling on the ground, while the night breeze carried the metallic scent of blood afar. This technique was learned from Qin Bing, and once he sheathed his weapon, he remarked to Jiang Ning, "Zombies are often referred to as land sharks. This metaphor not only highlights their terrifying nature, but also signifies their acute sensitivity to the scent of blood. They can detect a single drop from a considerable distance. Having bled the deer, if there are zombies nearby, they will undoubtedly make their presence known." At that moment, 3 kilometers away, a towering Frisia zombie led over 200 low-level zombies, moving slowly. It abruptly halted, and amidst the confusion of the surrounding zombies, it extended its sharp right claw, swiping the air twice before placing one claw into its mouth. After tasting, it grinned maliciously, exclaiming, "The taste of blood and the scent of humans." Chapter 048. The Imperial Master. Within half an hour of waiting, Xiao Ke and his companions suddenly noticed the reeds in the distance swaying, accompanied by a rustling sound. Jiang Ning exclaimed with delight. "There is movement," Xiao Ke cautioned. "It appears that there is not just one zombie approaching. Everyone, prepare for battle." "Understood," replied Duan Songlong and Luo Ho, who manned 2 machine guns mounted on their armed off-road vehicles. Jiang Ning's 3 subordinates, including Li Gonggong and 2 bodyguards, chose not to use the machine guns, opting instead to closely protect Jiang Ning. Thus, the responsibility for the machine guns on the armed vehicles was entrusted to Duan Songlong. At this moment, Xiao Ke tightened his grip on the assault rifle, while Li Gonggong and the 2 guards stood vigilant, safeguarding Jiang Ning. Suddenly, several assault zombies emerged from the thicket of grass. Upon catching the scent of fresh blood from a nearby deer carcass, they surged forth like sharks sensing blood in the water. They quickly spotted the humans encircling the 2 armed off-road vehicles, and a low growl erupted from their throats as they lunged madly towards Xiao Ke and his companions. Jiang Ning felt a bead of sweat form in his palm as he unsheathed his sword with a sharp click, nervously exclaiming, "They're coming!" Xiao Ke, his voice deep and commanding, ordered, "Open fire!" Without hesitation, he fired 3 precise shots, instantly blowing the head off the leading assault zombie. Jiang Ning turned back, slightly astonished, and remarked, "Impressive marksmanship." Just then, the machine guns controlled by Duan Songlong and Luo Ho erupted in flames, unleashing a torrential barrage of bullets towards the horde of zombies pouring out from the grass, obliterating them into mutilated remnants. The bullets even sent grass flying in every direction. However, as the underbrush lay in disarray, the group realized that an overwhelming number of zombies were approaching, potentially 200 to 300. To Xiao Ke's horror, among them was an especially imposing figure, a beastly creature with a powerful physique, muscular limbs, and claws sharp enough to eviscerate a human with ease. A massive tail trailed behind it. This terrifying silhouette was none other than the most fearsome zombie Xiao Ke had ever encountered, Frisia. Duan Songlong and Luo Ho were equally struck by terror, exclaiming in unison, "It's Frisia!" Xiao Ke bellowed, "Unleash all firepower. Suppress it with everything you have. Don't let it come any closer." Jiang Ning, "We stirred up great trouble. This is a level 6 zombie, and bullets will barely harm it. We are no match for this beast. You must flee while we hold it off." As a formal soldier of the Empire and a centurion at that, Xiao Ke had inherently adopted the mindset of a warrior. In this critical moment of life and death, he gritted his teeth, urging Jiang Ning to escape first. The elite legions of the Empire adhered to a long-standing tradition. During combat, if a retreat was necessary, the rookies would withdraw first, followed by the veterans, and finally the commanding officers, with the highest-ranking officers often remaining to cover the retreat. This practice stemmed from 2 primary reasons. The commanders were typically more exceptional and were accustomed to leading by example, even in retreat, while also inspiring their soldiers. And on the battlefield, rookies possessed less combat prowess than veterans, and veterans were weaker than commanders in times of defeat. Those with the greatest strength would remain behind to maximize the chances of survival. Xiao Ke was prepared to give Jiang Ning the opportunity to escape, but Jiang Ning did not flee. Although anxious, he felt no fear as he gazed at the Frisia zombie, charging towards them with bullets flying around, and turned to Li Gonggong, asking, "Old Li, are you strong enough to handle this level 6 Frisia zombie?" Upon hearing this, Li Gonggong appeared rather troubled by Jiang Ning's question. "Young master, you underestimate me far too much. Although I may not match the prowess of military leaders like Bai Longyin, slaying a mere Frisia is akin to killing a chicken. Even one of the blade guards we brought along could easily dispatch this Frisia." Jiang Ning promptly replied, "Then do demonstrate your skills. Let me witness your combat prowess." Despite being a eunuch, Li Gonggong possessed a man's temperament. He acknowledged with a firm reply and strode forward to confront the approaching Frisia zombie. Xiao Ke and the others hurriedly ceased fire to avoid harming Old Ele, though their astonishment. Oldly advanced toward the Frisia. His movements appeared slow, yet were remarkably swift. With each step, his body flickered, and he would reappear several meters away in the blink of an eye. Oldly was before the Frisia zombie. With a thunderous crash beneath his feet, the ground trembled, and he launched himself into the air like a cannonball, delivering a lightning-fast kick to the Frisia zombie's head. An explosive impact ensued. Bang! The massive head of Frisia shattered under Oldly's kick, akin to a watermelon smashed by a club. After obliterating the Frisia zombie's head mid-air, Oldly descended back to the ground with the agility of a hawk, and as he straightened his posture, the headless Frisia corpse collapsed to the ground with a resounding thud. Xiao Ke's eyes widened in disbelief, genuinely astonished by the formidable prowess of this seemingly delicate, high-pitched old man. Even Duan Songlong and Luo Ho were left speechless, their faces reflecting utter incredulity. Duan Songlong stammered, "Goodness, he annihilated the Frisia zombie in an instant. What level of strength does this old fellow possess? I wager it surpasses our Captain Qinbing's combat capabilities." Luo Ho could not restrain himself either, adding, "When our captain battled the Frisia zombie, there was a struggle, yet this old man dispatched it with a single strike. I suspect his strength truly eclipses that of our esteemed captain." At that moment, Jiang Ning exclaimed, "Look, there are still numerous zombies charging toward us." Xiao Ke, suppressing his astonishment, readied his assault rifle once more, joining Duan Songlong and Luo Ho to fire, swiftly bringing down waves of lower-tier zombies. However, the three of them had not brought along ample ammunition, and soon their bullets were depleted without completely eradicating the zombies. Xiao Ke drew his formidable blade, addressing Duan Songlong and Luo Ho. "With only these remaining zombies, we must resort to our combat knives." Both Duan Songlong and Luo Ho leaped from the armed off-road vehicle, drawing their battle knives. Luo Ho grinned, exclaiming, "Ha ha, while machine guns are impressive, I still prefer the art of combat with the knife. Moreover, once we are promoted to the ranks of war generals and valiant generals, our battles will primarily revolve around the use of energy light swords, requiring us to abandon firearms entirely. Therefore, seizing this opportunity to hone our knife skills is invaluable." At this moment, Jiang Ning also grasped his sword, joining Xiao Ke and the others, eager to fulfill his aspiration of personally slaying a zombie. Two guards attempted to intervene, anxious about any potential mishap. However, the ever-composed Li Gonggong discreetly halted the two guards, lowering his voice to say, "There is no cause for alarm. Merely a few level 1 zombies, easily dispatched by an ordinary person. Let His Majesty fulfill this long-held wish of his. We shall remain on alert in the shadows, ready to intervene should any danger arise. His Majesty is quite obstinate. Having ventured out this time to slay a zombie, he will be thoroughly satisfied and inclined to return. If we do not allow him to vanquish even one zombie on this occasion, he is likely to persist in his endeavors, and we may find ourselves delayed in returning to the palace in Qilan City. Should the elders learn of this, not only will His Majesty face their ire, but we too shall suffer repercussions." Upon hearing this, the two guards halted their advance, anxiously watching Jiang Ning, prepared to spring into action should any threat present itself. Yet, with only a handful of sluggish zombies remaining, they posed no challenge to Xiao Ke and Jiang Ning. Almost everyone swiftly dispatched a zombie, bringing the skirmish to a decisive conclusion. Imitating Xiao Ke and the others, Jiang Ning plunged his weapon into the zombie's cranium, extracting its minuscule brain core. Holding this tiny trophy aloft, he exclaimed with exuberance, "Ha! I have succeeded. I claimed my place on the battlefield and felled a zombie. I shall show it to Zhang Lao, to prove that I am not as incapable as he claims, that I can indeed achieve something in combat." Xiao Ke, Duan Songlong, and Luo Ho were left puzzled by Jiang Ning's mention of Zhang Lao. Yet Li Gonggong understood perfectly. Zhang Lao referred to Zhang Kutsuan, one of the cabinet elders, and Jiang Ning's mentor, the imperial teacher. During a lesson, Zhang Kutsuan had remarked that neglecting one's studies would lead to utter ineptitude, rendering one incapable of even slaying a mere zombie on the battlefield. Jiang Ning, who was mastering the imperial art capable of turning the tides of fate, was determined to defy Zhang Kutsuan's words. Thus, he snuck out, resolute in proving himself by personally slaying a zombie. At this moment, his elation was boundless, and he joyfully declared to Xiao Ke, "Captain Xiao, tonight's battle is likely one I shall never replicate in my lifetime." The thrill of engaging on the battlefield and personally vanquishing foes is exhilarating beyond measure. Our camaraderie shall endure as a result. Chapter 049. The threat of death. Xiao Ke, Duan Songlong, and Luo Ho cleared the battlefield. Although many zombies were vanquished, they were predominantly low-level. The only exception was the formidable level 6 Frisia, a high-ranking zombie. Xiao Ke and the others did not dare claim credit for the Frisia brain core, as it was Li who had single-handedly dispatched it. They returned all the Frisia brain cores to Li, allowing him to keep his hard-earned spoils. The brain cores served as the most crucial evidence for military merit. This eradication of the zombie frenzy in the southern provinces warranted rewards that were double the usual amount, with no restrictions based on status. Even the scions of noble families could present zombie brain cores at the temporary military merit exchange outside Xiao Ke City to claim their rewards. Slaying a level 6 zombie, especially with double merit, would yield considerable rewards. However, to their astonishment, Li declined to take the Frisia brain core, dismissively stating, "What use do I have for it? You all keep it." Ultimately, among the group of Jiang Ning and his companions, it was only Jiang Ning who claimed the level 1 brain core of the undead he had personally slain, disregarding all other spoils. Both factions, led by Xiao Ke and Jiang Ning, could be said to have arrived in high spirits and departed with equal satisfaction. Xiao Ke and his comrades obtained a level 6 Frisia undead brain core, along with 200 to 300 lesser undead brain cores, earning them double military merit. A truly remarkable achievement for Xiao Ke and his fellow frontline warriors. As they approached the camp, Jiang Ning bid farewell to Xiao Ke, revealing that he had already fulfilled his ambition by slaying an undead creature. His status precluded him from lingering too long in this place, and he simply stated to Xiao Ke, "In the future, when you visit Qilan City, we shall meet again." Xiao Ke, with a wry smile, replied, "Qilan City is the imperial capital. A soldier of my humble standing may never have the chance to set foot there in a lifetime." Jiang Ning smiled in return. "Do not be so pessimistic. Fortune may arrive when you least expect it." Xiao Ke chuckled. "Indeed, brother Jiang. We shall part ways here." "Very well, farewell." With that, Xiao Ke and Jiang Ning's groups went their separate ways, returning to their respective camps. Upon Xiao Ke's return to the camp, although it was the dead of night, a certain commotion was evident. It turned out that just 10 minutes prior, Xiao Mingxian had returned with his capable subordinates, bringing back a considerable haul of spoils. Dozens of lesser undead brain cores. This operation was under the command of Captain Qin Bing, and thus, both the White Shark Camp and Whale Camp had set up their encampments together, with the former on the left and the latter occupying the right. Consequently, when Xiao Mingxian arrived, their display of triumph had stirred the soldiers of the Whale Camp. The sentinels on duty from the Whale Camp, enviously admiring Xiao Mingxian's accomplishments, were astounded when Xiao Ke made his entrance. Upon learning from the loquacious Duan Songlong that Xiao Ke and his companions had vanquished a level 6 Frisia undead and eliminated 200 to 300 lesser undead, the soldiers erupted into excitement, exclaiming, "Heavens! How could 3 of you have exterminated so many undead and even slain a level 6 Frisia?" The camp was strictly prohibited from making noise at night. In fact, under stringent regulations, movement was also discouraged, with severe penalties for offenders. Given the immense psychological pressure on the soldiers, even the slightest disturbance could incite a camp alert, with dire consequences should that occur. The clamor between the Whale Camp and White Shark Camp quickly drew the attention of Qin Bing. With a frosty expression, she summoned both Xiao Ke and Xiao Mingxian, coldly inquiring about the source of the uproar. Xiao Mingxian was the first to respond. "Report, Commander, my subordinates and I ventured out on patrol tonight and encountered numerous undead along the way, all of which I personally dispatched, bringing back dozens of brain cores." The brothers of the White Shark Camp were astonished and engaged in lively discussion. As he spoke, a sense of pride was evident on his face. Such a simple outing had yielded dozens of undead kills, and if this continued, he could foresee the possibility of entering the prestigious military academy for training, which would pave the way for his rise to greatness. Qin Bing then turned her gaze to Xiao Ke, inquiring, "What is the cause of the disturbance in your vicinity?" Xiao Ke spoke calmly. "I, along with Duan Songlong and Luo Ho, returned from our patrol, inadvertently disturbing the soldiers' rest. I beg your pardon for this transgression." Duan Songlong and Luo Ho, who had accompanied Xiao Ke to meet Qin Bing, stood by his side. Observing Xiao Mingxian taking credit before Qin Bing, they grew anxious as their captain, Xiao Ke, remained silent regarding the bountiful harvest of the night. Duan Songlong, mustering his courage, interjected, "Report, esteemed Qin Fuzhong. In fact, while the captain was patrolling with us, We encountered zombies as well, and our achievements were quite remarkable. The warriors of the Orca camp were astonished by our extraordinary feats and engaged in fervent discussions. Unaware of Xiao Ke's accomplishments, Xiao Mingxian could not restrain himself from mocking. How absurd! A horse does not know its own face, and a cow is oblivious to the curvature of its horns. Yet here you are, audaciously proclaiming your own remarkable achievements. Just how many zombies did you slay to warrant such self-aggrandizement? Are you not afraid of being ridiculed? Since the tavern conflict, the soldiers of the Orca camp harbored a deep-seated hatred for Xiao Mingxian, and now, provoked by his derision, Luo Ho could no longer contain himself. He retorted, "The number of zombies we dispatched was not particularly high. Merely 1 Frisia zombie and 247 low-level zombies. While this may not compare to the accomplishments of our Orca camp at the Baguku Canyon, we believe it is still deserving of the term abundant. 1 Frisia zombie and 247 low-level zombies." This revelation left not only Xiao Mingxian and his few trusted subordinates astounded, but also caused Qin Bing to pause in disbelief. Xiao Mingxian's immediate reaction was one of incredulity as he shouted, "This is impossible." Qin Bing could not help but inquire of Xiao Ke, is what Luo Ho said true? If there is any embellishment of military merit, the consequences are severe. Xiao Ke glanced at Xiao Mingxian, who wore an expression of disbelief mixed with jealousy, sparking a sudden sense of relief within Xiao Ke. Maintaining his composure, he replied coolly, "What Duan Songlong and Luo Ho have stated is largely accurate. The officer may verify the zombie brain cores." With that, Xiao Ke instructed Duan Songlong to retrieve the bag of zombie brain cores and place it on the ground for Qin Bing to inspect. The zombie brain cores, freshly extracted from recently slain zombies, differed in detail from those harvested from corpses long deceased. A skilled inspector could even discern the approximate time each brain core was extracted. Though Qin Bing and Xiao Mingxian were not as proficient as military merit inspectors, they easily recognized that these were indeed zombie brain cores, all freshly harvested without any doubt. Qin Bing exclaimed in astonishment, "The brain cores are legitimate. Xiao Ke, you actually managed to slay a level 6 Frisia?" Xiao Ke did not lie. "In truth, we were joined tonight by young Master Jiang and his 3 subordinates. The credit for this Frisia should rightfully belong to young Master Jiang's men, but they chose not to claim these brain cores, thus allowing us to benefit." Qin Bing nodded in understanding. "I see. However, since you fought as a team and young Master Jiang willingly relinquished this credit, it rightfully belongs to you. Everyone should return to rest and restrain their subordinates from making a ruckus." "Yes, understood." Xiao Ke and Xiao Mingxian both took their leave simultaneously, yet exchanged a glance as they departed. Xiao Ke discerned that while Xiao Mingxuan's eyes were filled with envy and jealousy, there was also an unmistakable glint of murderous intent. Initially taken aback, Xiao Ke suddenly realized that Xiao Mingxian was likely fearful of him, seizing the opportunity to enter the prestigious Glory Military Academy, thereby soaring to great heights and becoming a formidable threat. Thus, he was already eager to eliminate him. Chapter 050. The Emperor's protege. The following day, Qin Bing led the hundreds of warriors from the Orca Battalion and the White Shark Battalion onward, encountering and annihilating the small clusters of zombies along their path. However, the total number of zombies they dispatched along the way amounted to merely dozens. Divided among the hundreds of warriors, even with double military merit, it was hardly significant. Moreover, as they advanced further, the number of private armed forces from noble clans, bounty hunter groups, and imperial soldiers responding to the summons grew increasingly substantial. Additionally, they encountered a messenger from the Black Shark Legion, who was dispatched by the main commander, by Long Yin, of the operation to eliminate the zombie frenzy. The messenger, a centurion, wasted no time and promptly registered Qin Bing's unit before allocating a combat route based on their fighting capabilities. He instructed Qin Bing to lead his team in a surrounding formation akin to a fishing net, in coordination with Bai Longyin's main forces, to conduct a comprehensive encirclement of the zombies on the Drinking Horse Plain. The number of zombies on the Drinking Horse Plain was exceedingly high, yet the armed forces from various clans responding to the imperial call were also plentiful. These noble factions mobilized their troops to assist the imperial army in quelling the zombie frenzy that had erupted in the southern provinces. Among these armed forces, the majority comprised lower-tier commoners, with few upper-tier clans participating in the battle, and the prominent families were notably absent from the battlefield. The reason for this was straightforward. The offspring of noble clans led their private armies into combat with a singular aim, to secure a place in the Glory Military Academy for training. The Glory Martial Academy, established directly by the imperial family, serves as the highest institution for talent cultivation in essence. This academy is the imperial family's means of nurturing and recruiting exceptional individuals. Furthermore, at each graduation, His Majesty personally selects the top 3 students, designating them as the champion, runner-up, and third place, with the champion being referred to as the Emperor's protege. Lower-tier commoners seeking to elevate their family status must not only cultivate talents within their kin but also seek pathways for advancement. Gaining admission to the Glory Military Academy and striving to become the Emperor's protege is the most expedient route to ascendance. Lower-tier commoners are eagerly vying to become the Emperor's protege in hopes of advancement. However, the disciples of upper-tier clans and several prominent families show little enthusiasm for entering the Glory Military Academy. The rationale is quite simple. The imperial family has waned, with the cabinet now overseeing the empire's affairs. The Grand Tutor Xiao Ke, along with other cabinet elders and officials, processes all documents before presenting them to the newly enthroned emperor, who is merely required to affix his signature. With the imperial family's decline, the cabinet has taken control of the empire, and its members predominantly hail from noble families and upper-tier clans. Thus, it is rather improbable for the offspring of noble families and esteemed clans to gain entry into the Hall of Glory to pledge their allegiance to the imperial court. In the ensuing days, Xiao Ke and Xiao Mingxian, accompanied by their respective subordinates, followed the centurion Qin Bing in a methodical and unhurried manner, systematically advancing while annihilating numerous zombies along the way. By day, Xiao Ke engaged in battle alongside his comrades, and by night, he fervently practiced the tiger beneath technique, steadfastly maintaining his progress of illuminating one vertebra each day. Thus far, Xiao Ke had refined 12 lumbar vertebrae, as well as 1 sacral and 1 coccygeal bone using the water of original force. His punching power had now reached a formidable 1500 gene, surpassing the limits of an ordinary human. At present, a single punch from Xiao Ke could easily fell ACOW.as the number of refined bones increased. Xiao Ke felt increasingly assured. With his current combat strength of 1500 gene, he may still lag behind the 5th-tier warrior Xiao Mingxian's 2000 car of original force. Yet he possessed at least the capability to engage in battle. Over these few days, a multitude of armed forces converged from various regions, forming an extensive net that encircled the zombies on the Enma plain, turning the zombie horde into fish caught in a net. Simultaneously, Bai Longyin and Xiao Zhannan led the Black Shark Legion and the Undying Bird Legion, comprising a total of 100,000 warriors, to the battlefield, launching a frontal assault against the zombie horde. After 3 days of fierce combat against the main body of the zombies, the primary force was ultimately vanquished, leaving a scant few that scattered like stars across the sky, fleeing in all directions. The encirclement formed by Qin Bing and countless smaller factions was then commanded to close in and eliminate these stragglers. Qin Bing instructed all soldiers to operate in groups of 3, hunting down the zombies that fled the battlefield. The number of zombies they could hunt and the military merits they could earn depended solely on their own prowess. Xiao Ke's strength had grown considerably. Even 4th-tier warriors were no match for him. Therefore, he chose to operate independently rather than team up with his subordinates, allowing him to hunt zombies more effectively and accumulate greater military achievements. Moreover, Xiao Ke preferred to avoid clustering with others for accolades. He gravitated towards areas with fewer individuals. Although the number of zombies encountered was limited, so too were the competitors, thereby enhancing efficiency. At that moment, having just slain an assailant zombie, Xiao Ke knelt beside the corpse, preparing to extract its brain core. Suddenly, he heard a faint click, unmistakably the sound of a bullet being chambered. Alarm bells rang in his mind, and without hesitation, he executed a swift roll to the side. Just as he moved, gunfire erupted, a volley of bullets striking the ground and sending mud flying. Xiao Ke seized the opportunity to take cover behind a large rock. Both startled and enraged with a sharp click, he disengaged the safety on his assault rifle, ready to retaliate against the ambusher. In recent days, he had heard rumors of individuals resorting to treachery on the battlefield for the sake of lucrative rewards, even attacking their comrades and claiming their spoils. Xiao Ke feared he had encountered such a situation and swiftly emerged from behind the rock, aiming at the assailant and unleashing a series of gunfire. As the assailant faced a barrage of gunfire from Xiao Ke, his body exhibited a peculiar and swift movement, evading several incoming bullets. This astonishing feat widened Xiao Ke's eyes in disbelief, and he soon recognized that this assailant was none other than his arch-nemesis, Xiao Mingxian. With a slight smirk at the corner of his lips, Xiao Mingxian remarked, Your vigilance and marksmanship are commendable. Xiao Ke retorted. To fire upon a fellow countryman warrants the utmost punishment. Xiao Mingxian, you possess quite the audacity. Discarding his assault rifle, Xiao Mingxian drew his combat knife, raising an eyebrow. Very well, let us employ blades instead. Imperial law forbids the use of firearms against comrades, yet dueling with swords is permitted. The unfinished duel we had previously is due for resolution. Cunning as ever, Xiao Mingxian had deliberately followed Xiao Ke. Had he succeeded in assassinating Xiao Ke, he could have buried him where no one would ever discover the crime, leaving the gendarmerie oblivious to his transgressions. Now, though his initial ambush had failed, he opted for a direct confrontation, as slaying an opponent in a duel bore no consequences. With the battle drawing to a close, Xiao Mingxian was unwilling to take unnecessary risks. Xiao Ke had already dispatched a significant number of zombies. Should he gain the opportunity to train at the prestigious Glory Military Academy, it would become increasingly difficult for Xiao Mingxian to eliminate him. Moreover, Xiao Ke's rise to prominence would grant him a formidable enemy to contend with. Xiao Ke casually tossed aside his assault rifle, resting his hand upon the hilt of his formidable blade, and coldly declared, although this encounter has come a few days earlier than I anticipated, my current strength is more than sufficient to end your life. Chapter 051. A fiery battle. Upon hearing Xiao Ke's words, Xiao Mingxian erupted in laughter, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke in the world. He scoffed at Xiao Ke. Ha! I have investigated your background. You are nothing more than an unfortunate soul misidentified as a deserter, who stumbled into becoming a soldier in the Orca battalion. With no foundation whatsoever, you were appointed as a sergeant simply for being the first to volunteer to accompany Qinbing in defending Ginkgo Town against the zombies, and subsequently promoted to captain. Yet, in truth, you have never undergone systematic training. You are, in essence, a counterfeit soldier. Xiao Ke interrupted before Xiao Mingxian could finish, asserting, I am now a legitimate imperial soldier and a captain at that, with an appointment letter signed by Captain Qinbing and commander by Long Yin. And what of it? That does not alter the fact that you lack any foundational skills. You have only recently begun to grasp the most rudimentary combat techniques and lethal maneuvers. Have you not? Xiao Mingxian mocked. Though your martial prowess has awakened, I am aware that your subordinates, Duan Songlong and Luo Ho, have already ascended to the rank of second-tier warriors. Yet you remain a novice at the first-tier level. Ha! If there is anything you can rely on, it is your physical strength, which exceeds that of ordinary men. I have already gauged your abilities from our previous encounter. Strength alone is insufficient when compared to the boundless potential of martial energy. Your might, at best, equates to that of a fourth-tier warrior, while I stand as a fifth-tier warrior. You are destined for demise. Upon hearing Xiao Mingxian's words, Xiao Ke realized that Xiao still perceived his strength as having stagnated at the level it was 10 days prior. A subtle smile played at the corners of his mouth as he replied, Is that so? Then let us put it to the test. However, should I, a mere first-level warrior, slay you, a fifth-level general, it is likely that no one would believe it. In that case, I might not even need to offer explanations, for no one would accept that you fell at my hands, thus sparing me considerable trouble. Xiao Mingxian's gaze suddenly sharpened. You dare boast even when death is upon you? Prepare to pay with your life. With that, he gripped his battle knife with one hand. Its blade pointed sharply toward the ground, and charged towards Xiao Ke with determined strides. The blade glimmered with a shimmering cold light, reminiscent of rippling water, clearly infused with elemental force. Although a fifth-level general was not yet capable of wielding a lightsaber, the infusion of energy into a weapon imbued it with a certain luminescence, enhancing its cutting power beyond that of ordinary blades. Having practiced his offensive techniques with Captain Qinbing, Xiao Ke found that despite Xiao Mingxian's fifth-level status, he was evidently no match for Qinbing's prowess. After training extensively with Qinbing, Xiao Ke now faced Xiao Mingxian without perceiving his onslaught as particularly formidable. He merely needed to remain mindful of the foundational disparity. Whoosh! Xiao Mingxian's battle knife transformed into a streak of cold light, fiercely aimed at Xiao Ke. Without hesitation, Xiao Ke swung his formidable blade to meet Xiao's strike. Both military knives moved with lightning speed, yet in comparison, Xiao's blade shimmered with radiant waves while Xiao Ke's knife remained plain and unadorned. A smirk graced Xiao Mingxian's lips. No matter how great a man's strength, it could never rival the elemental force of a fifth-level general. He was confident that this strike would sever Xiao Ke's blade, perhaps even cleave him in twain. Clang! The two blades clashed with an ear-splitting sound, akin to thunder cracking in the darkness, reverberating in their ears. Contrary to Xiao Mingxuan's expectations, rather than cleaving Xiao Ke and his weapon into 4 pieces, it was Xiao Ke's formidable blade that delivered a shockwave of power that left Xiao reeling. His arm went numb from the impact, and the tremendous force rebounded his knife back, striking him squarely in the face, shattering his nose and showering him in blood. After the fierce confrontation, Xiao Mingxian instinctively wiped the blood from his face, a mix of shock and fury coursing through him. He could not fathom how he had expended 70% of his strength, believing he could easily dispatch Xiao Ke. Yet, instead of gaining any advantage, he found himself at a disadvantage during their direct clash. Thankfully, the knife was single-edged. Had it been double-edged, the rebound would have severed his face in that very instant. Impossible. How could a human possess such immense strength? Xiao Mingxian gazed at Xiao Ke with suspicion and disbelief, unable to comprehend how this slender, somewhat delicate-looking figure could unleash such formidable power. Were it not for Xiao Ke's strikingly handsome appearance as an Eastern man, Xiao might have suspected him to be a Western werewolf. In truth, when Xiao Ke clashed head-on with Xiao Mingxian, it felt as if his own arm had been subjected to a powerful electric current, leaving him in a state of numbness and excruciating pain. However, this confrontation ultimately proved advantageous for him. Though he was aware that Xiao Mingxian had not exerted his full capabilities in their earlier exchange, the fact that he managed to inflict injury upon Xiao Mingxian, drawing blood in that fleeting moment of combat, instilled within him a surge of confidence. Xiao Ke let out a cold snort, declaring, "May you dwell in the agony of your ignorance. Henceforth, I shall upend humanity's understanding of combat prowess. It is not solely the force that defines strength. Raw power can indeed rival it." Xiao Mingxian retorted defiantly, "You believe you can triumph over me with mere strength against my 2,000 caloric force? Dream on. Prepare to meet your demise." With a furious shout, Xiao Mingxian lunged forward once more, wielding his battle blade against Xiao Ke, and the two engaged in a fierce skirmish. Each utilized military combat techniques, every strike executed with remarkable ferocity. A moment's lapse in concentration could result in being cleaved in two in this close-quarters combat. Both combatants unleashed their full potential. Xiao Mingxuan's battle blade shimmered with radiant waves, clashing repeatedly with Xiao Ke's unadorned yet formidable general sword. The sound of their weapons colliding resonated like a series of thunderous explosions. When it came to combat skills, Xiao Ke, having been personally trained by Qinbing, was not at all inferior to Xiao Mingxian in terms of foundational strength, although Xiao Ke was a first-tier warrior. His punching power reached 1,500 pounds, slightly weaker than Xiao Mingxuan's 2,000 caloric force. However, Xiao Mingxian had suffered from overconfidence during his initial strike, leading to his injury. Moreover, his battle blade was merely a standard-issue military knife, rendering it incomparable to the formidable weapon wielded by Xiao Ke. Thus, in terms of the combat prowess displayed, both were nearly equal, resulting in an evenly matched and fiercely contested duel. As the battle wore on, the frequency and intensity of their exchanges began to reveal the vulnerabilities of Xiao Mingxuan's ordinary battle knife. Upon close inspection, the blade had developed a myriad of minute, spiderweb-like cracks. With a clang, their weapons collided once more, and suddenly, Xiao Mingxuan's battle knife, unable to withstand the force, shattered like glass, splintering into countless glimmering fragments. Seizing this rare opportunity, Xiao Ke did not hesitate. As the enemy's blade broke, he swiftly pivoted, his general's sword slicing towards Xiao Mingxian with lightning speed. Caught off guard, Xiao Mingxian found himself swiftly decapitated by Xiao Ke's strike, his head sailing through the air. Xiao Ke then raised a foot and kicked Xiao Mingxuan's headless corpse away. Gazing at the fallen head on the ground with disdain, he spat, "You scoundrel, stealing my military achievements, wounding my comrades, killing my brothers. Now you face your reckoning." Chapter 052. Qilin City. Just as Xiao Ke concluded the battle, an unsteady zombie staggered into view from a distance. Initially intending to dispatch the creature without a second thought, Xiao Ke's gaze fell upon Xiao Mingxuan's lifeless body, prompting him to reconsider. Instead of pursuing the kill, he chose to retreat cautiously. The zombie, clearly drawn by the scent of blood, was more driven by its thirst for the crimson essence than the urge to kill, and thus it lunged towards the corpse of Xiao Mingxian on the ground. Xiao Ke turned away, allowing the walking corpses to handle the scene, which might be the most prudent outcome. Although he had engaged in a fair duel with Xiao Mingxian, even if it became known that he had slain Xiao Mingxian, he would bear no responsibility. However, Qin Bing had mentioned to him that Xiao Mingxian was the illegitimate son of a powerful figure, so it would be wise for no one to learn of Xiao Mingxuan's demise at his hands. Otherwise, retaliation would inevitably follow. As dusk fell, Xiao Ke returned to the assembly camp, where the warriors of the Orca camp and the White Shark camp were gradually regrouping. The Ingma plain was now teeming with various hunting parties pursuing the remnants of the zombies. Among them were scions of noble families, bounty hunters, and small contingents of imperial forces like Qin Bing, emerging from nearby strongholds. These groups formed a vast net to hunt the straggling zombies across the battlefield. The zombie frenzy had been thoroughly extinguished, and now the Ingma plain had become a place where wolves were many, but prey was scarce. Zombies had become a rare sight. Qin Bing also received the latest orders to lead her subordinates back to the headquarters of the Black Shark. In this campaign to eradicate the zombie horde, Qin Bing's team was not the main force but merely responsible for supporting tasks. Nevertheless, the Orca combat camp had suffered the loss of dozens of brothers, now reduced to a mere 100 souls. However, through the crucible of battle, the Orca camp had shed the naivety of rookies. Each warrior now bore the demeanor of seasoned veterans. Indeed, the battlefield is the place where one matures the fastest. The White Shark camp, on account of Xiao Mingxuan's reckless pursuit of glory through hunting zombies, had also incurred significant casualties, dwindling from 100 warriors to less than 50. Yet today marked the day when Qin Bing would lead the warriors of the White Shark and Orca camps back to the headquarters of the Black Shark. However, Xiao Mingxian had not yet returned by the designated time. Had it been anyone else, Qin Bing would have certainly not waited, promptly leading the two camps back to the headquarters. Yet, Xiao Mingxuan's status was somewhat exceptional, as it was rumored that he was the illegitimate son of the Immortal Bird Army's commander, Xiao Zhenan. The principal forces responsible for eradicating the zombie outbreak were the Black Shark Legion led by Bai Longyin and the Immortal Bird Legion commanded by Xiao Zhenan. Both Bai Longyin and Xiao Zhenan had garnered considerable acclaim during this campaign against the zombie horde that had formed in the southern provinces. Qin Bing did not wish to offend Xiao Zhenan over this matter concerning Xiao Mingxian. Should they return to the Black Shark Legion, and if Xiao Zhenan were still allied with Bai Longyin, it would be difficult for her to answer if Xiao Zhenan inquired about Xiao Mingxian's status, especially if she had to admit that Xiao Mingxian had failed to report back on time. With patience, Qin Bing announced a postponement of one day for their return to the base, deciding they would set off the following day. That evening, Qin Bing summoned Xiao Ke to her large tent, where she had already compiled an overview of the achievements of both the White Shark and Orca camps. The captains of both camps had reaped significant rewards, particularly Xiao Ke, who had a record of slaying a level 6 Frisia zombie, as well as dispatching over 200 low-level zombies, a feat that surpassed even the achievements of the main force captains on the front line. With a smile, Qin Bing remarked to Xiao Ke, "Xiao Mingxian has someone backing him. It is almost a certainty that he will gain entry into the Glory Military Academy for training. However, your achievements are commendable. I surmise that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, you stand a significant chance of training at the Glory Military Academy in Qilan City. Whether hailing from a humble background or being an ordinary citizen, the Glory Martial Hall represents the most prestigious path to advancement." Qin Bing paused momentarily and remarked, "It is not to say that merely entering the Glory Military Academy will render one exceedingly strong or impart exceptional skills. It is not so. Gaining admission to the Glory Military Academy signifies a commitment to the imperial family, serving loyally to the throne. Moreover, the most outstanding graduates of each cohort are personally received by His Majesty, becoming his disciples, commonly referred to as the Emperor's students. To be an Emperor's student implies the backing of the sovereign, ensuring a rapid ascent to prominence and success. Do you comprehend?" Xiao Ke nodded in understanding. Being able to cultivate a relationship with His Majesty naturally opens limitless prospects. Qin Bing replied coolly, "Every situation has its advantages and disadvantages. To enter the Glory Military Academy indicates an allegiance to the imperial faction, which will inevitably lead to disfavor from the cabinet's elder statesmen and officials, and may even result in their opposition and suppression." Xiao Ke's eyes widened in surprise. "Why is that?" Qin Bing glanced around to ensure they were alone in the large tent, then spoke softly, "Because the cabinet currently wields control over the empire, and the new emperor has only recently ascended the throne, possessing little authority." Upon hearing this, Xiao Ke recalled having overheard discussions in the past regarding the previous emperor's obsession with concocting elixirs for immortality, neglecting state affairs for decades. During this time, governance had fallen into the hands of several cabinet elders and members. The situation worsened when the former emperor, after years of collaboration with medical experts, failed to produce a viable longevity potion, ultimately passing away unexpectedly. Furthermore, the former emperor had only daughters and no sons. Consequently, the cabinet selected a prince they deemed most suitable from among the various royal families to ascend the throne. It was likely that the new emperor's power still paled in comparison to that of the cabinet's elders, which explained why only those from humble backgrounds and ordinary citizens were eager to serve the imperial family, desperately vying for admission to the Glory Military Academy. In contrast, the scions of prestigious clans and prominent families were reluctant to enter the academy. Aligning oneself with the new emperor would render one a common adversary of the cabinet and the elite families. However, as a mere centurion, Xiao Ke need not concern himself with such matters, for he was still regarded as insignificant by the cabinet elders, who would hardly consider him a target for suppression. Thus, for him, the opportunity to train at the Glory Military Academy was indeed a fortuitous prospect. Qin Bing continued to share insights regarding the Glory Martial Hall and the dynamics between the imperial family and the cabinet, subtly imparting knowledge to Xiao Ke. The covert power struggles between the imperial family and the cabinet were perilous, and it was vital for Xiao Ke to be informed, lest he inadvertently stumble into disaster upon arriving in Qilin City. As for her unwavering belief in Xiao Ke's potential to train in Qilin City, it stemmed not from his remarkable record, but rather from her recent encounter with Jiang Ning, whom she suspected might be the new emperor. If Jiang Ning returned and did not forget Xiao Ke, he might discreetly arrange for Xiao Ke to receive a training opportunity in Qilin City. Suddenly, Qin Bing discerned that Xiao Ke's expression was somewhat distracted, as if he harbored a secret concern. She was momentarily taken aback, for she had never witnessed Xiao Ke in such a state. Unconsciously, she recalled the duel agreement between Xiao Ke and Xiao Mingxian, along with the latter's unusual absence from the camp. Her complexion shifted abruptly, and with uncertainty, she tentatively inquired, "Xiao Ke, you seem troubled. Have you encountered some issue with Xiao Mingxian? His prolonged absence from the camp, does it pertain to you?" Qin Bing, as Xiao Ke's mentor, had played an instrumental role in his development. In Xiao Ke's eyes, she was akin to a teacher, which is why he did not deceive her but candidly admitted, "I have already engaged in a duel with Xiao Mingxian. I have slain him." Qin Bing could scarcely believe her ears. Is it true? Xiao Ke recounted the events, and she was astonished that he had managed to vanquish Xiao Mingxian. While she had previously sensed Xiao Ke's considerable strength, she had not anticipated that he could defeat Xiao Mingxian, who wielded formidable powers, through sheer brute force. After a moment of contemplation, she speculated that perhaps Xiao Ke's formidable weapon had played a pivotal role, and Xiao Mingxian had let his guard down, resulting in his demise. However, observing Xiao Ke's demeanor, she sensed the gravity of the situation. Concern for Xiao Ke welled within her. It is said that Xiao Mingxian is the illegitimate son of Qiao Zhenan. If Qiao Zhenan discovers that you have killed his son, he will undoubtedly seek revenge, irrespective of the fairness of the duel. Thus, it would be prudent for you to refrain from mentioning this to anyone else. Let it be known that Xiao Mingxian met his end at the hands of a zombie during battle indeed. Although Xiao Ke was aware that Xiao Mingxian was the illegitimate son of a significant figure, his countenance still shifted when he heard the name Qiao Zhenan, for Qiao Zhenan was the commander of the Phoenix Legion. Meanwhile, within the imperial palace of Qilin City, Jiang Ning was instructing uniquely in the imperial study. For the upcoming list of those entering glory, please add one more individual. Uniquely, with utmost respect, inquired, "Who might that be?" Jiang Ning replied with a smile, "Naturally, it is the centurion Xiao Ke of the Black Shark Legion's Orca camp. I have fought alongside him, and we agreed to forge a commendable tale of sovereign and subject. Thus, I must honor my word." Uniquely chuckled, "Xiao Ke seems quite promising. With proper guidance, he could very well emerge as a potential grand commander, alleviating your burdens." Jiang Ning laughed heartily. "The opportunity has been granted, but how far he can go depends on his own abilities. The Black Shark headquarters, Bai Longyin and Qiao Zhenan were indulging in drinks. Bai Longyin remarked, "Following this great victory, I shall lead the Black Shark Legion to continue garrisoning the southern frontier. Brother Qiao, you must return to Qilin City to personally report to His Majesty and the cabinet on the battle's outcome. When do you plan to set off?" Qiao Zhenan replied with a smile, "There is no rush. I have a rapport with Brother Bai. Since I have already submitted the latest battle report, my return is merely a formality. There is no hurry. I can remain here for another 2 days before heading to Qilin City." Bai Longyin knew that Xiao Zhenan desired to meet his illegitimate son, Xiao Mingxian, hence his reluctance to rush to Qilin City. However, he chose not to voice this and simply smiled, "Very well, you may stay here for a couple more days before returning to Qilin City." Chapter 053. A change in attitude. Qin Bing was aware of Xiao Mingxuan's demise. Thus, at noon the following day, she led the warriors of the White Shark Battalion alongside those of the Orca Battalion, commencing their return to the Black Shark headquarters. After 2 days of arduous travel by vehicle and boat, Qin Bing and her entourage finally arrived at the Black Shark headquarters. Situated less than 100 kilometers from Xiao Ke City, the base was surrounded by towering walls, robust fortifications, and vigilant sentinels, resembling a formidable military stronghold. In truth, the Black Shark Legion was the elite force of the southern frontier and a principal power in combating the undead in the southern provinces. As their convoy approached, the guards atop the walls called out, demanding to know their identity. Raising her head with resolve, Qin Bing declared, "I am Qin Bing, the captain of the Black Shark, returning with the warriors of the Orca and White Shark battalions. Open the gates." Recognizing her, the guards expressed their surprise. "Ah, it is the Valkyrie Qin Bing. Open the gates." The heavy iron doors creaked open, and Qin Bing's convoy proceeded at a measured pace into the base, where dozens of fully armed Black Shark warriors awaited. Along with several medical personnel, it was customary for anyone returning from an expedition to undergo inspection to prevent the inadvertent introduction of the zombie virus that could endanger the entire base. After a thorough examination lasting several minutes, confirming that none among Qin Bing's party were infected, they were finally granted access, and she led Xiao Ke and the others into the headquarters. A base receptionist approached, exclaiming, "Captain Qin, you have returned." Qin Bing inquired, "What is the current situation at the base?" The receptionist replied, "Lord Bai Longyin has officially taken command of the Black Shark. He previously restructured the main force. Yet on the battlefield, each battalion has suffered considerable losses." As the receptionist spoke, their gaze inadvertently drifted towards Xiao Ke and the other warriors nearby, prompting Qin Bing to interject, "They are my loyal warriors, presently part of the Orca Battalion. The other dozen or so over there belong to the White Shark Battalion and are temporarily under my charge. Both battalions are currently below capacity." The receptionist continued, "At present, most combat battalions within the Black Shark Legion are not at full strength. Some battalions will be replenished, while those with insufficient numbers may be disbanded, reallocating their warriors to other combat units. Captain Qin, your subordinates can be assigned to the 102nd Barracks, which is where you originally resided, pending further arrangements." "Understood," Qin Bing replied. "By the way, I have some matters to report. Lord Bai Longyin is currently occupied with post-battle affairs and is also receiving the leader of the Undying Phoenix. Xiao Zhenan and I will inquire with his deputy shortly. If it is deemed appropriate, you may seek an audience." "Very well." Qin Bing, accompanied by Xiao Ke and the others, submitted their vehicles and ammunition to the logistics department. In accordance with the base's regulations, they retained only their personal combat knives. Subsequently, they received their daily necessities from the logistics office before proceeding to the 102nd Barracks. The warriors of the White Shark and Orca battalions were temporarily accommodated there. Qin Bing had anticipated that Bai Longyin would be preoccupied and might not meet with her immediately. However, to her surprise, just as she had settled Xiao Ke and the others into the 102nd Barracks, a Black Shark warrior hurriedly approached her, conveying that Bai Longyin wished to see her. Without delay, Qin Bing set off to meet Bai Longyin and I in the study. Bai Longyin was engaged in cheerful banter with Xiao Zhenan. Qin Bing appeared at the door and sharply saluted, declaring, "Squad leader Qin Bing requests an audience. Come in." Upon entering, Qin Bing saluted once more to Bai Longyin and Xiao Zhenan, saying, "I pay my respects to both esteemed gentlemen." Bai Longyin, with a warm smile, replied, "There is no need for such formalities. Qin Bing, I have reviewed the commendable achievements you submitted, and they are quite impressive. It warms my heart to see that you have managed to form a new unit with deserters and hastily recruited soldiers, achieving such results." Qin Bing replied modestly, "I merely followed your orders to guard Yinxing Town and to hunt down those unfortunate souls who escaped from your command. There is nothing to be proud of." Bai Longyin chuckled, "You are too humble. I have dispatched the White Shark Battalion to assist you. The Centurion Xiao Mingxian and your own Centurion Xiao Ke both have demonstrated remarkable accomplishments. Following a selection process from above, they have been granted the opportunity to attend a month-long special training at the Glory Military Academy in Qilin City due to their outstanding performance." Xiao Zhenan, typically unflappable even in the face of calamity, exhibited a hint of excitement at the mention of his son. His wife had borne him 5 daughters, but no sons, and only through a fleeting romance outside of marriage did he secretly have a son. Xiao Mingxian. Though Xiao Zhenan feared his wife's wrath and dared not bring Xiao Mingxian home, he cared for him deeply in private. Even on the eve of battle, he had implored Bai Longyin to assign Xiao Mingxian to a safer location, lest any misfortune befall him on the battlefield. Bai Longyin, aware that Xiao Zhenan intended to linger for 2 days solely to see Xiao Mingxian, turned back to Qin Bing and said, "By the way, we must summon Xiao Ke and Xiao Mingxian. Such promising talents of the new generation deserve my personal commendation." Qin Bing, with a sense of trepidation, replied, "Xiao Ke is in the barracks, but as for Centurion Xiao Mingxian..." Xiao Zhenan frowned. "What has happened to him?" Qin Bing continued. "He failed to return to the unit within the stipulated time. I made an exception to wait an additional day and even dispatched personnel to search. Yet there has been no sign of him. Thus, I had no choice but to lead the troops back." "What?" Xiao Zhenan exclaimed in shock, rising abruptly. Bai Longyin's brow furrowed slightly, yet he reassured Xiao Zhenan. "Do not be overly anxious, my friend. It is possible that Xiao Mingxian has simply lost track of time while hunting more zombies." Xiao Zhenan, his mind in disarray, replied gravely, "I am feeling unwell. I shall return to rest." Bai Longyin understood that Xiao Zhenan intended to send someone to inquire about Xiao Mingxian's whereabouts and did not obstruct him, saying, "Very well, I in the study." Apart from Bai Longyin's 2 attendants, only Qin Bing and Bai Longyin remained. Qin Bing inquired, "Sir, do you still wish to meet with Xiao Ke?" Bai Longyin had expressed a desire to see both Xiao Ke and Xiao Mingxian primarily to facilitate a meeting between Xiao Zhenan and his son. However, with Xiao Mingxian now missing and Xiao Zhenan having departed, he found no inclination to meet with a mere centurion. Moreover, and perhaps more importantly, he dispatched Xiao Mingxian to Qin Bing in an effort to prevent him from joining the primary battlefield, thereby averting any unforeseen circumstances. However, he did not anticipate that sending Xiao Mingxian to Qin Bing would, in fact, lead to an unexpected turn of events. This predicament left Bai Longyin in a compromising position, for should anything happen to Xiao Mingxian, he would find it difficult to account to Xiao Zhenan. Consequently, Bai Longyin's demeanor towards Qin Bing shifted from initial politeness to a notable coldness as he remarked, "Since Xiao Mingxian has gone missing, there shall be no meeting with Xiao Ke for the time being." Qin Bing's heart sank. She keenly sensed that Bai Longyin was directing his ire towards her due to Xiao Mingxuan's disappearance. Purposefully, she inquired, "My direct subordinate, the Orca Battalion, alongside the temporarily overseen White Shark Battalion, is currently undermanned. Might it be possible to merge the White Shark Battalion into my Orca Battalion, or alternatively, supplement my Orca Battalion to full capacity?" Bai Longyin replied with indifference, "We shall discuss this later. I will assess the situation first. Either you will receive the necessary reinforcements, or your Orca Battalion may be disbanded, with your subordinates reassigned to the battalions of other centurions." Qin Bing understood Bai Longyin's implication. His assessment of the situation hinged upon Xiao Mingxuan's fate. Should Xiao Mingxian return, she would receive all the reward she was due. Conversely, if he did not return, her prospects would be grim. Although outwardly nothing might transpire, it was certain she would be neglected and sidelined. Chapter 54. Glory. Xiao Ke and his companions were all filled with anticipation, as they had successfully taken down numerous zombies and were eager to discover what rewards might be bestowed upon them by their superiors. Xiao Ke, too, was hopeful, though he considered his aspirations for glory somewhat unrealistic. Nevertheless, his recorded achievements included a 6th-level Frisia zombie and over 200 lower-tier zombies, suggesting that his rewards would not be meager. If he could manage to augment his battalion to full strength, bringing his total manpower to 500, he would be exceedingly pleased. Duan Songlong and Luo, who also shared in the excitement, both asserting that if the Orca Battalion were to be fully reinforced, with Xiao Ke commanding 500 men, there was a possibility they could be promoted to Centurion and serve as Xiao Ke's deputies. As each of them harbored hopes and expectations, Qin Bing returned. However, it was apparent to all that her expression was far from cheerful. Her brow was furrowed, and a hint of sorrow lingered in her eyes. A sense of foreboding swept through the group, leading them to wonder if something had gone awry. Qin Bing retreated to her private office, and while everyone yearned to ascertain the situation, none dared to approach her with inquiries. Ultimately, Duan Songlong and Luo, who placed their hopes on Xiao Ke, who hesitated momentarily before resolutely stating, "Very well, I shall gauge the situation, but do not harbor excessive expectations regarding the outcome." With that, Xiao Ke proceeded to Qin Bing's office, knocked on the door, and was greeted by her clear voice from within. "Come in." Upon entering, he found Qin Bing seated behind her desk, one hand resting on her forehead, her face etched with fatigue. Xiao Ke softly inquired, "Centurion, what troubles you?" Qin Bing cast a glance at Xiao Ke and did not conceal her thoughts, recounting the sequence of events in a calm manner. She concluded, the attitude of the military leader is quite apparent. Should any misfortune befall Xiao Mingxian, I am certain to be sidelined and lose my standing. Even the Whale Brigade is likely to be reassigned to other Centurion's combat units. Xiao Ke was taken aback, exclaiming, "How can this be?" Qin Bing offered a wry smile. "Why not? As a mere Centurion, do I truly hold more significance in Bai Longyin's eyes than Xiao Zhenan?" After a brief pause, she continued, "Moreover, my being overlooked and underappreciated is a trivial matter. You must exercise caution. Xiao Zhenan will undoubtedly dispatch someone to investigate the circumstances surrounding Xiao Mingxuan's demise. Even if he fails to uncover the cause of death, he will certainly learn of your discord with Xiao Mingxian, and retaliation against you is not out of the question." Xiao Ke's expression darkened, for he understood that Xiao Zhenan's power and influence could extinguish his life as easily as one would crush an ant. Upon witnessing Xiao Ke's demeanor, Qin Bing suddenly smiled, saying, "However, you need not worry excessively. I have received a piece of news, which could be considered the only good tidings of the day. Your name is on the list of those selected for training at the Glory Military Academy. You should be able to attend, thereby evading Xiao Zhenan's vengeance. If you perform admirably there, and strive to secure a place among the top 3 upon graduation, you will leave a favorable impression in His Majesty's eyes, thus providing you with a safeguard against future fears." This indeed was encouraging news. The repercussions of Xiao Mingxuan's affair could lead to Xiao Ke suffering Xiao Zhenan's wrath, and even Qin Bing had faced neglect from Bai Longyi. Xiao Ke, filled with remorse, addressed Qin Bing, "Commander, I am truly sorry for putting you in this position and dragging the entire Whale Brigade down with me." Xiao Ke had been personally nurtured by Qin Bing, and their relationship transcended mere ranks, having developed a bond akin to that of mentor and disciple. When Qin Bing first took it upon herself to train Xiao Ke, it was a casual decision. Yet his remarkable growth had pleasantly surprised her. Additionally, his inadvertent friendship with Jiang Ning fueled her hopes. She had an inkling that Xiao Ke might traverse a long and prosperous path. With a warm smile, she reassured him, "There is no need for such feelings of guilt. After all, this situation was beyond your control." Xiao Mingxian was arrogant and brought this upon himself. Though the warriors of the Whale Brigade may be integrated into other combat units, they remain soldiers, and their resolve must not falter. It will not significantly impact them. As for me, even if I endure a cold reception, it matters not. I shall simply consider it a time for rest. Noticing Xiao Ke's expression grow even more remorseful, Qin Bing felt a sense of comfort. Xiao Ke's character shone through, revealing his loyalty and sense of justice. In this moment, he did not rejoice at the prospect of attending glory, but rather felt sorrow for implicating her and his comrades. She smiled gently, comforting him. "You need not bear any further guilt. If you truly feel remorseful, then you must strive harder. Glory is a crucible, a pond where golden scales transform into dragons. If you can secure first place upon graduating from glory, then you will be the top scholar, a distinguished pupil of His Majesty." The Empire has long upheld a tradition, wherein the imperial family, to demonstrate their regard for talent, grants each top graduate the privilege that countless individuals yearn for: the ability to establish a new army. With a smile, Qin Bing remarked, "Should you rise to the status of a top scholar and gain the authority to form a new military unit, do not forget your comrades, including myself." In truth, Qin Bing's words were a blend of earnestness and jest, primarily intended to comfort Xiao Ke and alleviate any feelings of guilt, for she herself harbored doubts about his potential to outshine his peers and achieve the highest honor. Even securing a position within the top 3 would be commendable. However, Xiao Ke did not perceive Qin Bing's statement as mere banter. He was suddenly filled with inspiration and declared solemnly, "Commander, I shall strive diligently and not betray the expectations placed upon me. Since the Black Shark does not welcome us, we shall forge our own path in the following 2 days." Directives from above regarding Qin Bing and the arrangements for the Orca and White Shark battalions were issued. The White Shark battalion was disbanded and absorbed into other combat units. Qin Bing and over 100 warriors from the Orca battalion were reassigned to the cooking brigade, tasked specifically with preparing meals and tending the fire. It was evident to the entire Black Shark Corps that Qin Bing was being sidelined and treated with indifference. The once renowned Valkyrie, Qin Bing, had now been reduced to a cook. Meanwhile, Xiao Ke remained unfazed and successfully embarked with a group of soldiers toward Qilan City to undergo specialized training at the Honor Military Academy. Xiao Zhennan also set off for Qilin City to report the situation to His Majesty and the cabinet in person. At that moment, he sat in his carriage, perusing a report, and his expression darkened significantly upon its conclusion. The document stated that Xiao Mingxian had been murdered, discovered by bounty hunters already deceased, with his body being gnawed upon by a ghoul. Xiao Zhennan's face turned ashen. Though Mingxian may lack strength, it is inconceivable that he could be slain by a mere ghoul. Continue the investigation. I demand to know how my son met his end. His aide replied, while we have yet to ascertain the cause of the young master's death, our inquiries revealed that he had a fierce conflict with Xiao Ke, the centurion of the Orca battalion. The weapon known as the Fierce General, which belonged to the young master, was lost to Xiao Ke and is currently in his possession. Xiao Zhennan fell silent for 2 seconds. Continue the investigation. As for Xiao Ke, regardless of whether he is the perpetrator, he must be eliminated. Better to wrongfully kill than to let him escape. But Xiao Ke has already gone to receive training at the Honor Military Academy. It would be difficult to act against him now. Then we shall wait until his training concludes, and then we shall take our measures. Understood. Chapter 055. The bastard son Xiao Ke, along with over 200 selected cadets from various bases, boarded an airship bound for Qilin City. Since the onset of the apocalyptic era, various technological advancements have been lost, and electronic communication has virtually vanished. Currently, the predominant modes of power are diesel and steam. High-tech aircraft, being costly to produce, operate, and maintain, have largely been rendered obsolete. In contrast, airships have been extensively adopted, becoming the primary means of aerial transport. The colossal airship they embarked upon was a troop transport vessel, capable of accommodating 300 fully armed cadets, albeit at the expense of speed. After a protracted journey spanning 7 days, the colossal airship finally arrived at Qilin City. Guided by the signals from the tower, the airship cautiously navigated through the ground's air defense zones, ultimately executing a successful landing in the designated area. This was merely one of the thousands of landing zones in Qilin City, yet it was remarkably bustling, with airships continually taking off and landing. Xiao Ke, along with over 200 fellow trainees, was herded off the airship and formed into a line at the command of an overseer. Just as they completed their formation, several large trucks roared in their direction. The foremost truck barreled straight toward their assembly of trainees, creating the alarming impression that it might lose control and crush them beneath its wheels. Many trainees were so startled that their faces paled, and they frantically scattered to the sides. Xiao Ke, initially inclined to flee, suddenly noticed a strikingly handsome trainee beside him who stood his ground, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Following the gaze of this trainee, Xiao Ke's eyes met the oncoming truck, and he discerned, with keen clarity, 2 figures within the cab. A soldier clad in combat gear and a burly middle-aged man in the passenger seat, who was shirtless, his muscular physique adorned with a tattoo of the deity Emperor Chakra on his chest. Xiao Ke distinctly observed the disdainful smirk on the tattooed man's face, as if he were mocking the frightened students fleeing in panic. Was this man deliberately trying to intimidate them? This thought ignited within Xiao Ke, compelling him to remain rooted in place, resisting the urge to flee. Indeed, the roaring truck suddenly slammed to a halt, screeching to a stop less than half a meter from Xiao Ke. The subsequent trucks also came to a halt. Then, the imposing middle-aged man, clad only in military green trousers and heavy boots, his muscular form accentuated by the tattoo, agilely leaped down from the more than 2-meter-high passenger seat. The team leader of Xiao Ke rushed over, bowing respectfully as he exclaimed, "Honorable Chief Instructor Emperor Chakra, you have come in person." It turned out that this was none other than the chief instructor of the Glory Military Academy, Emperor Chakra. He surveyed the scattering trainees with a cold smile, muttering to himself, "Damn it. I was led to believe that over 200 students had been selected from the battlefield as the finest, leaving me with high expectations, thinking this batch of special trainees might be different. Yet, it appears they are merely a bunch of timid cowards. They call themselves elite battlefield students, yet they do not even understand the fundamental rule that no one is to move without the instructor's command." The trainees, realizing that the imposing figure before them was the chief instructor of Glory, Emperor Chakra, and understanding that he had been deliberately testing their discipline and courage, were collectively filled with regret and indignation, lamenting their embarrassing entrance before the chief instructor upon their arrival in Qilin City. At this moment, Emperor Shurtian cast his gaze upon the more than 10 students, including Xiao Ke, who remained stationary and had not taken a step forward. A faint smile graced his lips, yet, They did not completely disappoint me, for these 10 or so are somewhat satisfactory. As Emperor Shirtian scrutinized each of the students before him, it seemed he intended to commit the identities of these rather commendable individuals to memory. However, when his eyes fell upon the strikingly handsome student beside Xiao Ke, a flicker of surprise crossed his face. You hail from an esteemed noble family, the Ling clan? All eyes turned to the young man beside Xiao Ke, who calmly replied, Indeed, I am Ling Feng. Emperor Shirtian inquired, A third-rank earl, Kangwu Earl, Ling Tian? What is your relation to him? Ling Feng paused for a moment before responding. He is my father. Emperor Shirtian's interest piqued. Ha! You are the son of the prestigious Ling family. I can understand your choice to join the military to achieve glory, yet your decision to undergo training here raises my curiosity. Xiao Ke and the surrounding students were initially taken aback by Ling Feng's notable background, but upon hearing Emperor Shirtian's words, their intrigue deepened. After all, behind the honor lies the imperial family, which typically recruits talents primarily from commoners and lower-ranked families. As for the prominent clans and esteemed noble families, they seldom engage with the imperial family, as their path to advancement lies through the cabinet. Hence, everyone was curious as to why a young master from a distinguished family, with such a high starting point and the prospect of easy promotion, would choose to associate with the imperial family in this manner, risking offense to the cabinet. Ling Feng bit his lip. May I refrain from answering this question? Emperor Shirtian shook his head. No, I am the chief instructor of honor, and I do not wish for my students to harbor any secrets in my presence. In truth, Emperor Shirtian was wary of the possibility that Ling Feng might be an undercover agent sent by the cabinet, feigning allegiance to the imperial family, thus necessitating caution. Ling Feng remained silent for 2 seconds before slowly uttering, Though I am the son of the Ling family, I am but a bastardy. Upon hearing this, those around him understood. Despite being a scion of the esteemed Ling clan, he was not a legitimate son but rather a child born of a concubine. The bastardy holds a significantly lower status, unable to dine at the same table as the family head during life, and their memorial tablets are not permitted within the ancestral hall after death. Such offspring lack inheritance rights and are regarded as inferior. Upon learning that Ling Feng was a bastardy, Emperor Shirtian felt a sense of relief and ceased further inquiries, merely instructing. All of you, the 10 or so students, board the vehicle to AS for the timid souls who fled in terror earlier. They lack the qualification to ride. They shall jog alongside the convoy back to the School of Honor. Understood. Xiao Ke, Ling Feng, and the other students boarded Emperor Shirtian's truck, while the unfortunate 100 or so were left to line up and run after the vehicle. Their treatment starkly contrasting. On the first day in Qilan City, before even reaching the School of Honor, Xiao Ke had already gleaned 2 lessons. The first lesson was the imperative to execute orders with absolute fidelity. When the instructor commanded standing, sitting was forbidden, and when instructed to look east, one must not glance west. Any actions not explicitly commanded by the instructor were strictly prohibited. The second lesson was that the treatment of outstanding students differed vastly from that of their less capable counterparts. Chapter 056. The trial. The esteemed Glory School is not situated in the heart of the city, but rather atop the majestic Tianju Mountain, which is surrounded on all sides by sheer cliffs. The only means of access is via a specialized elevator from the designated passageway, the square beneath Tianju Mountain. A multitude of elegantly attired young gentlemen are currently queuing to register, each following the instructions to ascend to the mountain peak via the elevator, where they will officially enroll in Glory School. This moment, Xiao Ke and his companions realized that, in fact, only 200 individuals had secured a coveted spot for training at Glory School through their exploits on the battlefield. However, among the lower-tier noble families, there were 800 offspring of commoner lineage who had also obtained their tickets for training at Glory. The truck of Emperor Shirtian smoothly entered the dedicated passageway and began its gradual ascent within the colossal elevator. After 10 minutes, they had already reached the summit. Standing over 500 meters high, Tianju Mountain revealed a vast and open expanse at its peak. The flat and expansive summit boasted a grand entrance to the school, where the characters Glory were flamboyantly inscribed above the gate. Emperor Shirtian then instructed Xiao Ke to line up with over 100 other panting and exhausted students, standing with his feet shoulder-width apart and hands clasped behind his back. His muscular physique, unadorned by clothing, radiated an extraordinary aura of might and dominance. Positioned beneath the plaque of the school's entrance, Emperor Shirtian gazed imperiously at the 200 students, his voice resonating with strength and authority as he declared, "Welcome to Glory. While some of you may not meet my expectations, your fortune has brought you here. However, it is evident that you will not achieve any remarkable accomplishments in this place, at glory. Everything is determined by strength at that moment. The 800 students from the lower-tier noble families had also arrived via the elevator, forming a disorganized assembly at the entrance of Glory School. These students, hailing from various lesser noble families, exhibited an even more haphazard demeanor, with some engaged in whispered conversations, starkly contrasting with the earlier decorum displayed by Xiao Ke and his group. A few staff members hurried over, bowing respectfully as they addressed Emperor Shirtian, esteemed chief instructor. The 800 students from the lower-tier noble families have also gathered. Would you like to address them and extend a welcome? Casting a disdainful glance at the assembly of 800 students not far away, Emperor Shirtian scoffed, "Do they truly consider this place a dumping ground? I am aware that the higher-ups are eager to court the lower noble families, seeking to avoid the selection of true talent, but throwing a bunch of useless individuals at me will yield nothing of value. As for welcoming them, I have no interest in welcoming the inept." The staff members exchanged perplexed glances, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and unease, while the scions of the lower noble families, feeling indignant, could hardly accept such treatment. Despite their status as the lowest tier among the nobility, they were still considered aristocrats in the eyes of commoners. Accustomed to receiving a modicum of respect wherever they went, that it was unexpected for them to be treated as refuse upon arriving at Glory. One staff member, steeling himself, ventured to inquire, "What shall we do now?" With a sweeping gesture, Emperor Shirtian commanded, "Test their abilities, then proceed to classify them. The top 100 performers will form Class 1, while the rest can be sorted as deemed appropriate." Xiao Ke, along with many other students present, quickly grasped the significance of Emperor Shirtian's words. The results of this trial were of paramount importance. The top 100 students would gain direct entry into an elite training program, becoming the focus of intensive cultivation, while the remaining students would likely find themselves abandoned by Emperor Shirtian, with little hope of redemption. Instantly, over 1,000 students steeled themselves, determined to excel in the trial and secure a place in the elite class. Initially, they had anticipated the trial to be exceedingly difficult, yet it turned out to be surprisingly simple. In the open space at the school's entrance lay meticulously cut slabs of hard blue stone, each about the size of a grinding wheel, alongside a standard combat knife. The task was to infuse the weapon with one's martial energy and cleave the stone with ease. The more effortlessly one could split the stone, the higher the score. Emperor Shirtian inquired with a solemn tone, "Who will go first?" The students exchanged uncertain glances, lacking confidence in their martial prowess, for the stones appeared dauntingly thick. With a cold smirk, Emperor Shirtian remarked, "Is no one brave enough to volunteer? Shall I call names one by one?" "I shall." Lin Feng, standing beside Xiao Ke, boldly stepped forward. "Very well, Lin Feng, you shall be the first to attempt," Emperor Shirtian replied. Lin Feng approached, drawing the combat knife before the gathered crowd. He summoned the martial nodes within his body, and under the enhancement of his energy, the ordinary knife shimmered with glimmers of light. Though it did not radiate a brilliant glow akin to a true lightsaber, it was at least on par with a battle general's weapon. For one of his age to elevate their capabilities to that level was commendable. With the battle knife in hand, Lin Feng exhaled sharply and, with a fierce shout, brought the knife down. Instantly, the grinding wheel-sized blue stone was sliced in two as if it were mere wood. The cut impeccably clean. Appreciation flickered in Emperor Shirtian's eyes. "Excellent, precise, and neat. A-grade score." Lin Feng, elated by the praise, maintained a facade of calmness as he stepped aside. Subsequently, the other students took turns showcasing their skills. The second participant managed to split the stone, albeit with a jagged cut. Emperor Shirtian remarked, "Somewhat forced, but acceptable B-grade score." The third student approached, delivering a powerful strike that failed to cleave the stone, leaving behind a deep gash. Emperor Shirtian's expression remained impassive, unable to split the stone. C-grade score. One by one, the students demonstrated their abilities, while Xiao Ke lingered at the back, feeling particularly disheartened. He had been using the martial energy derived from the tiger's roar technique to refine the bones within his body, having already strengthened 19 bones, thereby augmenting his punching power to an astonishing 2,000 pounds. However, due to his decision to use the energy solely for bone refinement, he had not yet illuminated his second martial node, remaining at the first level of a battle soldier. His innate talent was superior to that of an average warrior, While a typical first-level battle soldier possessed around 100 carats of energy, his output reached 150 carats. Yet, in the presence of these peers, all of whom were at the battle general level, 150 carats was hardly impressive. The innate power of others' martial veins exceeds 1,000 car, while the most outstanding Lin Feng is likely a level 5 battle general, estimated to possess 2,000 car of primal energy. Currently, primal energy remains a weakness for Xiao Ke, who has consistently lingered at the back. Gradually, as everyone else had completed their trials, he found himself the sole contender remaining. Emperor Shirtian gazed at Xiao Ke and declared, "It is your turn." With no other option, Xiao Ke steeled himself and approached, grasping the trial blade, then mustering the courage to channel his martial vein energy. Within his body, out of 12 nodes, only one was illuminated, providing him with a meager output of primal energy. He poured this scant energy into the military blade, yet it yielded no response. With a determined spirit, he swung the blade towards the azure stone before him. A sharp clang resounded as the blade shattered upon contact. Emperor Shirtian widened his eyes in disbelief, and nearly 1,000 onlookers stared agape, astonished by such weakness. One of the staff, exasperated, exclaimed, "This is absurd. How on earth did this boy earn a spot in our prestigious training? He is merely a level 1 soldier, having ignited just one martial vein node. Without substantial primal energy, how could he possibly cleave the azure stone? A D grade rating, failing. He is the most incompetent trainee I have ever encountered." Emperor Shirtian recalled Xiao Ke as one of the soldiers who had stood unmoved in the face of a truck barreling towards them. Yet he never anticipated Xiao Ke would be so feeble. With a sigh, he prepared to speak, but Xiao Ke, feeling utterly frustrated, could no longer contain himself and declared loudly, "Chief Instructor, this does not reflect my true combat prowess. I request another attempt." The staff member who had assigned Xiao Ke a D grade rating retorted, "Even if you attempted 100 times, you would still be worthless. As a level 1 soldier, how dare you brandish a blade before the gates of Guangdong? Who do you think you are trying to intimidate?" Considering Xiao Ke's commendable performance during the airship landing, Emperor Shirtian responded, "Very well, you may try once more." Immediately, a staff member handed Xiao Ke another blade, instructing him not to use his own weapon, likely having noticed the exceptional quality of the blade at his waist. Accepting the new blade, Xiao Ke turned to Emperor Shirtian, asking, "As long as I can shatter the azure stone, is that correct?" Emperor Shirtian furrowed his brow, puzzled by Xiao Ke's inquiry, but nodded affirmatively indeed. Suddenly, a smile broke upon Xiao Ke's face as he plunged the military blade into the ground. To the astonishment of all present, he approached the thick azure stone, raising his right fist, and with a powerful strike, he hammered down upon the seemingly indestructible stone. A tremendous crash echoed as the azure stone was obliterated by his punch. The crowd stood in shock, witnessing such formidable strength for the first time. Emperor Shirtian and the surrounding staff were momentarily stunned, exchanging bewildered glances. What does this performance signify? An S-grade rating. Chapter 057, Elite. To possess the strength to shatter the azure stone with a single punch, Emperor Shirtian and his colleagues were momentarily at a loss. Uncertain how to evaluate this extraordinary feat, he called his staff aside and inquired calmly, "What are your thoughts?" A few staff members found themselves in a quandary, each contemplating the implications of their decision. Whether to adjudicate an S-grade rating, given that Xiao Ke had successfully shattered the blue stone, an accomplishment that surpassed the mere cutting of it with a force weapon, or to assign a D-grade rating, considering this was a trial of the force, and although Xiao Ke had achieved his goal, he had evidently not utilized the force, which could be seen as a form of opportunism. Deep down, D. Shirtian understood that any rating could be justified. However, after many years as the chief instructor, this was his first moment of hesitation. His indecision did not stem from the simplicity of grading, but rather from his inability to gauge Xiao Ke's potential. He was uncertain whether Xiao Ke was worthy of substantial investment in training. At present, Xiao Ke's strength was prodigious, distinctly surpassing that of an average individual. Although he was classified as a level 1 warrior, D. Shirtian could discern that Xiao Ke's true combat capability rivaled that of a level 5 general. However, D. Shirtian was acutely aware that human strength ultimately has its limitations. Even with innate divine power, as exemplified by Xiao Ke, who had maximized human strength, he could only compete with a level 5 general. When faced with a level 6 general, raw strength alone might render him inadequate, let alone against those formidable warriors of the general rank, who wielded formidable abilities in the force. Should he assign Xiao Ke an S-grade rating? It would signify the pinnacle of trials, a rarity among the countless students of glory. Those who had achieved an S-grade during their time in glory typically graduated as top scholars, often becoming pillars of the empire. However, if Xiao Ke's strength had indeed reached its zenith with no further potential for advancement in the force, then Di Shirtian's decision to grant him an S-grade would render him a laughingstock in the future. This was the crux of Di Shirtian's hesitation. After a brief, hushed consultation among the staff, one instructor quietly addressed Di Shirtian. Chief instructor, to speak candidly, Xiao Ke's strength is indeed astonishing, likely at the very limits of human capability. However, the fact that his power has peaked while his force remains at level 1 indicates a lack of developmental potential. Furthermore, as a centurion, his retention at the level 1 warrior stage suggests he possesses no exceptional talent in the force. Therefore, our assessment is that while Xiao Ke's combat power is respectable, he lacks room for growth. In contrast, other students, such as Ling Feng and his peers, upon entering glory, will experience exponential advancements in their force abilities, leaving Xiao Ke far behind. Upon hearing this, Di Shirtian fell silent for a moment before calmly declaring, "I have reached a decision." Shortly thereafter, Di Shirtian returned with several staff members and publicly announced that Xiao Ke would receive a D-grade rating, the lowest possible, signifying failure. The rationale was that Xiao Ke had not adhered to the requirements of the trial. Despite demolishing the bluestone with sheer strength, his failure to utilize the force rendered his performance inadequate. As soon as Di Shirtian's words resonated through the hall, many students erupted in laughter, particularly those scions from lesser noble families, for they were aware that only the top 100 performers were eligible for entry into the elite class. If Xiao Ke were to be rated as S or a level, he would inevitably occupy a spot in the elite class. Consequently, driven by selfish motives, many would fervently wish for Xiao Ke to be classified as D-level, thereby slightly increasing their own chances of entering the elite class. Furthermore, among the 1,000 participants present, Xiao Ke was the sole individual assigned a D rating, rendering him the object of ridicule for the crowd. His expression shifted dramatically. He had arrived at glory with high hopes. Upon his departure, he learned that Qin Bing had been reassigned to logistics as a cook, while Duan Songlong and Luo Ho had also been relegated to menial roles in the same department. The entire Orca camp had been neglected and undervalued, and Xiao Ke had harbored aspirations of achieving remarkable success at glory, with the intention of rescuing Qin Bing and his companions from their predicament. However, he did not anticipate that upon his arrival, even before stepping through the school gates, he would receive such a harsh blow, being directly rated as D-level in the entrance trials, thus disqualifying him from the elite class. It could be said that he had already lost half the race at the starting line. Alarmed, Xiao Ke addressed the chief instructor. "Sir, I inquired earlier whether it sufficed for me to split the bluestone." "You all." Di Shirtian, visibly displeased, interjected. "Are you questioning our evaluative capabilities or our fairness?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Ke realized that he could not salvage his dismal rating. Continuing to argue would only serve to further offend Di Shirtian, the chief instructor, leading to his complete downfall. Resolutely, he straightened his posture and stood tall in the most proper military stance, declaring loudly, "I dare not, chief instructor." "Well said," Di Shirtian responded, then turned to address the other students. "In truth, I am quite approachable if anyone feels that I have acted improperly or spoken excessively, or if you believe you have been treated unfairly under my authority, you may inform me, and I shall expel you." The 1,000 students exchanged glances, initially believing Di Shirtian would encourage them to voice their concerns, but upon hearing his final statement, they understood that in the halls of Glory School, the chief instructor was akin to a deity. Shortly thereafter, the 1,000 students were assigned to their respective classes. The school also housed 500 regular students, primarily hailing from the imperial family, most being the illegitimate sons of various princes, along with some nurtured talents from childhood. These regular students were enrolled in a 5-year program, distinct from the 1-month training their group underwent. In essence, the few hundred regular students could be regarded as the true scholars of glory, while Xiao Ke and his peers were merely participants in a summer training program. Upon entering the school, they were immediately sorted into classes based on their trial results. The top 100 exceptional students, including Ling Feng, were allocated to the elite class 01, while Xiao Ke, unsurprisingly, found himself placed in the lowest tier, Class 10. The accommodations for Class 01 were extraordinarily luxurious, with 5 students sharing a room, complete with all necessary amenities. Class 10 resides in the most deplorable dormitory, a vast chamber housing 100 individuals. To exacerbate matters, this dormitory seems to have previously served as a storage area for tools, emanating a pungent odor of machine oil, with visible stains scattered across the floor. The walls and windows are encrusted with dust. Glory School, prowess reigns supreme. The formidable students are bestowed with the finest amenities, while those of lesser ability are relegated to the most inferior resources. Furthermore, any arduous or menial tasks are assigned exclusively to the underperformers, sparing the exemplary students from such toil. This unwritten rule became apparent to Xiao Ke upon his arrival at the airship landing station in Qilan City, where he, along with Ling Feng and a few others entitled to a ride, observed the rest of the students running back to the school on foot. After moving into the dormitory, the other students of Class 10 were summoned to the auditorium for the opening ceremony, while Xiao Ke and 9 of his classmates were instructed to remain behind and ensure that the expansive dormitory was spotless. Having previously served as a repository for tools, the floor was littered with oil stains, and both the walls and windows were coated in dust. Achieving a state of immaculate cleanliness was no trivial endeavor. Undeterred, Xiao Ke and his 9 companions steeled themselves to fetch water and commenced their cleaning duties. Initially, everyone worked diligently. However, as time wore on, the other 9 began to slacken their efforts. After all, the instructors had not delineated individual responsibilities, allowing some to shirk their duties while others bore the burden. These students paused to engage in casual conversation, convinced of their own capabilities, yet lamenting the instructor's inability to recognize their true potential. They regarded themselves as pearls, yet found themselves cast into the most wretched of classes by the likes of Emperor Shurtian. Some even sighed, lamenting, alas, failing to enter the elite class means we have already lost half the race. Now, thrown into this dismal class, our chances of redemption have dwindled even further. Such is the whim of fate. Xiao Ke, however, had long since mastered the art of unwaveringly executing the instructor's commands, harboring no grievances or complaints about the labor. He diligently set about cleaning, adhering to the directive of achieving a pristine environment, exhibiting remarkable patience and attention to detail, all while prioritizing efficiency. Unbeknownst to Xiao Ke and his fellow students, a pinhole camera had been discreetly installed in a corner of the dormitory. At this very moment, Emperor Shurtian was observing the 10 students as they undertook their cleaning tasks, arms crossed in contemplation, alongside several other instructors. He turned to his colleagues and remarked, "These 10 individuals were deliberately placed in this abysmal class to test their performance in adversity. Clearly, only Xiao Ke has passed. The other 9 are indeed lacking." The surrounding instructors nodded in agreement, their expressions betraying their shared sentiment. At Glory, we shall not overlook any talent, nor misjudge any mediocrity. Chapter 058. The Princess. Unbeknownst to him, Xiao Ke had already spent a week at Glory. Throughout this week, both the ordinary and elite classes engaged in training during the day and attended lectures at night. The sole distinction lay in the fact that the ordinary classes, particularly Class 10, were burdened with numerous menial tasks, such as cleaning. However, despite all the trainees undergoing intensive training during the day and studying the principles of loyalty at night, Xiao Ke still felt that the sense of honor was lacking among the students of their ordinary class. The instructors were not particularly stringent in their demands during training sessions, and their evening classes were conducted in a rather casual manner. In stark contrast, the elite class, overseen by the chief instructor, experienced a far more rigorous regimen, with grueling daily drills and realistic combat exercises in the evenings. The elite students were personally instructed by the esteemed Princess Jiang Yue from the imperial family. The instructors were not only more formidable in their expertise, but also maintained much stricter standards. Moreover, the elite class had the privilege of selecting the top 10 students each week, who were rewarded with various rare potions. Among these was the coveted Angel's Kiss, in addition to the opportunity to obtain the immensely valuable bone-cleansing pill. This particular pill was the most expensive of its kind, capable of elevating a warrior below the rank of a valiant general by 1 level and illuminating a martial vein node. Unfortunately, the bone-cleansing pill could only be used once. Further application would yield no effect, and it was effective solely for those at the ranks of battle soldier and battle general. Nevertheless, this did not diminish the status of the bone-cleansing pill as the most prized substance for cultivating primal energy, as it was typically reserved for the young soldiers who had achieved great merit on the battlefield. This remarkable pill was crafted from exceedingly rare medicinal materials, with the recipe exclusively held by the Empire, and it was said that the ingredients for a single bone-cleansing pill cost around 5,000 gold coins. In truth, it was not something that could simply be purchased with wealth. Many of the fortunate young soldiers who received it as a reward were reluctant to consume it themselves and thus resorted to selling it in secret. The black market price for the bone-cleansing pill soared to at least 10,000 gold coins. And even then, it was a rare find. It was rumored that during the first week, the lucky recipient of the bone-cleansing pill was Ling Feng, who, originally a 5th-level battle general, ascended to a 6th-level battle general after consuming the pill, with prospects of advancing to the rank of valiant general before the conclusion of the training. Xiao Ke felt an overwhelming sense of envy, yet he found himself powerless in the face of his circumstances. After all, he was stuck in a subpar class. With misfortune befalling him, he could only rely on his own perseverance. Previously, during his time in the Orca camp, he had been accustomed to training secretly until the early hours of the morning. Upon arriving at Glory Academy, he initially remained quiet for 2 days due to unfamiliarity with the environment. However, on the 3rd day, upon witnessing the elite class students tirelessly training under the guidance of Tion, a heightened sense of urgency surged within him. He realized he must make greater efforts in his own training, or risk being left far behind by those elite students. The back mountain of Glory Academy was meticulously landscaped, resembling a park with pathways and pavilions, a place where students once strolled leisurely after meals. Yet at night, it was deserted. After all, this was not an ordinary school. Predominantly male students meant there were unlikely to be couples seeking romance in such a place. With everyone engaged in training during the day and attending classes at night, who would wander there in the dead of night? Once Xiao Ke grew accustomed to the surroundings, he began to stealthily venture to the back mountain each night to practice martial arts and assassination techniques. In addition to honing the tiger's roar technique, returning to the dormitory only at dawn. Xiao Ke's dormitory housed 100 students, lacking restroom facilities, compelling students to venture outside at night for such needs. Remarkably, no other students noticed Xiao Ke's nightly escapades for training. Of course, the absence of student awareness did not imply that no one was perceptive to his actions. On the 8th day of his arrival at Glory, Xiao Ke stealthily slipped out once more that evening, making his way to the rear mountain to clandestinely train, striving to prevent any widening gap between himself and the elite class students. Coincidentally, that night, the esteemed principal of Glory Academy, the imperial princess and the temporary instructor for the elite class evening lectures, Jiang Yue, was preparing her lessons. She faintly heard the nearly imperceptible sound of weapons slicing through the air carried by the evening breeze. Who could be engaged in combat at such a late hour? Could there be intruders lurking in Glory to perpetrate harm? Her delicate features instantly grew solemn. Without arming herself, she donned her instructoress attire and, in her military boots, leaped gracefully from the 3rd-floor window, landing soundlessly on the ground like a nimble cat. Determining that the sound of the wind-slicing weapons originated from behind her, she stealthily darted towards the source to ascertain the truth. In no time, Jiang Yue, moving with the silent swiftness of a specter, found herself concealed in the shadows near Xiao Ke, her eyes widening in astonishment as she observed him practicing his killing techniques. She easily discerned his strength, recognizing him as merely a 1st-tier warrior. However, unbeknownst to her, it was either his battle-hardened spirit from past skirmishes, his considerable physical strength, or perhaps the black military knife he wielded that lent an extraordinary sharpness to his attacks. Jiang Yue concluded that despite Xiao Ke being a 1st-tier warrior, his combat prowess was commendable, likely placing him on par with or even surpassing many 5th-tier war generals. Xiao Ke remained oblivious to the fact that his training had drawn the attention of Princess Jiang Yue, who was watching him from a nearby dark corner. After 2 hours of grappling and combat techniques, he was about to pause for a brief rest before settling into a cross-legged meditation to practice the tiger's roar technique. However, just as he halted, a sudden cramp seized his abdomen, causing his expression to shift dramatically as he glanced around in a panic. Spotting a public restroom not far away, he hurriedly jogged towards it. Originating from the south, Xiao Ke found the local cuisine in Qilan City particularly challenging to adapt to. The residents had a penchant for spicy food, and the cafeteria dishes were invariably adorned with peppers and chili oil. After several days of indulgence, this was the first time he faced an upset stomach. Upon entering the public restroom, he rushed into a stall in the men's section, experiencing a torrential urgency. Frustration welled within him as he pondered why the people of Qilan City had such an affinity for spicy food. Did they truly relish this fiery sensation while using the restroom? Finally emerging from his ordeal, Xiao Ke's countenance soured when he realized he had forgotten to bring any tissue. Just as despair threatened to consume him, he suddenly heard a faint sound outside. an unmistakable crack of a dry twig underfoot. Though subtle, he was keenly aware that someone was approaching, having distinctly recognized the sound of the small branch snapping beneath their weight. Someone, a lifeline. This thought sparked a wave of elation within Xiao Ke. Regardless of whether the person outside was a sleepless student seeking solace or a member of the patrol, as long as they could assist him by providing some paper to alleviate his current predicament, he would gladly accept the consequence of being caught for sneaking out, for it would surely be preferable to his present humiliation. Thus, Xiao Ke softly called out, "Hey, is anyone out there? I am Xiao Ke from Class 10, and I am currently in the restroom without any toilet paper. Could you lend me a hand in this moment of need? I promise to repay you." Unbeknownst to Xiao Ke, the person outside the public restroom was Princess Zhang Yue. Upon seeing Xiao Ke's sudden retreat, she mistakenly believed he had discovered her presence and was attempting to flee, prompting her to instinctively pursue him. Upon realizing that Xiao Ke was merely using the restroom, her delicate face flushed with embarrassment, and she wished to discreetly withdraw. However, she inadvertently stepped on a branch on the ground, alerting Xiao Ke to her presence. Faced with Xiao Ke's plea for assistance, she suddenly found herself at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Xiao Ke, receiving no reply, grew increasingly anxious. "Come on, my friend, nature calls, and I am in dire straits here. Please help me just this once, and I will do everything in my power to repay your kindness in the future. Is that agreeable?" After a moment of hesitation, Zhang Yue entered, producing 2 sheets of toilet paper, and whispered, "Open the door, just a crack will suffice." "Are you shy, my friend?" "Wait, that's not right," as Xiao Ke spoke. He suddenly realized that the voice was not what he expected. Although she had deliberately lowered her tone, he discerned that the person was likely a woman. At this revelation, Xiao Ke fell silent, fearing that his words might frighten her away, leaving him in a predicament. Thus, he obediently cracked the door open slightly, only to see a fair, delicate hand reach in, passing him 2 sheets of toilet paper. He quickly took them and shut the door. Although Xiao Ke had not glimpsed the woman's face, he had noticed that her sleeves appeared to be of a military uniform, and she wore an exquisite watch on her wrist, a luxury reserved for instructors. His heart raced as he speculated that she might be a female instructor, perhaps even the elite class instructor, Princess Zhang Yue from the imperial family. However, he quickly dismissed the notion as too unfortunate to be true. Yet, as his gaze fell upon the 2 sheets of toilet paper, he recognized them as royal-grade paper, marked with a distinctive embossed emblem. In that instant, Xiao Ke felt as though he had been struck by lightning, freezing in place. Chapter 059. Illuminating the second martial vein node with a heart full of trepidation, Xiao Ke emerged, only to find the area devoid of any presence. He was uncertain whether the person who had assisted him was indeed Princess Zhang Yue, and pondered whether tonight's events would bring him trouble. However, if she were indeed an instructor and chose not to confront him or drag him off for punishment, it likely indicated that she was aware of his late-night training sessions and did not intend to reprimand him. Moreover, abandoning his clandestine training would only serve to widen the gap between him and the elite class. Consequently, Xiao Ke did not return to the dormitory, nor did he resume practicing the Tiger Bend decision. Throughout his journey to Qilin City and during his days in glory, he had made a point to carve out time each day to practice the Tiger Bend decision, amassing a considerable amount of original force essence. This essence could be used to refine other bones. However, Xiao Ke had discovered that, upon arriving here, the prevailing judgment of a person's combat prowess was primarily based on their original force, which led to a bias against sheer physical strength. People habitually perceive that strength has its limits, whereas the original force knows no bounds. For instance, he currently possesses immense power, with a punching force of 1500 Jin, which enables him to contend with opponents of the 5th rank. However, others do not regard him as a 5th-rank warrior, but merely as a 1st-rank soldier with considerable strength, nothing more than a mere scrap. Consequently, Xiao Ke does not rush to further refine his bones. He believes it is time to elevate the realm of his original force. At this moment, he sits cross-legged in the pavilion, closing his eyes to examine his physical condition. His body comprises 206 bones, categorized into 3 main regions: the skull, the forelimbs, and the trunk. The trunk is further divided into 2 parts, the spinal section and the thoracic section. The spinal section consists of 26 bones, of which Xiao Ke has refined 14, leaving the remaining 12 still dull and lifeless. Beyond the skeletal structure, there exists a martial vein within him, containing 12 nodes. The lowest node has already been illuminated. Radiating a bright light, signifying that Xiao Ke is currently a first-rank soldier in addition to the bones and martial vein. There lies a pool of blue essence within his dantian, which is the water of original force cultivated through the tiger's roar technique, utilized for bone refinement or node illumination. At this moment, Xiao Ke begins to guide the water of original force from his dantian with his mind, attempting to illuminate the second node of the martial vein. The first node was illuminated automatically upon consuming the awakening potion, so this marks Xiao Ke's first deliberate attempt to illuminate a node of the martial vein. Soon, he realizes that using the water of original force to illuminate the martial vein nodes is far more arduous than refining bones. The water surges forth like a tempest from his dantian, violently rushing along the martial vein, swiftly passing through the first illuminated node and crashing toward the second, which remains dark as the tumultuous wave of original force strikes the second node. Xiao Ke feels as though his chest has endured a heavy blow. With a jolt, his heart spasms, and a look of anguish crosses his face. Yet, this impact does not suffice to break through the second node. The water of original force crashes against it like waves against a rocky shore, each surge more forceful than the last. Xiao Ke feels as if his heart is being pounded by a hammer, his complexion paling, but he perseveres tenaciously, aware that any relinquishment of his assault on the martial vein node would result in the waste of the stored water of original force, which would vanish. Should he wish to attempt illuminating a node again, he would have to invest considerable time to cultivate and replenish the water of the martial vein. Just as Xiao Ke feels he cannot endure any longer, the second node of the martial vein suddenly shatters like a reef under the onslaught of the waves, and with a resounding crash, it is breached. The water of original force is entirely absorbed by the second node, which immediately radiates a brilliant light, having been illuminated. Success. Xiao Ke cannot help but feel a surge of excitement. He has undergone extensive trials in refining bones, yet this marks his first successful illumination of a martial vein node. In an instant, he felt that the force within him seemed to surge, for he now possessed two nodes to aid in the concentration and output of his energy. If one were to liken his body to a vehicle, it was as if he had transitioned from a single engine to a formidable dual-engine system, resulting in a significantly amplified energy output. Xiao Ke opened his eyes and exhaled slowly, the discomfort and frustration he experienced while attempting to activate the martial vein nodes dissipating entirely. Noting that time was slipping away, he stealthily returned to his dormitory. Unbeknownst to him, at that very moment atop the grand edifice of glory, two figures stood in wait, Jiang Yue and Di Shitian. Di Shitian did not stand beside Jiang Yue but instead took a half-step back, signifying a distinction in rank. Jiang Yue gazed at the diminutive shadow that swiftly vanished from their sight and remarked softly, "So you were aware that this student was secretly training at midnight?" Di Shitian replied with utmost reverence, "In glory, there are few students who can keep secrets from me. From the moment I first laid eyes on Xiao Ke, I sensed something extraordinary about him. He has seen the battlefield, serving as a centurion in the tiger whale camp, exhibiting remarkable psychological resilience and discipline. Moreover, he possesses innate strength. Regrettably, he seems to lack talent in terms of energy manipulation, as despite being a centurion, he still only holds the strength of a first-tier combatant." Having sensed the faint energy fluctuations emanating from Xiao Ke in the distance, Jiang Yue smiled and said, "He is no longer a first-tier combatant. He must have just activated his second martial vein node, thus elevating him to second-tier combatant status." Di Shitian furrowed his brow. It's only been 8 days since the semester began. His ability to activate a martial vein node in such a short span indicates he possesses considerable potential. What has he been doing all this time? What purpose did he serve with the energy of the Tiger Bin Ju? Neither Jiang Yue nor Di Shitian could fathom that Xiao Ke had been using the energy to temper his bones. Jiang Yue speculated, it is possible he was a grassroots warrior, relying on sheer strength to fight his way to the position of centurion. Recently, he may have acquired an awakening potion, thus awakening his martial veins, which would explain his initial low energy level. Di Shitian's eyes lit up at her words. Indeed, that could very well be the case. Jiang Yue continued, "Then congratulations, chief instructor, on encountering a promising talent." Like other instructors and mentors, Di Shitian reveled in the prospect of nurturing exceptional students capable of becoming pillars of the empire. Thus, upon encountering such a promising individual as Xiao Ke, he felt a surge of excitement, though he maintained a veneer of composure in front of the princess, responding with a smile, "I, too, serve the imperial family." dedicated to cultivating even more outstanding talents. Chapter 060. Entering the elite class the following day. As was his routine, Xiao Ke rose at 6 in the morning. After completing his morning ablutions, he joined all the students of glory in the plaza for the flag-raising ceremony. Following breakfast, the day's training commenced. Xiao Ke's class, the 10th, was the least distinguished among the 10 classes, and it seemed the instructor was lacking in enthusiasm in recent days. The morning sessions involved paired combat training, while the afternoons were devoted to practicing the Tiger Bin Ju, and evenings were reserved for lessons on the ideology of loyalty. Today was no exception. Instructor Bald Eagle continued to pair Xiao Ke with Chan Ziming, the strongest third-tier combatant in their class. For combat training, Xiao Ke's opponent today was, once again, Chan Ziming, a third-tier warrior whose prowess and original force made him the most formidable among the 100 students of Class 10. Of course, this assertion pertains solely to original force. In truth, Xiao Ke's strength surpassed that of a fourth-tier warrior, allowing him to contend with fifth-tier warriors. If Xiao Ke were to unleash his true capabilities, he would undoubtedly be the most powerful presence in Class 10. However, ever since he realized that others could not discern his immense strength and instead idolized original force blindly, he refrained from showcasing his true power. For the past week, during his sparring sessions with Chan Ziming and other classmates, Xiao Ke intentionally withheld his overwhelming strength, opting instead to engage them solely with original force. Previously, as a first-tier warrior with an original force of 150 Ka, he was indeed stronger than the average first-tier combatant. Yet against classmates who were predominantly third-tier warriors, he found himself losing more than winning when relying solely on original force. Consequently, over these past few days, everyone gradually forgot the fearsome reality of Xiao Ke's strength, mistakenly perceiving him as merely a weak first-tier warrior. At this moment, Chan Ziming looked at Xiao Ke and sneered, "Ha ha, it's you again as my opponent. You're in for another beating." Xiao Ke, feeling that defeating these warrior-level classmates using his terrifying strength would be somewhat unfair, had thus chosen to rely on original force alone in their encounters. Unexpectedly, this led to Chan Ziming, who frequently bested him, becoming rather arrogant, treating him as a mere subordinate. Xiao Ke squinted and replied, "Oh, is that so? However, I successfully broke through to the level of a second-tier warrior last night. From today onward, our contest may not end in your favor." Chan Ziming scoffed, "A second-tier warrior? I've long been a third-tier warrior. You are just putting on a show in front of me. Today, I'll give you a thorough thrashing." Xiao Ke responded with a nonchalant smile. "Come." Without any hesitation, Chan Ziming lunged forward, launching a punch infused with original force aimed squarely at Xiao Ke's chest. Xiao Ke, undeterred, mirrored the attack, channeling the original force from his martial veins into his fist, meeting Chan Ziming's punch head-on. The collision of their fists produced a resounding impact. While Chan Ziming stood his ground, Xiao Ke involuntarily staggered back 2 steps. Xiao Ke's innate talent exceeded that of the average individual. A typical first-tier warrior possessed an original force of 100 Ka, while a second-tier warrior wielded 200 Ka. When Xiao Ke was a first-tier warrior, his actual original force had already reached 150 Ka, and now, having advanced to the second tier, its intensity had surged to 300 Ka, 1.5 times that of an ordinary person. Yet, in this direct confrontation, Xiao Ke still found himself at a slight disadvantage. The reasoning was simple. Chan Ziming was the most formidable among his cohort of third-tier warriors, nearing the threshold of becoming a fourth-tier warrior, with an original force exceeding 300 Ka. Thus, in a clash of brute strength, Xiao Ke remained marginally inferior. Although Chan Ziming was astonished by Xiao Ke's rapid progress, he still believed that defeating Xiao Ke posed no challenge. He immediately launched a relentless and fierce assault against him. Xiao Ke assumed a defensive stance, continually fending off Chan Ziming's attacks, and even managed to counterattack occasionally, a significant improvement from the days of merely enduring blows. "What a lad, truly grown stronger," Chan Ziming thought, "but I refuse to believe I cannot take you down." Just as he was preparing to unleash his full strength to subdue Xiao Ke, a sudden whistle pierced the air, causing both him and Xiao Ke, along with the surrounding students engaged in sparring, to halt and glance towards the source of the sound. To their surprise, they discovered that it was none other than the school's chief instructor, Emperor Shirtian, who had blown the whistle. The instructor, Bald Eagle, hurriedly approached, exclaiming, "Chief Instructor." It was evident that Emperor Shirtian was not pleased with Bald Eagle's casual approach to mentoring underperforming students. He coldly remarked, "I am here to select a salted fish from your ranks to join my elite class. I trust there will be no objections?" Bald Eagle, not daring to voice any dissent, quickly replied, "None at all." Xiao Ke and the others overheard Emperor Shirtian's words, realizing that the chief instructor had come to their class to choose someone for the elite program. An opportunity had arisen. The thoughts surged in the minds of Chan Ziming and his peers. Bald Eagle attempted to have the students line up, but Emperor Shirtian waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No need for that. You all continue your sparring. I will select one out." Upon hearing this, the students immediately resumed their combat, fiercely charging at their opponents in hopes of capturing the attention of Chief Instructor Emperor Shirtian. Unfortunately, his gaze settled on Xiao Ke and Chen Ziming. Chen Ziming, considering himself one of the top 10 strongest students, noted Emperor Shirtian's focus on him and thought that he had caught the instructor's eye. His spirits soared as he snarled at Xiao Ke, "Kid, I had no intention of severely injuring you, but now I must showcase my true power before Chief Instructor Emperor Shirtian. Prepare yourself with that." Chen Ziming unleashed a thunderous punch aimed at Xiao Ke. Instinctively, Xiao Ke contemplated using his strength to counter Chen Ziming, as his punching power was an astonishing 1,500 pounds, enough to fell a water buffalo with a single strike. Chen Ziming, a level 3 combatant, possessed no means of defense against such force. However, Xiao Ke soon dismissed the thought of employing sheer strength. During the entrance examination, Emperor Shirtian had already witnessed his power but had still rated him AD and relegated him to the remedial class. Thus, strength was not viewed as an asset in the eyes of Emperor Shirtian. Instead, Xiao Ke resolved to demonstrate his progress in the use of primordial energy, hoping to earn a modicum of respect from the chief instructor. Consequently, he refrained from utilizing his physical strength and continued to engage Chen Ziming using primordial energy. While Chen Ziming wielded greater primordial energy, Xiao Ke's practical combat experience and superior fighting skills allowed the two to engage in a fierce stalemate, neither gaining the upper hand. This drew a frown from Emperor Shirtian, who had come with the intention of recruiting Xiao Ke into his elite class. However, what he did not anticipate was that Xiao Ke, who could effortlessly defeat Chen Ziming, deliberately chose to forego his formidable strength and engage in combat with Chen Ziming using his weaker skills. This infuriated him. "Are you intentionally flaunting your ability to refrain from utilizing that astonishing power, which is also quite impressive?" Emperor Shirtian, lacking in patience, suddenly whistled again, causing the 100 individuals present to halt. He nonchalantly pointed in the direction of Xiao Ke and Chen Ziming, declaring, "No need for further comparison. They are all worthless. Among the short, you shall be the tallest." Chen Ziming, believing Emperor Shirtian was referring to him, excitedly exclaimed in agreement and trotted over, eager to join the elite class. However, to his astonishment, Emperor Shirtian abruptly expressed his displeasure. "I was not referring to you. It is him." Chen Ziming was momentarily stunned. Upon realizing Emperor Shirtian was pointing at Xiao Ke, he found it hard to accept and shouted, "Xiao Ke? Him? I refuse to accept this." Emperor Shirtian narrowed his eyes. "What did you say?" Upon seeing the unkind expression on Emperor Shirtian's face, Chen Ziming instinctively took 2 steps back in fear, but quickly steadied himself, defiantly stating, reporting to the esteemed commandant, "I assert my discontent. He has fought against me these past few days and has been thoroughly defeated. He has never triumphed over me. Why, what right do you choose him for the elite class instead of me? You yourself said that strength reigns supreme here. My prowess surpasses his, and I will not accept it." Emperor Shirtian sneered, "You believe you are stronger than him? It is one thing for him to toy with you, but you truly take yourself seriously? Your foolishness is becoming unbearable." Chen Ziming was left bewildered by Emperor Shirtian's words. How could Xiao Ke be toying with him? Xiao Ke had been thoroughly dominant in their encounters. Disinterested in explaining to Chen Ziming, Emperor Shirtian turned to Xiao Ke. "Xiao Ke." Xiao Ke stood at attention, executing a perfect military salute. "Present." Emperor Shirtian spoke solemnly, "I offer you a chance. Defeat this blindly arrogant fool with a single strike, and you shall join my elite class. Fail to do so, and you will gather your belongings and vacate glory, while Chen Ziming takes your place in the elite class." "Understood, esteemed commandant," Xiao Ke responded, striding purposefully towards Chen Ziming. Chen Ziming felt a surge of joy. How could Xiao Ke possibly defeat him with a single blow? Yet, as Xiao Ke approached with firm strides, Chen Ziming suddenly sensed a shift in his aura. It was no longer casual but radiated a chilling intensity, reminiscent of a battle-hardened centurion. This mere presence instilled a sense of dread within Chen Ziming, as if countless shadowy warriors were rallying behind Xiao Ke, charging forth alongside him. With steely resolve, Qian Ziming lunged forward like a hawk, delivering a lightning-fast punch. "I will fight you." In response to the approaching attack, Xiao Ke suddenly executed a high kick that resonated like thunder. With a resounding impact, Qian Ziming's head met Xiao Ke's foot, causing him to spew forth blood and be propelled several meters away, crashing heavily to the ground, unconscious. Onlookers stood in stunned silence. Xiao Ke had indeed defeated Qian Ziming in an instant. It dawned on everyone that during the entrance trials, Xiao Ke had demonstrated a terrifying power, and it seemed that he had merely been toying with them in their recent sparring sessions. The deity of heaven had long anticipated this outcome. He was also aware that Xiao Ke had shown restraint. Otherwise, given Xiao Ke's formidable prowess, it was likely that Qian Ziming, a third-tier warrior, would have had his skull shattered on the spot. The deity of heaven surveyed the assembly and declared, "If there are no further objections, Xiao Ke shall accompany me." Chapter 061. Ranking of combat power rather than escorting Xiao Ke directly to his class. The deity of heaven led him to his private office for a discussion. Upon entering the office, the deity gestured toward the sofa and casually remarked, "Make yourself comfortable. Would you care for a drink, coffee, or tea?" Xiao Ke felt somewhat flabbergasted, for he understood that this individual, the deity of heaven, possessed a capricious temperament and often displayed a harsh demeanor toward his students. Although he excelled in strength, the deity's notorious emphasis on raw power suggested that he might not regard Xiao Ke highly. After all, if he valued him, he would have already placed him in the elite class rather than making him wait until now. Xiao Ke respectfully declined, stating that he was not thirsty. "Then allow me to make the choice for you." The deity replied, "I shall prepare a cup of musk coffee, a rare delicacy reserved for esteemed guests." Xiao Ke, feeling a twinge of anxiety, perched himself awkwardly on the edge of the sofa, a posture indicative of humility and respect. The deity indeed brewed 2 cups of coffee, presenting one to Xiao Ke while he himself settled into the plush office chair behind the desk. With a casual air, he stirred his coffee gently with a spoon before remarking, "During the entrance trials, you shattered a piece of bluestone with a single punch, yet I assigned you a D grade and placed you in the lowest class. Are you not a tad indignant?" After a moment of silence, Xiao Ke responded, "I believe that which remains unattained is simply fate's design." The deity chuckled at this. "At such a tender age, your words are remarkably astute and polished. Devoid of any folly, however, I shall not shy away from revealing that it is not fate that has designs for you, but rather I who has plans in store." Xiao Ke's eyes widened in astonishment, clearly perplexed by the deity's statement. Yet, he refrained from inquiring further, knowing that the deity would elaborate. "Indeed," the deity continued, "you were once a commoner, mistakenly apprehended by Captain Qin Bing as a deserter. However, the battlefield was in dire need of soldiers, and thus you were compelled to follow Qin Bing into combat. Within a mere month, you distinguished yourself by slaying numerous zombies and ascended from a mere soldier to a centurion. Although your martial vein has only recently awakened and you remain a second-tier warrior, your strength surpasses that of ordinary individuals, with combat abilities rivaling those of a 5th-tier general." With a twinkle in his eye, the deity of heaven remarked, "A commoner who becomes a soldier in just a month, attaining the combat prowess of a 5th-tier general. What else could this be but the mark of a prodigy, a favored child of destiny?" Xiao Ke felt a surge of excitement within him at the deity's words. After all, it is only natural for anyone to feel elated when their abilities are acknowledged by those in higher echelons. However, amidst his joy, Xiao Ke became increasingly cautious. The saying goes, extraordinary occurrences often harbor underlying motives. Why had Emperor Shirtian, who previously regarded him with indifference, suddenly begun to place such significance and admiration upon him? Xiao Ke replied with a composed demeanor, "Esteemed chief instructor, you flatter me. I am merely a novice, hardly deserving of such praise." Emperor Shirtian shook his head decisively. "No, excellence is excellence and inferiority is a gap. The reason I initially rated you as a D and placed you in the remedial class was to impose some pressure on you. To forge your will, I now believe it is time for you to enter the elite class, which is why I sought you out today. Do you grasp my meaning?" Xiao Ke instinctively nodded. "I understand." "What do you understand?" Emperor Shirtian suddenly fixed his gaze upon Xiao Ke, an overwhelming force emanating from him. Xiao Ke felt as though the very atmosphere had shifted, as if Mount Tai were tilting towards him, or like an army of thousands were charging at him, making it difficult to breathe, suffocating him under the weight of his presence. Sweat beaded on Xiao Ke's forehead as he struggled against the formidable pressure. Stumbling over his words, unable to articulate what he understood. Emperor Shirtian pressed again. What do you understand? Xiao Ke stammered. Emperor Shirtian's voice resonated with a deep, powerful timbre, both affirming and seemingly hypnotic. Heaven bestows great responsibilities upon those it selects. They must first endure trials of the heart, labor of the body, and deprivation of the flesh. Why previous suppression of you was intended to temper you, so now, do you comprehend? You are a prodigy. Tell me you are a prodigy. Xiao Ke instinctively replied, Yes, I am a prodigy. Upon hearing this affirmation, Emperor Shirtian suddenly retracted his imposing aura in an instant. Xiao Ke felt a wave of relief wash over him. The pressure had dissipated at that moment. Emperor Shirtian smiled and said to Xiao Ke, It is splendid that you possess such awareness. From now on, as you join my elite class, relish the experience. The training period is brief, and I hope you will emerge as the brightest star among this year's cohort, ideally securing the top position. Xiao Ke had indeed aspired to be the top student. He nodded earnestly. Yes, Emperor Shirtian, with a gentle tone, engaged Xiao Ke in further conversation, inquiring about his background and family. Xiao Ke recounted his circumstances, revealing that his mother had left with another man when he and his sister were young. His father, viewing them as burdens, abandoned them. They had even resorted to scavenging for sustenance, and ultimately, Xiao Ke had failed to protect his sister, who perished from hunger. At this juncture, guilt and remorse clouded Xiao Ke's expression. Emperor Shirtian placed a reassuring hand on Xiao Ke's shoulder. As I mentioned earlier, heaven bestows great responsibilities upon those it selects. They must first endure trials of the heart, labor of the body, and deprivation of the flesh. These hardships may very well be the crucible set by fate. If you persevere with strength and resilience, you will inevitably discover your own worth and pride. Xiao Ke felt deeply grateful for the chief instructor's encouragement, nodding earnestly indeed. Glancing at his wristwatch, Emperor Shirtian smiled and said, Come, while we still have some time, let me take you to our class. Yes, before long, Emperor Shirtian led Xiao Ke to Class 01. Class 01 is an elite class, and its members do not require training in an outdoor arena. Instead, they are honing their skills in a spacious indoor training facility, which spans an impressive 10,000 square meters. This venue is equipped with a variety of training apparatus and facilities, with a large combat arena situated at its center. Currently, the 100 students of Class 01 are either practicing their combat techniques individually or sparring with partners to engage in practical battles. The rules established by Emperor Shirtian are quite straightforward. He categorizes the 100 students by their strength, assigning them rankings from 001 to 100. However, these rankings are not fixed. Students have the opportunity to challenge those ranked above them. Should they defeat their opponent, they will assume the opponent's rank. For instance, if the lowest-ranked student, number 100, challenges student number 70 and emerges victorious, they would ascend from rank 100 to rank 70, acquiring the designation 070. Every Sunday, Emperor Shirtian rewards students based on their rankings, with greater rewards for those who are ranked higher. Chapter 062. The temperament of Xiao Ke. Emperor Shirtian clapped his hands to garner the attention of all the elite students present. Then proclaimed, Everyone, please pause for a moment. In the vast training hall, over 100 students simultaneously halted their activities, directing their gazes towards Emperor Shirtian and his companion, Xiao Ke. Upon seeing Xiao Ke, the students were taken aback, wondering why this individual, who had merely relied on brute strength during the entrance trials, was here, considering the elite class only has 100 slots available. With a warm smile, Emperor Shirtian addressed the students. Come, let us welcome our new classmate, the future pillar of the empire, Xiao Ke. The current students were well aware of Emperor Shirtian's temperament. Upon hearing his seemingly teasing remarks, they began to grasp the underlying implications, and a few of them couldn't help but smirk, offering a sparse applause. Emperor Shirtian turned to Xiao Ke and said, Now, Xiao Ke, please introduce yourself to everyone. Xiao Ke sensed something amiss yet proceeded to step forward and offered a brief self-introduction. I am Xiao Ke, and I look forward to your guidance in the future. They certainly will, Emperor Shirtian remarked with a knowing smile, before continuing, by the way, you are likely aware of our class's rules, wherein rankings are determined by combat prowess, and rewards are distributed at the end of each weekend. The lower-ranked individuals who fail to show improvement may face expulsion from glory, as those who lack the ambition to progress and achieve honor do not deserve to remain in this esteemed environment. A chill ran down Xiao Ke's spine as he responded, Yes, Commander, Emperor Shirtian declared, let us assess your strength. I shall assign you a ranking. You will compete against our current number 100, Qian Yin. Shortly thereafter, a tall man with long limbs stepped forward. This individual was Qian Yin, characterized by a horse-like face and lifeless eyes, exuding a palpable aura of fierce determination. Xiao Ke was taken aback. This Qian Yin radiated a formidable presence, likely a level 5 or even level 6 battle general. It truly the case that even the lowest-ranked member of the elite class possesses such strength. Xiao Ke and Qian Yin arrived at the combat arena, both brimming with combat fervor, ready to engage in a fierce battle, eager to vanquish one another. To Qian Yin, Xiao Ke was nothing more than a worthless recruit from the lowest class. Losing to him would utterly tarnish his reputation. Conversely, for Xiao Ke, this was his inaugural battle in the elite class. Having just received high praise from Emperor Shurtian in the office, a defeat would be a significant blow to his pride. Acting as the referee, Emperor Shurtian declared, "Begin." No sooner had his words left his lips than Qian Yin sprang into action, gliding forward and launching a lightning-fast punch at Xiao Ke. Without hesitation, Xiao Ke retaliated with a punch of his own. A resounding thud echoed as their fists collided. Both fighters momentarily staggered and involuntarily retreated 2 steps, resulting in a draw. As they separated, they immediately lunged at one another once more. Xiao Ke's combat skills were impressive. He executed a neck-hold throw, sending Qian Yin tumbling to the ground. However, Qian Yin was equally formidable. In the instant he was thrown, he managed to ensnare Xiao Ke with his legs, lifting him into the air before forcefully slamming him back down toward the ground. The spectators gasped in astonishment. In the elite class, aside from the top 10, the disparity in strength among the remaining students was minimal, with everyone striving to outpace one another. Although Qian Yin currently ranked 100th, he was clearly performing above his level. In this state, he might not lose even to opponents ranked in the top 30. Yet, Xiao Ke was no pushover. As Qian Yin lifted him into the air and brought him crashing down, he adeptly twisted and pulled, countering Qian Yin's maneuver and managing to lift him off the ground, resulting in a fierce struggle between the two. While it appeared akin to a street brawl, the intensity of their combat was exceedingly perilous. A single misstep could lead to one being swiftly dispatched by the other. However, the elite class was indeed worlds apart from the ordinary class. The students here either hailed from the most formidable new generation of warriors on the battlefield or were scions of noble families. Although Xiao Ke's punching power exceeded human limits, he ultimately fell slightly short against the formidable Qian Yin, a level 6 warrior, who seized the opportunity to deliver a swift kick that sent Xiao Ke sprawling. Blood streamed down half of Xiao Ke's face as he struggled to rise and continue the fight. Yet, Emperor Shurtian had already spoken, delivering his verdict. The victor of this battle is our student ranked 100, Qian Yin. Congratulations, Qian Yin, you have preserved your ranking. If you maintain today's combat prowess and condition, breaking into the top 30 should pose no challenge. After concluding, Emperor Shurtian turned his gaze to Ling Feng and the other students, coldly stating, "Do you understand why I summoned Xiao Ke here?" A heavy silence enveloped the room, including the injured Xiao Ke. Emperor Shurtian then proclaimed, "Because I wish to instill some pressure upon you. If any of you were to be defeated by Xiao Ke from the lowest class, you might as well bid farewell to the elite class. Furthermore, should I be displeased, you may find yourselves expelled from Glory Academy altogether. Is that understood?" Ling Feng and the others' expressions shifted drastically, and they responded in unison, "Understood, instructor." Shurtian turned his gaze towards Xiao Ke, and the warmth and concern that had previously graced his eyes in the office had vanished, replaced by a menacing smile. He sneered, "As for you, you wretched creature who ran off with a man, your father has cast you aside. You are a worthless being, incapable of even protecting your own sister, allowing her to perish from hunger. You dare to come to my school, attempting to take shortcuts during the trials, and you audaciously consider yourself a paragon among the elite. You aspire to be the top student in the elite class, yet you cannot even surpass the weakest member of my class. I question whether bringing you here will even pose a threat to the other students. Here's the deal. If you can break into the top 80 within a week, I will allow you to remain. Otherwise, you are to leave my elite class." This was a familiar tactic of Shurtian, who relished elevating students only to mercilessly cast them into despair, allowing them to experience the stark contrast between heaven and hell. He believed this was a vital test of their will, a method that had proven effective time and again. He had even witnessed students brought to tears by his harsh treatment. However, he was taken aback to see that Xiao Ke, though filled with indignation, did not succumb to hysteria or tears. Instead, he met Di Shirtian's gaze with a piercing intensity. The top 10. What did you say? Xiao Ke, undaunted, locked eyes with Di Shirtian and calmly declared, I contend that your requirement of reaching the top 80 is far too lenient. Within a week, I aim to break into the top 10 of your elite class. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the assembled students, unsure whether to label Xiao Ke as arrogant or ignorant. Yet, his earlier display of combat prowess was undeniably formidable, though Chen Yin had also performed exceptionally that day. Maintaining such performance to break into the top 80 seemed plausible, but aspiring for the top 10 appeared utterly fantastical, given the immense strength possessed by each of the top 10 students. Di Shirtian widened his eyes in disbelief. You claim that within a week, you will infiltrate the top 10 of the elite class. Xiao Ke affirmed, indeed, should I fail, I shall consider myself a failure and depart in disgrace. If I succeed, I demand an apology from you, instructor, for your humiliation, which should not involve my deceased sister. The other students were once again struck by Xiao Ke's audacity in demanding an apology from the esteemed Di Shirtian, incredulous at his boldness. Di Shirtian narrowed his eyes, locking onto Xiao Ke's unwavering gaze, their stares crackling like lightning. Ultimately, a slight smirk crept upon Di Shirtian's lips. Very well, we shall adhere to your terms. You have 1 week. Should you achieve a place in the top 10, I will apologize. Should you fail, you are to exit glory. Chapter 063. Challenge. It is said that fishermen often place a catfish among the sardines they catch, using the catfish to agitate the sardines, instilling a sense of threat that invigorates them. This phenomenon is famously known as the catfish effect. At this moment, Xiao Ke was left pondering whether Di Shirtian's decision to elevate him from the bottom class to the elite class was merely an attempt to use him as a catalyst for the elite students, or if it was indeed a deliberate effort to sharpen his abilities, as hinted during their conversation in the office. Regardless of the motivations of the deity, Xiao Ke has firmly taken a stand against him. The two have publicly established a wager, declaring that if Xiao Ke fails to break into the top 10 of the elite class within a week, he must leave in disgrace. Gaining entry into this prestigious training program is undoubtedly an honor. However, being expelled before completing his studies would be an ignoble defeat. Xiao Ke is also determined to secure the top position and rescue his companions, such as Qin Bing, who have been marginalized within the Black Shark Legion. Thus, he cannot afford to relent and must exert every effort to ascend into the top 10 within the designated timeframe. In the ensuing days, Xiao Ke dedicates himself to grueling training and cultivation. However, most of the elite class members regard him with hostility. After all, to them, Xiao Ke is an unwelcome interloper, a catfish threatening their status. No one desires to be vanquished by him, for that would bring shame upon them. Consequently, during his initial days in the elite class, he finds himself isolated, with no one willing to engage him, even in practical sparring sessions. Initially, Xiao Ke is unfazed by this isolation, continuing to practice alone. This time, in order to enhance his combat prowess, he refrains from accumulating the essence of original force. Instead, he utilizes the original force obtained from his daily training in the Tiger Bin Ju to refine his bones, focusing on one vertebra each day, thereby increasing his punching power by 100 pounds daily. By the 5th day of his presence in the elite class, he has successfully refined 19 out of the 26 vertebrae in his spine, elevating his punching power to an impressive 2,000 pounds. The elite class members, particularly those ranked lower, initially expressed concern over Xiao Ke's challenge. Although he lost to Chen Yin on his first day, his displayed combat ability was formidable. However, as the days pass, they realize that Xiao Ke has now been in the elite class for 5 days, with only 2 days remaining until the wager with the deity must be fulfilled. Yet, his combat ranking remains stagnant at 101, showing no signs of improvement. Gradually, they begin to dismiss him, believing he lacks confidence and that his presence in the elite class is merely a fleeting visit, destined to become a topic of ridicule at Glory Academy. In contrast, Chen Yin, who had previously fought Xiao Ke, has been on a continuous streak of success, recently defeating student 030, Tian Linyo, and soaring from 100th to 30th place in the rankings. As afternoon falls, the students engage in their usual discipline training. Xiao Ke strides purposefully toward the combat arena, prompting curious glances from those nearby. His entrance into the arena signals that he intends to challenge the other students. The surrounding students cease their activities, turning their attention toward him. Today, the duty roster is overseen by Ling Feng, the top student in the specialized elite class, who has recently reached the 7th level general realm following the acquisition of a bone-cleansing pill. Upon witnessing Xiao Ke's arrival in the arena, Ling Feng pauses his practice, a slight smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. After days of silence, is he finally ready to make his move? I had almost thought he intended to perish in silence. Ling Feng, being the duty officer, was responsible for maintaining order in the training grounds and had taken on the role of a challenger referee. He approached Xiao Ke and inquired, "Are you planning to challenge other trainees?" "Indeed," Xiao Ke replied, pulling out his identity badge labeled 101 and tossing it to Ling Feng. Receiving the badge with a hint of intrigue, Ling Feng asked, "Whom do you intend to challenge?" Xiao Ke cast his gaze around the other trainees, all of whom had paused their activities to fix him with looks that were both unfriendly and provocative, as if to say, "Go on, kid, challenge me and see if I want to leave you searching for your teeth," rather than challenging one of the top 10 combatants or those ranked lower. Xiao Ke's eyes settled on Chen Yin, whose combat strength had recently soared to the 30th position. He pointed at Chen Yin and declared, "I choose him. I lost to him a few days ago, and I wish to reclaim that victory." Everyone was taken aback by Xiao Ke's choice of Chen Yin, considering the latter's recent streak of triumphs that had propelled him from the 100th to the 30th rank. It was evident that any sensible individual would think twice before provoking Chen Yin, especially given that Xiao Ke had previously suffered defeat at his hands. Nonetheless, Ling Feng regarded Xiao Ke with a newfound admiration. He understood Xiao Ke's rationale behind selecting a rival. It was likely that Xiao Ke had experienced significant progress over the past few days, yet with time still on his side, he opted for a mid-tier opponent to hone his skills. A challenger ranked around 30 would be the most suitable for this purpose, and Xiao Ke's aim to best Chen Yin appeared to be a means of regaining his confidence. At this moment, Chen Yin was in fine form, having recently vanquished several opponents, yet he was caught off guard by Xiao Ke's renewed challenge. Without hesitation, he strode forward into the arena, removing the necklace badge from around his neck and handing it over to Ling Feng. Now both the 101 and the 030 badges were in the hands of Ling Feng, the temporary referee. Should Chen Yin emerge victorious, he would successfully defend his title. Conversely, if Xiao Ke triumphed, the 030 badge would belong to him, and Chen Yin would plummet to the very last position in their class. As both Xiao Ke and Chen Yin took their places in the center of the combat arena, Ling Feng announced, "The match begins in a flash." During their last confrontation, Xiao Ke had been caught off guard by Chen Yin's swift strike. This time, however, he resolved to forego any semblance of courtesy, darting towards his opponent with lightning speed and delivering a powerful whip kick aimed squarely at Chen Yin. Over the past 5 days, Xiao Ke's strength had considerably increased, and his whip kick exuded formidable power. As Chen Yin observed the impending strike, his expression shifted dramatically, realizing that Xiao Ke's strength had unmistakably intensified. He quickly raised both hands to block the kick, but upon impact, despite successfully parrying it, he was forcefully swept aside by the sheer force behind Xiao Ke's attack. Gasps erupted from the spectators as they witnessed the second-level combatant effortlessly sending the newly ranked 6th-level warrior Chen Yin sprawling. This second-level warrior was truly extraordinary. Ling Feng squinted his eyes, recalling the moment he first sensed that Xiao Ke was an unusual individual at the airship landing zone. However, the force behind Xiao Ke's kick was still beyond the realm of his understanding. It was the first time he had witnessed a human combatant whose strength was so formidable, particularly when contending with an opponent of general rank. The kick that Xiao Ke executed was intended as a probe, employing only 80% of his power. Yet, he was taken aback when it managed to send Chen Yin sprawling, for Xiao Ke's current punching power was 2,000 pounds, coupled with a raw energy intensity of 300 card, resulting in an overall combat capability of approximately 2,300. Logically speaking, as a 6th-level general, Chen Yin's raw energy intensity should have been around 3,000 card, making him slightly stronger than Xiao Ke. Unbeknownst to Xiao Ke, Chen Yin was currently in a state of silent suffering, unable to voice his grievances. Over the past few days, he had consecutively challenged several opponents, achieving victory after victory. Although he had ascended to the 30th position on the combat power leaderboard, he was, in fact, utterly exhausted from the relentless battles. His combat strength was far from peak condition, and he bore several concealed injuries. Thus, when confronted by the forceful onslaught of Xiao Ke, he felt overwhelmed from the very outset. Nonetheless, this outcome was a consequence of Chen Yin's own choices, for the chief instructor, Emperor Shirtian, had long warned everyone to challenge opponents within their limits, to strategize on how to defeat formidable foes, and to consider the possibility of being bested by others. Chen Yin had devoted all his energy to surging up the rankings, which ultimately led to his current predicament. Xiao Ke was astonished to discover that Chen Yin's combat prowess was not as formidable as he had anticipated, prompting him to unleash a torrential barrage of strikes, punches, kicks, elbow strikes, shoulder tackles, his body becoming a weapon, each move imbued with lethal force, epitomizing the ferocity of military combat techniques. Chen Yin found himself both astounded and disheartened by Xiao Ke's overwhelming assault, forced into a position of passive defense. However, a prolonged defense inevitably leads to defeat. Mere minutes later, Xiao Ke's relentless punches shattered Chen Yin's defenses, and with a lightning-fast kick to his chest, Chen Yin was sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily outside the combat arena. Struggling to rise, he immediately sank to his knees, retching forth a mouthful of blood. Ling Feng promptly declared, "The challenge has concluded. Xiao Ke emerges victorious, while Chen Yin is defeated." Their combat rankings are reversed, and Xiao Ke ascends to the elite class, ranking 30th. As Ling Feng spoke, he handed the plaque numbered 101 to the pale-faced Chen Yin and tossed the plaque numbered 030 to Xiao Ke, offering him a brief commendation. "Well fought." Amidst the incredulous gazes of the surrounding students, Xiao Ke accepted the plaque numbered 030, turning to Chen Yin and remarking coolly, "Your true combat strength is undoubtedly greater than this. You must not be at your best. I await your return when you are ready to challenge again." Chen Yin bit his lip and replied, "Very well, I shall reclaim my plaque numbered 030. Xiao Ke responded, "Indeed, but by the time you challenge me again, I may no longer be ranked 30th. I could very well be among the top 10, or even the first." Nearby, Ling Feng's eyes twitched twice, betraying his exasperation. Chapter 064. Surge in strength. For several consecutive days, Xiao Ke remained silent, yet today he astonishingly triumphed over the recently formidable Chen Yin. This unexpected victory sent alarm bells ringing among the elite class, particularly among the top 10 combatants, each of whom began to regard Xiao Ke's challenge with heightened vigilance. Although they did not hold Xiao Ke in high esteem, believing that defeating him would be a relatively effortless task, none dared to underestimate him. After all, being bested by Xiao Ke, a mere second-tier warrior from a so-called trash class, would be a source of immense embarrassment. The silver lining, however, was that it was now Saturday, which meant that by tomorrow evening at the latest, Xiao Ke must challenge one of the top 10 combatants. Otherwise, he would be unable to fulfill the agreement to break into that elite echelon. Soon, Tian learned of Xiao Ke's successful challenge against Chen Yin and his ascent into the top 30 of the elite class. He and a group of instructors were astounded. How could a second-tier warrior possibly defeat a sixth-tier general? This was a complete upheaval of their understanding. In theory, if a warrior possessed innate strength of extraordinary magnitude, it was conceivable he could overcome a sixth-tier general, but such scenarios existed solely in the realm of theory. The reality demanded that this individual not only be gifted but also proficient in martial arts and combat techniques to contend with a sixth-tier general, a feat that seemed nearly impossible. Yet, Xiao Ke had indeed accomplished it. The instructors were all astonished by the combat prowess displayed by Xiao Ke as a second-tier warrior. Tian, however, remarked coolly, "In truth, Chen Yin has recently been embroiled in numerous battles, leaving him injured and utterly exhausted. His combat capability was only equivalent to that of a fifth-tier general. Xiao Ke's victory over Chen Yin is thus somewhat fortuitous, not a genuine conquest of a sixth-tier general. Nonetheless, every member of the top 10 in the elite class is a sixth-tier general, and if Xiao Ke can meet the deadline I have set for him tomorrow and secure a position among them, he will truly stand out." At that moment, Princess Jiang Yue, adorned in a flowing palace gown, entered and inadvertently overheard Yin's remarks. Unable to contain herself, she softly interjected, "If Xiao Ke fails to break into the top 10, will he not be compelled to leave glory?" Upon seeing Jiang Yue, Tian and the others promptly stepped aside, slightly bowing in respect. "Her Highness the Princess has arrived." With a smile, Jiang Yue replied, "There is no need for formalities. Everyone and I am the honorary principal of Glory School, here temporarily to serve as an instructor for the elite training class. You may refer to me as Principal Jiang or Instructor Jiang, without the need for princess." The group acknowledged her words in unison, and Jiang Yue proceeded to reiterate her earlier question. Tian confirmed, "Indeed, if Xiao Ke fails to ascend into the elite class's top 10 as agreed, he must fulfill his end of the bargain and depart from glory." Jiang Yue furrowed her brow at this statement. Ever since she discovered Xiao Ke diligently practicing that night in the back mountains, She had taken note of this exceptional student. Furthermore, she had returned to the palace yesterday and had the opportunity to meet with the new emperor, her brother Jiangning. The new emperor inquired about the special training students at Glory School and even mentioned Xiao Ke's name. Jiang Yue was initially astonished that her brother, the new emperor, was aware of such a humble student from Glory. Later, after her younger brother's quiet explanation, she realized that he had fought alongside Xiao Ke to vanquish zombies. Jiangning also advised Jiang Yue that, when circumstances permitted, she could extend a bit of extra care towards Xiao Ke, as he regarded him as a competent and promising individual. Therefore, upon hearing that Xiao Ke risked expulsion from the Glory Academy should he fail to rank among the top 10 in combat prowess within the elite class, Jiang Yue felt a surge of anxiety. The new emperor had just urged her to provide some assistance to Xiao Ke, yet now he might be unceremoniously ousted from Glory. How could she possibly explain this to the emperor? Nonetheless, Jiang Yue merely acknowledged the situation with a soft utterance, refraining from further comment. After all, while a select few students were chosen from the battlefield's elite warriors, the majority hailed from the lower echelons of society whom the imperial family sought to cultivate. All students were nurtured talents of the imperial court, and thus, fairness must be maintained to avoid discontent among others, at least on the surface. That night, when Xiao Ke and his roommates had fallen asleep, he quietly rose, opened the door, and stealthily ventured out to train. The elite class dormitory housed 5 students per room. The other 4 roommates were already aware of Xiao Ke's nightly escapades, yet they chose to remain silent. In the elite class, each individual was diligent and did not require the supervision of instructors, as everyone strived for excellence, with many reluctant to let their guard down even during sleep. However, after Xiao Ke departed, a few roommates engaged in hushed discussions, speculating that even if Xiao Ke dismantled his bed and forsook sleep entirely, he could not expect to break into the top 10 in combat prowess within a short time. For the top 10, the weakest among them had reached peak level 6, on the verge of breaking through to level 7, and indeed, the leading contenders had already attained the realm of valiant generals. Although Xiao Ke had triumphed over the waning Chen Yin today, luck alone would not suffice to challenge the top 10. True strength was paramount. As a mere level 2 warrior, Xiao Ke had little chance of success. Yet, Xiao Ke remained undeterred. He would never declare something impossible without first attempting it. Having previously bested Duan Songlong, he believed he had a fair opportunity to penetrate the top 10 in combat prowess. Xiao Ke made his way to the back mountain park, but tonight he intended to dedicate his entire time to cultivating the Tiger Bin decision, hoping to generate a bit of elemental energy and illuminate more bones, thus increasing his chances of victory. Just as he was about to commence his training in the pavilion, he suddenly heard footsteps approaching from a distance. Startling him, he turned and called out sharply, "Who goes there?" To his surprise, he beheld an elegant and noble beauty clad in a palace gown, gracefully approaching under the gentle moonlight. The woman appeared ethereal, a vision of purity. She was none other than Jiang Yue, the honorary principal of Glory Academy and the instructor for their elite class evening lectures, one of the imperial family's esteemed princesses. Upon seeing Jiang Yue, Xiao Ke was momentarily taken aback, recalling the previous nights when he had forgotten to bring tissue and had relied on her assistance. Although that incident had since been forgotten by everyone, every evening during Jiang Yue's lectures on loyalist ideology, Xiao Ke felt too embarrassed to meet her gaze, harboring a tinge of fear towards her presence. However, unexpectedly, tonight, the two met here once again. Jiang Yue said softly, "I knew you would sneak here to cultivate every night." Xiao Ke lowered his head and weakly replied, "Instructor Jiang, the competition among all the elite class students is fierce, and I am left with no choice but to." Jiang Yue waved her hand. Interrupting him, "You need not explain. If I were to be rigid, I would have already taken you to the disciplinary office for not adhering to the schedule a few days ago, rather than waiting until tonight." Upon hearing this, Xiao Ke felt somewhat reassured, yet he was puzzled about why Jiang Yue would appear here in the middle of the night. Sensing his confusion, Jiang Yue said calmly, "I am here at the behest of an old acquaintance of yours to deliver something, hoping it will be of assistance to you." She spoke. She produced a small brocade box and handed it to Xiao Ke. He took it, perplexed, and upon opening it, found a crystal-clear bead lying quietly inside. Evidently infused with rich primal energy essence, Xiao Ke was momentarily taken aback before exclaiming, "Bone-cleansing pill." Jiang Yue smiled slightly, "Your discernment is commendable. It is indeed the bone-cleansing pill." Now even more bewildered, Xiao Ke couldn't help but ask, "May I inquire, esteemed instructor Jiang, which of my friends has sent such a precious pill my way?" I seem to lack such formidable acquaintances capable of presenting me with something as valuable as the bone-cleansing pill. Zhang Yue replied with a gentle smile, "It is indeed from your friend. As for who he is, you shall come to know in due time. I have heard that you have a wager with the esteemed Commander de Sherdun, requiring you to break into the top 10 of the elite class's combat prowess within a week, with tomorrow being the final deadline. While this bone-cleansing pill can indeed elevate your strength by 1 level, given your current prowess, even with its aid, you would only ascend to the 3rd-tier warrior. It seems you may still find it challenging to enter the top 10 of the elite class by tomorrow. Alas, do your best with that." Zhang Yue turned to leave. Xiao Ke, however, was immensely excited. Despite his initial lack of confidence, this unexpected gift of the bone-cleansing pill felt like a timely boon. He promptly consumed the pill, and as it settled within him, a surge of rich primal energy essence transformed into primal energy water, filling his dantian. While an ordinary person might use this primal energy water to illuminate their meridian nodes, Xiao Ke had no intention of using such a copious amount merely to light a small meridian node, especially the 3rd minor node. He believed that by refining his bones with the primal energy water derived from the bone-cleansing pill, he could enhance many bones. Xiao Ke had already illuminated 19 out of the 26 vertebrae in the spinal column of his torso, leaving only 7 remaining. At that moment, he began to control the primal energy water with his mind, continuing to illuminate the remaining vertebrae. 1, 2, 3. Xiao Ke refrained from utilizing the primal energy water to illuminate the meridian nodes. For once a meridian node is successfully lit, it will absorb all the primal energy water, regardless of the quantity used. The primal energy water from the bone-cleansing pill is plentiful, and employing it to activate the 3rd meridian node would be an extravagant waste. Consequently, Xiao Ke opted to illuminate the bones instead, as this approach would not squander any excess primal energy water. Ultimately, he managed to light up 7 vertebrae in one breath, thereby illuminating all 26 vertebrae in the spinal column. The moment Xiao Ke ignited these 26 bones, he felt an instantaneous surge of power within his body. Indeed, as he had envisioned, illuminating all the bones in a specific area resulted in a remarkable increase in strength, akin to acquiring a set bonus of attributes. Chapter 065. Ling Feng's suggestion. Xiao Ke abruptly opened his eyes and effortlessly sprang up from the ground. He now felt an exhilarating lightness in his body, as though he possessed boundless strength, capable of leaping into the air with the slightest jump and delivering a punch powerful enough to shatter stone. He tentatively took a few steps, discovering that he truly felt as if he might take flight at any moment. This sensation stemmed from his sudden surge of power, rendering the force of gravity negligible. Furthermore, as his strength had increased dramatically, he had yet to fully master this newfound power, which created a sense of potential overexertion that could propel him into the air unexpectedly. Gradually, however, Xiao Ke began to acclimate to this extraordinary strength, adjusting his movements to be more subtle than before, thus alleviating the feeling of losing control. Approaching a decorative rock formation, he gently twisted a stone, and with a crisp snap, it broke apart as easily as foam. Holding the fragment in his hand, he squeezed it with force, reducing it to powder in an instant. Indeed, after illuminating the entirety of the region's bones, his strength had multiplied. Xiao Ke was in a state of profound exhilaration. Having activated 26 bones, he reasoned that, based on the initial estimation of an increase of 100 gene of punching power per bone, his current punching strength should be around 2,700 gene. However, he soon realized that his actual punching power far exceeded 2,700 gene, surpassing 5,000 gene. Xiao Ke was even bold enough to assert that his precise punching strength was 5,300 gene. Under normal circumstances, when estimating a warrior's combat power, aside from considering experience, skill, and endurance, the most crucial factor is the intensity of primal energy. For instance, a level 4 general possesses a primal energy intensity of 1,000 calorie. A level 5 general has an intensity of 2,000 calorie, and a level 6 general boasts an intensity of 3,000 calorie. Thus, the combat power of a level 4 general is quantified as 1,000, that of a level 5 general as 2,000, and a level 6 general as 3,000. However, a more precise calculation of combat power would involve the sum of strength and primal energy to yield a comprehensive value. Certainly, for the vast majority of humanity, even for warriors and professional athletes, one's boxing strength typically ranges from a mere 100 to several hundred units. Hence, as one ascends to the realm of battle generals, such numerical values become virtually negligible. Consequently, for most individuals, relying solely on the assessment of combat power through the measurement of raw force is a valid approach. However, this method of calculation proves ineffective when it comes to the anomaly that is Xiao Ke, whose strength resides beyond the grasp of conventional knowledge. It is likely that aside from Western werewolves, no ordinary person would fathom that Xiao Ke possesses a boxing strength exceeding 5,000 gene, which implies that he could effortlessly lift an armed off-road vehicle. At present, Xiao Ke's comprehensive combat prowess, a sum of his boxing strength and raw energy intensity, has reached an impressive 5,600, surpassing the combat capabilities of a 6th-level battle general. Although he cannot yet be compared to the formidable 7th-level generals, he is nevertheless equipped to sweep aside opponents of battle general rank. Previously, Xiao Ke harbored little confidence in securing a position among the top 10 in combat power. His stubborn nature merely prevented him from conceding defeat. Yet now, he genuinely believes he possesses the strength to challenge the elite ranks, which has lightened his spirits considerably. Tomorrow marks the final day of his wager with Emperor Shirtian, and with his abilities having improved, he feels it unnecessary to engage in further training for the time being. The priority now lies in familiarizing himself with and mastering this newfound power, lest he mishandle it due to his lack of experience. With a light stride, Xiao Ke returned to the elite class dormitory. Upon opening the door, he inadvertently twisted the doorknob with such force that it snapped off with a resounding bang. Instantly, his face flushed with embarrassment. Indeed, such overwhelming strength, still unfamiliar to him, posed its own challenges. His roommates were awakened by the commotion, and upon realizing what had transpired, their expressions morphed into a mixture of astonishment and disbelief. Was he some sort of monster? How could he possess such immense strength? However, given that Xiao Ke's extraordinary power had been evident since the entrance trials, his roommates were somewhat accustomed to his capabilities. The following day, at dawn, Xiao Ke and several of his dormitory mates rose before the morning call sounded. This is the nature of the elite class. Each member is diligent and self-disciplined. For sometimes, one discovers that those with greater talent than oneself are also more industrious, a rather daunting realization. Hence, there is little need for Commander Shirtian to motivate or supervise them, as they manage their own training and rest schedules. While not everyone may emulate Xiao Ke's relentless training without sleep, early rising is a necessity. One by one, the elite warriors made their way to the indoor training facility, engaging in 2 hours of rigorous practice before the glorious morning call echoed, heralding the arrival of students from regular classes and those in specialized training. After concluding their training, Xiao Ke and his companions freshened up and proceeded to the flag-raising ceremony, followed by breakfast in the cafeteria. Since Xiao Ke had been transferred from a lower-tier class into the elite ranks by Commander Shirtian, his presence posed a perceived threat to the other members. To them, Xiao Ke's arrival signified a potential displacement of some individuals from their positions. Consequently, they regarded him with a degree of hostility and deliberately distanced themselves from him. At this moment, during breakfast, while others gathered in groups of 3 or 5, Xiao Ke found himself alone and solitary. However, he remained unfazed by this slight neglect. Such solitude was nothing new to him. Having grown up amidst the ranks of scavenger refugees, he had endured countless hardships and encountered numerous instances of despair. The current situation felt trivial to him. He was acutely aware that the elite class looked down upon him, yet he chose not to demean himself by seeking their company. Instead, he opted for a secluded corner, finding a table to sit and enjoy his meal. Suddenly, a strikingly handsome young man approached and settled down at the table beside him, none other than Ling Feng. Xiao Ke was somewhat taken aback, for although Ling Feng was a scion of a noble family, he was still a bastard. So in aristocratic circles, nobility typically held civilians in contempt, particularly those of lowly status such as scavengers, the impoverished, and refugees. It was rare for noble offspring to lower themselves to interact with those of common origins. As Ling Feng sat down, he lowered his head and focused intently on his food. A faint smile graced the corners of Xiao Ke's mouth, yet he chose to remain silent and continued his breakfast. Both of them moved swiftly, finishing their meals within a few minutes. Ling Feng set down his bowl and chopsticks, took out a napkin to dab at the corners of his mouth, and unexpectedly spoke. From your attitude during yesterday's challenge against Chen Yin, it seems you are not resigned to a silent death. Rather, you intend to erupt from your silence. However, based on your exhibited strength yesterday, penetrating into the top 10 of our class may prove to be a formidable challenge. Xiao Ke retorted, are you here to waste my time with idle chatter? Ling Feng raised an eyebrow. I merely find you somewhat intriguing, especially given your background as a commoner. Gaining entry into the glory is an honor, yet being expelled from it would become your disgrace. With your origins, once cast out from glory, few in the empire would dare to employ you again, and your life would be effectively over. The cabinet and the aristocratic families may be bold enough to disregard the imperial family and employ you, but even they would likely look down upon you. Ling Feng paused before continuing. Hence, I wish to offer you a small measure of assistance. Xiao Ke furrowed his brow. What do you mean? Ling Feng explained. The 8th-ranked combatant, Chu Tian, recently succeeded in challenging the previous 8th position, having advanced from 15th place into the top 10 this week. However, I am aware that despite his new ranking, he has sustained severe injuries. If you aspire to break into the top 10, challenging him would be your optimal choice as a breakthrough point. Ling Feng spoke with an air of indifference. You may assume that the 10th-ranked combatant would be weaker, but I must inform you that Song Zhongjin has held his position firmly for quite some time, with few daring to challenge him. He is currently at his peak condition. Challenging him would certainly not be a wise decision. In contrast, while Chu Tian is slightly stronger than Song Zhongjin, his injuries render him the most viable target for you. Just as Xiao Ke contemplated rejecting Ling Feng's proposal, having recently triumphed over Chen Yin, albeit under circumstances that led many to believe he had merely seized an opportunity amidst Chen Yan's recent battles, he realized that if his strength had not significantly improved since last night, he might very well consider Ling Feng's suggestion to challenge Chu Tian. However, at this moment, Xiao Ke felt that apart from the 3 renowned 7th-tier warriors, he possessed the strength to triumph over the remaining 7 individuals. Thus, why should he select the weakest among them to engage in combat? Just as Xiao Ke was about to gently decline the suggestion, a few individuals from the elite class approached. Leading them was a tall and imposing figure, whose expression was haughty, clearly dismissing everyone else. This individual was Li Zhaning, ranked 5th in terms of combat prowess within the elite class, a 6th-tier warrior on the verge of breaking through to the realm of the 7th tier. While most 6th-tier warriors had an energy intensity around 3,000 calories, Li Zhaning, endowed with exceptional talent, boasted an energy intensity of 4,000 calories, thereby suppressing many of his 6th-tier counterparts and securing his 5th rank. It appeared that Li Zhaning had just finished breakfast and was preparing to leave the cafeteria with his companions. However, upon spotting Ling Feng and Xiao Ke seated together, he frowned and strode over. Casting a derisive glance at Ling Feng, he mockingly remarked, "Cousin, what on earth are you thinking? Even if you are a branch of the Ling family, lacking any significant standing, you are still a member of the Ling clan. Do you not feel it beneath your dignity to dine with someone of such lowly origins?" It turned out that Li Zhaning was indeed Ling Feng's cousin, though not by blood, as there was no familial connection between them or with Ling Feng's mother. Nevertheless, Li Zhaning's aunt was the matriarch of the Ling family, being the legitimate wife of Ling Feng's father and the context of noble families. Children born out of wedlock could not address their biological mothers as mother, but rather as aunt, while they were obliged to refer to the matriarch as mother. Thus, according to convention, Ling Feng was compelled to regard Li Zhaning as his cousin. While both families belonged to the lower tier of nobility, the distinction lay in the fact that Li Zhaning was a legitimate son of the Li family, granting him a much higher status than Ling Feng, a mere illegitimate child of the Ling family. Although Ling Feng currently surpassed Li Zhaning in strength, he felt no anger in response to Li Zhaning's taunts. After all, defeating Li Zhaning would leave him with no explanation to provide to his parents or elders at home. Nor could he offer an account to the Li family, as they were, after all, relatives. Thus, Ling Feng glanced at Li Zhaning and replied with a faint smile, "Hee, it is often said that those born out of wedlock are akin to household servants. I am but an inconspicuous figure in the Ling family, and even when I step outside, I do not perceive myself as superior." Although Xiao Ke hails from humble beginnings, he serves as a centurion in the military, having fought valiantly on the battlefield to protect our empire. What shame is there in sharing a meal with him? Is it that you, dear cousin, look down upon the warriors of our empire? The empire greatly values military merit, and the status of a soldier is held in high esteem. Upon hearing Ling Feng's words, Li Zhaning's expression darkened instantaneously, yet he quickly scoffed, "Do not try to lecture me. I harbor no disdain for soldiers. Rather, I disdain these filthy commoners. As a scion of the Ling family, you ought not to associate with such garbage. It is truly embarrassing for me, as a relative of the Ling family. Humph, a bastard is a bastard, a lump of muck. It is no wonder you gravitate towards the lowly. Theo, speak frankly. Li Juaning harbored no intentions specifically aimed at Xiao Ke. This noble scion has always looked down upon commoners and the impoverished. Li Juaning's remarks were primarily a reprimand directed at Ling Feng for bringing shame upon the Ling family. However, at this moment, not only did Ling Feng clench his fists in secret, but Xiao Ke's countenance also darkened considerably. Xiao Ke slowly articulated, "It seems you hold a strong prejudice against me." His statement immediately drew the attention of Li Juaning and Ling Feng. Upon witnessing Xiao Ke's rising anger and his intention to confront Li Juaning, Ling Feng was struck with alarm, realizing that it was ill-advised for Xiao Ke to challenge Li Juaning, given the disparity in personal strength and family background. Yet, it was too late to intervene. Li Juaning's gaze fell upon Xiao Ke, and observing his serious expression, he suddenly chuckled and softly remarked, "Xiao Ke, I harbor no intention of targeting you. I merely refer to you and your ilk, those filthy lowborns, as trash. And do not let yesterday's victory over Qian Yin inflate your ego. In my eyes, you remain nothing but refuse. Your rank as a second-tier warrior speaks volumes. As for your strength, strength alone cannot carry one far. In the realm of the powerful, true power lies in the mastery of the primal forces." Ling Feng and those surrounding them observed Xiao Ke, with Ling Feng feeling a twinge of anxiety. If Xiao Ke succumbed to his emotions and lashed out at Li Juaning, the consequences would surely be dire. However, Xiao Ke appeared unfazed by Li Juaning's provocations, not displaying the violent outburst Ling Feng and others had anticipated, but rather regarding Li Juaning with an enigmatic smile. Patience in the face of humiliation is a virtue. Ling Feng silently admired Xiao Ke's ability to endure this indignity, preserving his strength for future endeavors. Suddenly, with a smile, Xiao Ke addressed Li Juaning, saying, "You incessantly refer to me as a lowborn, as trash, and I cannot help but wonder, if I were to challenge you and defeat you, how would you appear then?" Upon hearing this, not only was Li Juaning taken aback, but even Ling Feng and the onlookers were left in a state of astonishment. Especially the elite class students, all of whom were aware that Li Juaning possessed formidable strength, being nearly unrivaled among the 6th-tier warriors, ranking 5th in combat prowess, save for the top 3 7th-tier champions. The audacity of Xiao Ke to issue a challenge to Li Juaning was nothing short of a fool's errand. After a few moments of disbelief, Li Juaning regained his composure and could not help but erupt into laughter. "Ha ha ha, so you think defeating the exhausted Qian Yin yesterday makes you formidable? Ha ha ha, come. I shall await you in the training grounds, before Instructor Dishi Tian and our peers, ready for your challenge. Should you dare to approach, I shall ensure your utter defeat. If you lack the courage, well, that is to be expected, for you are merely a cowardly waste of space. Ha ha." With that, Li Juaning swaggered away with his entourage. Ling Feng then turned to Xiao Ke, inquiring, "Are you truly going to challenge him? You cannot overcome him, and given his temperament, should you dare to challenge him, he will undoubtedly show you no mercy in combat. You may not even survive. I advise you to bide your time and consider challenging Chu Tian instead, as you still possess a slight chance of victory." Xiao Ke smiled and replied, "Brother Ling, I appreciate your kind intentions, but facing the weakest opponent, who is already injured, lacks any thrill. I have taken a liking to your cousin, and today I am determined to confront him." Ling Feng felt a sense of frustration upon hearing this. Was Xiao Ke already drinking this early in the morning? How else could he have lost his senses? Chapter 067. Why is he so strong? After having breakfast, Xiao Ke returned to the indoor training arena of the elite class with Ling Feng, Di Shitian, Jiang Yue, and several other instructors were already present at the training ground. The instructors were well aware that Sunday evening marked the time for weekly evaluations and rewards based on combat prowess. Consequently, this day saw the most challenges among students, as Sundays could be deemed the day of battle. As the elite class was the focal point of the honor training program, the instructors naturally kept a keen eye on the situation, ensuring they were aware of which students were excelling. Many astute students deliberately timed their challenges for this day, for success would lead to immediate rewards that evening, eliminating concerns about being injured or challenged by others afterward, thereby avoiding the scenario where two combatants contend and the third benefits. However, at present, none were in a hurry to challenge their opponents, for they knew there was still time in the afternoon, and everyone was aware that today marked the final deadline for Di Shitian's wager with Xiao Ke. Should Xiao Ke fail to secure a place among the top 10 in combat prowess as promised, he would have to leave honor school in disgrace. Upon entering and greeting the instructors, Xiao Ke and Ling Feng showed utmost respect to Di Shitian and Jiang Yue. Di Shitian acknowledged them with a nod, his gaze toward Ling Feng filled with admiration. Though Ling Feng hailed from a noble family, his status as an illegitimate child rendered him of little significance within the clan. Nonetheless, Di Shitian perceived Ling Feng as a promising candidate, one who had begun to shine and, with proper guidance, could potentially become a pillar of the empire in the future. Di Shitian then shifted his gaze to Xiao Ke, his brow furrowing slightly. In truth, he was somewhat perplexed by Xiao Ke. Although Xiao Ke was a second-level warrior, his strength was extraordinary, suggesting either innate divine power or the mastery of a unique technique to enhance his abilities. Thus, Xiao Ke's true combat prowess was not to be underestimated. Previously, Di Shitian had deduced from Xiao Ke's performance during the entrance trials that his fighting capability was roughly equivalent to that of a fifth-level warrior. However, upon seeing Xiao Ke again today, he sensed a subtle change in him. Yet, he could not pinpoint what exactly was different. The primal energy emanating from Xiao Ke still felt weak. Could it be that he had misjudged him? Di Shitian could only set this question aside for the moment, stating coolly, "Xiao Ke, you have not forgotten our wager, have you?" Xiao Ke calmly replied, "The student remembers well. I am still awaiting an apology from the esteemed chief instructor." Xiao Ke's words stirred a quiet fury within Emperor Shitian. The latter had merely wished to avoid overlooking any potential talent when he granted Xiao Ke an opportunity to enter the elite class, intending for him to serve as the proverbial catfish, instilling pressure and motivation among the elite students. However, Xiao Ke's earnest challenge began to unsettle the esteemed Emperor Shitian, who was known for his authority at Glory Academy. With a cold demeanor, he declared, "Very well. If you can break into the top 10 of your grade today, not only will you be allowed to stay, but I shall also offer you an apology. However, should you fail, you may pack your belongings and leave." After uttering these words, Shitian turned his gaze towards Xiao Ke, inquiring, "Have you selected your opponent?" Suddenly, Zhang Yue interjected, "Xiao Ke, your deadline to challenge General Shitian is today. Yet you still have time. If you are not fully prepared, you may wait until the afternoon to choose your opponent." The other instructors, including Shitian, were momentarily taken aback by Zhang Yue's words, sensing a hint of concern from the princess for Xiao Ke. After all, she had brought him the bone-cleansing pill in a moment of need last night, claiming it was at someone else's behest. Yet Xiao Ke felt a deep gratitude towards her. He could sense the subtle care in her tone and calmly replied, "Instructor Zhang, there is no need for concern. I am fully prepared and have already chosen my opponent." The elite class students, particularly those ranked among the top 10 in combat power, narrowed their eyes, realizing that for Xiao Ke to ascend to the top 10, he would need to defeat one of them. Li Jining cast a mocking glance at Xiao Ke, his eyes filled with provocation, eager to witness whether Xiao Ke truly possessed the audacity to challenge him publicly. Upon hearing that Xiao Ke had selected an opponent, Shitian immediately inquired, "Which of our elite class's top 10 students do you intend to challenge?" The 8th-ranked Chu Tian and the 10th-ranked Song Zhongjian tensed up, suspecting that Xiao Ke might choose one of them, as they were the weakest among the top 10 and to their surprise. However, Xiao Ke did not even glance in their direction, but instead fixed his gaze on the 5th-ranked Li Jining. With a raised hand, he pointed at Li Jining and declared in a deep voice, "Him." Li Jining's expression froze for a moment before he broke into a sinister grin. "Kid, you've got guts." Beside Xiao Ke, Ling Feng could not help but let out a faint sigh, as if pondering the necessity of such a challenge. The instructors, including Shitian and Zhang Yue, were equally astonished, particularly Zhang Yue, who realized that Xiao Ke was still a second-tier warrior today. Logically, having taken the bone-cleansing pill she provided, he should have ascended to the strength of a third-tier warrior. Could it be that Xiao Ke believed he had no chance of breaking into the top 10 and, resigned to being forced to leave Glory Academy, decided to forego even consuming the pill and randomly challenge an opponent? Shitian narrowed his eyes, a slight chuckle escaping his lips. "Well, Xiao Ke, you have indeed opened my eyes. For your sheer courage, I must commend you. However, the disparity in strength is evident, and I wonder how you intend to defeat Li Jining. Clear the area. Let these two engage in a proper duel." Instantly, the trainees parted ways, vacating the expansive arena at the center of the training ground for Xiao Ke and Li Jining to battle. Both Xiao Ke and Li Jining removed the nameplates from around their necks and handed them to Chief Instructor Di Shitian. Before making their way to the center of the fighting arena, Li Jining gazed at the closely positioned Xiao Ke, his lips moving silently as he mouthed a phrase. Xiao Ke, observing his lips, discerned the words, "You are doomed." Di Shitian toyed with the two nameplates in his hand and coolly announced, "The fight begins." Whoosh! In an instant, Li Jianing transformed into a hawk, darting towards Xiao Ke with the swiftness of a white horse slipping through a gap. His right fist aimed at Xiao Ke with fierce intent. As his fist struck, the force it carried resonated with the air, producing a series of crackling sounds reminiscent of miniature explosions. Xiao Ke stepped forward, launching his punch, which appeared unremarkable, yet the wind generated by his strike was notably loud. Bang! Li Jianing was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Xiao Ke would dare to meet his fist head-on. He thought to himself, with a force of 2,000 car, "There's no way I won't shatter your arm into pieces." He sneered. Prepare to fall. Boom! Their fists collided with a force reminiscent of two colliding locomotives, the training ground reverberating with a thunderous explosion. Contrary to Li Jianing's expectations, Xiao Ke's arm did not shatter. He merely swayed slightly, his feet like nails firmly planted on the ground, not retreating an inch. Instead, it was Li Jianing who staggered backward several steps, his right arm tingling from the impact, left in a state of disbelief. What just happened? Chapter 068. Autumn Hunt. Li Jianing had assumed that someone like Xiao Ke, who relied on brute strength, would be easily overwhelmed by his use of force, capable of shattering Xiao Ke's arm with a single blow. Yet, he was utterly blindsided by the outcome of their clash. Xiao Ke remained steadfast, while he was the one forced to retreat. What is going on? Li Jianing struggled to comprehend the sheer power behind Xiao Ke's punch, finding himself in a realm beyond his understanding. In that moment of confusion, Xiao Ke, like a shadow, surged into Li Jianing's embrace, driving his right elbow forcefully into Li Jianing's chest. This attack, seemingly mundane, held the potential to shatter stone and break bones. Even Li Jianing would find it difficult to withstand. However, being a top-tier elite class student, Li Jianing quickly regained his composure after the initial shock. He braced Xiao Ke's elbow with his left hand, feeling the overwhelming force emanating from it, and doubted not that a solid hit would likely fracture his ribs. With his left hand securing Xiao Ke's elbow, Li Jianing seized the opportunity to wrap his right arm around Xiao Ke's neck, attempting to throw him to the ground. Xiao Ke's reaction was swift. As he was being thrown down, he pressed closely against Li Jianing, pulling him down with him. The two individuals became entangled and fell to the ground, relentlessly attacking each other with shoulders, elbows, fists, and knees. Amidst a cacophony of explosive sounds, both sustained numerous brutal blows. At times, their strikes missed, crashing into the ground, which instantly bore witness to shocking craters and spiderweb-like cracks. With a resounding thud, Xiao Ke's fist struck Li Jianing with formidable force. Li Jianing let out a muffled grunt and retaliated with a powerful kick, forcefully sending Xiao Ke sprawling away from him. Both agilely regained their footing. Xiao Ke felt a dull ache in several areas of his body, the most intense pain radiating from his chest where he had received that brutal kick, as if his bones were on the verge of breaking, sending waves of piercing agony through him. Naturally, Li Jianing was not in a much better state, appearing even more battered and bruised than Xiao Ke. During their earlier struggle, he had also endured several heavy blows from Xiao Ke, sustaining considerable injuries, particularly from the punch to his head, which had left one side of his face swollen and bloodied. Fortunately, the infusion of energy within his body had offered him some protection. Otherwise, that last punch from Xiao Ke would have likely resulted in a catastrophic injury. The atmosphere was thick with silence, as onlookers were astounded that Xiao Ke and Li Jianing had descended into such a fierce confrontation, with Xiao Ke seemingly holding the upper hand. Xiao Ke let out a defiant roar, "Come again," to which Li Jianing replied, "All right." The two lunged at each other once more, unleashing a torrential flurry of attacks. Before long, it became evident to Di Shirtian and the others that Xiao Ke, having been battle-hardened, was unafraid of injury, growing more valiant as the fight wore on. Conversely, Li Jianing, having failed to gain the anticipated advantage from the outset, seemed to lose confidence, becoming increasingly passive, as he was relentlessly pressed by Xiao Ke's onslaught. Jiang Yue observed Xiao Ke closely, noting that his fighting style was emblematic of military training. His techniques were succinct, straightforward, and brutally effective, with every punch and kick directed at vital points. He relied predominantly on speed and strength, eschewing unnecessary flourishes and demonstrating the essence of martial arts honed in military settings. The formidable impact of Xiao Ke's combat skills was entirely attributable to his extraordinary strength. It was this overwhelming power that infused his martial techniques with such devastating efficacy. As the protracted defense wore on, Li Jianing, under the relentless assault of Xiao Ke, found himself increasingly on the back foot. In a pivotal moment, Xiao Ke seized the opportunity, delivering a rapid succession of 3 punches that shattered Li Jianing's defenses, exposing his chest to a gaping vulnerability. Without hesitation, Xiao Ke charged into Li Jianing's torso with a powerful strike. A deafening crack echoed as Li Jianing's chest caved in, eliciting a pained gasp as he involuntarily staggered backward. Yet, in a flash, Xiao Ke's right hand shot out, gripping Li Jianing's left wrist with unyielding force, yanking him back towards him. Then, with a soaring kick, he struck Li Jianing squarely in the face, causing him to recoil violently and spew forth a torrent of blood before collapsing backward. This series of brutal attacks left the assembled trainees in a state of shock. It was not until the medical personnel rushed in to rescue the barely conscious Li Jianing that everyone comprehended the astonishing reality. Xiao Ke, hailing from the so-called garbage class, had vanquished Li Jianing, the 5th-ranked combatant from their elite class. Zhang Yue exchanged glances with several instructors, sensing the oddity of the situation. Xiao Ke's strength was astonishingly formidable. What magnitude of power could possibly rival the energy intensity of a 6th-level battle general? Zhang Yue speculated that Xiao Ke must have cultivated some extraordinary technique capable of enhancing physical prowess. Yet she had never encountered such a method before. Ling Feng gazed at Xiao Ke in astonishment, eventually managing to utter, "You clever lad, your strength becomes increasingly enigmatic." The most awkward individual present was undoubtedly the chief instructor, Emperor Shitian. At that moment, he was torn between elation and frustration. Xiao Ke's victory signified the addition of a promising talent to his ranks, yet it also meant he would have to apologize for his earlier humiliating remarks directed at Xiao Ke. Emperor Shitian approached Xiao Ke, presenting him with the identity token of 005, and announced, "In this battle, Xiao Ke emerges victorious, securing the 5th position in the elite class's combat rankings." Wow, this fellow is truly a prodigy. Indeed, a 2nd-level soldier had managed to defeat the 6th-level battle general Li Jianing. I still cannot fathom how he accomplished such a feat. To make matters worse, Li Jianing was exceptionally gifted, with an energy intensity of 4,000 car, surpassing that of an ordinary 6th-level battle general. It was unexpected that he would falter before the anomaly that is Xiao Ke. Xiao Ke accepted the identity token from Emperor Shitian and donned it around his neck like a military insignia. "Thank you, instructor." Emperor Shitian hesitated momentarily. Regarding our wager, are you certain you want me to apologize now?" This remark was, in essence, an admission of weakness, wildly hinting to Xiao Ke that perhaps they could overlook the matter of his apology. Xiao Ke understood that if he relinquished the demand for an apology, he would regain face. Moreover, such a concession would likely earn him Emperor Shitian's gratitude and possibly favorable treatment in the future. However, if he insisted on having Emperor Shitian fulfill his promise and apologize for the earlier humiliation, it would undoubtedly offend the chief instructor, potentially leading to future repercussions. Had Emperor Shitian merely humiliated Xiao Ke or touched upon his parents, he might have been indifferent. Yet, the death of his sister, whom he failed to protect, was a constant source of anguish for Xiao Ke. The previous insult from Emperor Shitian, utilizing his sister's demise, was unacceptable, regardless of the chief instructor's motivations. Thus, Xiao Ke resolutely demanded an apology on principle. After a brief pause, he stated, "I am certain." Xiao Ke's lack of tact left Emperor Shitian feeling quite embarrassed, his expression darkening. Nevertheless, as the chief instructor, he could not publicly back down. With a steely gaze fixed on Xiao Ke, he slowly articulated, "Classmate Xiao Ke, I apologize for my inappropriate remarks made on Monday. I accept your apology." Xiao Ke sighed inwardly, aware that he had regained his principles and dignity, yet he had irrevocably offended the chief instructor. Emperor Shitian spoke sternly, "Everyone, train diligently. In just over half a month, the Emperor's autumn hunt will commence. The new Emperor has proclaimed that during this autumn hunt, our esteemed Glory Academy must surpass the noble scions of Hanlin Academy. Therefore, if you aspire to graduate successfully, it is imperative that you strive to outshine the aristocratic youths of Hanlin Academy on the day of the hunt. Glory Academy serves as a bastion for the imperial court to nurture and attract talent, while Hanlin Academy is a construct of the cabinet in collaboration with several prominent noble families, sharing a similar essence with Glory Academy. However, Hanlin Academy exclusively admits students from esteemed noble lineages, and only those who are legitimate heirs. To put it simply, the competitors of Hanlin Academy are none other than Glory Academy. The former cultivates successors for the cabinet and noble families, whereas the latter develops talent for the imperial court. Each year, during the autumn hunt led by His Majesty, the elite from Glory and the Pride of Hanlon partake in this event, engaging in competitions against one another. Yet, historically, the contests have always culminated in a resounding victory for Hanlon, much to the chagrin of the imperial court. This year, the new emperor has subtly instructed the imperial charioteer to ensure that we triumph over Hanlon, a means to suppress the arrogance of the cabinet and noble families, thereby showcasing the might of the imperial court. Chapter 069. The Spring of Original Force. Although Xiao Ke's triumph over Li Jianing astonished everyone, the day was marked for battles, and many participants intended to seize the opportunity to enhance their rankings. Consequently, numerous students issued challenges to their higher-ranked adversaries, resulting in a series of duels. Occasionally, the imperial charioteer and instructors such as Jiang Yue offered insightful commentary, greatly benefiting the observing students. Even Ling Feng found himself challenged by Tang Hao, the third-ranked contender, culminating in one of the most intense battles of the day. Both Ling Feng and Tang Hao were young luminaries at the 7th level of the general rank, signifying their status as pillars of the empire, now capable of wielding lightsabers. Thus, when Tang Hao initiated a challenge to Ling Feng, he proposed the use of weapons. Glory Academy has a stipulation that if both combatants have attained the general rank and consent to the use of weapons, they may engage in battle-wielding lightsabers. Faced with Tang Hao's proposal, Ling Feng, unperturbed, calmly acquiesced. Both hailing from noble families, Tang Hao belonged to the lower-tier Tang family of Qinglong City, while Ling Feng came from the esteemed Ling family of Qilin City. Consequently, they each wielded their personal blades, which were comparable in size to standard military sabers, albeit of superior quality. Xiao Ke had previously witnessed Captain Qin Bing wielding a lightsaber against zombies. Yet this was his first encounter with two warriors clashing using lightsabers. As both Ling Feng and Tang Hao infused their military sabers with their martial essence, the weapons emitted a faint glow, transforming into radiant lightsabers. The lightsabers bore distinct characteristics. Ling Feng's shimmered with a cold, ethereal light reminiscent of moonlight, while Tang Hao's appeared slightly yellowish, akin to an ivory hue. With a command from the imperial charioteer, a thunderous sound erupted from beneath Ling Feng's feet as the ground cracked, propelling him into the air as he launched a sweeping strike towards Tang Hao. Within the expansive training hall, Ling Feng's lightsaber soared like a white rainbow, instilling an overwhelming sense of pressure among the onlooking students, triggering an involuntary wave of trepidation. Tang Hao, a 7th-level valiant warrior, appeared to be somewhat inferior to Ling Feng in terms of force intensity, combat experience, and technique, yet he approached the battle with a challenger-esque spirit. At this moment, he steeled himself, wielding a lightsaber as he advanced toward Ling Feng, and the two engaged in a fierce onslaught that unfolded like a tempestuous storm. After exchanging dozens of strikes, Ling Feng suddenly flicked his wrist, thrusting his lightsaber with a rapid succession of 3 strikes that collided with Tang Hao's blade, producing a series of sounds reminiscent of thunder. As Tang Hao parried Ling Feng's relentless 3 strikes, his form momentarily faltered, revealing his struggle to endure. Seizing the opportunity, Ling Feng's lightsaber descended upon Tang Hao once more. Its apparent slowness belied its true swiftness, silent yet imbued with an aura of death. Tang Hao was struck with terror, letting out a frightened cry as he fervently activated the 7 illuminated martial pulse nodes within him. The 7 stages of martial energy erupted like 7 volcanoes, unleashing an overwhelming force that enveloped his entire being. In an instant, a radiant glow enveloped Tang Hao, forming an ivory-white barrier around him, reminiscent of exquisite porcelain. However, in the next moment, Ling Feng's lightsaber struck the barrier, causing it to ripple violently, followed by countless cracks appearing, ultimately shattering like fragile pottery, transforming into a cascade of starlight. Yet, Ling Feng's strike did not wane. It swiftly grazed Tang Hao's chest, leaving a shallow but alarming wound that drenched Tang Hao in sweat, rendering him as still as a statue. Shirtian gazed at Ling Feng with admiration, exclaiming, "Well done." In this battle, Ling Feng emerges victorious, successfully defending his title as the champion. Xiao Ke, along with all the students present, could clearly see Shirtian's appreciation for Ling Feng, suggesting that Ling Feng was likely one of the elite students being groomed for greatness, a prime contender for the top spot in this year's special training. Nonetheless, the decision of who would ultimately claim the title was not solely in Shirtian's hands. He could only select the 10 most exceptional students to present to the imperial court. The court would then arrange for these 10 elite students to accompany the new emperor on the autumn hunt, where the emperor would evaluate their past performances and their conduct during the hunt, ultimately selecting 3 names in the Golden Hall, thus determining the top 3, the champion, the runner-up, and the 3rd place. Having witnessed this battle, Xiao Ke began to realize that although his strength could dominate at the general level, against these formidable warriors who had begun wielding lightsabers at the valiant level, sheer physical power alone might not suffice for significant gains. It seemed imperative for him to diligently pursue mastery in force manipulation. Unbeknownst to them, the day of battles passed in a blur as the students challenged one another. When afternoon classes concluded, Di Shirtian assessed the combat prowess of the entire class and distributed the week's rewards. Since Ling Feng had already received the bone-cleansing pill as the top performer, he was instead awarded 3 vials of force essence. 2nd place, Yi Yun, and 3rd place, Tang Hao, each received 2 vials of force essence. Students ranked 4th to 10th received 1 vial of force essence each. The students ranked from 10th to 20th were awarded the Angel's Kiss elixir, while those ranked from 30th to 40th received the military recovery potion. The students beyond this rank received nothing. Both the recovery potion and the Angel's Kiss elixir were well understood by Xiao Ke, yet the Force Spring was a novel sight for him. Upon receiving this vial of Force Spring, he felt a sense of bewilderment, unsure of its purpose. However, Ling Feng, sensing his confusion, quietly informed him, the Force Spring is a remarkable item. Consuming a single vial is equivalent to a month's worth of training in cultivating one's inner force. Xiao Ke's eyes widened in astonishment. Is it truly that extraordinary? Does this mean one could essentially forge a powerful individual with the Force Spring? Ling Feng smiled and replied, indeed, but the cost of a single vial in the black market amounts to several tens of thousands of gold coins. Moreover, such items are rarely circulated in the black market, making bulk purchases exceedingly difficult, and the price would likely soar even higher. Furthermore, once one reaches the rank of a heroic general, the demand for force water escalates dramatically. While it is feasible for an ordinary warrior to attain the 7th level of heroic general through the use of force water, only the wealthiest families of the empire could possibly elevate one to the 9th level. As for reaching the general rank, even the most affluent families might find themselves financially strained without the guarantee of success. Thus, the exorbitant Force Spring is best suited as a supplementary elixir for the elite, rather than a means to elevate the strong. Ling Feng paused momentarily before adding with a wry smile, however, it is not uncommon for prominent families and clans to invest considerable sums to elevate the strength of their heirs to the heroic general level, particularly if their abilities are deemed inadequate, as it can be somewhat embarrassing for them. Xiao Ke nodded in understanding. No wonder prominent families and clans seldom decline. With power, they can amass wealth, and with wealth, even an unremarkable heir can be bolstered. Ling Feng replied, indeed, which is why we must strive harder to carve out our own paths. Xiao Ke glanced at Ling Feng. You seem to belong to a prominent family, while I am but a humble individual, hardly comparable. Ling Feng remained silent for a couple of seconds before confessing, I am an illegitimate son. Xiao Ke was taken aback for a moment before comprehending that within noble families, a child born of a concubine is regarded as an illegitimate son, a status that holds little prestige and often lacks inheritance rights, akin to a household servant in a more flattering light, but essentially resembling a mere servant in less flattering terms. Xiao Ke offered consolation, worry not. You are now the top contender in the elite class, and your rise to prominence is imminent. Ling Feng replied with a bitter smile. Do not be deceived by appearances. The second-ranked Yi Yun is a cunning fox. He is the strongest in our class, feigning his 2nd place as he currently has no desire to be in the spotlight. Sooner or later, he will reclaim the top position from me. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ke couldn't help but glance at Yi Yun, who stood a short distance away, clad in white garments, his skin fairer than snow, possessing a beauty surpassing that of many women and exuding a faint fragrance. Could it be that this delicate figure possesses greater strength than Ling Feng? Chapter 070. Yi Yun, Xiao Ke, and Ling Feng departed from the indoor training facility and made their way to the dining hall for dinner. The first floor of the dining hall serves as the dining area for students, accommodating up to 3,000 diners simultaneously. Meanwhile, the 2nd floor features private dining rooms, for those who are discerning about their culinary experiences and find the communal fare of the dining hall unappealing. They have the option to order la carte here, of course. This is akin to the pricing of external restaurants. Most of the individuals who gain entry into the Glory School typically hail from low-ranking noble families, be they legitimate or illegitimate offspring. Thus, they are generally not lacking in financial means for their daily expenses. Consequently, a considerable number of students opt for the la carte dining on the second floor, particularly the regular students, as it appears that those dining on the first floor predominantly come from less esteemed backgrounds. Ling Feng, being a scion of a noble family yet of illegitimate birth, tends to be less particular, preferring the simplicity and speed of dining on the first floor. However, today, in celebration of Xiao Ke's remarkable achievement of ranking among the top 10 in combat prowess within the elite class, he accompanied Xiao Ke to the second floor for a proper celebratory meal, joined by several of Ling Feng's acquaintances. Xiao Ke was well aware that his ascension into the top 10 had garnered considerable attention and respect from many. In this era where strength reigns supreme, any individual displaying exceptional capability swiftly earns the admiration of others, as well as the interest of noble families seeking to forge alliances. Ling Feng, due to his background as a noble's illegitimate child, exhibited none of the typical arrogance associated with noble scions. Rather, he welcomed friendships with a diverse array of individuals. Xiao Ke, despite being a second-tier warrior, had proven capable of defeating opponents of the sixth tier, thus naturally becoming a desirable acquaintance for Ling Feng. Xiao Ke understood the adage that having multiple friends opens many doors, and for someone of his humble origins, befriending members of noble families was undoubtedly advantageous. Therefore, he did not decline Ling Feng's invitation to celebrate his victory and ascended to the second floor of the dining hall alongside him. Regrettably, upon their arrival, they discovered that the private dining rooms were entirely occupied by the wealthier students. This predicament left Ling Feng feeling quite embarrassed. Xiao Ke, however, remained unfazed and suggested to Ling Feng, "Since there are no available seats, shall we dine on the first floor instead? We can save the celebration for later. Perhaps after we graduate with even better results." Ling Feng, upon hearing this, prepared to acquiesce, recognizing that the lack of seating left him with little choice. Every student present here had a notable background, and as a noble's illegitimate son, he held no special privileges. Just as Xiao Ke and his companions were about to descend to leave, a server approached and called out to them, "Please hold on a moment." Ling Feng inquired, "What is it? Is there a vacant private room available?" The server shook his head, "No, but there is a guest who claims to be your classmate. He noticed that you seem to have nowhere to sit, and he happens to be occupying a private room alone. He mentioned that dining alone is rather dull and invited you to join him." "Our classmate?" Ling Feng and Xiao Ke exchanged glances before following the server to a private room. Upon entering, they were surprised to find that the spacious room indeed housed only a single occupant. The young man, clad in white garments, possessed a complexion fairer than snow and features so exquisitely refined that he appeared even more beautiful than a woman. He was none other than Yi Yun, ranked second in the elite class's combat prowess. Ling Feng gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "It's you!" Yi Yun glanced at Ling Feng and Xiao Ke, his gaze lingering slightly longer on Xiao Ke, before offering a subtle smile. "What of it? Are you surprised?" Xiao Ke, upon hearing Yi Yun's voice, soft and gentle, reminiscent of a woman's, felt a flutter of unease. Ling Feng harbored a degree of apprehension towards Yi Yun, for he had previously sparred with him. Yi Yun could have easily defeated him but had chosen to concede, settling for second place. Ling Feng understood that Yi Yun was merely modest and wished to avoid the limelight. However, he surmised that as graduation approached, Yi Yun would no longer remain restrained and would undoubtedly surpass him to claim the top combat ranking. Thus, Ling Feng felt a mix of frustration and helplessness towards Yi Yun. "There is no surprise," Ling Feng replied, "merely a sense of unexpectedness. Since you do not mind, we shall not stand on ceremony." With that, he took a seat alongside Xiao Ke and the others. As they settled in, Ling Feng and Xiao Ke prepared to occupy the two chairs flanking Yi Yun, but Yi Yun abruptly extended his hand, halting Ling Feng from taking the seat to his left. "Wait, do not sit here. I dislike having unpleasant men beside me." Ling Feng's eyes widened, his expression one of indignation. Meanwhile, Xiao Ke, who had just seated himself at Yi Yun's right, felt a jolt of anxiety, fearing he too might be dismissed for sitting too close. However, to his surprise, Yi Yun did not request him to move, leaving Xiao Ke in a state of uncertainty as to whether to remain in his seat or to gracefully relocate. Initially, Ling Feng was quite incensed, thinking to himself, "Yi Yun, a man who is more beautiful than women, adorned with makeup and exuding a fragrance akin to that of a woman, dares to declare his aversion to unpleasant men sitting beside him. Has he truly deluded himself into believing he is a beauty?" Nevertheless, His anger swiftly dissipated as he was taken aback to observe that Xiao Ke remained unscathed by Yi Yun's edict, prompting Ling Feng to wonder, is Xiao Ke not an unpleasant man? To speak candidly, while Xiao Ke hailed from humble beginnings, he placed great emphasis on cleanliness and hygiene. His attire and person were perpetually immaculate. Despite the modest fabric of his clothing, his handsome and graceful demeanor could easily lead others to believe he was of noble descent, should he don finer garments. Ling Feng discerned that Yi Yun's willingness to dine with their group this evening likely stemmed from an interest in Xiao Ke, whose status as a second-tier warrior capable of defeating sixth-tier generals would undoubtedly pique curiosity. Relocating to a different seat, Ling Feng noted the arrival of the dishes, which left even him, a scion of a noble family, momentarily speechless. The table was adorned with extravagant delicacies: wild yellow croaker, half a sea urchin, red magic shrimp, premium sea cucumber, and Buddha jumps over the wall, among others. The speed and quality of the dishes suggested that Yi Yun had ordered them in advance, or that his usual dining consisted of such lavish fare. The sheer quantity and opulence of the meal indicated a cost that could easily exceed 10,000 gold coins. What sort of privileged offspring is this? Ling Feng gazed at Yi Yun with a peculiar expression, suspecting that this individual was no ordinary person. The Yi family, renowned as one of the 5 great aristocratic families, was well known. However, Ling Feng had not heard of any young master named Yi Yun. Instead, he recalled hearing of a young lady from the Yi family, named Yi Yun, who was said to possess exceptional talent and remarkable intelligence, albeit hindered by her gender. According to the customs of the nobility, women were forbidden from cultivating their skills, let alone engaging in the brutalities of battle or making public appearances. Otherwise, Yi Yun would undoubtedly have become the jewel of the empire. At this moment, Ling Feng scrutinized Yi Yun with uncertainty, a whimsical thought crossing his mind. Could it be that this Yi Yun is the esteemed young lady of the Yi family, Yi Yun? Meanwhile, Yi Yun's attention was solely focused on Xiao Ke, displaying no hospitality towards Ling Feng. However, in contrast, she seemed rather courteous and polite to Xiao Ke, gracefully extending her delicate hand to pick up a wine bottle, intending to pour wine for him.